In a world shattered by apocalypse, technology, once mankind's greatest triumph, has become a myth spoken of in half-remembered whispers. Amid the ruins and acid rains, Xiaosu hunts, not for glory, but to survive. Every trap he sets, every beast he brings down, is for his younger brother Liu Yuan, whose strange affinity for luck might one day mean something, or nothing at all. The world outside their crumbling settlement tells a grim tale. Disasters have been sweeping through like blades, shredding what little hope humanity clung to. Civilization, if it can still be called that, has split in two, the desperate masses scraping by in the dirt, and the chosen few hiding behind towering fortress walls, hoarding what remains of power and progress. One morning, soaked in mud and worry, a ragged young man asked a weary trader, "What happened to all our tech? The drones, the medicines, the clean energy?" The man snorted. "They'd not gone. Just curated, like museum pieces, by the folks living behind those lovely 10-story steel hugs we call walls." The boy looked toward the distant fortifications. "Then let's tear them down. Share the good stuff again." The trader chuckled, eyes squinting under the brim of his hat. "Kid, people behind those walls sleep easy knowing the rest of us don't. Equality's a bedtime story we stopped telling long ago." Elsewhere, a patrol of mismatched mercenaries trudged through the sludge. One turned to another and said, "If you dead set on reaching Mount Jing, talk to Ren Shu. Not that it'd help, he can barely aim straight." Their commander barked, "Tighten up. You march like drunks at a funeral." Then, as if summoned by their ineptitude, the forest around them changed. A sinister red glow pulsed between the trees. Xiaosu, always alert, stopped mid-step and turned. He could feel it, something breathing wrongness into the air. From the shifting crimson light came the first sign of terror, a snarling beast, its head rising slowly, unnaturally, from the brush. Its eyes glowed like molten rubies. More followed, monsters, misshapen and swift. An insect the size of a small vehicle skittered into view, its limbs like razors. A massive wolf, fur streaked with crackling blue energy, padded forward behind them. Xiaosu, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, stood his ground. His limbs shook, his breath ragged. And then, a whisper, not from the woods, but from within. "Do you wish to unlock your shackles?" The answer came without hesitation. Yes. As if in answer, rain began to fall, cold, bitter, and acidic. The forest hissed as it soaked. Beneath a crooked tree, a crude snare lay forgotten, its prey long dead from the toxic storm. Time was running out. Xiaosu hadn't caught anything today. Without meat, there would be no rations. And without rations, well, starvation was a patient killer. Then, whoosh. Wings. He looked up. A sparrow. Small, fast, agile. His eyes locked on it. Finally, he muttered, a flicker of hope in his voice. The bird banked through the downpour, its feathers slick with rain, but its vision keen. It saw him. It dove. Xiaosu blinked. Oh no. It's smart. But there was no time to admire its tenacity. He dropped low, reaching into the mud for his weapon, a battered old cooking spoon, repurposed with desperate creativity. He squared his stance. The red-eyed monster behind him wasn't waiting. It charged. Xiaosu swung. Smack. The sparrow took the blow and hit the ground. One more strike, and it was still. He leapt forward, hand closing around its tiny throat. A squeeze. A crack. Silence. He breathed hard, rain soaking him through. Dinner served, he muttered with a crooked smile. Exhausted but triumphant, he slung the sparrow's carcass over his shoulder. A few days' rations, if he was lucky. He turned toward the direction of the nearest barter store, but then stumbled. His vision blurred. Pain lanced through his skull, sharp and electric. He hit the ground, clutching his head. No. Not now. This happens at midnight. But it was early. Something was changing. Something deep. As if the rules he thought he knew were starting to rewrite themselves. Xiaosu leaned back slightly and shut his eyes. It was happening again, had been ever since the day he barely escaped the wolves. Townspeople shrugged it off as simple headaches. "You just stressed, they'd say, or drink more water, kid." But Xiaosu knew better. This wasn't pain. It was something else. A surge of pure, blinding chaos that licked at the edges of his mind like fire. He tried to steady himself, force his thoughts to stop spinning. Control, just for a moment. He glanced at his hand and realized, with mild surprise, that he hadn't blacked out. He was still conscious. Then, the world around him began to shift. A brilliant light burst through the gloom, piercing the mist like a blade through silk. It was so intense that Xiaosu had to shield his face with his arm. As the light settled, a massive shadow emerged from within the haze, its form both unfamiliar and eerily majestic. A palace. It loomed silently, not of brick or stone, but something older, stranger. He took a hesitant step toward it, his feet heavy, breath shallow. The enormous doors stood slightly ajar, just enough to whisper invitation. After a moment's pause, he reached out and pushed. The doors creaked open to reveal a chamber drenched in opulence and shadow. Black haze clung to the ornate walls like a living thing. Xiaosu instinctively placed a hand on his makeshift weapon, eyes sweeping the room with guarded caution. Then, something on a nearby table caught his attention, an object, simple yet somehow magnetic, quietly pulling in the surrounding smoke. He squinted at it. Suddenly, pain lanced through his skull. He clutched his head, stumbling. The dizziness hit him like a hammer, and the world spun. And just like that, he was gone. Where he had stood, a stranger now appeared, stepping into view with a crooked grin. He looked down at Xiaosu's limp body, sprawled in a puddle of rain and regret. But then, as quickly as it came, the dizziness ebbed. Xiaosu blinked. He was awake. Faster than usual this time. Good, because the rain was falling harder now. He groaned, pushed himself up from the wet ground, his bones aching in protest. That's when he heard footsteps. A man stormed toward him, eyes wild. "Give me your loot," the stranger shouted, practically foaming at the mouth. Xiaosu didn't wait. With a grunt, he swung his weapon, a dented metal ladle, and smacked the man square in the face. There was a crack, a cry, and the unmistakable sound of a tooth skipping across the mud. The man dropped like a sack of wet laundry, clutching his face. Xiaosu backed away slowly, shielding his catch from the rain, and then something bizarre happened. A translucent blue window popped up in front of him, floating mid-air. On it, glowing words, "Task, transfer the loot to the other party." Xiaosu stared. "Oh, come on. Now you want me to be generous." He muttered to no one in particular. He glanced back at the man, still writhing in the mud. The window flickered, as if waiting. He approached slowly. The man looked up, tears streaming down his cheeks, hand pressed to his missing tooth. Xiaosu stopped just behind him, casting a long shadow. Holding up the sparrow's limp body, he asked, flatly, "You really want this?" "Yes." The man cried. "Yes. I need it, I'm starving." With a sigh and a frown, Xiaosu extended the bird carcass. Ding! Another window appeared. Task complete. A shadowy image of the palace flashed briefly before vanishing. On the table inside that memory space, a scrap of paper floated up into the air, hovered, and slid neatly into what Xiaosu now recognized as an old-fashioned typewriter. The keys clicked by themselves, printing something new. Reward, basic profile settings unlocked. Scanning enabled. View survival and hunting skills of others. Interesting. Very interesting. Then the man below him whispered, eyes wide, a good person. Xiaosu blinked, then slowly raised the sparrow again, and snatched it back. Nope, he said. On second thought, you're not getting it. And with that, he turned and bolted, sparrow in hand, leaving the man sputtering in disbelief. You lunatic! The man shrieked after him. It's people like you that dragged the world into this abyss. Xiaosu didn't even look back. Eventually, he slowed to a walk, panting, the precious prey still slung over his shoulder. He wiped rain from his brow, glancing up into the blank, slate-colored sky. Ahead, the settlement came into view, crumbling homes like crooked teeth surrounding the rusted gate. He passed by a small crowd huddled near a broken barrel fire. They saw him. They always saw him. There he is again, one man muttered. Back with meat. Every damn time. Another's fist clenched. Bet he thinks he's better than us. Xiaosu met their stares. With cool disdain, fingers brushing the handle of his weapon in warning. One man took a step forward, but a hand gripped his shoulder. Leave it. His friend whispered, Don't mess with that one. After a tense pause, the man backed down. Xiaosu turned away, the echo of their bitter muttering behind him. He's sick in the head, someone hissed. He didn't respond. He didn't need to. Song-Su kept walking, boots slapping against muddy ground, past the sagging ruins of homes half swallowed by rust and rot. He approached the large metal gates and veered off, spotting a squat building tucked between leaning shacks. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, the smell of dust and iron thick in the air. He slammed the sparrow carcass onto the counter with a damp thud. "How much?" he asked. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper jolted, flinching at the sound. "Watch it, boy." "That glass is expensive," he grumbled, shooting a disapproving glance at the now-smeared counter. Muttering, he leaned over the sparrow and examined it, poking at its ribs with 2 bony fingers. He fetched a set of old metal scales and began weighing the bird. 3 jin, 6 liang, the merchant muttered. Xiongsu raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And that gets me." The man scratched his jaw. 700 coins. Xiongsu blinked. 700? For this? He jabbed a finger toward the bird. "That's robbery." With a tired sigh, the shopkeeper raised his hands in reluctant surrender. "Fine. 800. But only because you didn't bruise the meat." 800 still low, Xiongsu snapped. "Times are hard, and I nearly lost an arm getting it. 900 or I walk." The man crossed his arms and shook his head slowly. "You're not easy to deal with." Xiongsu turned on his heel. "Then I'll take it to old Li. He knows the value of prey." As he reached the door, a forced smile spread across the merchant's face. He moved quickly, blocking Xiongsu's path. All right. Let's talk." "No need to get Li involved. I'll talk after I see what he offers," Xiongsu said, brushing past. "Fine." 900, the man called out. "Think about Liu Yuan's tuition." Xiongsu paused. Slowly, a sly grin crept across his face. "You know, for bringing that up, the price just went up. 1200. 12. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped. He stared at the bird like it had suddenly grown golden feathers. Muttering curses under his breath, he rifled through his till, counting notes with the energy of a man parting with his soul. Eventually, grumbling all the while, he handed over the full sum. "Get me a jacket," Xiongsu said as he pocketed the coins. "For you?" or the merchant asked, already pulling one off the shelf. "For Liu Yuan." "What about your coat?" "That thing's falling apart." Xiongsu didn't answer, just stood still until the man handed him a smaller, neatly folded jacket. He took it with a nod. "Anything else?" the merchant asked, his tone lighter now. "Anti-inflammatories?" "You look half dead." "How much?" 600. Xiongsu scoffed. 600? "It's winter. Nothing inflames in winter. Forget it." The shopkeeper chuckled, wrapping the jacket. "Next time, bring a live sparrow." By the time Xiongsu returned home, the rain had slowed to a tired drizzle. Inside, his younger brother sat hunched over a makeshift desk, scribbling away with a stub of pencil. The room smelled faintly of smoke and wet wood. The boy looked up, startled. "Brother!" Xiongsu gave him a tired smile and dropped the wrapped jacket on the table. The younger one stood. "You're back early. Was the hunt bad?" "It was fine," Xiongsu said, ruffling his hair. "How's studying?" The boy's eyes lit up. "Great! But hunting sounds way cooler. When can I come with you?" Xiongsu crouched beside him, suddenly serious. "Never. It's dangerous out there. Studying is safer. Smarter." He turned away, tossing a few scraps from the sparrow onto the fire. "Besides," he muttered, "if I could afford it, I'd be studying too." His brother noticed the torn sleeve and the dark bruise beneath. "Your arm, just a scratch," Xiongsu replied quickly, already slicing the guts into a pot. Before long, the soup was ready, if it could be called that. He ladled a bit into a bowl and slid it across the table. "Eat." The boy shook his head. "You need it more." "I'm fine." "No, you're not." 2 days ago, someone died from an infection. The boy's voice cracked with worry. His eyes welled up with tears. Xiongsu gritted his teeth. "Enough." His voice dropped, hard and cold. "If you study, really study, you won't have to go into the wilderness like me." The younger boy sat, biting his lip to keep from crying. He began eating in silence, anger and sorrow simmering behind his eyes. Xiongsu tried to soften his tone. "Here, try the jacket. Fits better than your old one. Where's yours?" But Xiongsu was already lying down on the cot, turning his back. "I'm going to rest." The soup vanished slowly, and the room grew quiet. Raindrops tapped at the broken window. Sleep didn't come. Instead, Xiongsu stared at the ceiling, thoughts drifting. That palace, the dream, or whatever it was, kept tugging at the back of his mind. Something about it felt unfinished. He blinked. A sound. He sat up suddenly, heart pounding. The room blurred, and when his vision cleared, the palace stood before him once again. No door creaks, no footsteps. Just there. Drawn by a force he couldn't explain, Seong-soo approached. The black haze still hung thick in the air. He reached out, trying to feel it, but his fingers passed through. Intangible, he whispered. Of course you are. And yet, something in him pushed forward anyway. Seong-soo stepped deeper into the strange palace, guided by instinct more than reason. Minutes passed in silence until he reached a familiar place, the painted table with the ancient typewriter sitting like an artifact of another world. He approached it slowly, each footstep echoing off the invisible walls. The same sheet of paper waited there, resting just as he had last seen it. He picked it up. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. A task, to share food. Just that. Seong-soo narrowed his eyes. Simple on the surface, but loaded with meaning in a world where kindness costs more than bullets. He set the page down and stared at the typewriter, its keys etched with strange hieroglyphs. He ran his fingers over the carvings, each one pulsing with a sense of quiet power. Reading them, an odd thought crept into his mind. They're asking me to be good. In this place? His lips tightened into a line. Impossible, he murmured to the emptiness. That same night, a figure passed through the village shadows, her presence soft and light. Xiao Yu's sister drew aside the threadbare curtains of Seong-soo's home and slipped inside, only to freeze in place. A blade pressed to her throat. Her breath hitched. Trembling, she turned her head slowly. It's me, she whispered. Liu Yuan squinted through the dim light, eyes narrowing. Xiao Yu's sister. The recognition dulled the edge of his knife. He exhaled and lowered it, still on guard but no longer hostile. She didn't flinch. Is it true? She asked. About Seong-soo's injury. Liu Yuan nodded toward the corner of the room. Wounded in the arm. Sparrow fight. Her hands clutched together in front of her, nerves peeking through her posture. Liu Yuan sighed, weary beyond his years. You're 8 years older than him, he said bluntly. You shouldn't be getting attached. The girl's cheeks turned red. He and you. You both feel like brothers. Liu Yuan said nothing. She stayed a little longer, silent, then stood to leave. Tell him I came, she said softly. I will. He watched her go. After she left, Liu Yuan wandered outside, the night cool against his skin. He sat against the wall of their home, knife in hand, fingers gripping the hilt like he was still on guard duty. A voice broke the silence. Don't bully her. He turned his head. Seong-soo stood there, pale in the starlight. I wasn't, Liu Yuan replied. I saw her smoking. Cigarettes like that only come from factories outside the walls. Probably got them from some savage. You think that's enough reason to judge her? She's only close to you because you hunt. People like her. They don't come around for nothing. Seong-soo didn't flinch. No one's pure, he said calmly. Not anymore. Doesn't mean we get to tear each other apart. He sat down beside his brother, both of them staring into the dark. Just don't push her away, all right? Liu Yuan nodded slowly. All right. The silence returned, heavier now. You're not sleeping, the boy said. Got things to think about. He looked up at the sky. Maybe I have abilities too. I'll figure it out. Eventually. The stars shimmered above them, cold and distant. Liu Yuan tilted his head. There's a rumor, people with gifts. When we hunted last, I wished for the sparrow to fall, and it did. Seong-soo frowned. No wounds. No arrows. It just dropped. After wishes, there's always some illness, Liu Yuan said with a quiet shrug. They both looked up as streaks of silver shot across the heavens. Don't make a wish, Seong-soo said quickly, voice tight. I don't want you getting sick. Liu Yuan smiled faintly. Why do they fall so fast? Maybe, Seong-soo said, they don't want to listen to anyone's wishes. Morning came, golden light piercing through the fog of the village. At the crumbling schoolhouse, a teacher paced in front of a half-empty room. He raised a worn book. Who knows what technology means? Only Liu Yuan looked up. I don't. The others were busy passing notes, daydreaming, or carving into desks. From outside the window, Seong-soo watched, leaning just far enough to hear. The teacher closed the book with a sharp snap. Lesson's over. Then, suddenly, his gaze flicked toward the window. Empty. Xiongsu had already ducked away. Later, the teacher found him loitering nearby. "You can listen at the door," he said, voice stern but not unkind. Xiongsu bowed, his smile faint but genuine. Xiongsu bowed slightly, offering a cigarette with quiet sincerity. "Thank you," he said, "for letting me stand by the door." The professor, hunched over a shallow plate of soup, accepted it without hesitation. Striking a match, he lit the tip, inhaling deeply. The smoke curled around his worn features. He glanced at the boy, half amused. "You're one of the few who actually wants to be here," he said, exhaling a thin grey ribbon. "Why?" Xiongsu's expression didn't change. "Because learning something new is never bad," he replied. "And teachers are respected. No one steals from them. No one dares to take their vegetables." The professor chuckled, a dry rasp that quickly turned into a cough. His shoulders trembled slightly as he reached for a cloth. Xiongsu leaned forward. "There's something I've wanted to ask for a long time." "Go ahead," the man said, coughing again, then lifting the cigarette back to his lips. "You once said that before the disaster, humanity had access to incredible technology. But where did it all go?" The professor stared into the smoke. "It didn't disappear," he said finally. "It's just locked away. The disaster wiped out most of our youth. The world kept turning, but the people didn't. The knowledge survived, but it's kept by a few, hoarded behind the wall." Xiongsu's face darkened. "Then maybe the wall should be torn down." The man raised an eyebrow. "If we release the technology," Xiongsu continued, "we could rebuild." The professor's voice was quiet. "As long as the wasteland is out there, the outcasts will gather near the wall's edge. And the consortium inside? They'll never let it fall. That wall isn't just stone and steel. It's a boundary between those who rule and those who are ruled." He crushed the cigarette halfway, saving the rest. "But that's enough for now. Let's get back before the kids set the place on fire." He excused himself to change, complaining that the smoke had soaked into his shirt, leaving Xiongsu alone with his thoughts. Just then, a soft chime echoed inside him. Another task notification. Back in class, students whispered as they noticed Xiongsu standing at the door. The teacher returned, cleared his throat, and wrote the word survival on the board. "Today's lesson," he said, "is about wolves." Silence fell. The air shifted. "When you become adults, your parents won't be able to protect you anymore," he said. "So, what should you do if you're attacked by a pack of wolves?" He pointed at the door. "Xiongsu." Eyes turned. Xiongsu hesitated, then stepped forward. "Find a high place," he said, "with an open view and a tailwind." The professor nodded slowly, but Xiongsu added, a crooked smile playing on his lips, "that also makes it an ideal place to die. The wolves will corner you. You'll see them coming, but you won't stop them." The room went still. The air grew heavier. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Xiongsu glanced at his task interface. The notification was still red. He adjusted his tone, turned back to the teacher. "But maybe I've never even seen a real wolf. Maybe survival isn't about strategy. Maybe it's just luck." A pause. "Most people," he said, "don't survive." The teacher raised a brow, and then smiled. "Congratulations," he said. "From now on, you'll teach survival lessons." From the classroom, gasps spread among the students. Xiongsu blinked, stunned. Then the task notification flickered green. "Task completed. +10 power." He felt it immediately, like lightning beneath the skin. Muscles coiled tighter, breath came easier, posture straightened without effort. He clenched a fist. 3.5 points. A normal adult male rated a 3. He was stronger now. Better. The palace was real. So were the powers. After class, Liu Yuan found him leaning by the wall, staring up at the sky. "You're different," he said. Xiongsu gave him a sidelong glance. "Teacher lets you do anything. Are you his heir or something?" Xiongsu snorted. "He just doesn't have enough cigarettes." Liu Yuan smirked. "Still, being a teacher wouldn't be bad. If I take the job, maybe I'll give it to you later." Liu Yuan looked away. His thoughts swirled quietly. "He always gives me everything. The moment he gets something good." Before the silence could settle too deep, Xiongsu turned and called to him. "Hey!" Liu Yuan blinked. "Yeah?" "You thinking too loud again," Xiongsu said, smiling faintly. Xiongsu and Liu Yuan walked home side by side, the dusk painting the village in hues of copper and deepening blue. Their conversation wandered, quiet, fragmented thoughts passed between brothers too used to keeping words in reserve. Midway through the path, the low clink of armor and the dull thud of boots pulled their attention. A small detachment of armed men marched through the village. The leader's face was stern, the others worn and wary. One soldier, young, sunburned, and bitter, grumbled loudly. "Mount Jing? What kind of joke is that?" "I asked for leave, not a death sentence." Xiongsu's eyes narrowed, scanning the group. Hardened movements, mismatched gear, cold stares. They weren't soldiers. Mercenaries. "They need a guide," another muttered. "Some local who won't piss his pants the moment we reach the mountain." "Mount Jing." Xiongsu's thoughts turned grim. Going there was as good as digging your own grave. A girl moved past him. For a second, their eyes met. The wildness in her gaze struck him like a blow, calm, untamed, and dangerous. She wasn't from around here. She wasn't from anywhere safe. Liu Yuan nudged him. "Think they'd take you as a guide?" Xiongsu shook his head. "Something's wrong with this group. Better we stay clear." That night, darkness wrapped the village like a cold blanket. Xiongsu sat awake, the curtain gently swaying. Outside, insects chirped. Inside, Liu Yuan's voice broke the silence. "Does your wound still hurt?" Xiongsu gave him a half smile. "It's fine. You're lying. I'm not risking my life, all right?" "Don't worry so much." Suddenly, boots crunched just beyond the wall. Muffled voices. The brothers fell silent, crouching low. "They're talking about me," Xiongsu whispered. He reached for his weapon, crawling toward the door. Through the sliver of wood and shadow, he saw them as mercenaries, armed and alert, and Wang Fuji, the merchant. His face wore an oily grin, but his eyes burned with nervous anticipation. "I've brought your man," the merchant called through the door. Liu Yuan tensed. "What do we do?" "Stay here," Xiongsu ordered. "No matter what." He rose slowly and stepped outside. Wang Fuji greeted him with mock warmth. "Ah, young man, such an honor. These guests are looking for a guide." "I'm not interested," Xiongsu said evenly. The merchant pushed forward. "They just want a few days. Maybe a few answers." A mercenary stepped toward Wang and jabbed a finger into his chest. "If you're lying, we'll gut you before dawn." The man paled. Xiongsu turned to the group, standing between them and the house. "They're merchants. Father and son. Not worth killing." A pause. Then the mercenaries turned away, ignoring Wang's protests. The girl at the back glanced over her shoulder, just once. Then she followed the rest into the night. Notification, skill replication unlocked. Beginning random acquisition. Skill copied, firearms mastery. Accept? Yes. Knowledge surged into his brain, gunpowder mechanics, barrel angles, breath control, tactical reloads. It wasn't like learning. It was remembering something he'd never known. Skill acquired, firearms, intermediate. His gaze shifted back to the girl. He scanned her again, mentally activating the skill system. Advanced weapon handling, mastered. She's not just tough. She's elite. What's someone like her doing with this crew? A hand touched his shoulder. You've been staring at her for a long time, Liu Yuan said, raising an eyebrow. Xiongsu coughed awkwardly. It's not what you think. Just then, a voice called out behind them. Boys? They turned. Sister Xiaoyu stood there, wrapped in a shawl, eyes tired but calm. You live here now? Liu Yuan asked. I swapped houses with the family that used to be here. They exchanged polite words. Then the brothers headed home. Inside, Liu Yuan pointed under the chair. Potatoes. And this. A small brown bottle. Pills. Anti-inflammatory. The exact kind Xiongsu needed. His expression darkened. The last time I was hunted by wolves. Someone left me pills. In the same spot. It can't be Xiaoyu, Liu Yuan said. She only found out about your wound tonight. Before Xiongsu could reply, noise erupted outside. A rough male voice. Laughter. A sharp whimper. Then, a scream. They rushed to the window. A man was dragging Xiaoyu's sister by the arm, pinning her against the wall, his hand already tearing at her clothes. Xiongsu didn't hesitate. New task, protect the victim. Reward? Status, optional. Even without the system. IAD still go. He burst out the door, blade drawn, rage pulsing through his limbs like fire. But the attacker didn't flinch. Instead, he turned and drew a gun. The man drew a sword, iron-forged, not bone-carved like Seong-su's. He swung it down with full force. But Seong-su didn't flinch. His hand shot forward, catching the blade mid-swing, and with a single twist, snapped it in half like it was brittle glass. The mercenary gasped, but before he could react, Seong-su stepped in and hammered a fist into his ribs. 1, 2, 3 strikes, fast and heavy. The man choked on air. Seong-su seized him by the neck and slammed him into the ground. A deep thud cracked through the night air, followed by a wet gasp. The attacker bled from his nose and mouth, wide-eyed, trying to understand how a teenage boy had this kind of strength. Turning to Xiao Yu, who was clutching her torn clothes, Seong-su asked coldly, "Who is he?" Still shaken, she stammered, "A foreman at a coal mine. A man was killed in the market last night. He said he wanted to try something new." Seong-su's eyes went dark. He reached down and picked up a shard of metal from the dirt. His arm raised for a killing blow. New system notification, task issued, leave the target alive. Reward, skill copy scrolls ×2. He froze. A long breath escaped his lips. Without a word, he slashed the metal across the foreman's side. Blood sprayed. The man screamed. "You've got 3 minutes, Seong-su said, his voice calm and chilling. "If you reach the clinic and get stitched up, you might live." The foreman, now shaking, clawed at the dirt to crawl away. The pain lit fire in his limbs, and he stumbled to his feet and ran, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The 3 watched him go, silent. System notification, task completed. Reward granted, skill copy scrolls ×2. Liu Yuan exhaled. He might come back for revenge. Seong-su crouched, picking up the broken blade and examining its jagged edge. No, he won't make it to the clinic. Beside them, Xiao Yu stood quietly, her hands trembling. Tears dripped down her cheeks. Seong-su approached her. "Can you stop smoking?" She shook her head violently, lips trembling. "They're not that addictive," he said. "Poppy seed laced." Wang said the ratio was low. "You can quit if you want to." Then, with a smirk, "Also, I may be handsome, but we're not going to end up together." Xiao Yu looked at him, startled. "You idiot, I see you like a brother." A beat of silence. Seong-su gave a sheepish grin, turned on his heel, and dragged Liu Yuan away from the awkward scene. Behind them, Xiao Yu's laughter, quiet and harmless, floated softly into the night air. Inside the palace realm, a typewriter clacked away on its own, striking paper with unnatural rhythm. New side quest received, collect 100 sincere expressions of gratitude reward, personal weapon blueprint. A slip of paper slid onto the hero's desk. Seong-su picked it up and read the task, eyebrows raised. He grinned slightly. Not bad. And the system even counted Xiao Yu's thanks. Later that night, Seong-su jolted upright in bed. "Hey! Thank me!" Liu Yuan, startled, almost dropped his textbook. "What?" "Come on," Seong-su said. "You're grateful, right? Say it." Liu Yuan blinked, then said awkwardly, "Thanks for always being there." +1 gratitude counted. Seong-su beamed. "Too easy." "Again," he said. "Thanks." "No increase." "Who?" Seong-su frowned. "Say it again, but sincerely." So began a strange, one-sided ritual, Seong-su coaxing thanks out of his confused younger brother, trying different tones, expressions, and even guilt-tripping. But no matter how many times Liu Yuan said it, the counter refused to go up. Half the night passed. Only 1 point earned. Seong-su slumped into a chair, muttering, "There's got to be another way." Back in the palace, coins clinked onto the table, soft, metallic echoes. Seong-su reached out and picked one up. Inscribed on it, in delicate etching, were the words, "Thank you. Xiao Yu's sister." He smiled. Then, the air behind him shifted. Shadows coalesced like smoke poured from a crack in space. A silhouette formed, mechanical and inhuman. With a hiss and a rumble, a heavy machine gun emerged from the darkness, piece by piece, as if summoned from some ancient arsenal buried beneath reality. Seong-su turned, eyes narrowing. His hand went instinctively to his side. The weapon hung in the air, waiting. Seong-su approached the strange machine, eyeing its slick, industrial design. It stood motionless in the center of the shadow-filled room, waiting. With cautious curiosity, he leaned closer and examined the device, noting the odd symbols etched into its metallic frame. It was unlike anything he'd seen in either world. After a moment of thought, he reached into his pocket, took one of the gratitude coins, and tossed it into the machine. A sharp clang echoed through the chamber. A second later, something small dropped from the chute and struck the floor with a dull clack. Seong-su picked it up. It was a glass bottle, about the size of a thumb, filled with a luminous, pale green liquid. There was no label, no inscription, no clue what it was. Then, dizziness. A wave of disorientation swept over him, pulling his mind somewhere else. The palace, the shadows, the machine, they all vanished. And just like that, he was back in the real world, bottle still in hand. Liu Yuan, wide-eyed, looked up from his notes. Where did that come from? Seong-su didn't answer right away. He twisted off the cap and examined the liquid inside. A part of him feared it could be poison, but curiosity and instinct told him otherwise. He dipped 2 fingers into the fluid, brought them to a wound near his shoulder, and closed his eyes as he applied it. Instant relief. The pain disappeared like it had never existed. Staring down at the bottle, Seong-su finally understood gratitude could buy miracles. He clenched the small vial and whispered to himself, I need more coins. The next morning dark circles hung under both brothers' eyes as they walked through the school gates. Their teacher greeted them with surprise. You two look like you haven't slept at all. What happened? Seong-su smiled faintly, brushing it off. Nothing to worry about. The teacher raised an eyebrow. Well, have you thought about your speech? You are officially starting as a teacher today. I'm ready, Seong-su said, stepping inside the building with Liu Yuan beside him. Inside, the students gathered and greeted him enthusiastically. Their youthful energy caught him off guard. He extended his hand and asked with a half smile, Do you all think teaching is difficult? The students looked at each other in confusion. As payment for my efforts, Seong-su said, How about you thank me sincerely? The head teacher blinked in surprise but chose not to interfere. Seong-su took a breath and declared, From now on, no greetings. Just gratitude. Thank your teacher each day. But even as he asked for thanks, the system didn't register a single one. He sighed. They're not being sincere. Changing tactics, he began the lesson with something practical, survival training. He spoke passionately about basic wilderness skills, water purification, and how to spot edible plants. But soon, the class grew restless. One student raised his hand. Teacher, the sun's setting. Can we end the lesson? Seong-su paused. He wanted to push through, but safety came first. All right. Class dismissed. The children rushed outside, laughing, shouting, some turned back to wave. Thanks, Teacher Slong. Moments later, coins clinked onto the palace table. The typewriter clicked twice, recording the gratitude. Seong-su stood still, a soft smile playing on his lips. So that's what real thanks feels like. Later, on the road home, you can't run classes that long, Liu Yuan muttered. They'll ban you. Seong-su shrugged. What's wrong with giving everything to education? As they walked, Liu Yuan suddenly tugged his brother's sleeve. Look! A small crowd was forming ahead, people with weapons strapped to their backs, backpacks loaded with supplies. Leading them was Rick Lu, an older man they recognized. It looked like he'd volunteered to be a guide for the expedition. Nearby, merchant Wang Fuji approached them. You refusing this opportunity, the merchant asked, tone laced with disappointment. And you know it's a good job how? Seong-su replied coolly. The poor never leave this place, Wang said. That wall doesn't just keep people out. It keeps us in. These people, they're going beyond. He leaned in, voice low. I heard they need a guide to navigate the wasteland outside. Liu Yuan whispered, should we talk to them? But Seong-su turned away. You go. I'm heading home. On the way back, Liu Yuan tugged at his brother again. Over there, look. Xiao Yu's sister stood on the side of the street, trying to sell her earrings. A rough-looking man leered at her, suggesting she'd make more money working nights. Seong-su stepped forward and shut the conversation down without hesitation. His voice was sharp, his glare colder than steel. She doesn't need to sell anything. He handed her some money. I was going to buy medicine anyway. You take the pills instead. She hesitated, speechless. Seong-su punched his chest lightly. I can take care of myself. I'll always have soup. So you'll always have dishes to wash. She stared at him, then laughed quietly, tears in her eyes. I'll hold you to that. As the evening sun faded behind the wall, Xiongsu looked out across the town and saw a group of people gathering near the clinic. Two of them were arguing with a local doctor, voices raised, desperate. Something was happening, and Xiongsu had a feeling it was only the beginning. The smug doctor stood in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes filled with disdain. The man begging at his feet was pale and trembling, clearly in pain, but the doctor made no move to help. With a loud clang, he shut the iron door and turned the key in the lock. "Don't come back without money," he spat. From the alley across the street, Xiongsu, Liu Yuan, and Xiao Yu watched silently. Their expressions were cold, unreadable. "Remember this," Xiongsu said to his brother, his voice low and bitter. "This is our reality." A sharp breeze swept through the narrow streets, and with it came the smell of acid rain on the horizon. The group broke apart, each headed to their own homes as the first drops began to fall. Back home, Liu Yuan looked thoughtful. Doctors, they don't even try. But everyone still thanks them. It's easy for them to earn gratitude. Xiongsu blinked. "What do you mean?" Then it clicked. He could become a doctor. If he learned medicine, he could treat people, earn coins, and get stronger. He didn't sleep that night. Outside the half-finished clinic, Xiongsu stood with his arms crossed, eyes fixed on the group of injured men shuffling past him. Their clothes were torn, skin blackened with soot, and they limped in silence, dragging themselves toward the larger, better-known clinic at the end of the street. He saw opportunity, not just in their wounds, but in their neglect. "Wait!" Xiongsu called out. The men didn't even glance at him. Frustrated but undeterred, he rushed up and blocked their path. "You'll just be scammed there. That doctor will give you flower water and charge you a week's wages." The men murmured among themselves, unsure. Without waiting for consent, Xiongsu grabbed one of them, an older man with a gash on his arm, and began to pull him toward the clinic. The others followed, less out of trust and more out of confusion. "Xiao Yu," he shouted over his shoulder. "We have patience." She stepped into view, startled. When she saw their condition, she gasped. "They got into a fight." "No," one of the men rasped. "A boiler blew at the factory. We barely made it out." Her eyes softened with pity, but Xiongsu's expression darkened. Of course no one helped them. "Too injured to work, too poor to matter. Needle and thread," he ordered. "We're stitching them up." "But I've only sewn clothes," Xiao Yu began. "Then start learning with flesh," he cut in, gently but firmly. She bit her lip, nodded, and set to work. Her hands trembled as she heated a sewing needle over a flame, then pressed it into the man's torn skin. He howled. "Are you crazy?" "You have to let the needle cool," he shouted at her. "She's doing her best," Xiongsu said flatly. "Next time, you can sew yourself." He leaned in, showing a rare grin. "Now, time for the good part." He held up a small black vial, the same medicine that once healed his own wounds. "I'll treat this injury for 600 currency, guaranteed to stop infection and pain." The group hesitated, groaning. One man tried to stand and bolt, but Xiongsu was faster. He stepped in front of him, one hand on the hilt of a knife tucked beneath his coat. "You can leave," Xiongsu said, voice cold, "but don't come crawling back when your wound rots." The man froze. Slowly, he sat back down. Seeing no other option, the others agreed. Money was handed over. Gratitude, too, and as it flowed into the typewriter machine hidden in the back room. Xiongsu heard the faint clink of new coins falling into place. Later that day, after the patients left with bandaged wounds and pain dulled by medicine, Xiongsu stood outside, cleaning his hands. He saw Wang Fuji leaning against a post, arms folded, grinning like he'd won something. "Word travels fast," the merchant said. "I heard you patched up a man named Tatu yesterday." "A trader." Xiongsu nodded cautiously. "So?" "He said your medicine works differently, like Viagra." Xiongsu raised an eyebrow. Wang Fuji chuckled. "I want a bottle. You want medicine for a cut, or for your pride?" Xiongsu asked dryly. "I'm serious. I'll pay." He handed over 600 currency and leaned closer. "And you'll have my sincere thanks." The moment he said it, the machine inside the clinic clattered softly again. Wang Fuji whistled. "That's a clever setup you've got, kid." He left with a bottle in hand, grinning. But Xiongsu watched him go, uneasy. Elsewhere, Wang Fuji slipped through a narrow corridor to a back room filled with serious men in dark suits. "I brought it," he said, holding out the black vial. One man stepped forward, took the medicine carefully, and studied it without a word. Back at the clinic, Xiongsu hammered a new sign above the door: Xiongsu's emergency cut clinic. Pain ends here. The next time someone walked past bleeding, they might think twice before choosing the other doctor. But just as he turned to go back inside, a scream erupted behind him. One of the men he'd treated, the one who tried to escape earlier, was running down the street, clutching his side, blood dripping between his fingers. Xiongsu reacted instantly, dashing after him. "Stop!" he shouted. The man turned, panicked. "No. I feel weird. Something's wrong." People nearby began to gather. Inside Xiongsu's pocket, one of the gratitude coins began to flicker faintly. Would you like the cause of the man's panic to be a reaction to the medicine, something mysterious about the black vial? A setup by a rival, trying to discredit Xiongsu? Or an activation of a hidden ability unlocked by the medicine? "Stitch him up, Xiao Ou," Xiongsu said as he dusted off his sleeves. "I'll bring the coward back myself." He stepped outside, his eyes locking on the blood trail the escaped man had left behind. The other patient nodded weakly, slumping against the wall with exhaustion and pain, but also trust. Xiongsu followed the trail into a dark alley where the fugitive crouched, panting, hand pressed to his stitched wound. Before the man could run again, Xiongsu's cold hand landed on his shoulder. The man flinched, genuine fear flashing in his eyes. "Back! Now," Xiongsu ordered, voice like iron. Within minutes, he returned to the clinic, dragging the reluctant patient behind him. Inside, Xiao Ou was threading the needle with surprising steadiness, finishing up the final stitches on the other man. As she tied the last knot, the system in Xiongsu's mind pinged softly: white heavy checkmark, task complete, treat 3 patients, reward, +1 skill point, +150 gratitude. One of the injured men shifted on the mat and muttered in disbelief, "It doesn't even hurt anymore." A new notification appeared: new task unlocked, heal 10 patients, reward. Before Xiongsu could comment, the sounds of panic erupted outside. Screams. Running feet. Then a shout: "Wolves! Wolves are in the city!" He, Xiao Ou, and Liu Yang shot to their feet. "Do you think they'll come here too?" Liu Yang asked, voice trembling. "Wolves are smart," Xiongsu replied, peering out the window. "They'll go where the blood is. The factory. But they'll break through, right?" Xiao Ou asked. "The wall can't collapse, can it?" Xiongsu stared at the horizon. "Nothing is eternal." As if to echo his words, a deep mechanical creaking echoed through the air. The enormous city gate slowly opened with a metallic groan. Armed soldiers in black combat uniforms emerged, weapons slung across their backs, their faces set with grim resolve. "Firearms, they actually have guns," Liu Yang whispered. "Don't ask too many questions," Xiongsu muttered. From the crowd, a voice scoffed, "What's the point? Wasting bullets on corpses and animals." But Xiongsu wasn't listening. His thoughts drifted back to the factory manager who had once pointed a pistol at him, only to be later torn apart by wolves. If the manager had a gun, it might still be there. He turned to Liu Yang. "Go to Xiao Ou tonight. Stay with her until the elder returns." "Where are you going?" Liu Yang asked urgently. Xiongsu didn't answer. He was already out the door. As he ran through the darkened streets, a shadow moved near the old clinic. The smug charlatan doctor stood in the doorway, frowning. "What the hell is that boy doing now?" But Xiongsu didn't slow down. Smoke from the exploded factory still hung in the air like a ghost, illuminated by the flickering glow of street fires and burning barrels. Ahead, the wolves had arrived. Massive, fanged, and utterly fearless, the beasts prowled the wreckage. Some were injured from gunfire, but none were retreating. The military had opened fire, but to Xiongsu's horror, bullets barely slowed the creatures. A direct hit to one wolf's foreleg only enraged it, making it lunge with terrifying speed. The wolves struck as a pack, their snarling echoing through the empty streets. Soldiers screamed as they were pulled into the dark. From behind them, an older officer barked orders, even shoving his own men forward. "Keep shooting! Use everything you have got!" Blood sprayed across the debris-covered pavement. Xiongsu ducked behind a pile of scorched crates, then slipped into the factory grounds under the cover of chaos. Bodies littered the ground, and every step he took crunched glass or bone. But he kept moving. This section looks untouched. They didn't come this far, he thought. Drawing a dagger from his belt, he slipped it into his palm as he moved against the shadows. Blood was everywhere, but none of it was fresh. At the far end, he saw it, the tall administrative tower of the factory, still standing. Perfect, he whispered. Thanks to the increased agility granted by his system, he scaled the side wall using a half-collapsed support beam. He grabbed a rusted ladder, fingers burning from friction, and climbed to the top. Reaching the roof, he crouched low and looked through the cracked glass. The window was dusty but intact. Inside, he spotted an overturned desk, lockers, and something glinting faintly beneath a flickering light. His heart raced. There's something in there. He pulled his hood tight over his head, took a breath, and slammed the butt of his dagger into the glass. It shattered loudly, shards flying inward as he slipped through, landing like a shadow in the dust. He stood, alone, inside the factory office. Somewhere in this room was the gun. And outside, the wolves were getting closer. Xiong-Su landed hard on the cold factory floor. For a moment, he crouched still, breath shallow. Silence. Then the scent of blood, old and thick, hit him like a wave. Throwing back his hood, he scanned the room. Bodies were everywhere, twisted in unnatural positions, some still clutching tools, others with eyes wide open in terror. But something felt off. Every corpse faced the same direction. They all ran, somewhere. Xiong-Su muttered. In a crisis, people instinctively flee toward safety. Toward weapons. He followed the grim trail of bodies deeper into the industrial labyrinth. Eventually, he reached a large steel door marked by blinking emergency lights above it. The air smelled of oil and iron. A pile of corpses was stacked near the threshold. Some had clearly died desperately trying to enter. He ran a hand along the metal surface. The door was locked. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked. To his surprise, the panel hissed, and the door cracked open. Xiong-Su jumped inside just as the mechanism clicked again, sealing the room behind him. A man inside nearly dropped his gun in shock. "You're not with the military, are you?" the man asked, voice sharp with paranoia. Xiong-Su's eyes narrowed. Wang Dongyang. Recognition dawned in the man's eyes, followed quickly by suspicion. He raised the gun again, hands trembling. "Stay back. You're one of the medics. You came to loot me, didn't you?" Xiong-Su tensed, one hand drifting toward his belt. He recognized the factory manager immediately, though Wang looked different now, wild-eyed, sweat-drenched, desperate. "Put that thing down," Xiong-Su said calmly. But the muzzle never wavered. "You left everyone to die, didn't you?" Xiong-Su continued, voice quieter now, colder. "You ran in here. Lock the door. Let them scream out there alone." Wang's jaw clenched. "If you want to live, take me back to the city. I'll tell them you helped me. I can make things good for you." Xiong-Su smiled faintly. "Or I tell them the truth." For a moment, the manager's bravado cracked. He sneered. "Then I'll kill you right here." But Xiong-Su's eyes were already locked on the gun's safety switch. "You forgot something," Xiong-Su said, easing forward. "Your gun's still on safety." Wang blinked, glancing instinctively at the weapon. That was all Xiong-Su needed. In a flash, he drew his bone blade, slamming the weapon upward and knocking the gun aside. Steel met skin. The manager grunted as Xiong-Su's blade sliced across his forearm. A punch to the chest knocked him backward, winded and stunned. Xiong-Su stepped forward, placing the blade's tip against his ribs. Wang choked, blood already spilling from his mouth. Wait! I can tell you where I keep my things." "You want weapons? Ammunition? I'll give it all to you." "Where is it?" Xiong-Su asked coldly. "Spare lockers, northeast wing, 3rd floor." Wang gasped. "Please, let me live," but Xiong-Su wasn't buying it. "You're stalling. Your lungs are already collapsing. You've got minutes, at most." He stepped in and pressed the blade deep. Wang gasped, eyes wide, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood pooled beneath him. Xiong-Su didn't linger. He crouched beside the body, searching Wang's pockets quickly and efficiently. He found 3 full magazines, a worn map, and a broken radio. Satisfied, he turned toward the stairs. The sound of distant gunfire echoed from outside. He needed to move, now. By the time he returned home, sweat clung to his brow and his boots were stained with blood. Liu Yang rushed to meet him. "You're alive." Some of the soldiers came back, injured, but alive. They say the wolves were nearly unstoppable. Xiong-Su gave a slow nod, already processing the implications. So guns do slow them down. Not enough to win, but enough to survive. Just as he was about to speak further, a low rumble vibrated through the ground. Military trucks rolled into the settlement, engines growling like beasts. One by one, soldiers climbed out and fanned into the streets. They began banging on doors, shouting commands. "Everyone out! Line up outside your homes!" The people murmured, confused and afraid. "What's going on?" someone shouted. A soldier responded with indifference. "Whoever left the trading city today, identify them and receive a reward." Seong-su's heart skipped. They were looking for him. He had disguised his injuries, made them look like wolf bites, but they must have checked Wang Dongyang's body. His pistol was missing. From the doorway, Seong-su stepped into the crowd, Liu Yang at his side. He scanned the soldiers. Their eyes were searching, their hands already on their weapons. A lone hand rose from the murmuring crowd. Everyone turned. A man in a dirt-stained white coat stood tall, a doctor from the clinic. His face was pale but determined. It was him, he shouted, arm outstretched. "He left the city last night." "That boy, Seong-su." The crowd gasped. Soldiers snapped to attention, their eyes now fixed on Seong-su. A bolt of fear surged through him, setting his nerves alight. His body tensed as the soldiers approached. "Search him," barked the commander. Seong-su stood still, hands raised, forcing calm into his expression even as panic scratched behind his eyes. Before the soldiers could touch him, a voice rang out from the side. "Wait." It was Wang Fuji, the merchant with deep pockets and deeper secrets. He stepped forward, arms crossed casually but voice firm. "This one is under Boss Law's protection," Wang said. "He's not to be touched." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. "Boss Law," one muttered. The name alone drained the confidence from their faces. "I suggest you confirm with him yourself," Wang added, voice edged with warning. "I don't speak out of turn." A heavy silence fell. The commander finally grunted, "Even if he's with Law's people, we still need to check." They turned to Seong-su and began to search his clothes and body, slow and thorough. Inside the small house, 3 soldiers forced their way in. Liu Yuan stood in their path, trembling, clutching a rusted kitchen knife. "Back off," he shouted, his voice cracking. "Yuan, move!" Seong-su shouted from outside, voice sharp. Frozen, his younger brother looked at the knife, then at the soldiers, then slowly stepped aside, eyes wide with fear. The soldiers tore through the house. Liu Yuan could only watch helplessly, hands clenched into fists. He whispered to himself, over and over, "Please don't find it, please don't find it." The minutes dragged. Finally, a soldier emerged, shaking his head. "Nothing here. Place is half empty." The commander cursed and waved a hand. "Leave it. Move out." The soldiers departed. Seong-su let out a slow breath. They didn't find the gun. He turned toward the crowd, raising his hands as if to show he had nothing to hide. Then he shot a cold glare at the doctor, who had already stepped back, visibly shaken by the look. Wang Fuji leaned in close. "You're lucky," he whispered. "If Boss Law didn't like your medicine, I wouldn't have lifted a finger." "Who is Law, really?" Seong-su asked, low and cautious. "What does he want from me?" Wang smirked. "Law represents the consortium beyond the 113th wall. He's powerful and curious. He saw potential in your medicine. Said if you give him a share every month, he'll make sure no one bothers you here." Seong-su narrowed his eyes. "Can I meet him?" "Go beyond the wall." The merchant chuckled bitterly. "People like us? We're dirty, boy. We don't go beyond the wall, we serve the ones who do." Seong-su's jaw tightened. He understood the message loud and clear. Law didn't want him, he wanted what he could make. Suddenly, a weak voice behind him broke the moment. "Brother," Seong-su turned just in time to catch Liu Yuan, pale and sweating, collapsing into his arms. "Yuan," he cried. The boy's skin was burning, his breath shallow. Seong-su rushed him inside. Xiu Yu, already fetching water, wrung out a cloth and applied it to the boy's forehead. "I made a wish," Liu Yuan muttered. "I wish they wouldn't find the gun. I just wanted to protect you, the idiot," Seong-su whispered, brushing his brother's damp hair aside. "You should have said nothing, you're good boys," Xiao Yu said quietly, applying the cloth again. "You protected each other. That's more than most adults can say." Outside the door, Seong-su stood silently, watching his broken brother and the girl tending him. After a moment, he whispered, almost to himself, "I'll get us out of this. I'll lead you to a better life." Dawn came. Xiongsu stepped outside with an empty bucket, the world newly bright but no less cruel. Wang Fuji was waiting. "Well, look at that," the merchant said, grinning. "Congratulations." "For what?" The doctor ran off in the night. Scared witless. "Guess what that makes you now?" He leaned in, eyes twinkling. The only doctor left. Xiongsu stared. "What? And Boss Law?" "He gave you the old doctor's house. It's yours now." The merchant handed over a small wooden box. "Eat this. You'll need your strength." Xiongsu opened it, a swallow's nest. An expensive tonic. He turned it in his hand, thoughtful. Held together by saliva, he muttered. "Not water. Nature's own glue." Wang laughed. "Whatever gets you through the day." Then his tone shifted, just slightly. "You haven't gone for herbs in days. Medicine's gonna run out soon." Xiongsu closed the box. Slowly, mind already racing. He dodged the military once. But how long until they circled back? Xiongsu blinked in confusion. "But didn't you just buy the medicine a few days ago?" Wang Fuji raised an eyebrow, smirking. "I bought it for someone else," he said pointedly. A big man. From behind the wall. The merchant's tone darkened. "Don't play dumb. If it weren't for your supply, you wouldn't have that clinic now." Xiongsu remained quiet, then silently handed over a new jar of medicine. 1 jar. 200 currency. Without hesitation, Wang snatched it from his hand, dropped a heavy pouch of coins on the table, and turned to leave. "Gratitude, doctor," he said over his shoulder. "Now pack up. You've got a brick house to move into." Without hesitation, Wang snatched it from his hand, dropped a heavy pouch of coins on the table, and turned to leave. "Gratitude, doctor," he said over his shoulder. "Now pack up. You've got a brick house to move into." Later that day, Xiongsu, Liu Yuan, and Xiao Yu arrived at the clinic, their new home. The place was modest but sturdy, built from real brick. Inside, the air smelled of herbs, dust, and old bandages. On the wall hung a faded banner, "Skillful hands bring back to life." As they stood there, a chime echoed in Xiongsu's mind, an unseen force issuing a challenge, new task, save 10 patients. Without hesitation, Xiongsu accepted. Moments later, the door creaked open. A nervous couple entered. "Doctor, please help," the man said. "My wife's for months pregnant, and she's been having stomach pains." Xiongsu's confidence faltered. He blinked, looked at the woman's abdomen, then back at them. "I don't know much about pregnancy," he admitted. "I won't give you medicine, but I'll ask my teacher for guidance. That's the best I can do right now." To his surprise, the man smiled with relief. "You're already better than the last doctor," he said. He lied about everything. The couple bowed. Xiongsu stared, puzzled. 2 thank yous received. He blinked again. 1 patient, 2 thanks. So it worked like that, huh? From that moment on, he worked as a doctor. He, Liu Yuan, and Xiao Yu stitched wounds, boiled bandages, and soothed fevers. One man groaned loudly as Xiao Yu sewed up a gash on his arm. "Hold still," she said calmly, pressing the cloth harder. Xiongsu offered the man water and advice. "Tell your mother to drink only boiled water from now on." The patient bowed in thanks as he left. Task complete. New task, treat 20 patients. Reward, +3 strength points. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. If treating people gives rewards, why don't you just treat everyone? Xiongsu shook his head. "I'm not going to lie to people for profit." The last doctor didn't know what he was doing either, and when trouble came, no one helped him. "But no one will help us either if something happens," Liu Yuan whispered. Xiongsu placed a firm hand on his brother's shoulder. The grip startled him, it was stronger than expected. "Then don't let the sorrow of this century become your sorrow too," Xiongsu said quietly. Liu Yuan fell silent, the words settling deep in his heart. A bell jingled at the clinic entrance. A new man entered, shifty-eyed, shoulders hunched. He leaned in close to Xiongsu. "Doctor," he whispered, "I need your help. But it must stay between us." Xiongsu nodded. "Of course." The man closed the door slowly, then stepped back. "Don't be afraid. I'll show you." His cheeks suddenly swelled like balloons, and a strange blue glow appeared around his jaw. Before Xiongsu could move, the man seemed to spit something blue, a small orb, right at him. The orb hovered midair, then cracked open, releasing a howling vortex of blue energy. The gale knocked Liu Yuan clean off his feet. Papers flew. The windows rattled. Then, silence. Xiongsu stared, stunned. That was definitely not a bubble of saliva. The man smiled sheepishly. You don't think I'm sick? No, Xiongsu said, brushing dust from his shoulder. I think you have a special ability. The man's shoulders sagged with relief. He bowed deeply. I'll tell my parents. Thank you. Another thank you received. Night fell. The world outside grew quiet, the stars dim behind grey clouds. Xiongsu lay in bed, thoughts swirling. People with abilities, in small towns. The world's changing fast. Too fast. At least he had a clinic. At least he had family. For now. Then, a sound. Soft. Muffled. He bolted upright. Outside, movement. Shadows climbing the fence. They landed with faint thuds near the brick wall. But before they could get their bearings, a tall shadow loomed above them, cloaked in moonlight. It was Xiongsu. His voice was low. Icy. You either very lost or very stupid. In a blink, Xiongsu launched a fist into the gut of the first intruder. The man crumpled with a scream, writhing on the cold ground, gasping for air. Get him, the wounded man barked to the others. 3 more surged forward, clumsy, panicked, fists swinging wildly. But Xiongsu didn't flinch. He looked almost bored. Within seconds, the robbers were on the floor, groaning, holding their ribs, blood on their lips. They weren't soldiers. They were desperate amateurs. And now, defeated ones. Xiongsu stood over them, arms crossed. Who sent you? None of them spoke until a door banged behind him. A loud knock, then another. The front door. Muffled voices. Uniformed. Military. Xiongsu's face twisted with annoyance. Really? Now. He opened the door. A dozen soldiers stood in the torchlight. Their leader stepped forward. We have orders to search the premises. Xiongsu emerged into the doorway, draping his clinic's red banner, skillful hands bring back to life, around his neck like a badge of honor. This is a clinic, he said. What do you think you'll find? The soldier at the front didn't even blink. We're checking anyway. Xiongsu squinted. He knew this man, the same officer who'd ransacked his old home weeks ago. He stepped aside with a sigh. Be my guest. The soldiers poured in. He sat on a stool as they tore through shelves, drawers, bedding. A few grumbled at the smell of herbs. But Xiongsu stayed calm. He'd hidden the pistol days ago, deep in the rocks near Mount Jing. They wouldn't find anything tonight. Eventually, the lead soldier returned, empty-handed. We didn't find the weapon, he admitted. But you be careful. He stepped close, clamping a hand on Xiongsu's shoulder. If you'd been born outside the wall, he said, you could have made a fine soldier, instead of this, whatever this is. Xiongsu didn't answer. The soldier's words lingered like smoke. The troops withdrew. As silence returned to the night, Xiongsu exhaled in relief. But he didn't sleep. At dawn, a cry echoed outside the clinic. They've returned. They're back. Xiongsu and Liu Yuan rushed out into the morning haze. A military transport truck rolled down the dirt road. Soldiers staggered out, battered, bloodied, trembling. Many leaned on each other. Some barely walked at all. They were supposed to be gone for days, but they were back too soon. What happened? Xiongsu whispered. He scanned their faces, pale, shocked, hollow. Not a single wolf had been seen at the foot of Mount Jing for weeks. So what had attacked them? Among the wounded, the women seemed less hurt, but still shaken. Wang Fuji rushed up as accusations flew. You found us a bad guide, one man shouted at the merchant. Wait! What happened to him? Wang asked, panicking. A girl stepped forward. Something bit him. In the river. All we found was his body. Wang's face paled. You should have taken Xiongsu, he said, gesturing toward the doctor standing nearby. Only he knows how to cross safely. But the woman scoffed. I'm not trusting a guy who's not even right in the head. Wang nodded reluctantly. Maybe not. But he's the only one who survived that mountain more than once. The woman pulled her hood over her head. We're going back behind the wall. That news brought instant relief to Wang Fuji. As the truck pulled away, the merchant turned to Xiongsu, trying to look friendly. You should thank me, he said. I helped you. Got rid of that whole mess. Xiongsu turned and started walking away. Wait, at least let me explain. It was kind of me to recommend you. I can draw you a map, Xiongsu snapped without stopping, so you can go up that mountain next time. Wang Fuji scowled. I helped you, boy. You owe me. I have a brother to care for, Xiongsu said, jaw clenched. And a gift, Wang pressed, you were meant for more than bandaging peasants. The words triggered something in Xiongsu. His eyes narrowed. You don't get to decide what I was meant for. The tension cracked like lightning between them. Then, shouts erupted from the side. 2 soldiers surged forward from the alley, gripping Wang Fuji's arms. Hey, hey! What's going on? The merchant yelled. You're under arrest, one of them said coldly. Wang Fuji twisted, eyes wide, shouting, Xiongsu. Tell them. Say something. But the young doctor said nothing. He only watched, silently, as the man who played both sides was dragged away. And the wind, still thick with mountain scent, carried the sound of footsteps farther and farther from the clinic. Before Xiongsu could reach the door, Teacher Jiang spoke quietly, not turning away from his stew. You shouldn't go. Xiongsu paused. Why? The old man stirred the pot slowly. Because whatever's waiting for you on that mountain, it's not something anyone comes back from unchanged. There was silence between them. Only the sound of bubbling broth and the distant murmur of voices outside the school. Xiongsu looked down. I don't have a choice. Teacher Jiang finally turned to face him, eyes solemn. You always have a choice. But if you go, make sure you come back as yourself. The young man gave a soft nod, then bowed again, lower this time. Please look after Liu Yuan. The teacher patted his shoulder. The boy will be safe here. Now go, before Wang Fuji bursts in again screaming like a goat in heat. As Xiongsu stepped out into the fading evening light, he felt the weight settle across his shoulders. Somewhere behind the wall, people with powers were being hunted, studied, maybe even killed. Inside the wall, desperation was turning neighbor against neighbor, and grief was spilling out in blood. And now they were dragging him back to Mount Jing, to that place where soldiers' return changed, if they returned at all. He reached the clinic, where Liu Yuan sat silently packing a small satchel of herbs and bandages. I'm leaving soon, Xiongsu said gently. Liu Yuan didn't look up. I heard. A long pause. Then the boy asked, will you come back? The older brother knelt beside him. I will. Promise? Xiongsu hesitated for a beat too long. Then, forcing a smile, he ruffled his brother's hair. Yeah, I promise. Later that night, the group gathered in front of the gates. Wang Fuji was already shouting at porters to load crates onto the transport. The girl from the failed expedition was there too, her expression distant, unreadable under her hood. The soldiers avoided eye contact. Everyone moved with quiet urgency, as if the mountain itself might hear them coming. Wang Fuji turned as Xiongsu approached. Ah. Finally. Thought you'd vanished again. The young man ignored him, climbing silently into the back of the truck. As the engine roared to life and the walls of the settlement faded behind them, Xiongsu couldn't shake the image of the man who died in the street earlier, the woman who followed him into death, the boy with the bubbles taken at gunpoint. None of this was normal. And the further they got from the wall, the more he felt it, like something old was watching them, waiting. Meanwhile, back at the school, Teacher Jiang lit a lantern in the hallway. Most of the students were asleep. Liu Yuan sat on his bed, staring at the floor. His hands were clenched. His eyes glowed faintly, for just a second. And then they faded. He whispered to no one in particular, I didn't ask for this. Back in the truck. As the convoy rolled toward the looming shadow of Mount Jing, Xiongsu looked out the window. Trees lined the road like sentries. The mist was growing thicker. Wang Fuji spoke suddenly beside him, you ever wonder what's really out there? Xiongsu didn't answer. But deep inside, a voice whispered, I'm about to find out. Yang Xiaojin steps out of the vehicle, her crimson horns casting a long shadow in the orange twilight. Her sharp eyes narrow at the arguing group near the supply truck. Enough. Her voice cuts through the forest air like a blade. The soldiers stop mid-scolding and glance her way, startled by her presence. Xiongsu freezes too, crumbs still on his lips, a half-eaten cookie in his hand. He offers a sheepish grin. Yang Xiaojin walks up to him, eyes locked onto his with quiet intensity. You're our only guide, aren't you? Xiongsu nods slowly. Apparently. Then let him eat. If he dies from hunger before the mountain kills us, you can explain that to Boss Luo. The soldiers grumble but step away, casting annoyed glances. Xiongsu takes another bite, exaggerated and smug. He meets Yang Xiaojin's gaze again, chewing loudly. "You're all right," he says with his mouth full. "Don't push it." That night, as the makeshift camp flickers under lantern light, the atmosphere turns tense. The forest around them is unnaturally still, no insects, no owls, no wind. Just an eerie silence that sets everyone's nerves on edge. Inside one of the tents, Luo Xinyu polishes a compact scanner, occasionally glancing toward the shadowy treetops. She doesn't speak, but her shoulders are rigid with worry. Xiongsu, lying on a mat near the campfire, watches the flames dance. He clutches the skill scroll he received earlier, his fingers running along the old, parchment-like edges. He hasn't opened it yet, unsure what power it might hold or what it might cost him. Behind him, Yang Xiaojin appears, tossing him a bottle of water. "Don't die from dehydration either. You're full of kindness tonight. Just don't get in my way when things go wrong." Because they will. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, Liu Yuan stands by the window of the classroom-turned-dormitory. Sister Xiao watches him with concern. "Are you okay?" He doesn't answer. His eyes glow faintly again. It's getting harder to stop it now. Outside, a bird crashes into the glass and falls to the ground, dead. Liu Yuan clenches his jaw. Back in the forest, near midnight, a soldier screams. The entire camp jolts awake. The scream is sharp, desperate, and then, nothing. Guns are drawn. Lights flicker on. Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu step out fully armed. Xiongsu rushes to the edge of the camp, scanning the trees. One of the soldiers, pale and shaking, points into the woods. He just disappeared. Something grabbed him. "I swear." There's blood in the grass, dragged in a long arc into the dark forest. Yang Xiaojin whispers, "We're not alone on this mountain." Xiongsu's heart pounds. The memory of the soldiers returning broken from the last expedition flashes in his mind. He tightens his grip on the scroll. He thinks, whatever's up there, it's not just wolves. Yang Xiaojin sits in silence for a moment, the firelight reflecting off her sharp eyes and crimson horns. Xiongsu doesn't say anything at first, just continues slowly turning the fish over the fire. The skin crisps and crackles, and the scent is richer, smokier than before. "You're not useless after all," she finally says, breaking the silence. Xiongsu smirks without looking at her. "That's the nicest thing anyone said to me today. Even if it's a low bar." She watches him a little longer, then gestures to the fish. "That was clever. Using the ant queen. Would have been cleverer not to almost get eaten by its dad," he mutters, glancing toward the river. "There's something huge in that water. Bigger than the one I killed. Smarter, maybe." Yang Xiaojin's expression turns serious. "Another reason we shouldn't stay here long." They both fall silent again, the sounds of the other soldiers laughing and eating drifting faintly over from the main camp. "You really don't want to be here, do you?" she asks suddenly. Xiongsu pokes at the coals. "No one sane would. Then why didn't you run?" He doesn't answer right away. The fire pops softly. "Because my brother's still back there. And if I don't do this, someday, someone will come for him too." Yang Xiaojin studies him for a moment, then nods slowly. "So you're the type that stays when it matters." "Not brave," Xiongsu says. "Just tired of watching people die because no one stepped forward." She leans back slightly, arms resting on her knees. "Well, if we survive this, maybe I'll buy you dinner. Will it involve giant ants and river monsters?" "Only if you cook." They share a small, tired laugh. Just then, a sudden rustle from the edge of the trees makes both of them tense. Xiongsu instinctively reaches for his stick spear. Yang Xiaojin is already drawing a small blade from her side. A shadow slinks just outside the firelight, too low for a man, too fluid for a deer. Xiongsu's heart rate spikes. "That's not one of your soldiers, is it?" Yang Xiaojin doesn't answer. She's already on her feet. Elsewhere, back at the main camp, one of the soldiers patrolling the perimeter stumbles upon a patch of disturbed earth. He kneels, touching it. Suddenly, his flashlight flickers and dies. Heavy breathing. Behind him. He turns, too late. A flash of motion. A gurgled scream. Back at the fire, Yang Xiao Jin and Xiongsu both hear it. One scream. Cut short. They look at each other. "It's starting," she says. "We need to wake the others." "Too late," says a new voice. They spin around. Luo Xinyu stands nearby, eyes wide, weapon in hand. They're already inside the camp. Yang Xiaojin sits in silence for a moment, the firelight reflecting off her sharp eyes and crimson horns. Xiongsu doesn't say anything at first, just continues slowly turning the fish over the fire. The skin crisps and crackles, and the scent is richer, smokier than before. "You're not useless after all," she finally says, breaking the silence. Xiongsu smirks without looking at her. "That's the nicest thing anyone said to me today. Even if it's a low bar." She watches him a little longer, then gestures to the fish. "That was clever. Using the ant queen. Would have been cleverer not to almost get eaten by its dad," he mutters, glancing toward the river. "There's something huge in that water. Bigger than the one I killed. Smarter, maybe." Yang Xiaojin's expression turns serious. "Another reason we shouldn't stay here long." They both fall silent again, the sounds of the other soldiers laughing and eating drifting faintly over from the main camp. "You really don't want to be here, do you?" she asks suddenly. Xiongsu pokes at the coals. "No one sane would. Then why didn't you run?" He doesn't answer right away. The fire pops softly. "Because my brother's still back there. And if I don't do this, someday, someone will come for him too." Yang Xiaojin studies him for a moment, then nods slowly. "So you're the type that stays when it matters." "Not brave," Xiongsu says. "Just tired of watching people die because no one stepped forward." She leans back slightly, arms resting on her knees. "Well, if we survive this, maybe I'll buy you dinner. Will it involve giant ants and river monsters?" "Only if you cook." They share a small, tired laugh. Just then, a sudden rustle from the edge of the trees makes both of them tense. Xiongsu instinctively reaches for his stick spear. Yang Xiaojin is already drawing a small blade from her side. A shadow slinks just outside the firelight, too low for a man, too fluid for a deer. Xiongsu's heart rate spikes. "That's not one of your soldiers, is it?" Yang Xiaojin doesn't answer. She's already on her feet. The girl said only one word, fish. Not exactly a warm introduction. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and pointed it directly at Shangu, clearly threatening him. Startled and confused, Shangu reluctantly agreed to hand over 2 pieces of fish. He was unpleasantly surprised by her aggressive behavior but knew better than to argue with someone holding a loaded weapon. Before he could say anything else, a second woman appeared from behind the tents, also demanding 2 pieces of fish. It seemed Shangu had unintentionally started a seafood buffet. He gave up the fish, he couldn't refuse them, not with armed women popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Just then, a young man named Luo Shinu approached. He reached into his coat and offered Shangu a chocolate bar in return for his generosity. In a blink, he popped the entire thing into his mouth, barely chewing before it was gone. Shangu blinked, surprised. Luo grinned and muttered, "I'll bring you another one," already regretting his impulsive generosity. Meanwhile, the first girl, Yang Xiaojin, still hadn't lowered her weapon. Without a word, she reached into her pouch and sprinkled spices over the fish. Shangu, who'd been too nervous to notice before, now caught a better glimpse of her face, and found himself unexpectedly captivated. "Are all the girls beyond the wall this beautiful?" He wondered, a bit dazed. By morning, the tension of the previous night had settled into fatigue. Shangu awoke slowly, lying some distance from the mercenary camp on a makeshift bed of bundled clothes and leaves. His eyes, heavy with sleep, wandered across the landscape. The camp was already stirring. Some soldiers were up and sharpening weapons, others were still snoring in their tents. Stretching with a groan, Shangu made his way into the nearby forest. Something felt off. On the ground, he spotted fresh footprints, right near the spot where he discarded the fish bones the night before. His pulse quickened. A predator had been here. Close. Too close. He crouched instinctively and gripped his knife, eyes scanning the trees. Moments later, he returned to camp where the soldiers were packing up their gear. One of them barked an order for Shangu to ride in the first vehicle and lead the way. He agreed, but quickly warned the man opposite him, "Tell everyone to stay away from the river." The soldier looked at him, puzzled. "What's there to be afraid of?" "In the river?" Shangu didn't answer. He just looked ahead. Once the squad was ready to move, the convoy began rolling out. Shangu rode in the lead vehicle, eyes alert as they moved through the dense terrain. Everything seemed calm until the driver suddenly shouted, "Something's ahead." The entire convoy ground to a halt. Shangu squinted out the window and, to his surprise, saw a deer standing directly in the path. Soldiers leapt from their vehicles, weapons at the ready. But the deer didn't move. It just stood there, unmoving, staring them down like it owned the road. Over the radio, the lead commander ordered, "Nobody move. Don't shoot. Do not provoke it." Someone muttered, relieved, "It's just a herbivore." That thought didn't age well. As soon as a soldier approached, the deer charged straight at the group with terrifying speed. The driver of the lead car swerved hard, barely dodging the creature. But the second vehicle wasn't so lucky. The deer's massive antlers slammed into it with bone-jarring force, lifting the front of the car off the ground. Shangu watched in shock as the beast reared its head and flipped the car. Gunfire rang out as the soldiers opened fire, but the deer vanished into the forest, wounded but not dead. The dust settled. Soldiers scrambled out of their vehicles, shaken. Shangu noticed that young Xiao Jin hadn't fired a single shot. She stood calmly, almost aloof, as if the chaos hadn't touched her at all. One soldier was injured, lying beside the overturned car. "Help him," a voice called to Shangu. He walked over, unhurried, and knelt by the man. After a quick check, he concluded the injury was just a scratch. Nothing serious. Meanwhile, the soldiers inspected the wrecked vehicle. It was totaled, no chance of repair. With no time to waste, the survivors crammed into the remaining cars and prepared to move out. As the convoy rolled forward again, a voice grumbled from the back, "Why is Shango still riding in the front?" "They moved me back." Before he could finish his complaint, the man grabbed his neck with a sudden gasp and collapsed to the ground. Everyone froze. Soldiers rushed over. They inspected the car, confused. There was no sign of an attack, no visible threat. A nearby soldier checked the fallen man's pulse and looked up grimly. "He's not breathing." The group fell silent. Shangu stood still, eyes fixed on the lifeless body. Cold dread crept over him. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. And he had no idea what was coming next. The soldier who had been standing next to the deceased man tried to explain what he saw, but no one could make much sense of it. As tension thickened in the air, a strange sound echoed from deep within the forest. Everyone froze. It was too loud and too unnatural to ignore. Whispers spread quickly. There was something out there. One soldier, clearly unnerved, suggested that they should call off the mission and turn back. "It's getting too dangerous," he said. But the senior officer, firm and unyielding, snapped back, "We have our orders. We complete them, or we don't come back at all." Before the argument could escalate, Luo Xinu, who had been quietly observing the commotion, interjected, "Enough bickering. Let's just get out of this cursed forest." She threw a glance at Shangu and added with dry sarcasm, "You ride in the back this time. Try not to attract any more wildlife." As the soldiers prepared to move out, they examined the body of the dead soldier one more time. That's when they noticed it, a small, almost invisible beast sting lodged in his neck. Shangu frowned. He wasn't a medical expert, but it seemed far-fetched that a grown man could drop dead from just bee venom. Back at the vehicles, some of the soldiers called out for Shangu. He responded that he was coming and began walking back. The soldier's body was zipped into a bag and loaded into the truck, right next to where Shangu would be sitting. This didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. He helped himself to the military's food supplies, chewing contentedly while staring into space. The soldiers heard him talking to himself in the back and exchanged glances. "I'm telling you," one of them whispered. "There's something off about that guy." Another soldier broke the silence with a strange observation, "Why is it getting hotter the further north we go?" The temperature was rising, noticeably. By late the next day, the convoy reached a mountain range veiled in dust and smoke, its peaks still faintly glowing under the fading light. The soldiers disembarked at the base of the mountains, tired and weary. One man suddenly pointed upward. "Look! There's something written up there." They all looked up. Before them stood a massive stone slab, weathered by time but unmistakable in its message, "Better not to enter here alive." The soldiers stared at the message in stunned silence. Who had carved this ominous warning? One of them turned to Shangu, who stood at a distance, gazing up at the stone. "Did you know about this?" the soldier asked. Shangu shook his head. "No. This wasn't here last year." The atmosphere shifted. Suspicion filled the air. "Why were you here last year?" another soldier asked, stepping forward with a narrowed gaze. When Shangu hesitated, one soldier raised his gun. Shangu raised his hands, exasperated. "What do you want me to say?" "I'm too short to leave a message that high up." He quickly explained that he had been chased by wolves last year and had run deep into the forest. "They weren't after me, exactly, I just happened to be nearby." The memory hit him in flashes, running through the trees, heart pounding, unsure if he would survive. The wolves had only stopped chasing him once he entered the canyon known as the Howling Wind. The sound of that name alone quieted the crowd. "You hid there?" one soldier asked. "For how long?" 2 days, Shangu replied. "I don't know what's deeper inside, and I didn't want to find out." A heavy silence followed. Then someone speculated, maybe the warning was left by someone with superpowers. Another soldier immediately scoffed. "Enough with the fairy tales. This is a top military operation. You want to survive, stop acting like we're in a comic book." Shangu, meanwhile, took quiet note of how disorganized this so-called private army really was. Just then, another strange sound broke through the heavy silence, this one coming from the rear of the convoy. Weapons were drawn instantly. 2 soldiers rushed to the noise and fired several bursts at the presumed threat. When the dust settled, the terrifying intruder turned out to be a mouse. A tiny, hungry mouse nibbling at their food supplies. The silence that followed was long and awkward. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called out, his voice tight with shock. "Shangu, come here." "Where's the body?" Shangu blinked. "What do you mean, where's the body?" They rushed to the truck. The corpse bag, gone. Vanished. The vehicle was empty. Another soldier spun on Shangu, interrogating him with wide eyes. "What happened to it?" "I don't know," Shangu said honestly, still scanning the interior. "I was sitting right next to it." Fear now gripped the camp. The soldier who had earlier pushed for a retreat raised his voice again, more urgently this time. "We need to turn back, now. This place isn't right." This time, the commanding officer hesitated. The certainty in his eyes wavered. He gathered the soldiers around him and took a long The soldiers discussed the situation in hushed, tense voices. Everything was on the table, the ominous inscription carved into the cobblestone, the mysterious death of one of their own, and the unseen dangers lurking in the forest. No one had answers. Only more questions. Breaking the uneasy silence, the blue-haired girl adjusted her glasses and calmly said, "Honestly, I think the forest is safer than that canyon. At least we know what's here, sort of." Her voice was cool and measured, a stark contrast to the rising anxiety around her. The commander wiped sweat from his brow, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure. Seeing this, the girl offered him a steadying look. "Relax. If it's your position in this private army that's worrying you, I'll help you get transferred out once we're back beyond the wall." Although that wasn't exactly what the commander was fretting over, he gave a slight nod. "Thanks," he muttered, accepting her reassurance more than her offer. After weighing everything carefully, he finally made his decision. "We rest here for the night," he declared. "At dawn, we return behind the wall. Going forward now, it's too risky." As the group began settling down, Shangu climbed atop one of the cars, scanning the horizon. That's when he saw it, a faint silhouette in the distance, barely visible against the darkening sky. His face paled. Squinting hard, he focused. A wolf. White fur, blue eyes. And it was grinning at him. Heart pounding, he shouted down to the others, "Wolves! Everyone to the gorge! Now!" Gasps and chaos followed his cry. One soldier shouted back in protest, "Are you crazy? We'll be torn apart in the gorge." But Shangu was already leaping from vehicle to vehicle, frantically urging the soldiers to move. "If we don't run, we die here." He ducked and scooped up the dead mouse from earlier, the one the soldiers had riddled with bullets. At the same moment, the first of the wolves emerged from the tree line, snarling, savage, and not alone. The pack charged. Without hesitation, the wolves descended on the soldiers, attacking with terrifying speed and brutality. Screams filled the air. One beast lunged straight at Shangu. He barely managed to leap from the back of the car and roll to the side before it could sink its teeth into him. Nearby, a soldier was pounding on a car door, trying to get in. "Open up! Let me in!" But the soldier inside shouted back in panic, "We need to go. Now!" The vehicle surged forward. The man outside was dragged down by a wolf, his screams echoing horribly across the clearing. His shrieks of pain chilled everyone to the bone. Shangu sprinted after the moving convoy, trying to catch up on foot, desperate to reach the gorge. Just then, a second vehicle swerved beside him and braked hard. He looked up to see Yang Xiao Jin, still as cool as ever, leaning out with her gun pointed, not at him, but at the driver. "Get in," she ordered flatly, extending her hand. Shangu blinked. "Are you threatening him?" She said nothing. But when she pulled out a second pistol and casually aimed it at him, he understood. All right. All right. No need to be so welcoming, he muttered, jumping into the car. Moments later, 3 vehicles broke off from the larger convoy and sped into the gorge, barely escaping the wolf pack. Blooded and snarling, the wolves watched the survivors go, their glowing blue eyes tracking every movement before, one by one, they slowly turned and slinked away. Inside the gorge, the shaken soldiers began to catch their breath. One of them looked at Shangu and finally admitted, "You didn't lie to us." Another pointed at the rat carcass in his hand. "But why'd you bring that?" Shangu replied dryly, "Food still in the back of the truck. It's this or nothing." Suddenly, something flashed past Shangu's face. A knife whistled through the air and landed with a thunk, straight into the rat's body. The girl in the elaborate hood, one of the few who hadn't panicked, smirked and offered, "Share the food with me, and you can borrow my knife. Or I could just keep it." Shangu grinned. That moment of levity vanished in an instant when a loud thud shook the ground. Everyone turned. The massive body of a giant spider dropped from above. Yang Xiao Jin immediately raised her pistol and aimed at the twitching legs. Then the sky darkened. Looking up, the soldiers saw a horrifying sight, hundreds, maybe thousands, of spiders pouring down the canyon walls. The horde was endless, crawling toward them with terrifying speed and intent. Shangu's instincts kicked in. "Run," he shouted at the top of his lungs. One of the officers grabbed his arm. "You help at least 10 people get out of the ravine." But Shangu hesitated, frozen in the moment. His mind raced, the spiders closing in, the fate of everyone teetering on his next decision. The soldiers barely have time to catch their breath before a new horror descends from above. Panic took hold of Shangu's face as the chaos around him escalated. The other soldiers, finally snapping out of their own shock, began to flee in all directions. But there was no safe path. Spiders weren't the only threat anymore. New creatures, monstrous and grotesque, descended from the sky. They resembled flies, twisted, oversized versions, their wings buzzing with a sound that froze blood. Frantically, the soldiers rushed toward the cars scattered nearby, climbing in, slamming doors, screaming orders. But the monsters kept coming. It was like a nightmare come alive. Some soldiers, despite their desperation, couldn't make it. One man stumbled, looked back, and froze. A massive beast dropped from above, pinning him down with a wet, sickening crunch. He screamed, struggling under the monster's crushing weight. But behind him were more, dozens, maybe hundreds, of skittering horrors. No one dared help him. Another soldier tripped over a cobblestone, falling hard. He tried to crawl, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Fear had completely paralyzed him. A shadow loomed over him. Too late. A splatter of blood burst into the air as a monster lunged. But before the thing could finish him off, a flash of steel cut through the chaos, Shangu's knife, slicing straight through the beast's throat. It dropped, twitching, and the young man quickly checked on the soldier he had saved. But the man's eyes had rolled back, foam frothing at the corners of his mouth. Without wasting a moment, Shangu heaved the limp body onto his shoulders and sprinted toward the nearest car. The vehicles were nearly full, soldiers yelling, engines revving, but Shangu shoved the man into the back seat. The jolt of impact snapped the soldier out of his daze, and Shangu barked, "Drive." He grabbed the passenger door, ready to jump in, but Yang Xiao Jin blocked him, her gun raised again. His breath caught, but she wasn't aiming at him. With a deafening bang, she fired, hitting a monster that had been right behind Shangu. Its body dropped with a wet thud. Shangu stared at her, unsure whether to feel thankful or threatened. She stared back coldly. "Get in," she ordered. They both jumped into the car just as more monsters swarmed around them. The rescued soldier fumbled at the controls, barely functioning. But there was no time to wait. "Drive! Now!" Shangu roared, slamming a hand on the dashboard. As if shaken. Awake by the sheer force of the moment, the driver stomped the pedal. The car lunged forward, but then a monster landed directly on the windshield, blocking the view with its disgusting, alien body. Shangu and Yang Xiao Jin worked in sync, knives slashing, guns firing. The beast shrieked and slid off the hood. Finally, the car broke free, racing away from the monsters swarming behind them. In the rearview mirror, the spider horde faded into dust. Shangu breathed hard, clutching the door, heart pounding. They made it. Yang Xiao Jin, watching him out of the corner of her eye, seemed quietly impressed by his strength. She glanced at the driver slumped beside her. Shangu had carried that man while outrunning monsters. The soldier behind the wheel looked back, eyes wide. You saved my life, he said quietly. I'll repay you. I swear it. A soft chime echoed in Shangu's mind. Gratitude coin +1, 74 of 100. The car sped deeper into the gorge. 3 survivors, 1 vehicle, and no guarantee of what waited ahead. Just after the driver's promise to repay him, Shangu hears the soft chime again. Gratitude coin +1, 75 of 100. He tries to hide his smirk, brushing off the moment with a dry laugh. But beside him, young Xiao Jin narrows her eyes. She clearly isn't amused. Her gaze lingers coldly on the protagonist, and for a moment, the air feels heavier. Shangu senses the weight of her suspicion. I should stop drawing attention, he thinks grimly. Too many good deeds, and someone might start asking how I'm pulling them off. But the damage is done. Despite the tension, the expedition manages to escape the canyon. Shangu, despite everything, saves more than 10 people. Another notification flashes in his mind, +1 strength point acquired. It surprises him. Even the palace rewards choices now? That's unsettling. The system, it seems, is watching too closely. The truck rumbles through the gorge's exit, passing jagged rock faces and shattered cliff walls. The terrain opens up, and that's when the driver slows the car. Bones. Dozens of them. Human. Strewn across the gorge like brittle autumn leaves. Shangu swallows hard. The memory of those monsters flashes in his mind, those insect things with human faces. They weren't just killing people, he mutters. They were eating their souls. The others say nothing. Eventually, the vehicles grind to a halt. Shangu steps out and scans the scene. Only 11 people remain. Too many gone, one soldier mutters, voice barely audible. A second soldier, his face pale with panic, blurts out, "We have to go back. We should never have come here." But another snaps, "There's no going back, we'd just die in the gorge again." Tension boils. Shouts rise. Fingers point. The commander silences them all with a sharp bark. Enough. Rest while you can. We return through the gorge tomorrow, if we'd lucky enough to survive it again. But Luo Shinu, quiet until now, speaks. Her voice cuts through the stillness. What was the real purpose of this expedition to Mount Jing? She asks evenly. The question stabs through the moment like a blade. Shangu turns his head slightly. The air thickens. The commander glares at her. Suspicion. Irritation. Fear. Another soldier echoes her question, but the commander's voice turns cold. I don't owe you answers. You're not my brothers. We're strangers on a suicide march. Shangu leans against the back of the truck. Jaw tight. His mind races. So many dead, and still no one knows why they came. His eyes drift to Luo Shinu. She's not as innocent as she seems, he realizes. That one question, it lit the fuse. A shadow crosses his vision. It's young Xiao Jin. She stops near him. I'm hungry, she says flatly. The remark grates on Shangu's nerves. You're not my girlfriend, he mutters under his breath. But her response is even sharper. Return the knife. Her hand drifts toward her gun. Shangu raises a brow. Fine. Let's eat. She smirks slightly. They decide to cook the mouse. Apparently, she managed to snatch food during the insect swarm. He offers a nod of grudging respect. Together, they prepare what little they have. Soon, smoke rises from the pan. Meat sizzles. The aroma of cooked food drifts through the camp. The other soldiers, tense, bitter, lost, quiet down. One by one, heads turn toward the fire. For a moment, the arguing stops. As Shangu cuts the final bits of meat, he looks down at the rest of the mouse. Useless now. With a sigh, he tosses the leftover carcass aside. Gasps follow. One soldier steps forward, incredulous. What are you doing? That was still food. If you want it, Luo Shinu says coldly, go pick it up. The soldier stares at the remains and shakes his head, pale. No. I'm not eating that. Silence returns. The fire crackles. 11 survivors. One half-cooked rodent. And no one knows what tomorrow holds. As the soldiers silently gather around the campfire, trying to make peace with the warmth and the stench of roasting rodent, Shangu breaks the silence. You know, he says, voice casual but tinged with irony, a lot of people behind the wall pay good money to eat birds' nests. A few soldiers glance at him, confused. I'm talking about swallows, he continues. They build those fancy little nests out of spit and twigs. Tastes like wet paper. And who knows what diseases those birds carry. The soldier nearest to him, spoon halfway to his mouth, freezes. A flicker of irritation crosses his face. Shangu shrugs, tossing a glance toward the still smoking mouse bones. Compared to that, a mouse isn't the worst thing you've eaten. No one argues. The silence that follows is tense but oddly peaceful, broken only by the low crackle of flames and the occasional groan of hunger from one of the troops. Time passes. Shangu leans back slightly, recalling something. I should have a basic skill copy scroll left. He thinks, fingers brushing the edge of his inventory pouch. He opens his interface and tries to request skill data from Yang Xiaojin through the palace system. Access denied, target skill visibility restricted. He frowns. I've accessed her skill profile before, he argues mentally. Why block it now? He asks the palace again for just the level of her skills. Yang Xiaojin, skill tier, advance the word sting. His fists tighten slightly in his lap. So she's stronger than me, how officially. But those are refined, polished skills, he reasons. Mine are born from surviving hell. He smirks bitterly. No way she beats me in a real fight. With a sigh, he activates the basic skill copy scroll. Copied skill, efficient pebble sorting, passive utility. Seriously, he mutters aloud. Before he can reflect further, Yang Xiaojin glances at him. How's the meat? Shangu looks up and forces a smile. In the wasteland, you cook food and boil water longer. Especially when you don't want to die in your sleep. He pokes the sizzling meat with a stick. It's done now. Right on cue, the sound of growling stomachs fills the air. The other soldiers glance over, eyes locked on the cooked food. The commander steps forward. Anyone still hiding rations? He asks gruffly. Silence. Shangu's grin widens. No one's going to admit it. Not after everything. The commander's eyes narrow. He turns to Shangu. Then since you seem to know how to survive, you'll be in charge of food tomorrow. New task received, acquire rations for the unit, reward pending. Shangu sighs and rises slowly, still holding a skewer of cooked meat. He looks around deliberately, then points at one of the men across the fire. He says calmly. I saw you hide food in the back of the truck earlier. The entire group turns to the accused soldier. The commander steps forward, palm open. Hand it over. But the soldier doesn't move. Then, rage flares in his eyes. Without warning, he yanks a sidearm from his belt and levels it at the commander. The fire's glow dances across his furious expression. You don't give orders to me, he growls. This is my food. You think you can just take it? The commander freezes. A hush falls over the camp. Shangu steps slightly to the side, quietly calculating the distance between himself and the gunman. But the commander doesn't retaliate. He lifts his hand slowly, voice low and even. We're all trying to survive here. If we work together, we might actually make it out. The gunman's jaw tightens. Another soldier speaks up, trying to mediate. Let's look for food together in the morning. No one's saying we'll take everything. But the man holding the gun shakes his head. And if we don't find anything? Then what? You expect me to starve while you eat off me? His eyes flicker around at the others. Paranoia. Desperation. He doesn't lower the weapon. And before anyone else can speak. Out of the corner of his eye, Shangu caught a blur of motion, the commander suddenly lunging forward. With a sharp, precise kick, the captain's boot slammed into the rebel soldier's stomach, sending him flying. The force of the blow was enough to throw the man off balance. He crashed to the ground with a grunt but stubbornly kept his pistol raised, trembling slightly as he fought to rise. Breath heaved from his lungs. His face twisted in fury, hatred, and disbelief. Before anyone could move, a chilling shift occurred in the air. One of the other soldiers, who'd remained quiet until now, suddenly lunged toward the commander from behind, knife gleaming under firelight. The commander turned just in time, eyes wide in genuine shock. But he didn't raise a hand. He didn't need to. From his shadow, a dark creature exploded forth, shapeless at first, then solidifying into a twisted, shadowy mirror of the commander himself. It moved fast. Too fast. With inhuman fluidity, the creature intercepted the assailant's strike, redirecting the knife, slamming it back into the attacker's own abdomen. Gasps rang out around the fire. The man screamed and dropped, clutching his bleeding gut. Then, another shot rang out. The man who had hoarded the food had managed to fire his pistol, but the shadow creature moved again, standing between him and the commander. The bullets tore forward but collided against the dense, black form with a metallic clang, deflecting off like they'd hit steel. One by one, they dropped to the ground, glowing slightly red from the friction. No one moved. No one breathed. Even Shanggu sat frozen, stunned. That wasn't a skill. That was a real superpower. He turned his head toward Yang Xiaojin. She was still sitting beside him, calmly chewing a piece of cooked meat, eyes half-lidded, showing no reaction at all. Typical. The firelight flickered across the commander's still form. The two shadow duplicates stood flanking him in perfect silence. For a moment, he looked almost like a god standing before mortals. Then, the shadows dissolved into wisps of black mist, vanishing into the night. The commander exhaled and lowered his head. His voice was firm, but low. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I just wanted to stop this before it turned into a massacre. No one replied. Shanggu and Yang Xiaojin quietly returned to their seats. The injured man on the ground groaned, writhing in pain. Blood seeped from the stab wound in his abdomen, soaking the dirt beneath him. The commander turned toward Shanggu. Check his wound. Without a word, Shanggu got up and approached. He knelt beside the man, gently pushing back his shirt to inspect the gash. Deep, he muttered. Clean entry. But not fatal. The wounded man's eyes flickered open. His face was pale with pain. How long do I have? The commander answered before Shanggu could. I didn't hit anything vital. Then he looked down at the protagonist again. Shanggu, use your medicine. Heal him. Shanggu hesitated for a moment, just a breath. Then he reached into his pouch, pulling out a compact medical pack wrapped in cloth. He opened it slowly. As Shanggu knelt beside the wounded man, he didn't reach for his medicine immediately. Instead, he straightened, crossed his arms, and looked up at the commander. I was hired as a guide, he said coolly. Not your personal medic. You want my supplies? Then pay for them. The commander narrowed his eyes. I lost my wallet during the ambush. Shanggu didn't flinch. Not my problem. A sudden thought crossed his mind. With a smirk, he reached into the injured soldier's jacket, and sure enough, found a pouch of crumpled bills. Well, he muttered. Looks like he was holding out. He waved the cash with mock cheerfulness. Payment accepted. From nearby, Luo Xinu stepped forward. I've got a sewing kit, she offered, casually. The commander nodded. Stitch him up. As she knelt to help, the commander crouched beside the fire, gaze distant. His voice came low and measured, almost thoughtful. A long time ago, there were traces of civilization in this region, before the cataclysm. We were sent by the higher-ups to mark the paths through these mountains, to prep for future expeditions to the ruins. He paused. But when I came here, I realized something. These mountains hide more than just ruins. There are secrets buried here. Things the higher-ups probably never wanted to face. He looked around, his voice quieter. I changed my mind. I'm not going back behind the wall. It's more dangerous there now. Especially after what happened earlier. His meaning was clear, his superpowers had been exposed. There was no return for someone like him. He scanned the soldiers. You've seen what's out here. You've seen what's following us. If any of you still want to go back, I won't stop you. But if you want to live, you follow me. A brief silence followed. Then Yang Xiaojin stepped forward, licking the last of her food from her fingers. I'm coming, she said simply. Too dangerous to go alone. Another soldier nodded. Best way to stay alive is to follow the guy who can summon shadows. One by one, hands began to rise. The commander gave a short nod of approval. Then Luo Xinu, standing by the fire, looked at Shanggu. I'll go too, if he goes. Shanggu raised an eyebrow, and then lazily raised his hand. The group was decided. Good, the commander said. We move at dawn. He turned to the vehicles. We'll abandon the cars. There's forest ahead. We go on foot. He looked at the wounded soldier still lying on the ground. Someone will carry him. Before anyone else could speak, Shanggu stepped forward. I'll do it, he said, surprising everyone. I could use the arm workout. The soldiers blinked, unsure whether to be impressed or suspicious. With the help of another soldier, Shanggu hoisted the wounded man onto a makeshift stretcher. They moved together into the dense forest. The commander walked alongside, stealing glances at Shanggu, his brows furrowed. He didn't understand what the young man was playing at, too helpful, too calm. But Shanggu didn't care. He tended the wounded man's bandages gently, professionally. And with every groan of relief, with every whispered thank you, he felt the weight in his palm, the tingle of another gratitude coin forming. Click! Another one. He grinned to himself. This was easier than he thought. Shanggu was quietly satisfied. So that's how it's done, he thought smugly, glancing down at the gratitude coin in his hand. Play the hero, earn a thank you. Easy. Without breaking pace, the group pushed deeper into the forest. It had only been a year since Shanggu was last here, but the change was jarring. The trees had grown taller, their branches thicker and denser, like the forest had been feeding off something unnatural. Suddenly, a shout broke through the rustle of leaves. Shanggu turned around sharply, just in time to see one of the soldiers looming over Luo Xinu, backing her against a tree. She was clearly uncomfortable, adjusting her clothes as she stepped away from him. Before Shanggu could intervene, a cold click cut through the air. Yang Xiaojin had appeared behind the soldier, a pistol jammed directly into the back of his skull. The soldier's hands flew up immediately in surrender. Yang's tone was calm but lethal. His gun's yours now, Shanggu. Shanggu blinked in surprise. Mine? For a moment, his face lit up with unrestrained glee. Without hesitation, he dropped the stretcher and bolted toward the man, snatching the weapon from its holster like a kid grabbing candy. He turned it over in his hands, admiring the craftsmanship with reverence. The disarmed soldier hissed, "You think a vagrant like him can use that?" But his words fell flat. Shanggu was already expertly checking the sights, the weight, the chamber. He knew guns, and it showed. Yang Xiaojin narrowed her eyes at the soldier. "You want to test that theory," she said, her tone sharp. He didn't. He turned and disappeared into the woods. Yang crossed her arms and tilted her head toward Shanggu. "Who? I'll admit it, you're not bad with weapons." From a distance, the commander had watched the whole exchange in silence. He now stepped forward, eyes locked on Shanggu. "You're resourceful," he said. "Can you find food for the squad?" Shanggu shrugged. "I can't just summon boars out of thin air." As if on cue, a loud crack echoed through the trees, followed by a heavy thud. The squad turned toward the sound. Lying a few meters away was a wild boar, unconscious at the base of a tree, a small trickle of blood on its snout. Everyone stared. Shanggu turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing. That little brat again? He could practically feel his younger brother's distant wish shaping the world around. Soldiers wasted no time. Knives flashed as they began butchering the animal. Shanggu approached calmly, watching the red pool grow. "Don't leave any for later," he warned. "And be careful with the blood. Out here, you reek of meat and you'll wake up to thumb-sized ants chewing your bones." The commander, though already familiar with these dangers, gave him a nod of genuine appreciation. "Thanks. Good call." Luo Xinu, standing nearby, silently observed the exchange. Her gaze lingered on Shanggu, thoughtful, maybe even impressed. That night, the squad finally rested. Campfires crackled softly, and the rich aroma of cooked meat hung in the air. Shanggu ate quietly under a tree, savoring the rare moment of peace. Luo Xinu sat down beside him, brushing her hair back. "Not bad," she said, voice light. "Moonlight, fire, good food. Almost romantic, don't you think?" Shanggu didn't look up. "We're surviving," he replied flatly. "Not dating." She laughed, unbothered. "Still, you're pretty charming. Handsome, too." Shanggu chewed slowly, one eyebrow raised. His instincts flared. Why now? Why the sudden attention? He'd seen her hovering near the commander more than once, clearly trying to cozy up to him, but each time, she'd been brushed off. Now she was here, beside him, turning on the charm. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, suspicious. "What are you really after, Luo Xinu?" Shanggu leaned back against the tree, chewing slowly, watching the firelight flicker across Luo Xinu's face. "She thinks I'm just another naive kid," he thought, some fool who'll melt at a few sweet words and a pretty smile. His expression hardened. "Stay away from me," he said sharply. Luo Xinu blinked, taken aback. She rose from the log, brushing off her clothes, trying to recover her composure. "You've got it wrong," she said softly. "I like you. Really." She reached out and gently touched his cheek, her fingers feather-light. But Shanggu wasn't moved. His eyes narrowed, and his voice came out rough and loud. "Shut your mouth." The sudden outburst echoed off the nearby trees. Both of them fell silent. Yang Xiaojin, seated quietly just a few steps away, looked over, eyes sharp and unreadable. Her gaze lingered for a moment. Luo Xinu turned and walked away, her shoulders stiff. Shanggu watched her go, expression unreadable. Girls like that, ever since I learned how to hunt, they've always been around. Clingy, useless. Not even worth keeping around for free. Before he could dwell on it further, a soldier approached the commander. "Sir, we're out of water." The commander stood and turned toward Shanggu. "Where can we find more?" Right then, a familiar ping echoed in Shanggu's mind. The palace had issued a new task: teach the squad how to acquire water. He stepped forward. "There are two ways, streams and dew," he said. "But today, we're lucky. Pine trees." He pointed to the cluster of towering pines nearby. "The sap and the dew from the needles can keep you alive, at least for now." Immediately, a small notification from the palace flashed before him, +2 strength points. Grinning, Shanggu jumped up, grabbing onto a branch and swinging himself higher into the trees with surprising agility. The soldiers below watched in stunned silence as he scraped the needles and collected blades of grass, tapping them into his mouth to sip the bitter liquid inside. "It tastes awful," he said, "but unless you want to die of thirst, copy me." He demonstrated again, squeezing a blade of grass until a small drop hit his tongue. It was warm, bitter, slightly acidic, but it worked. Above, Yang Xiaojin was already perched on a branch, watching him closely. Without a word, she mirrored his actions, sipping dew from a pine needle. Shanggu smiled at her, genuinely, for once. Then, the palace chimed again, new skill available, bomb creation. "Accept," he said quickly, then added, "analyze nearest target." A new notification blinked into view, stealth assassination skill, passive scan complete. Shanggu smirked. Now this is more like it. After a while, he descended, landing softly on the forest floor. Around him, soldiers awkwardly tried to mimic his method, clambering up branches and awkwardly tipping grass into their mouths. Then the sky darkened. A sudden crack of thunder rolled through the mountains. A cold, noxious wind blew through the leaves. And then the rain came. It hissed as it fell, turning leaves black where it landed. Shanggu's eyes widened. "Acid rain," he shouted. "Cover up!" The camp exploded into motion. Soldiers scrambled to throw hoods over their heads and haul their gear under shelter. The wounded man was pulled on a stretcher through the mud. Shanggu tugged his coat tight and scanned the forest. "There, a cave!" They ran. The first drops were already sizzling against exposed skin, leaving faint red welts. By the time they reached the cave, the downpour had turned the forest into a toxic curtain. Inside, soldiers lit torches and scattered candles across the stone walls. The air was damp, the firelight trembling. As one man lifted his torch higher to scan the walls, his breath caught. "Commander," he said slowly, stepping forward. "There's something written here." The flames flickered across an old inscription, carved into the stone, faint, ancient, almost glowing. And suddenly, the cave wasn't just a refuge. It was a relic. And it was hiding something. The flickering flame illuminated an eerie inscription, carved deep into the stone. The letters were old, worn, yet somehow fresh. Like they'd been burned in, not chiseled. The words read, "I saw them. Dark figures, in the trees." Then we all disappeared. Silence settled over the soldiers like a blanket of ash. Outside, a red lightning bolt cracked the sky, the thunder so close it shook dust from the cave ceiling. No one spoke at first. Who the hell could have carved that? One soldier muttered. The commander stepped closer, frowning. The 112th wall. Maybe someone from their unit hid here before they vanished. Left a message. A warning. Nearby, Shanggu turned toward Yang Xiaojin, curiosity burning behind his eyes. "You mentioned a satellite phone earlier," he asked. "Do we have one?" She shook her head. "Not this time. After the disaster, we captured a few satellites, kept communications going between the walls. But for this mission? They didn't give us anything." Shanggu frowned. "That's insane. They sent you all the way out here without a way to call for help." "Doesn't make sense to me either," she replied flatly. The commander turned, snapping out orders. "Set up patrol shifts. We don't know what's out there." Yang Xiaojin stepped toward Shanggu. "You take the first watch. I'll take the second," she said. "That way, we've always got each other's backs." He hesitated, watching her closely. There was something about this girl, too calm, too confident, too deliberate. Still, he nodded slowly. All right. I trust you. Yang Xiaojin smiled faintly. I'll go take a look around. You stay here. As she turned to leave, Luo Xinu suddenly stepped forward, her voice cutting through the quiet. I'll go with her, she said, eyes fixed on Shanggu. Unlike some people, I actually understand how girls think. Shanggu raised a brow but didn't respond. A moment later, the two women stepped into the toxic downpour, cloaked in protective gear. Acid rain hissed against their coverings as they vanished into the darkness. Nearby, two soldiers smirked. Would be a real shame if those two girls just didn't come back, one whispered. Minutes passed. Then more. The storm raged on outside, and the soldiers grew restless. Finally, the girls returned, peeling back their hoods and shaking off droplets. Nothing unusual, Yang Xiaojin reported calmly. The tension in the cave eased slightly, until a few soldiers got up, asking to step out to relieve themselves. Make it quick, the commander warned. Stay within sight. Back near the rock wall, Shanggu sat, watching everything quietly. His eyes narrowed as he thought about Yang Xiaojin. Something didn't add up. Why would she come on this expedition at all? And Luo Xinu, she's always near her, even though they act like strangers. But sometimes there's something else there. He tilted his head. Are they pretending? Or protecting each other? Outside the cave, the rain lashed the earth. On the edge of the forest, Luo Xinu pressed a wad of currency into Yang Xiaojin's hand. 10,000, she said. For helping me earlier. I need you to leave Mount Jing with me, soon. Yang Xiaojin counted the bills with a glance, then tucked them away. I helped you once. Don't count on me again. Back in the cave, the soldiers still hadn't returned. The commander checked his watch, lips tightening. They're late. 10 minutes. One of the remaining soldiers jumped up suddenly. Something wet, on me. Everyone braced for an attack. But Shanggu stepped forward, touching the stone where a slow drip fell. It's just water, he said calmly. From the rocks. Perfectly clean, cleaner than well water. Safe. The commander gave him a sharp nod. Everyone, collect what you can. Fill the canteens. The squad moved with purpose, kneeling near the stone pools, letting the clear drops fill their bottles. Relief washed over them with each canteen that filled. But outside the cave, the storm still raged. And somewhere in the forest, something was watching. The commander stood at the edge of the cave, arms crossed. I'll take the first half of the night watch, he said. Two soldiers lounging nearby exchanged glances. Then we've got time to smoke a couple of cigarettes, one said with a grin. Be on guard, the commander warned, giving them a sharp look. As the acid rain continued to hiss outside, the rest of the squad began settling into uneasy rest. People arranged themselves in whatever sleeping positions they could manage, some curled on the cave floor, others leaning against rock walls. Near the entrance, the two soldiers smoked quietly, casting stealthy glances across the cave. Their eyes moved from face to face, calculating. Without a word, the two returned from their break. Their hands slid into their belts. From the shadows, cold steel glinted in the torchlight. They raised their blades silently over their unsuspecting comrades. Time to go to hell, one of them muttered. But just as the blade came down, bang! A single gunshot shattered the silence. Yang Xiaojin, who had only pretended to sleep, had her pistol drawn and aimed. Her bullet struck the first man in the chest, dropping him mid-strike. The second attacker lunged toward Shanggu, but the protagonist was faster. He intercepted the blow with ease, twisting the man's arm and flipping him onto his back. The knife clattered across the floor. Traitor, the wounded man coughed, blood pooling at his side. Gritting his teeth, he yelled out, Sun Jun Jong. Now! Do it! But Sun stood frozen. What? I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, backing away slowly. His eyes darted between Yang Xiaojin's pistol and Shanggu's iron grip on the dying man. The cave fell into silence. The rest of the squad had woken up, groggy and confused, but quickly grasped what was happening. Tension electrified the air. The commander activated his superpower. A shadowy aura enveloped his form as he prepared to strike if needed. Shanggu kept his grip tight on the attacker's throat, eyes narrowed. He wanted to understand why. Why betray them now? Then, the palace issued a command, deliver a painful death to the enemy. No hesitation. Shanggu tightened his grip. The man gurgled as blood spilled from his mouth, his eyes wide with agony, until his body went limp. Wait! Please? Sun cried out from the side, pale and trembling. I didn't know. I had nothing to do with this. Yang Xiaojin turned to him coldly. Then how did you know there was going to be an attack? Sun froze. Yang didn't wait for an answer. She raised her pistol. Bang! The bullet punched clean through his forehead. His body hit the ground with a thud, eyes still open in disbelief. She lowered the gun without a word. Concealing a crime, she said flatly, makes you just as guilty. The cave was deathly quiet once more. The flickering flames danced over the corpses of 2 traitors. In that moment, the palace rewarded Shangu again, this time with a master-level skill copy scroll. The commander slowly released his superpower, the ominous shadow around him vanishing. Breathing heavily, he turned back toward Shangu. The palace offered a new prompt, study the commander's superpower. Shangu agreed. In the blink of an eye, he stood once more in the palace realm. A red haze curled around him, heavy and suffocating. From behind, something emerged, a copy of himself, formed from twisting black and red smoke. It hovered, watching him, mirroring him. Curious, Shangu issued a mental command. Attack! The smoke shadow obeyed, taking flight in a sudden burst. It darted toward him, fast and fluid. Shangu moved to intercept, a brutal battle beginning as fists clashed with darkness. Each blow was precise, calculated. The shadow fought with his exact moves, but with feral aggression. Breathing hard, Shangu found an opening. He clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Crack! The shadow shuddered, broke apart, and dissolved into dust. He stood alone again in the red mist, victorious, more skilled, more dangerous than ever before. Shangu admitted to himself that the shadow was at least twice as fast and twice as strong as his physical body. According to the palace's assessment, the shadow form was undying, sustained only by the user's spiritual energy. As long as he had enough of it, he could continue to summon and control it. Curious, Shangu asked the palace to reveal his current level of spiritual power, but access to that information was denied. That alone was enough to make him drop the matter for now, though it nagged at him. Why were strength and agility expressed in clear numbers, yet spiritual power remained a mystery? Still, with his new skills, Shangu finally felt like a true superhuman. Later, the commander addressed the group. He acknowledged that the ambushers had brought their deaths upon themselves. However, he firmly believed Sun Junjiang wasn't involved and didn't deserve to die. Then, as if shrugging off the weight of moral judgment, he added, but out here, in this wilderness, there's no such thing as right or wrong. Shangu watched him go, still tense from the night's events despite his fatigue. A girl nearby turned to the boy next to her and asked if he'd been pretending to sleep. Shangu answered coolly, confirming her suspicion. He had long since developed the habit of staying alert, even in slumber. With a small smirk, he moved away. Eventually, dawn broke, and with it, the acidic rain ceased. Shangu walked toward the bodies of the 3 dead attackers. It struck him as odd, these corpses had been lying out all night untouched, while another body, killed earlier in the forest, had vanished without a trace. The inconsistency unsettled him. Still, the journey had to continue. The commander rallied the group. Though they had no idea what awaited them next, they needed to find a safe location to set up camp before nightfall. He grimly noted that the 2 soldiers who'd gone out to relieve themselves at dawn had yet to return. He assumed the worst. One wounded man, who had been resting quietly, now attempted to stand. He called for help, but Shangu stepped forward. Without hesitation, he tore the bandages off the soldier's torso. The man flinched, startled. Your wounds are healed, Shangu said flatly. You can walk. A quick check confirmed it, the injuries had disappeared. Grateful and amazed, the man thanked him for the black medicine that had worked the miracle. The commander, observing the interaction, approached and asked if Shangu had any more of the medicine. Out of stock, Shangu replied. But the commander wasn't deterred. I'll pay double. Out of my own pocket. That caught Shangu's attention. He raised an eyebrow. Well, there's a little left. The commander smiled. I got the money from the pockets of the men who attacked us. Looted it from their corpses. They made the exchange carefully, both moving simultaneously to avoid any funny business. The commander handed over 8,000 in currency, swearing it was all he had left. Shangu accepted it and checked his inventory. It now showed 20,000 in total. At that moment, the palace offered him the opportunity to purchase a personal vault. He accepted. A new space opened up within the palace, his own private storage. However, upon entering, Shanggu was disappointed to find only a tiny chamber behind the vault door. All that money, and this was all the space he got? As time passed, the sun climbed higher, casting its rays over the ridges and illuminating the dense forest below. The group of survivors continued their journey deeper into Mount Jing's wilderness. Walking beside the commander, Shanggu asked, "Do you know what's really kept on Mount Jing?" The commander paused, then replied, "Some believe the mountain holds secrets related to the evolution of animals, or perhaps the origin of a new stage in evolution itself. Are there ruins here, like you mentioned before?" Shanggu pressed. "Not ruins exactly," the commander corrected. "More like a hidden city, something ancient and mysterious." Those words made Shanggu visibly tense. He had a bad feeling. The group pressed on, navigating through increasingly thick vegetation. Shanggu recalled that the commander had once spoken of remnants of a pre-disaster civilization, knowledge that could potentially help superhumans. "What is the real secret behind this place?" he asked. The commander looked ahead grimly. "Superhumans have started to appear more frequently than ever. There's even a whole organization of them now." Shanggu's brows drew together. "Did your forces try to capture this group?" The commander shook his head. "These people are far more powerful than you would think. The leadership behind the fortress walls has done more than just create shelters to defend against superhumans. They want to harness them." He looked up at the towering trees, his voice heavy with warning. "What Mount Jing holds, we don't know exactly. But when Wang Kongyang left, he learned that other elite teams were already en route. Whatever's here, others are after it too. To the average person, superhumans aren't considered part of society anymore," he added. "And people are capable of terrible things when facing someone they don't see as human." Shanggu could see now why the commander had no intention of returning behind the walls. Suddenly, a soldier behind them spoke up. "Don't worry, sir. I won't reveal your secrets." The commander glanced back, a rare smile breaking across his face. "Out of everyone here, you're the one I worry about the most." He turned to Shanggu then, eyes sharp with curiosity. "Tell me, are you a superhuman?" The question took Shanggu off guard, his expression hardening, but the commander laughed it off. "Relax, I'm joking. You just seem to have a real knack for irritating people." Shanggu didn't smile. A little later, the young man warned the group to avoid stepping in puddles. Leeches this time of year can be deadly. They continued their cautious march, the skies remaining unusually clear. Then, the commander abruptly raised his hand. "Stop!" Everyone froze. A soldier up front gasped. "What the hell is that?" Leaning against a tree up ahead was a strange girl dressed in white. Her presence was surreal, her stillness unsettling. The commander spoke aloud, more to himself than to anyone else, trying to make sense of the vision. They decided to avoid her, but before anyone could act, the girl leapt into the air. In a flash, she landed again, hands touching the ground like a predator poised to strike. As the mysterious girl in white landed with a predatory crouch, Shanggu and Yang Xiaojin immediately raised their guns in defense. The girl reacted by spinning through the air with unnatural agility, evading any direct line of fire. Her movement caused a wave of panic among the soldiers, some instinctively stepping back in fear. The commander quickly regained control, shouting, "There's nowhere to run. We hold our ground." He devised a plan on the spot. He would use his shadow ability to restrain the girl, giving the soldiers a chance to neutralize her. With a nod, the squad prepared to move in. Charging forward, the commander hurled his shadow toward the girl. The dark figure materialized out of thin air, a red-black blur rushing straight at the target. As the girl hovered momentarily in midair, the shadow reached her, its smoky hand gripping her jaw with supernatural precision. In an instant, it slammed her into the ground, immobilizing her. Everyone held their breath. The girl, if that's what she was, had been subdued. Cautiously, the group approached. The figure restrained by the living shadow looked less like a threat and more like something broken. Shanggu frowned, noting something beneath the tree she had been leaning against. Approaching it, he knelt and uncovered a small, weathered box. Inside was a single object, a plastic note with a faded code printed on it. He turned it over in his hands. "It's a code." "Maybe to scan something," he muttered. The team gathered around, puzzled. The commander examined it and speculated it could be a map. Maybe even to the city hidden in Mount Jing. Yang Xiaojin pointed at some faint text. "Scan the code to pay." She read aloud, confused. No one knew what it was truly for, but the commander decided to keep the plastic item. It might prove important later. Then a soldier, clearly disturbed, asked, "Do we really need to bring that thing with us?" He motioned toward the motionless girl restrained by the shadow. No one answered at first. The group exchanged silent glances. Finally, the commander broke the tension. "We take the doll. It might come in handy." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fading light painted the forest and mountains in hues of fire and amber. Eventually, the group found another cave and decided to rest there for the night. "There's a pine tree growing nearby," the commander noted. "If anyone's hungry, grab some pine cones." While others settled down, Shangu was inspecting a strange plant nearby. With a swift motion, he sliced it open, green fluid oozing out. The commander approached. "Is that drinkable?" Others began to crowd around, curious. Shangu shook his head. "It's not for drinking. I use it to coat my blade, poison." A quiet ripple of surprise passed through the group. Nearby, a soldier attempted to climb the pine tree to collect cones. The girl, still eerily motionless, sat beside it like a statue. As the soldier reached out for a cone, the branch beneath him gave a sudden creak, then snapped down onto his hips with a groan. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, blaming the wolves for their predicament. "Damn beasts! They the reason we are stuck in this godforsaken gorge." Shangu approached, watching the man with mild amusement. Without a word, he tossed a pine cone with precision, landing it directly into the man's hands. "You know," Shangu said calmly, "wolves are loyal creatures. Can humans say the same about themselves?" The man, still sitting in the dirt, looked up at Shangu, struck by the question. He fell silent, mulling over the thought. Later, the group lit a fire in the cave. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows along the rocky walls. Shangu noticed the fir cone seemed larger than usual. "Probably the high oxygen content," the commander explained. Senyu raised an eyebrow. "You know quite a bit," he said, impressed. As the fire crackled, the team discussed whether other places like Mount Jing existed near the other fortresses. "They do," the commander replied, "but they are heavily guarded by a group called the Source of Flame." Shangu frowned. "I've never heard of them being part of any alliance." "They aren't," the commander said. "They're independent. Control up to 20 strongholds. A private consortium. What's life like inside one of those settlements?" Shangu asked. The commander only shook his head. "I don't know." Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaojin joined the conversation. "That territory is strange. People say they've seen giant prehistoric lizards flying in the sky." Shangu glanced at her, surprised by the input. She went on, "The Source of Flame is powerful, so powerful that it warps the land around it. Only their top leadership knows what's really going on." "Looks like you know more than you let on," Shangu muttered. The commander changed the topic. "Have you read Journey to the West?" He asked Shangu. "There's a creature in it that lifts a 6-ton staff. I used to think it was fiction. Now I'm not so sure." As the fire died down, a soldier grumbled about the meager food. "Why don't you make another wish like last time?" He teased Shangu. "It was a coincidence," Shangu replied, annoyed. Before the argument could escalate, a sound interrupted them, low, distant, and unfamiliar. Shangu and Yang Xiaojin instantly raised their pistols, scanning the cave's entrance. Darkness pooled outside. In its depths, dozens of animals emerged, silent silhouettes with glowing red eyes. They stood at the tree line, watching the cave. The soldier who had argued with Shangu stepped forward and, almost jokingly, told them to leave. "Go on, get out of here," he barked. To everyone's surprise, the animals turned and fled. Maybe you awakened something," Shangu said, half serious. "Just like your brother." A heavy silence fell over the group. The forest, moments ago teeming with eerie life, now sat still and quiet. But Shangu's unease deepened. "They were running from something," he murmured. "Something worse than us." A breeze stirred the treetops, whispering through the leaves with a calming rhythm. Yet beneath that tranquility, something else began, a soft clinking. Metallic, cold, deliberate. Chains. One by one, faint clinks echoed through the night. The sound seemed to slither closer, drawn toward something, or someone, unseen. Weapons raised again. The group stood alert. Whatever it was, it wasn't over. For a while, nothing happens. The eerie sound of chains fades into silence, as if swallowed by the forest. The squad remains tense but unchallenged. One of the men breaks the stillness. We should change shelter. Now. Shangu nods in agreement. The animal's instincts are sharper than ours. They were trying to hide, something scared them. And I think those chains were connected. He recalls a disturbing pattern. When they passed through the gorge, there was a pile of human skeletons, but no animal bones. Not one. That's what's strange, he mutters. I left fish bones behind once. They vanished by morning. The body of the soldier who died from the bee sting? Gone. Not even a trace. It all connected. Bones were disappearing, systematically. Maybe the plants evolved, he says aloud. Just like the animals. Maybe they consume bones. The commander, trying to calm the rising fear, replies, we just need to stay cautious. That's all. Right, another soldier adds, as long as we stay out of the forest, we're fine. Their journey continues, moving through little-known ridges and hills. But Shangu isn't convinced it'll be that easy. Nature, in this world, was not forgiving. As the group pushes forward, a chill creeps up Shangu's spine. His eyes narrow. From between the trees, something watches them. A tall, black silhouette. Its eyes glow red. Chains clink with every movement. Jagged teeth glint between its cracked lips. Yang Xiaojin raises her gun, unwavering. Shangu quietly flips off his weapon's safety. The sound is barely audible, but Yang notices it. Their eyes meet. The commander sees it too. Shoot to kill, he yells. I'll pin it with my shadow. With a guttural rattle, the creature lunges, chains thrashing, shrieking against bark and stone. Shangu shouts, warning of imminent contact. But the creature doesn't attack. It swerves suddenly, away from them. Deeper into the forest. Fleeing the confrontation. Confused, the squad hesitates. Why did it run? One man whispers. After a hushed exchange, they conclude the creature must be bound to the forest. It couldn't, or wouldn't, leave its domain. It wasn't chasing us, Shangu murmurs. The animals weren't running from us. They were hiding from that. The cave had been their refuge. The danger, for now, was gone. The commander orders rest. I'll take first watch, he says, glancing around. I get it, no one trusts me. Doesn't matter. I'll keep us safe tonight. Silently, Shangu and Yang Xiaojin exchange a glance and nod. They lean against the cave wall, weapons near, eyes half-lidded but alert. Eventually, the fire burns out, plunging the cave into a quiet darkness. One by one, the others fall asleep. Time passes. Then, boom. A thunderous explosion rips through the air just beyond the cave. Dust and earth rain down like ash, rattling the walls. The entire mountain seems to tremble. Everyone jolts awake, coughing and scrambling for their weapons. Shangu's heart pounds in his chest. Something just got a lot closer. Shangu and Yang Xiaojin spring to their feet, their weapons half raised, eyes squinting toward the searing flash that had just lit the horizon. From the mouth of the cave, the rest of the team pours out into the open, stumbling over each other as they race to assess the situation. A thick plume of ash curls skyward from the distance. The sky burns orange near the summit of Mount Jing. It looks like the mountain is ready to erupt. The commander's expression darkens. The other teams must have made contact with the source already. Whatever's happening up there, it's begun. We need to move. Now. Shangu glances sideways at him, distrust creeping into his features. You speak like you expected this. The commander meets his gaze without flinching. We are already here. There's no turning back. Whatever secrets Mount Jing holds, we either learn them or die trying. Shangu hesitates, but eventually nods. If we start something, we finish it. The team shoulders their gear and leaves the cave. The air has shifted, it's hotter, thick with sulfur and tension. The ground occasionally trembles beneath their boots. The soldiers sweat and groan under the heat, their uniforms sticking to their skin. But the march continues. Suddenly, a rustling sound stops them in their tracks. A colossal beetle, larger than a horse, crawls across their path, its chitinous body glinting in the strange light. Shangu silently points at it. The team begins to whisper, uneasy. Why are the animals so huge now? One soldier mutters. It's the mutation, Luo says. Humans didn't grow bigger, but we got superpowers instead. The commander nods grimly. Throughout history, human evolution was never about brawn. It's always been about the mind. Intelligence. Shingu joins in. Our teacher used to say that there's a gene in the body, one that caps muscle growth, so the brain has priority over energy and resources. Evolution had to choose. Luo Xinu raises an eyebrow, impressed. Your teacher sounds like a genius. Shanggu smiles faintly. He reads obsessively. Every night. That's what sets him apart. Suddenly, the commander halts the group. Body. Up ahead. They approach cautiously. There, lying twisted in the dust, is the corpse of a man. Recently dead. No rot. No scavengers. Just silence. How did he end up here? Someone whispers. Could be the Qing Consortium, another offers. Shanggu narrows his eyes. Something glints beneath the corpse. Kneeling, he brushes aside the dirt and reveals a familiar object, a worn military token. His breath catches in his throat. Xia, it's the soldier who died from the bee sting. The same man whose body had disappeared. Shanggu stares at the token, turning it over in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. He crouches lower, studying the body. The skin is pale, clammy, torn open in jagged, frenzied gashes. He frowns. The internal organs, they were eaten. The commander suddenly cries out, eyes wide with recognition. Those are human teeth marks. Shanggu slowly turns toward him. You're sure? I know what human bites look like. My ex left a mark on me once. I'd never forget it. A cold silence falls over the group. The forest seems to tighten around them. Someone lost their mind, a soldier offers weakly. Shu steps forward, looking pale. Is it possible that thing in chains from last night was a human? A long pause. The idea hangs in the air like smoke. One by one, their expressions shift from confusion to unease, from fear to something worse, the dawning realization that whatever rules once defined life, death, and humanity have begun to unravel. And Mount Jing is only the beginning. We need to get out of here. Now, young Xiao Jin said sharply, her eye scanning the dense tree line. 3-person formation, tight angles, no blind spots. Shanggu blinked. Tactical formation? You'll be on my left. Maintain visual angle. Cover my flank, she instructed, not slowing her pace. Shanggu gave a light chuckle of surprise. Understood. Perfectly. What truly caught him off guard wasn't the order itself, it was the fact that she had taken command, and no one questioned it. Gunfire cracked in the distance, closer now, sharp and rapid. The commander's head tilted. We're nearing something, he said, almost to himself. The truth of Mount Jing may be just ahead. Suddenly, Shanggu crouched, halting the group. There, by that tree. The commander knelt beside him, reaching into the soil and lifting a recently fired cartridge. His eyes narrowed. Qing Consortium, he muttered, inspecting the markings. The words caused a ripple of unease among the group. They've already moved in, he added grimly. They're not just ahead of us. They might be all around us. A rustling sound cut through the air. A wild boar burst through the underbrush, charging blindly through the group. It was limping badly, foam and blood at its snout. Instinctively, weapons were raised. Hold fire, the commander barked. The soldiers froze, bewildered. We haven't eaten in a day, one hissed. That's meat, sir. But the commander's voice was cold and firm. If we cook now, if we make a fire, we signal our position. You want the Qing troops to find us. Young Xiao Jin added, they won't hesitate. If they see us, we're dead. Grudgingly, the weapons lowered. The boar disappeared into the trees. Keep moving, the commander ordered. Behind us is only defeat. The group plunged deeper into the forest. Gunfire still echoed, but now it was fainter. More sporadic. The commander leaned toward Shanggu, whispering, if guerrilla fighting breaks out, we may have to split. You, me, and young Xiao Jin, we can move fast. The rest, they're a liability. Shanggu hesitated, and then nodded. He understood. Then the commander straightened and looked around. Wait, where's young Xiao Jin? The group froze. She was right here, a soldier said. Wasn't she? No one had seen her go. No sound. No signal. She vanished, Shanggu said slowly, eyes narrowing. Maybe she broke away intentionally. Or something took her. The commander stared at him for a moment. Then he nodded once. Too convenient. A sudden clang echoed through the forest. The soldiers spun around as the unmistakable rattle of chains grew louder. Heavy. Unnatural. Eerie. Not again, one of the men whispered, panic rising in his voice. It can't be that thing, it can't. The sound moved closer, metal scraping wood, links grinding against bark. The soldier turned to look for leadership, only to find that both the commander and Shangu had vanished. He stumbled back, breath quickening. No, the remaining 3 soldiers were left in the middle of an unfamiliar, darkened forest, utterly alone. Somewhere between the shadows and trees, the chains continued to move, slowly, deliberately. The sound of chains grew louder, heavier, closer, relentless. Panic gripped the trio of remaining soldiers. One of them, his eyes wild with fear, broke first. Without a word, he turned and ran. The others followed, their injuries forgotten, survival instincts kicking in. But fear has a price. One man lagged, his breath ragged, a sharp pain shooting through his limbs. Desperation flashed in his eyes. He reached out and shoved the runner ahead of him. The soldier fell, hard, crashing into the underbrush. Someone has to be sacrificed, the injured man muttered, eyes wide with justification. We can't all die. The fallen soldier tried to scream, only to freeze in terror as a dark silhouette appeared behind him. Chains clinked. Red eyes gleamed. The scream was cut short. Snap. The body fell silent. The man who tripped him turned around, breath catching as he saw the creature, its limbs bound in rusted chains, its face twisted into something once human, but no longer. It roared, a sound not of rage, but of torment, and the remaining 2 fled for their lives. Luo Xinu sprinted ahead, heart hammering. Behind her, the hysterical soldier's voice cracked with desperation. Please? Leave me alone, he begged the creature, the forest, the gods, anyone who would listen. Then he saw Luo stumble briefly, her breath ragged. His thoughts turned dark. Another chance. He reached for her, planning to shove her into the path of the monster. But Luo saw it coming. She twisted mid-run and dodged his grasp, shooting him a look of cold fury. Before he could try again, something even more unexpected stopped him. Shouts. Flashlights. Red laser sights danced across the darkened trunks. Drop your weapons, barked a new voice. They froze. A dozen uniformed figures emerged from the underbrush, weapons raised. Tactical armor. Cold eyes. Who are you? One of them demanded. We're being chased, the man shouted. A monster, it's right behind us. The soldiers didn't relax. Down on your knees. Feet behind your heads. Luos complied slowly. The man followed, still pleading. A soldier spoke into his radio. Control, we've located an escapee. Possibly contaminated. Requesting immediate backup. The squad began advancing in formation, rifles trained forward. Coordinated, cold efficiency. They weren't there to rescue anyone. They were here to contain. Then it came with the thing in chains. It burst from the trees, snarling, howling with bloodlust. Without hesitation, the soldiers opened fire. A storm of bullets ripped through the air. Smoke and light. A sickening screech echoed as the creature was driven back under the hailstorm of firepower. Behind the firing line, 2 soldiers frisked the kneeling survivors. One of them paused, puzzled. Sir, what the hell is this? Under the soldier's cloak, they had found something strange, a lifelike human doll. Unnervingly detailed. Its eyes almost real. Far above, Shangu crested a slope, sweat glistening on his brow. He paused, staring across the canopy below. He was alone now, or at least, apart. The commander was nearby somewhere, but the 2 men had made a silent, mutual decision. They did not trust each other enough to stay side by side. Everyone has a motive. Everyone hides something. His mind lingered on Yang Xiao Jin. Her disappearance wasn't a coincidence. And what she knew, what she hadn't said, was just as troubling. What is the secret of Mount Jing? From below, he heard movement. A group of men, maybe a dozen strong, weaving through the trees. Voices. Weapons. Orders. Shangu stayed hidden, crouching behind a rock outcrop, ears straining. Experimental Object 17 is unstable, one of them said. Another voice, containment failed. That thing was one of ours, before the neural grafts failed. They're not supposed to operate this far out. The trigger zone should have held. The words chilled Shangu's blood. Experimental. Object. The men passed beneath his position, unaware of his presence. As their voices faded into the trees, Shangu's mind raced. The creature. The teeth. The human-like bite marks. The doll. The disappearance of corpses. The soldiers that weren't quite soldiers. The forest itself, twisting, alive. Mount Jing wasn't a place of legend. It was a labyrinth of secrets. and they had only scratched the surface. Shangu crouched low, eyes scanning the scene below in disbelief. So many soldiers, and they still can't kill it. The monster, despite being riddled with bullets, refused to fall. It twisted unnaturally, howling in pain, rage, or maybe something worse. Around it, the military scrambled, yelling orders, repositioning, retreating. It was chaos disguised as control. Shangu knew it was now or never. He slid away from the cliff's edge, careful not to draw attention, and ascended a narrow rock face just above the commotion. A jagged boulder offered shelter. There, hidden in the shadows, he caught his breath and observed. A blast-scorched clearing stretched out below him, and beyond it, something new, a man. Isolated. Focused. He wore a sterile white lab coat, completely out of place amid the rubble and ash, and was carefully extracting blood from the corpse of a mutated beast. Shangu narrowed his eyes. Consortium, he thought grimly. They're not just killing these monsters, they're studying them. He began inching forward, hugging the cliffside, careful not to make a sound. Then something made him pause. Across the cratered landscape, beyond the scientist, loomed a derelict multi-story structure. Its concrete frame was half collapsed, paint faded, windows long shattered. Yet despite its ruin, someone stood on its rooftop. A tall figure in white. Unmoving. Regal. His posture was calm, but his eyes were everywhere, scanning the forest, the soldiers, the burning wreckage below. And beside him, another shadow, an attendant, perhaps, or a guard. Shangu stiffened. That's the one in charge. There was something about the man's stance. Not arrogance, ownership. As if this devastation belonged to him. As if every scream, every drop of blood, every secret of Mount Jing answered to him. Shangu's fingers curled instinctively around his weapon, but he knew better than to act. He was one man. And below the building was a fortress of guards, researchers, and tech beyond anything he had seen before. This isn't just an operation. This is a project. Years in the making. Slipping away, Shangu moved through the skeletal remains of what had once been a city. Faded storefronts, collapsed balconies, vines swallowing old neon. A strange silence lingered beneath the surface noise of soldiers and science. He found himself pausing in front of a building, a crumbling sushi restaurant. The sign was cracked but legible, the image of a smiling fish faded by sun and time. Sushi. He'd only heard of it from books. So strange. So far from home. What was this city before the fall? He allowed himself a moment to imagine what it must have been like, bustling crowds, the scent of fresh rice and fish, neon lights blinking above cheerful music. Then the thought passed, and he moved on. Ahead, he noticed a tobacco shop, its glass doors shattered, but the shelves inside, still mostly intact. A grin tugged at his lips. Tobacco. Maybe even alcohol. Might as well get something out of this disaster. He approached cautiously, heart a little lighter. Surely the military wasn't interested in a place like this. Slipping inside, he noted the plastic-wrapped cartons, their labels faded but legible. He reached for one, only to find the packaging brittle, the content spoiled by time and moisture. He checked another. And another. All ruined. His satisfaction soured. So much effort, and nothing lasts. Still, he wasn't ready to leave empty-handed. He began digging through drawers, lifting cracked floorboards, searching for anything worth salvaging. Not for profit. For proof. A memory of a world before everything broke. Then, under a counter, tucked between old newspapers and broken glass, he found something, a sealed tin, heavier than it looked. The lid was hard to pry off. Inside, cigars. Dry, but intact. Shangu chuckled under his breath. Not bad. He slipped them into his bag. But just as he turned to leave, a distant sound reached his ears, a heavy mechanical thud. Then another. Not footsteps. Not chains. Something waking up. He froze. Far off, the rooftop man turned his head in that direction. And smiled. After rummaging through the ruined tobacco shop, Shangu wandered deeper into the collapsed town. Night had fallen, and the sky above was veiled in thick ash and clouds, turning the landscape into a realm of shadows and silence. He paused as he approached a strange, cracked display window. Inside, dolls. Dozens of them. Lined neatly along the shelf of what once might have been a toy store or a curio stall. Their porcelain faces, covered in dust, stared back at him with lifeless, haunting eyes. Some were broken, arms missing, heads cracked. Others remained pristine, wrapped in faded plastic. Shangu frowned, confused. What were these for? Who were they for? He turned away without answers. Outside, the wind stirred the ash like soft whispers, and he continued along the uneven streets. His boots crunched against rubble, glass, bone, he couldn't tell. The city was a ghost. Soon, he found another shop. The inside smelled of mold and rot, but he scavenged anyway. Among the ruined goods, he found a jar labeled in old script, white gold. Curious, he twisted it open. Small round tablets tumbled out onto the floor with a clink-clink. He scowled. Just medicine. Or candy. Or nothing. With a snap of frustration, he flung the jar to the ground, shards scattering across the tile. Still, one thought lingered in his mind, something Wang Fuji once told him. This city held gold. Real gold. In secret shops. Maybe the old man was rambling. Or maybe not. Even if it's night, I can still search. And so Shanggu pressed on, slipping deeper into the heart of the forgotten city, where danger and history intertwined. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the trading city, the dim light of a lantern flickered inside a modest home. Liu Yuan sat up weakly in bed, wrapped in sweat-soaked cloth. Beside him, Sister Xiao Yu wiped his brow with care, her hands gentle but her face pale with worry. "Thank you for everything," he murmured. She smiled faintly. "Just rest. You'll need strength for class tomorrow." Liu Yuan chuckled. "You're still worried about school." Xiao Yu glanced toward the window. Darkness was thick now. Outside, footsteps. Fast. Heavy. They both froze. "Did you hear that?" she asked, whisper sharp. "Yes. There's more than one." Xiao Yu snatched a kitchen knife and turned toward the door. Her hands were trembling, knees locked in fear. "Stay here," she said. But her voice cracked. Liu Yuan tried to sit up. "Don't go," crash. The door exploded inward. Men stormed the house, faces masked, hands armed. Xiao Yu screamed as one lunged at her. She raised the knife instinctively, slashing blindly. The man cursed in pain, blood spraying from his arm. Enraged, he tackled her, slamming her to the ground, pinning her wrist. "Let me go," she shrieked, voice raw. Another attacker saw Liu Yuan and moved to silence him. But the boy was already rolling off the bed, barely dodging a knife swipe. Years of surviving in a harsh world had taught Liu Yuan how to move. How to breathe through fear. These men, just city scum, he realized. Opportunists. But opportunists with blades. Just when things seemed desperate, the door to the classroom nearby slammed open. The teacher, gun in hand, shirt hastily thrown on, rage etched into every line of his face. The robbers turned. One grinned. "You again? Always preaching. Let's see what you're hiding." The teacher didn't wait. He fired. One attacker screamed, clutching his bleeding side, collapsing. Stunned, the others froze. And then Liu Yuan stood tall, pistol clenched, aiming at the remaining men. "Run," he said coldly. They didn't need to be told twice. They fled, trampling over each other, leaving behind their fallen comrade. But Liu Yuan wasn't done. He stepped to the door, aimed carefully, and squeezed the trigger. Pop! Pop! The echoes of gunfire rang through the quiet city night. The gun clattered faintly as it slipped from Liu Yuan's trembling fingers and hit the ground. His breathing came in ragged, shallow gasps. Even as the blood cooled on the floor, his thoughts burned, disbelief, fear, shame. His eyes stared at the lifeless bodies sprawled just a few meters away. He was only 13, and he had just killed. Sister Xiao Yu knelt beside him, wrapping her arms tightly around his small shoulders, trying to quiet his shaking. "It's over," she whispered, voice cracking. "You did what you had to do." Liu Yuan didn't answer. His ears still rang from the gunfire. His pulse pounded like a war drum. The teacher, Jiang, stood nearby, still stunned. He stared at the scene, then at the boy. "What have I taught him?" He thought grimly. The cruelty, the resolve, it was familiar. Too familiar. Like seeing a reflection walk by war. He stepped forward, voice low but steady. "That pistol. Did Shongsu give it to you?" Liu Yuan finally looked up, eyes hollow but resolute. "He didn't give it to me. He left it behind, because he knew someone had to protect what he couldn't." Jiang nodded slowly. Liu Yuan continued, standing shakily. "We'll leave. Me and Sister Xiao. We'll go far, out of the city. I don't want to bring more trouble." "You don't have to run," the teacher said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Let me handle this." Liu Yuan looked at him, unsure whether to believe it. Outside, the sound of approaching boots echoed through the street like a slow drumbeat of fate. A convoy of soldiers, dressed in dust-caked combat gear, closed in on the school. Their commander, face scarred, jaw clenched, walked with brutal purpose. Only Shanggu would have the guts to pull something like this, the commander muttered. He's as bold as he is dangerous. From the shadows, an old voice spoke up, Wang Fuji. He'd come out in his night robe, shaken awake by the commotion. It's all a misunderstanding, he said, trying to soothe them. You know how boys are, guns, pride, mistakes. But the commander wasn't moved. Save your excuses. I know now, Shanggu killed my brother, Wang Dongyang. He's a murderer. Wang Fuji's smile faltered. Desperate, he reached for a pouch of credits. We can settle this. The commander's reply was cold steel. He drew his weapon and pressed the muzzle against the merchant's forehead. You have 3 seconds to disappear before I put one through your skull. Wang Fuji stammered and backed away in horror, nearly tripping on his robe. The military approached the school doors, prepared to arrest every relative of Shanggu, to make a point. But the teacher stood in the way. Without fear. Without stepping aside. The soldiers raised their rifles, but he didn't move. Instead, he calmly extended a single, creased card toward the commander. Take this to Boss Luo, he said, tone sharp with authority. Tell him Jiang is calling. This is beyond your pay grade. The commander sneered. You think some piece of paper protects you? You think I care about names? He grabbed the card and paused. 178th Fortress. The blood drained from his face. He took one step back. Then another. The commander's composure cracked, jaw twitching, breath uneven. Without another word, he turned, motioned for his men, and climbed into the nearest military vehicle. His hands trembled on the steering wheel. And just like that, the engine roared to life, and the convoy peeled away into the night, leaving dust and tension behind. Inside the school, silence returned. Xiao Yu wiped her tears and helped Liu Yuan to his feet. The teacher looked out at the fading lights of the retreating convoy. They'll be back, he muttered. But next time, they'll ask permission. Liu Yuan, still shaken, asked, Who are you, really? Jiang smiled faintly. Just a teacher. But some teachers have seen more war than soldiers ever will. He turned back toward the bloodied floor, his gaze lingering on the revolver. Then toward the door. If Shanggu made enemies this powerful, the real war hasn't even started. Inside the school, a suffocating silence hangs thick in the air. Soldiers, still uneasy after the earlier retreat, aim their rifles steadily. One of them steps forward, pointing his gun directly at Liu Yuan. Where's the weapon? He demands coldly. But instead of fear, he's met with something unexpected. Liu Yuan's eyes flare with fury, sharp and unblinking, like a wolf cornered but not broken. For a fleeting moment, the soldier hesitates. There's something unsettling about the boy's stare. He lowers his voice, but he also lowers his weapon slightly. Xiao Yu clutches Liu Yuan's hand. Will we be okay? She whispers to Jiang. Jiang nods, calmly. Yes. No one here will be harmed. Not tonight. Liu Yuan bows his head slightly and says, I'm sorry, teacher, for bringing this trouble. Jiang's expression softens. You protected your home. There's no shame in that. Then, the boy looks up, curious and cautious. Teacher, what did you do before you came here? Jiang looks out the window, where stars flicker faintly behind clouds of dust and war. I was a soldier, he says simply. Why did you stop? A long pause. Because war doesn't save anyone, Jiang replies quietly. It only teaches you how to bury things, hope, people, yourself. Liu Yuan swallows that answer with the solemnity of a boy who's seen too much already. I thought you were going to leave the city, he asks. I am, Jiang says. I was planning to leave soon. Back to Sanbei. Liu Yuan's eyes widen slightly. Sanbei, the far northwest? Where the snow never melts. Jiang nods. Where yellow dust buries the roads and the white fields never end. There's hardly a tree for miles, but, he smiles faintly, the people still wait. Wait for who? But the teacher says nothing, only offering that quiet, enigmatic smile that keeps his ghosts hidden. Jiang crouches down to Liu Yuan's level. The military won't hurt you. They don't want this problem. Especially not with Luo on his way. Meanwhile, at the outer gates of the city, the sound of metal groaning fills the air as giant reinforced doors begin to creak open. Sparks fly from old machinery as soldiers crank the gears to life. A black, Heavy-duty military vehicle waits beyond the gate. Inside, Boss Luo sits like a swollen toad on a throne of leather and tension, phone pressed to his ear. Yes. I have Jiang Jinglan with me, Luo says, dabbing sweat from his temple. The voice on the other end pauses. Are you sure it's him? Luo swallows. Not entirely. Not yet. Then kill him, the voice replies coldly. We can't let people like him disappear into the shadows. Luo's smile falters. Do you think the 178th fortress would forgive me for that? The voice chuckles darkly. It's the same man who stood on the rooftop overlooking the ruined city, calm, precise, and untouchable. No, he says. But maybe they'd send a thank you note if you were discreet. Luo glances out the window, heart pounding. I could have him. Disappear quietly. No need, the man replies. Send him back. Let Jiang be someone else's headache. Luo scowls. That's easy for you to say. Because I don't make stupid enemies, the man replies, then shifts gears in the conversation. Tell me, Luo, you mentioned a boy. Shanggu. You have him? A gleam appears in Luo's eye. Yes. Not in custody, but we know where he is. The man's tone turns sharp. Did he find anything? Luo shrugs. He wandered the ruins. Didn't report anything of use. I see, a brief pause. Have you heard anything about Yang Xiao Jin? Luo furrows his brow. Who? It's the first time I've asked, the man replies, voice now like ice. But I suggest you start asking around. Back in the city, Jiang feels the distant tremor of something shifting. Political forces are moving. Old alliances are stirring again, and dark names, Yang Xiao Jin, are resurfacing like bones from the earth. And somewhere in the half-ruined city of Mount Jing, Shanggu stands alone, unaware that all eyes are turning toward him, military, mercenaries, and monsters alike. He's not just being hunted anymore. He's becoming the spark of a coming war. Luo's hands tremble as he pockets the phone, the weight of Qing Jun's orders still hanging over him like a noose. He turns to the squad commander. Don't touch the younger brother. His name is Liu Yuan, Luo says, his voice low. Qing Jun was clear. Do what you want with the rest, but not him. The squad commander grits his teeth and nods stiffly. He doesn't like it, but Qing Jun's voice carried the weight of far more dangerous consequences than his own pride could handle. Inside the walled compound, beneath flickering floodlights and growing shadows, Qing Jun finally sets the device down. His eyes, cold and calculating, shift toward the prisoners. I am Qing Jun of the Qing family consortium, he says with calm menace. You should have heard of us. Before him, Luo Xinu and her surviving partner kneel with backs straight, defiance flickering in their eyes despite exhaustion. Xinu's glare is sharp, anger mixing with barely contained fear. Qing Jun walks slowly toward them, the hem of his pristine white coat dragging faint trails of dust behind him. Tell me, he says, everything about Slong Su and Yang Xiao Jin. How are they connected? The man beside Luo Xinu clears his throat nervously. They're not connected. Not that we know of. Yet the names sound alike, Qing Jun muses. Strange, don't you think? The kneeling fighter nods quickly, eager to stay on the man's good side. But it's just a coincidence. That's all. We did encounter someone else, Commander Shu Zanu. A superhuman. Controls shadows. Qing Jun's brows rise slightly. But Slong Su, the man continues, lowering his voice, he's the one you should worry about. He ran the opposite way during the canyon ambush. Carried a wounded man over his shoulders like it was nothing, and still outran a Mokar. He could be a superhuman too. Qing Jun turned slowly, his attention now locked on the speaker. Interesting. Why didn't you say that sooner? The man's face pales. I didn't think it mattered. Please, we're just civilians. Without missing a beat, Qing Jun gestures to his aide. Commander Shu, risk factor C. Xiong Su, risk factor F. The moment the record is made, the soldier grabs the frightened man by the arm. He begins pleading desperately. Please? I told you everything. We had nothing to do with anything. But Qing Jun raises a hand. Luo Xinu and your partner, come with me. The rest are not our concern anymore. Night falls heavily over the ruined edges of the trading city. Under cover of darkness, Qing Jun and his unit move toward a secure warehouse. Several soldiers carry an enormous, metal-reinforced cage, their boots thudding rhythmically against the ground. The metal creaks and groans with every step, as if protesting what it holds. Shinu watches in horror as they lower the cage. "What is that?" she whispers, voice cracking. Her partner stumbles backward and screams. Inside the cage lies a grotesque creature, unconscious, but unmistakably monstrous. Chains wrap tightly around its limbs and neck, binding it like some ancient beast from legend. Pale, gnarled limbs. A head shaped like it once belonged to something human, but now twisted beyond recognition. Dry blood cakes its claws. Qing Jun steps closer, eyes gleaming. "This is a product of the pre-disaster era," he says softly. Luo Shinu stares at him, wide-eyed. "What kind of product?" Qing Jun turns to her, finally offering something resembling a smile, cold and clinical. "Biological engineering. Weaponization of the human genome. Before the collapse, this was what your ancestors were working on. Power at any cost." He crouches near the bars and addresses the creature as if it can still hear him. "They called it a prototype. A living super weapon. This one's incomplete, but it's enough to scare you, isn't it?" Shinu can barely breathe. "Why show us this?" "Because the same blood runs through Shlongsu," Qing Jun replies. "Also I suspect." He stands, brushing dust from his coat. "By midnight, I want Shlongsu, Yang Xiao Jin, and Shu Zanu found. We will classify them properly. Use the creature if needed." His aide salutes sharply. "Yes, Commander Qing." The man who had spilled everything watches in growing horror as the soldiers tighten their grip on the cage. It snarls in its sleep. His voice shakes as he asks, "Where are we going?" Qing Jun gives a faint, dismissive wave. "You'll see," he says. "But I doubt you'll like it." Shongsu wipes the dust from his jacket and squints at the faded sign of the department store. Broken glass glints on the sidewalk like frost under the dying orange hue of the sunset. The city is eerily quiet, too quiet. He knows he's being hunted. Every cracked window, every motionless alley feels like a potential sniper's nest. But he also knows he has no choice but to keep moving. Staying still means being found. Inside, the department store is a skeleton of its former self, collapsed shelves, overturned mannequins, discarded clothes covered in layers of grime. Shong moves quietly, the soft crunch of debris under his boots the only sound. His eyes scan for anything useful, medical supplies, food, weapons. Elsewhere, beneath industrial lights and the cold scrutiny of Qing Jin's analytical mind, the monster writhes uncomfortably under the focused spotlight. Its eyes, glowing crimson, narrow to slits. It crouches low in the cage, pressing itself against the bars furthest from the light. Its skin bubbles faintly along the arms, as if the light activates something underneath. Qing Jin raises a brow. "Fascinating," he mutters. "Photophobia that appears selectively. This behavior suggests it retains some basic environmental response, but not full cognition. It's responding to stimulus, like a wounded animal." One of the soldiers hesitates before speaking. "Sir, what if it's evolving?" Qing Jin barely glances at him. "They all evolve. That's the point. That's why the origin of flame created them." His voice turns quieter, almost reverent. "To defy entropy, to break the death cycle of cell division. But they succeeded only in making this." He motions again, and a different soldier takes down notes. Subject classification, origin, presumed origin of flame laboratory cell division limit, broken, presumed immortal, cognitive decline, complete physical abilities, enhanced strength, agility, durability sensitivity, high photophobia threat class, omega containment notes, avoid daylight exposure. Potential trigger factor, pursuit targets, Songsu, Yang Xiao Jin, Shu Zanu, Luo Shinu stands off to the side, arms crossed, but her expression is tense. She doesn't trust Qing Jin or the monster. "You're planning to use that thing?" Qing Jin turns to her, emotionless. "I don't need to. I need only one of its kind to understand how they cheated death. The rest? We eliminate them." He gestures toward the cage. "You see a monster. I see the legacy of an extinct genius. Imagine what your city would pay for just one vial of its blood. How many fortresses would fall to get the secret of eternal combat viability?" Shinu steps forward, voice sharp. "You mean immortality?" Qing Jin's expression darkens. "Don't flatter them. They're not immortal. They're trapped in decaying bodies, split by evolution gone wrong. I want to control the process. They merely surrendered to it." Just then, his comm crackles to life. Voice over comm, sir, we've swept sectors 4 through 7, no signs of Strong-Su or the others. They are either underground or have moved east. We'll check the department sector next. Ching Jin looks up, thoughtful. He's close. I can feel it. He turns toward the cage. The creature inside snarls softly, a low, guttural sound that doesn't come from its throat but from something deeper, something inhuman. Ching Jin whispers under his breath, let's see how long he can run. Back in the department store, Strong-Su finally finds what he's looking for, a locked case of first aid supplies. He smashes the glass quietly, pulling out gauze, antiseptic, and a few syringes. As he packs his bag, a movement flickers in the corner of his eye, just beyond the ruined cosmetics section. He ducks, heart racing. Something was watching him. He presses his back against a pillar, silent. The air in the room shifts. And then, he hears it. A breath. Not human. Not steady. Strong-Su tightens his grip on the metal bar in his hand. Whatever they sent after him, it's here. Strong-Su's heart pounds in his chest as he clutches the gold-filled cloak tighter. His body is tense, crouched behind a collapsed counter, the faint shimmer of polished jewelry peeking out beneath the folds. He knows the military doesn't come back to a place they've already swept, unless someone or something tipped them off. His breath catches when he hears the telltale crackle of a comlink outside. Soldier's voice, Sector 9 confirmed. Possible tampering. All units, prepare breach formation. Outside, boots shift. Safety switches click. Shadows move past the broken glass. They're not searching anymore. They're hunting. Meanwhile, just across the plaza in the toy store, the unit commander slowly walks past the very shelves Strong-Su had touched minutes earlier. His gloved fingers brush over a dusty action figure, then stop. Its placement is subtly off, the dust around it disturbed. He doesn't say a word, but his hand slowly rises into a clenched fist, a silent signal. His squad fans out silently, forming a perimeter around the department store across the street. Commander, whispering no mistakes. Confirmed contact. The target might still be inside. Back inside, Strong-Su peers through a crack in the wall. He sees them, more than a dozen soldiers, now with shields and short-range weapons at the ready. Too many to fight. Too many to outrun if they block the exits. He retreats deeper into the ruined store, eyes scanning for anything he could use. A service elevator shaft. A back hallway. A ceiling panel. Escape routes long forgotten. But every step he takes, he hears them moving too, closer, more coordinated, as if they know his position. He grits his teeth. Why did they come back, he whispers. And then it hits him. The gold. The cabinet glass. The smashed jewelry display. His fingerprints. His smell. His presence. They're tracking him, not through sight, but behavior. He disturbed the environment. Left a trail. Suddenly, over the soldiers' comms, Ching Jin's cold voice cuts through. Ching Jin, radio, do not kill him. Strong-Su is to be taken alive. If he resists, disable. But preserve the spine. The soldiers freeze momentarily at the wording, preserve the spine, before nodding silently. One mutters, he's not just a fugitive. He's a specimen. Strong-Su hears this too, faintly, through a half-open comm device left behind in a soldier's pack. His face darkens. They're not trying to arrest him. They're trying to dissect him. He tucks the gold deeper into his cloak, ties it tightly around his chest, and runs a hand across the nearby wall, cold, smooth, cracked open near the back. A maintenance crawl space. Small. Tight. Barely enough room to move. But it leads somewhere. And right now, anywhere is better than here. Strong-Su skids to a halt on the rooftop, his breath ragged, boots scraping against the weathered concrete. His eyes narrow as he stares at the building ahead. The silhouette is unmistakable. Yang Xiao Jin. She stands like a statue in the shadow of a shattered window, her long coat fluttering in the wind. The faint glint of metal shines in her hand, a sniper rifle, already raised, already aimed. In that instant, 100 thoughts race through Strong-Su's mind. Is she here to help me? Or is she here for me? Her eye is pressed to the scope. Time slows. From behind, soldiers burst onto the rooftop he just left, shouts echoing across the city blocks. Red targeting lasers begin to dance over nearby walls. Then, the rifle barks. The sound cuts through the wind like a whip crack. Strong-Su flinches instinctively, but the bullet isn't meant for him. Down below, on the opposite rooftop, a soldier collapses, his head snapping back violently, helmet rolling off. Screams of confusion rise as chaos erupts among the pursuing troops. From her perch, Yang Xiaojin quickly pulls the bolt and chambers another round. Her expression is calm, cold even, as she speaks into her comm unit. Yang Xiaojin, Songsu is moving east. I've cleared his path. Keep extraction point Delta clear. A voice responds over the comm, garbled by static. Operator, understood. We've locked down the western perimeter. Package must exit within 4 minutes. No more than that. Songsu doesn't waste time. He runs. Each rooftop feels like it's collapsing beneath his feet, but he pushes forward, ducking low to stay out of sight. The flash of Xiao Jin's rifle fires again, dropping another soldier trying to line up a shot. She's covering me. The realization settles in his chest like a second wind. But he also understands something deeper now. They were expecting him. Xiao Jin, the operator on the comms, the extraction team, all of them. This wasn't just luck. This was a rescue mission. Planned in advance. For him. As he jumps to the next rooftop, soldiers below are shouting, "Sniper! Zone 3! Fall back!" and retreating into cover. The commander, however, doesn't flinch. He watches from behind a corner, calmly taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "Commander, radio, he has backup. Someone embedded inside the city. Adjust protocol, Songsu is no longer a rogue element. He's part of an organized unit." Voice on comm. "Authorization for lethal suppression?" "Commander, negative. New order, capture. No body damage. They want him intact." High above, Yang Xiaojin reloads, eyes never leaving the figure sprinting across the cityscape. Just a little more, Songsu, and in the distance, the evac team begins to mobilize. As the thick grey smoke rolls across the rooftop, cloaking the scene in a dense fog, Songsu watches everything unfold from his vantage point, heart pounding, adrenaline surging. Yang Xiaojin's shot had landed, but not on the herself to protect Qing Jin. Her ruined weapon scatter in the wind as her body collapses. Blood stains the rooftop tiles, stark against the pale light of dawn. Yet Qing Jin doesn't even blink. He simply straightens his coat with quiet dignity, picks up the bullet that nearly ended his life, and studies it with a cold, calculating gaze. The engraved casing gleams faintly, custom work. A message. Not just a bullet, but a signature. Qing Jin, TSK. Sound, really? These rebels always do love their theatrics. A nearby soldier, tense and alert, yanks the pin on a smoke grenade and tosses it down. It detonates with a sharp pop, releasing a thick column of smoke that quickly billows up, swallowing everything. Soldier, radio to sniper confirmed, southeast quadrant. Rooftop, the abandoned building. Another voice, permission to engage. Qing Jin, no. Not yet. Track her. She's more valuable alive than dead. He turns to the man still on the ground, the one who had sold out his companions, trembling, afraid. Qing Jin, stoic, you're very brave, and very stupid. You didn't even realize the girl beside you was a superhuman. He tosses the spent bullet toward the man's chest. It bounces off with a clink, the sound louder than it should be in the heavy silence. From above, Xiongsu grits his teeth. Luo Xinu a superhuman? Since when? How many of us are still pretending to be ordinary while hiding something deeper? He glances at the spot where the smoke is thickest, trying to trace Xiao Jin's position, but the military is already converging, cutting off sightlines. I have to move, now. Meanwhile, deep in the smoke, Qing Jin gives his next order. Qing Jin, to radio reassign units. Forget the sniper, circle her position but don't push. I want Songsu alive. No mistakes. Luo Xinu too. Soldier, and the girl with the fans. He looks back once at the body. Qing Jin, flat, she's already done her job. Back at the rooftop, Yang Xiaojin ejects the spent shell, reloads, and whispers under her breath, damn it, that should have worked. But she doesn't. Hesitate. Her eyes flick to a grappling hook she's prepared. Time to move. As Songsu crouches among the thick foliage at the forest's edge, his breath shallow and his heart thundering, the volcanic sky above casts an ominous red glow over the trees. Smoke billows in the distance, Mount Jing has awakened, and with it, the entire world seems to shift beneath his feet. Behind him, the forest rustles. 3 units of elite Qing soldiers fan out, methodically closing in. But none of them know the forest like Songsu. Just moments earlier, he'd watched as Luo Xinu and Yang Xiao Jin vanished with a casual wave, disappearing in a shimmer of magic, leaving behind only questions. Why help him? Why kill Qing Jin? Why fake a shot at him? It wasn't a missed shot, Xiong realizes. It was a warning, a signal, a setup? Or a test? His thoughts are interrupted by gunfire. The commander had burst through the rooftop door, shield first. Xiong's shots failed to land, but the delay was enough, he had to run. Now the soldiers were closing in. From behind a thicket, Xiong watches silently as the first squad passes, their boots crunching over dry leaves. The young man knows he can't shoot, not with a pistol and dozens of trained fighters spread across the terrain. But he doesn't need to win. He just needs to disappear. A crack of thunder rips through the forest. The volcano bellows again, spewing molten light skyward. Trees tremble as the earth quakes beneath them. For just a moment, everyone freezes, even the soldiers. This is it, Xiong thinks. The world's in chaos. I just have to use it. He darts out like a shadow. The commander, still pacing the tree line, watches smoke rise and murmurs into his radio, "Commander, we're nearing the impact zone. The target's heading into unstable ground." A younger soldier protests, "Soldier, sir, if we follow him into the lava zone, we'll all be commander. Coldly, if he makes it to the other side, we lose everything. Finish him on sight." Xiong Su crouches behind a large moss-covered boulder, silently watching the patrols pass. Sweat beads on his forehead, not just from the heat, but the pressure. He knows the terrain won't hide him forever. They'll sweep this place clean. Magic or not, I'm outnumbered. I need an edge. Then, just ahead, he spots it, a collapsed root system, twisted over a hollow underground tunnel, likely carved by lava flow decades ago. Narrow, dark, and treacherous. It's perfect. He slips inside the tunnel. Back at the tree line, the commander stares into the choking black horizon. "Commander, he's going into the fire." "Soldier, what now?" "Commander, grimly, we don't chase a ghost into hell. We wait on the edge and watch the smoke. If he comes out, we finish him." But even he doesn't sound confident. Deep in the darkness, Xiong Su finally slows his pace. He's not safe, but he's buying time. Time to think. Time to rest. Time to plan. Luo Xinu. Yang Xiao Jin. Qing Jin, the bullet, the lab, the monster. Too many moving pieces. Too many lies. And now? Now the volcano burns. And with it, maybe the truth will rise too. As Xiong Su drops to one knee, blood pooling beneath him, his breath grows ragged. The sharp pain radiating from his pierced leg, his wounded torso, and his bruised fist signals the stark reality: he is no longer in control of this fight. The monsters, red-eyed, chained, and inhumanly silent, close in, undeterred by his defiance. The air grows heavy with iron and smoke. They weren't tracking me, Xiong realizes. They were waiting. Waiting for his moment of weakness. Waiting for his shadow to leave him vulnerable. And worst of all, his dagger is gone, stolen, perhaps, by someone he trusted. One of the monster's lunges, its jagged claws gleaming, aiming to end him. But at the last second, Xiong Su rolls away, the claws raking a fresh gouge into his shoulder. He screams but keeps moving. "I need my shadow back. Even if it kills me." Through gritted teeth, Xiong Su forces himself to his feet, the world spinning around him. He stretches one trembling hand toward the air and summons the red shadow again, despite knowing full well the cost. A deep hum pulses through the forest. And then, it appears. The red shadow materializes once more, erupting from Xiong's body in a burst of blood mist. The force of the emergence knocks back the nearest monster, shattering trees and flinging dirt skyward. Xiong gasps as a sharp wave of phantom pain courses through his body, the price of summoning. The shadow doesn't hesitate. It lunges at the monsters, tearing through them like a spectral demon. Chains snap. Bones crack. One of the creatures is bisected mid-lunge, dissolving into smoke. But Xiong Su feels every blow the shadow takes, each blocked strike echoes in his ribs, every glancing hit dulls his vision. His body is reaching its limit. "I can't take much more." Finally, only one creature remains. It moves with inhuman speed, dodging the shadow's flurry, and grabs Xiong by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Xiong chokes, eyes bulging, fingers clawing at the air, and then, the monster suddenly jerks violently, its chest erupting with a glowing shard of blue steel. The creature drops Slong and collapses. Behind it stands a slim figure cloaked in silver ash, holding a blooded blade. "You really are reckless," the voice says flatly. The smoke clears just enough for Slong to see her face, Yang Xiaojin. Her sniper rifle is gone. In its place, she wields his dagger, gripped backwards, still humming with energy. Slong collapses, coughing blood, unable to form words. "You can punch yourself later," she mutters. "For now, rest. I didn't steal it, idiot, I saved it. And you." She kneels beside him, places the dagger in his hand, and presses a glowing palm to his chest. A warm surge of healing magic pulses through his body, dulling the pain. Slong, eyes fluttering between consciousness and unconsciousness, barely manages a single thought, so they are working together. "But why save me now?" Just before he blacks out, he hears her whisper one more thing, "You not ready for what's coming. But we'll make sure you are." The commander kneels beside the mangled corpse of one of the monsters, his expression grim. His fingers trace the singular shoe print stamped into blood-soaked soil. "One man did this," he whispers. "No. One superhuman." A wave of unease ripples through the soldiers behind him. No words need to be spoken, fear is already in their eyes. These monsters, once used as fearsome test subjects by the Qing Consortium, had never been beaten in direct combat. Until now. Meanwhile, Song Su stands among the wreckage of bodies, breathing heavily, blood drying on his face, his new blade still glowing purple. The shadow beside him, armed with an identical weapon, mirrors his stance perfectly. They are no longer running. They are ascending. In his mind, the palace speaks again, its voice no longer cryptic, but proud. "You've proven yourself worthy of the seal. The next level awaits." A glowing message burns across Song's vision, new quest unlocked, the 1,000 Blades trial reward, 1,000 coins reward upgrade, Soul Shredder form, Phantom Edge objective, eliminate 3 command-ranked enforcers of the Qing Consortium. As the message fades, Song tightens his grip on his sword. The power surging through his veins is overwhelming, but it's also burning away the old version of himself. The one who ran, who doubted, who bled without purpose. That person is gone. He looks down at his reflection in the blade. A small smile plays across his lips. "Thank you," he says softly again, this time not to himself, but to the sword. Let's see how many more monsters want to test fate. In the distance, the forest rustles. The volcano rumbles. And overhead, Qing Consortium drones begin to circle, eyes in the sky, looking for that superhuman who destroyed their secrets. They won't have to look for long, because Slong Su is no longer hiding. The report came through swiftly. Shu Zanu's abilities needed immediate re-evaluation. The officer's voice was steady, but his words startled the representative of the Qing Consortium. Defeating for test subjects was no small feat. Their threat level had now been adjusted to level B. As the discussion continued, the man in white, clearly someone of rank, ordered the commander to collect C-type blood samples from Shu Zanu at the earliest opportunity. With the line cut, Qing Zhen leaned back, thoughtful. Lu Ushinu, Shu Zanu, and Yang Xiaojin had already revealed parts of their power. Now, all that remained was Xiong Su. "Go ahead and move," Qing Zhen muttered under his breath with a sly smile. He believed Xiong Su had potential to become a powerful bargaining chip, particularly useful in the ongoing political Cold War against Zhang, the teacher from Trading City. There was no concern over not catching the boy just yet. After all, the consortium controlled the fortress, and if Xiong Su ever dared to return within those walls, they would be waiting. Meanwhile, the military continued its pursuit in the dense forest. The trail was growing cold, but the commander assumed the enemy had headed toward the volcano. Despite extensive searching, they found nothing. Still, the commander wasn't fooled. Judging by the heavy blood loss, Shu Zanu had suffered serious injuries. Yet the corpses of the slain monsters told another story. Their wounds were clean, surgical, each one sliced with terrifying precision. Even with a military-issue tactical blade, no ordinary soldier could have inflicted such damage. Before he could think further, a sudden noise startled the squad. They turned, weapons raised, and saw Xiong Su sprinting straight toward them in sheer panic. "Don't shoot! Look behind me!" Xiong Su yelled, breath ragged. The soldiers hesitated, confused. But instinct took over and they opened fire. Xiong Su dived, zigzagging between trees, dodging the hail of bullets. "Are you guys blind or just trying to win a prize for stupidity?" he shouted mid-dodge. Behind him, the true threat came into view, an entire swarm of test subjects thundering through the forest, red eyes glowing, relentless. The commander and his men froze, paralyzed by fear at the horrifying sight. Xiongsu didn't waste the opportunity. He used his shadow ability to escape in an instant, vanishing from their line of sight. Still, as if they hadn't seen the deadly creatures behind him, the soldiers opened fire again, now back on Xiongsu. "Are you kidding me right now?" he yelled, twisting midair to avoid the next volley. "They're literally right there." Even while running for his life, Xiongsu found himself baffled by the soldiers' logic, or lack thereof. Xiongsu shifted slightly to the side, eyes flicking toward the chaos behind him. Clearly, he had something in mind. With a sudden surge, he soared into the air, his shadow trailing behind like a living storm. "Let the monsters play with the soldiers for a bit," he said with a dry smirk. Then, boom, he blasted through the line of soldiers like a human battering ram, knocking several to the ground as he flew past. Back on the ground, the commander's heart sank. The monsters, those savage test subjects, were now barreling straight toward the military unit. And there were far more than expected. This is insane," the commander muttered. "We were told there'd only be 100. It didn't add up. Someone had lied. Was Flame Source feeding us false data?" he snapped, eyes narrowing, trying to manipulate Qingjun. But there was no time for blame. The wave of monsters was approaching too fast. Picking up his radio, he barked out orders: "All units, fall back and establish a defensive line facing the city. Open fire immediately, buy time." Xiongsu, watching from above, couldn't help but pause. This wasn't what he expected. These aren't just mercenaries, he thought. They're actually protecting the city. He watched as the soldiers formed a line, planting their feet and unloading their weapons into the oncoming horde. Most of them had no hope of surviving, but they didn't waver. Is this what separates the consortium's elite from the private fighters? He wondered aloud. Then his thoughts returned to Qingjian, the man in the white suit. What kind of person can command soldiers willing to throw themselves into the jaws of death for a lost cause? On the front line, the commander stood firm, frustration building. "Bullets aren't doing anything," he shouted. "These things are tanks with claws." Through the haze and fire, a radio crackled with new orders, permission to slowly retreat toward the city outskirts. It was the best they could do now. "Hold formation," the commander yelled. "Cover each other's retreat, don't let them break the line." One by one, squads fell back. Others stayed behind, firing into the tide of monsters, buying every second they could. Far ahead, Xiongsu darted through the trees, grinning. "Worked like a charm," he muttered. "They're all too busy with the monsters to worry about me." He could still hear the commander's voice echoing in his head, the confusion, the shock. "Didn't expect this either, did you?" Xiongsu laughed to himself, gloating in his small victory. Maybe I'm not the only one being underestimated. But the moment didn't last. Suddenly, from deep within the volcano, a sound rumbled like thunder tearing through the earth. Xiongsu stopped cold and turned. From the mouth of the volcano, a colossal hand, dripping lava, slowly rose into the sky. His eyes widened. No way, something survived in the lava. Far away, watching the same spectacle unfold from a safer vantage point, Qingjian narrowed his eyes. Beside him, a soldier adjusted his glasses, unable to believe what he was seeing. Qingjian's expression remained calm, but his voice was laced with quiet tension. "We're pulling out," he said, turning away from the blast of molten fury. "The mission is a failure." Then, after a beat, he added to the soldier beside him, "Call the brother of the Qing consortium member. If that thing breaks through, the 113th barrier won't hold." As the volcano roared like an awakened beast, Qingjian gave the final order: "All units, prepare for immediate retreat." The sound of molten fury grew louder, shaking the air itself. The volcano was now fully erupting, vomiting streams of lava with terrifying force. In the chaos, military vehicles were prepped for evacuation. An officer in black, still exchanging fire at the front, turned sharply to his unit. "Fall back now," he shouted. "We'll cover you." Obeying without hesitation, the soldiers began retreating toward the evacuation point, while the officer and one other stayed behind, firing their last rounds into the monstrous swarm. But the monsters were relentless. No fear. No mercy. Just pure destruction. Eventually, the two remaining soldiers rejoined the others, who had already gathered near Qingjian. As the troops marched to the vehicles in tight formation, preparing for exfiltration, Qing Zhen stood still, eyes fixed on the dark forest beyond, a strange device clutched in his gloved hand. And then, the monsters appeared. They came in hordes, clawing and charging toward the evacuation zone, showing no signs of slowing down. Without a word, Qing Zhen raised the device and pressed the large center button. Boom! A devastating explosion tore through the landscape. The shockwave rippled across the field, tearing trees from the ground and sending monster corpses flying in every direction. The blast was so powerful, it distorted the very air around it. That should hold them for now, someone muttered. An officer in black approached Qing Zhen, sweat on his brow, face stiff with regret. Sir, we couldn't retrieve Xiong Su. But the man in white waved it off calmly. It doesn't matter. Get in the car. Later, as the convoy prepared to move out, one of the vehicles abruptly stalled. A soldier ran over, reporting a flat tire. No problem, I've got a jack and a spare, said the officer, rolling up his sleeves. But something wasn't right. Another soldier crouched beside the wheel and frowned. Sir, this wasn't a puncture. This tire's been slashed. They checked the spare, also slashed. Qing Zhen's calm expression didn't change. But a flicker of true irritation crossed his face. This is the first time, he said coldly, I've actually wanted someone to pay for this with their life. He requested a bulletproof vest, strapped it on himself, and assembled a small detachment. I'm going out. Stay here and secure the rest. The officer hesitated. And what about Xiong Su? Qing Zhen glanced back over his shoulder. Luolan will take care of him. He's just a shadow thief. He won't cause much trouble. Meanwhile, Xiong Su had already returned, gliding silently over the forest on his summoned shadow. He smirked as he looked down at the sabotaged tire tracks. Good thing I had the sense to slice those tires, he muttered. Not so easy to drive away when your wheels are shredded. Nearby, tucked in the underbrush, his old cloak lay forgotten. He grabbed it with relief, slinging it back over his shoulders. The loss of the gold still stung a bit, but he let it go. One problem at a time, he told himself. Spying a nearby cave, he made his way inside, hoping to finally catch a moment of peace. He built a fire, warm and crackling, casting flickering light across the rock walls. He stared into the flames, thoughts drifting. This wasn't the first time he'd holed up in a place like this. Last time, he was with a full detachment. Suddenly, he paused. His eyes narrowed. A fresh sign. Tracks in the dirt. Something, or someone, was here. Could it be Yang Xiaojin? She had been the last one to leave this cave. But if she had returned, why not reveal herself? Outside, the volcano still rumbled violently. Chunks of lava rained across the forest, setting trees ablaze. Wild animals, driven by instinct, stampeded in all directions, escaping the forest, the fire, and the monsters. Xiong Su took one last look at the collapsing wilderness and shook his head. So much for rest. He leapt onto his shadow again. If he wanted to survive the night, he had to move, now. With incredible speed, he darted toward the gorge, the wind slicing past him. Behind him, more monsters stirred, but they were too slow to match his speed. He wasn't just running anymore. He was racing fate. Xiong Su's body moved like a blade through the forest, slicing through the morning fog. His movements were so sharp, so unnatural, that nearby animals bolted in fear. Even Xiong Su himself was surprised by the incredible speed he had gained. It was as if his shadow had finally begun to merge with him, fluid, instinctive, and fast. The night gave way to sunlight, and after what felt like an eternity of danger, fire, and blood, he was home. Elsewhere, inside Liu Yuan and Sister Xiao Yu's home, a visitor arrived. Wang Fugu, the ever-watchful merchant, entered with calm steps and a gentle demeanor. He bowed slightly as he spoke to Liu Yuan, who was still recovering. I just did what I could, Wang Fugu said kindly. You don't need to thank me. We got lucky. Liu Yuan, lying in bed, managed a weak but genuine smile. Sister Xiao Yu, sitting by his side, tried to lift his spirits. You'll be up on your feet in no time, she said cheerfully, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Despite everything, a quiet peace had settled over the house. Liu Yuan took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Deep inside, he was relieved the chaos had paused, if only for a moment. Yet, one thought remained, I just wish my brother were here. Xiao Yu, perceptive as ever, didn't say a word. She understood. She always did. Wang Fugu moved around the room, carefully placing hot food on the table. Eat. You'll need your strength, he said. As they ate, Liu Yuan quietly recalled a memory, his brother's words from long ago: happiness doesn't come from pleasure. It's born from grief. When sorrow is deep enough, people start fighting for life. That moment, the moment someone chooses to fight, may go unnoticed by others, but to the one who's fighting, it's everything. That lesson had stayed with him. Even now, it kept him hopeful. Though Mr. Jiang was gone, leaving no other teachers in the trading city, Liu Yuan was confident. When his brother returned, and he'd continue to teach and protect. Wang Fugu, glancing out the window at the distant smoke rising from the volcano, spoke again. I heard rumors. That eruption could have been near your brother. I can't imagine what's happening out there. But Liu Yuan refused to accept the worst. He's alive, he said firmly. He has to be. The younger brother had made his wish with his entire soul for Song-su to come back alive. He wasn't ready to believe in anything else. Wang Fugu's eyes narrowed as he looked down the street. There are too many new faces outside. Strangers. Quiet ones. They're not the kind you make friends with or ask for directions. He turned back to the siblings with a low voice. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, I'll help you disappear. You have my word. Sister Xiao Yu frowned. Why are they here? What do they want with us? They're not here for you, Wang Fugu replied. They're here for your brother. I don't know what he did out there, but whatever it was, it got the fortress's full attention. Back in the dense forest, Qing Zhen and his remaining subordinates moved cautiously. Their mood was dark, their expressions grim. How far to the 112th fortress? Qing Zhen asked coldly, brushing branches out of his path. There was no answer, only the distant hum of panic spreading across nearby towns. In one such town, a frightened civilian was shoved aside by a soldier trying to maintain order. Amidst this confusion, Song-su slipped through the city gates, cloaked in shadow. He didn't waste time. He made a beeline for the school grounds, kicked open a familiar wooden door, and stood in front of Liu Yuan and Sister Xiao Yu. Both of them stared at him in disbelief. Brother! Liu Yuan shouted, beaming with joy. But Song-su was already scanning the room. Pack your things. Fast, he said without pause. He looked over his shoulder, tension etched into his every move. Suddenly, he turned and pointed a gun at Wang Fugu. You're staying. Just until we're gone. Wang Fugu raised his hand slightly, trying to keep the mood calm. Hey, easy. I've got no plans to stop you. Liu Yuan blinked in confusion, not sure what to believe. Song-su twirled the gun once, lowering it, but his tone remained firm. No one stopping me. Not this time. Wang Fugu sighed, stepping forward with caution. You've always been like this, bold, reckless. But don't forget, as long as Mr. Jiang is around, the Qing consortium can't touch you. Song-su froze for a moment, clearly surprised. That name again, Mr. Jiang. Even now, his presence lingered like a protective shadow. Despite the tension in the room, Song-su lowers his weapon, then speaks with unexpected honesty. I'm not running because of the Qing consortium, he says quietly. I'm leaving because of what's coming out of that mountain. His words stop Wang Fugu cold. The mountain, the merchant asks cautiously. What exactly did you see on Mount Jing? There's a moment of silence. The kind of silence that carries weight. Song-su doesn't answer directly, but the look in his eyes is enough. Something terrible is coming. Wang Fugu hesitates, then takes a step forward. Take me with you, he says, voice calm. I want to be part of your team. I trust you with my life. That surprises Song-su. He had expected Fugu to abandon him the first chance he got, but instead, here he was, offering loyalty. You? Song-su smirks. You're weak. What can you even do? Wang Fugu doesn't back down. I know medicine. I've patched up more people than you've shot. You'll need me. The young man narrows his eyes, calculating the risk. After a pause, he nods. Fine. Go find your son and bring him here. Wang Fugu's face lights up, grateful for the chance. As the merchant leaves, Liu Yuan speaks up from the side of the room. Brother. I killed someone. A group of robbers came, and I shot them. Song-su's expression tightens. Did anyone see you? Did they report it? No. Mr. Jiang protected us. He left with the military. Before he left, He gave us this. Liu Yuan hands him a coin weathered and etched with unknown symbols. Xiongsu studies it, eyebrows furrowing. Did he say anything else? Only that you should go to Sabe and find the 178th fortress. Xiongsu closes his hand around the coin and nods. If something happens, that's where we go. From the corner of the room, Xiao Yu chimes in. We've already packed everything. Xiongsu glances at the bags, then does a double take. Did you pack all the cabbages from the backyard? Xiao Yu gives a shy, innocent smile. We might need them. Xiongsu sighs. We'll find food in the wild. You can't fight consortium agents with vegetables. Wang Fugu returns shortly after, pulling along his stubborn young son. The boy is angry, dragging his feet. I'm not going, the boy says, crossing his arms. You don't get to choose, Wang Fugu replies. We're leaving. Together. The argument gets heated fast. Xiongsu listens with growing annoyance. Who's Li Yukan? He asks, cutting through the noise. Liu Yuan responds quietly. She's Oldler's daughter. That's all Xiongsu needs to hear. We're not taking her. The words hit like a slap. The boy's face contorts with shock and fury. Mr. Jiang would never leave the children. Xiongsu just shrugs. Well, I'm not Jiang. He turns his back without hesitation. With everything gathered, they sneak outside and begin climbing over the wall, hoping to avoid attention. Wang Fugo scrambles up first, and Xiongsu follows. Then, a voice echoes through the quiet street. He's back! Xiongsu is home. More voices join in, shouting, alerting, spreading the alarm like wildfire. Grab him! Wang Fugu curses under his breath. They were watching. I knew it. Before the group can react, dark shapes emerge from the alleyways. A group of unknown men rush toward them. Xiongsu doesn't hesitate. He draws his pistol. Bang! A shot rings out, hitting one of the pursuers square in the chest and sending him flying backward. The others freeze momentarily, stunned. Step back, Xiongsu growls, reloading with smooth precision. But the attackers don't back down. Their hesitation turns into resolve, and they close in, shouting threats and surrounding the group. The moment has shifted from escape to battle. And Xiongsu is right back where he belongs, gun in hand, blood rushing, shadow rising. With blood on his hands and rage in his eyes, Xiongsu makes a split-second decision. He spares no one. Gunshots echo in rapid bursts. The brave men who stood against him fall one by one, their bodies hitting the pavement in dull thuds. The survivors flee in horror, but Xiongsu's voice follows them like a curse. You think calling for help will save you? Bang! Bang! He fires at their backs, cold, precise, merciless. Each shot finds its mark. Each scream is silenced. Around him, onlookers freeze, paralyzed by the cruelty, by the sheer weight of what just happened. Everyone out, Xiongsu growls. There's a fortress to the southwest. The 109th.
At that very moment, Xiongsu felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Instinctively, he assumed it was an earthquake, and he was right. Without warning, a massive chasm split open right in the heart of the bustling trading city. From its depths, hundreds of glowing red eyes emerged, monsters and giant insects staring directly at the main character. Panic swept through the streets as terrified citizens tried to flee. The city wall, once thought to be impenetrable, began to collapse. In the midst of the chaos, Shang Yuanshans was reminded of a question his younger brother once asked him. What if the wall really fell? Now that hypothetical fear had become a grim reality. But what made it even worse was the horrifying truth. Monsters had been hiding behind the wall all along. As a massive spider lunged forward, chasing a screaming Wang Fugi, Xiongsu acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he shot down the monstrous creature, saving his comrade. His voice rang out through the panic. No one was to stop. Everyone needed to keep moving. Xiao, still shaken, voiced his concern. Would the rest of the town survive this nightmare? But the protagonist replied firmly. Their top priority was survival. As long as they lived, hope remained. Suddenly, Li called out, pointing to something strange within the wall. There, a mysterious light shimmered. As they ran, Shang Yusu caught sight of a bubble, something eerily familiar. He speculated that it was the same bubble once created by Zhang Ban. Could it mean that Zhang Ban was still alive? The bubble floated upward toward a swirling cluster of airborne insects. Then, just as it neared the creatures, it expanded violently. Cries of astonishment filled the air as someone shouted about a Superman. The bubble burst apart into countless smaller spheres, scattering in all directions. While the insects became distracted by the shimmering orbs overhead, ordinary townsfolk seized the moment to flee. Wang Fugi turned to the protagonist with alarm, warning him that it looked like thousands of people were now running straight toward them. Zhang Yuanzhans knew they couldn't let them get too close. The crowd could bring new dangers. He understood the people of the trading city all too well. They were capable of any cruelty if it meant saving themselves. As their squad pushed forward, Zhang Yusu handed his weapon to Li Yuan, instructing him to hide it well. Sometime later, after putting significant distance between themselves and the city, the group came to a halt. Night had fallen quickly, and they had finally escaped the immediate chaos, at least for now. Wang Fugi's son looked up with admiration and asked how he could become one of those powerful beings known as superhumans. Li Wan responded thoughtfully, explaining that becoming a superhuman wasn't simple. It required certain conditions, such as extraordinary luck or a rare bloodline. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the group, some people were muttering about Wang Fugi himself. They criticized his cowardice, pointing out that now he was hiding behind the younger members of the squad. One man speculated that the merchant might be carrying a considerable amount of money. However, another quickly warned against making any reckless moves, reminding everyone that Zhang Su and Li Wan were armed. Attacking them would be dangerous. They continued debating, suggesting that too many people had reasons to harm Zhang Rong's group, and the young men wouldn't have enough bullets to fight everyone off. One man finally asked who would be the first to make a move, but at that question, the entire group suddenly fell silent, averting their gazes and avoiding eye contact. As night fell completely, small groups of survivors sat scattered around the ruins of a destroyed house, speaking in hushed tones. Suddenly, a sharp piercing wolf howl shattered the tense quiet. Startled, people leapt to their feet in fear. They knew wolves were fearsome predators. Without hesitation, many began to run. At the same time, Zhang Su and his squad had built a campfire deep in the forest. Li Wen approached the flames and noticed a large pot simmering over the fire. He commented that the food smelled delicious. Nearby, Wang Fugi's child wrinkled his nose and complained about the cilantro Zhang Su had foraged, saying it smelled like bugs. Zhang Su only chuckled and replied condescendingly that the boy probably hadn't eaten bugs before. That's why he said such things. Just then, Wang Fugi's eyes widened in alarm. He had spotted a large group of people approaching their camp. Zhang Su quickly assessed the situation and told everyone that those were desperate survivors trying to save themselves. They had no time. His squad needed to leave immediately. Though regretful, he admitted that they didn't have the luxury of mercy anymore. In this world, survival came before everything else. At that very moment, the distant rumble of engines echoed through the forest. Military vehicles began to appear between the trees. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuanshan's team instinctively looked up, surprised. He wondered aloud why such vehicles would be here. Spotting people near the machines, he realized the vehicles must have come from the fortress, but something felt off. The convoy was too small. There should have been far more troops from the Qing consortium present. Elsewhere, in one of the leading trucks, Boss Lu himself sat, visibly frustrated. A soldier driving the vehicle asked if they had enough fuel to make it to the 109th fortress. The reply was negative. However, the man suggested they siphon fuel from one of the trucks behind them. Boss Lu immediately refused. Those trucks were full of wounded people, packed to the limit. The soldier insisted, saying Boss Lu and Qin Zhen had always been kind to everyone, so the others were willing to endure a little hardship for them. But Boss Lu gave him a bitter look and told him not to call him a good man. In his words, good men don't live long. Back at the camp, Zhang Su continued watching the scene unfold, his expression darkening. He muttered that it looked like even the fortress's highest-ranking officers were now fleeing, and with so many desperate people following behind his squad, the threat was only growing. Still, Zhang Yuanzhan made a quiet vow. If their group was attacked by a small number of wild animals, he would stay behind and fight them off so the others could escape. Eventually, his squad rejoined the larger group of disaster survivors. As things settled for a moment, Wang Fugi turned to Zhang Su. Although he acknowledged that now was not the ideal time, he couldn't help but ask what had happened to Zhang Su's companions who had gone with him to Mount Jing. The protagonist solemnly states that when they had first departed for Mount Jing, their group numbered 21, but now, only 4 had survived. Wang Fugi, taken aback by this grim revelation, begins to wonder if Xianglong might truly be a superhuman. The main character doesn't deny it. He admits that Mount Jing was overrun with mutated monsters far beyond what they had anticipated. Hearing this, Wang Fugi confesses that had Xianglong not returned when he did, they all would have surely perished. As the night wears on, Xiang Yu and Shan Su's squad presses forward through the forest, carefully navigating between the trees. Suddenly, the protagonist halts and silently raises his hand, signaling the others to stop. What they witness next is a disturbing scene: an unknown man holding another at gunpoint, demanding all his food. The armed man orders his accomplice to search the victim for anything valuable. The terrified man being threatened can hardly comprehend why this is happening to him. Without hesitation, the gunman, Wan Ken, pulls the trigger and shoots the man in front of him. Wan Ken coldly explains his reasoning. Fortress 113 has vanished, and everything in Fortress 109 is now starting over. In his mind, possession of a weapon makes him the new ruler of this broken world. He declares himself the true boss, and demands total obedience from those around him. He points to a few standing bystanders and orders them to search the people lying on the ground. At first, they hesitate, unwilling to become part of such cruelty, but Wan Ken shouts at them, forcing them into submission. Reluctantly, two men step forward and begin demanding valuables. The helpless victims, desperate to survive, surrender their jewelry and other precious belongings. Wang Fugi, watching from the shadows, becomes anxious. He whispers that their group could be next, but Xiang Su, calm and resolute, assures him that no one will be taking anything from them. Soon, the robbers' attention shifts. One of them recognizes Xiang Su and quietly murmurs his name. Whispers spread through the group. Despite his youthful appearance, Xiang Su carries a dark and dangerous reputation. Afraid of provoking him, the thugs decide to back off and leave. But before they can, Xiang Su himself calls out to them. The group freezes. Xiang Yushan's sword steps forward, his eyes locked on one of the men wearing multiple wristwatches. With a faint smile, he tells them to hand over the watches, unless they want trouble. Given his reputation, the men don't argue. They quietly hand over the watches without resistance. Xiang Yubi distributes the watches to his team, ensuring that each member can now keep track of time. With the situation diffused, the group continues on their path, looking for a safe place to rest before sunrise. After some time, the squad approaches what appears to be a mountain and decides to circle around its side. As they move along, they hear a voice behind a large rock, someone repeating pleas of fear over and over. Curious, they move behind the boulder and come across a small detachment of people. All of them are dressed in the same uniform. Observing their demeanor and discipline, Xiang Su quickly deduces that these individuals must be disciples. As night falls again, Xiang Yu and his squad settle down and begin building a fire to set up camp. As the flames flicker, the protagonist looks up at the group across from them and notices a familiar insignia on their clothing, the emblem of the Fortress Second High School. As Zhang Su watched the group of students by the fire, his mind drifted back to something Zhang had once told him. According to teacher Zhang, there were dozens of schools within the fortress. Students there lived entirely different lives. Clean classrooms, dedicated teachers who supported them at any moment, and no need to brave the wilderness or perform hard labor. They even received student benefits just for attending. The thought made Zhang Su pause. What would his life have looked like if he'd been born inside a fortress? A life of structure, safety, and opportunity, so different from the harsh reality he now knew. Though he had lost his disciples from the trading city, Zhang Su still hadn't figured out how to earn new gratitude from others. But he remembered how he had once expressed gratitude to himself, and how that had helped him strengthen his blade. With that in mind, he attempted to thank himself again, hoping to generate gratitude coins. This time, however, it didn't work. Meanwhile, nearby, one of the young students turned to her teacher and whispered that she was hungry. The woman, gentle and calm, pulled the girl into a comforting hug. She reassured her that the people from the 109th fortress would help them, and that together they would collect edible plants. Curious, some of the students asked what edible plants looked like so they could help. Avoiding their eyes slightly, the teacher quietly asked if they could see Zhang Su's group. She suggested that they copy the actions of those survivors. After all, they seemed confident and capable. One of the students questioned why they didn't simply ask for help directly. The teacher sighed and explained that without a functioning fortress, no one was obligated to protect them anymore. They needed to learn to rely on themselves. At that moment, Sister Xiao approached Zhang Su and addressed him directly. She brought up the group of girls among the students who were around his age, and teasingly asked if he liked any of them. But Zhang Su, clearly exhausted, replied curtly, it wasn't the time for such talk. Soon after, Zhang Su turned his attention back to the forest floor, beginning to gather edible herbs. Observing him closely, the teacher encouraged her students to find the same type of plant he was collecting. To his surprise, Zhang Su looked up and saw several students mimicking his actions, picking herbs right beside him. Excited, they showed the plants to their teacher. Proud of their find, Zhang Yuanshan quietly walked over to Wang Fugi, showing him one of the plants. He warned him that this particular herb was absolutely unsafe to eat. The surrounding students, watching closely, were stunned as Zhang Su tossed away his entire collection of gathered plants with visible frustration. One student, overwhelmed by the tension, slammed a plant into the ground in frustration. It was then that Zhang Su realized this group of disciples had begun taking their cues from him. They were following his lead without question. He calmed himself and pointed to a small plant near Wang Fugi's feet, explaining that this one, unlike the others, was perfectly safe to eat. Wang Fugi, somewhat defensive, told Zhang Su not to underestimate him. He was already well aware of this plant's properties. Just then, the students and their teacher moved together to continue foraging, but the teacher, distracted by the conversation, stumbled over a small stone and fell noisily to the ground. The students rushed to her side, quickly helping her back to her feet. Even in the middle of the chaos that defined their new world, moments of learning, connection, and quiet humanity still remained. The teacher reassured her students gently, telling them everything was fine, but one of the boys looked at her and pointed out that they were no longer in school. She didn't have to take care of them anymore. The woman simply smirked, her tone unwavering, and replied, "I'm your teacher, and I'll lead you to the fortress safely." Watching the interaction from a distance, Zhang Yasu remained silent. Her words stayed with him. Time passed. The students began eating the herbs they had gathered, only to find them bitter. The taste, combined with the stress of their journey, began to take its toll. One by one, the students approached their teacher, confessing that they missed home deeply. Lu Yan, noticing the mood shift, quietly pointed out that a group of girls had begun to cry, but Zhang Yusu, still emotionally detached, stated that they didn't need to get involved. At that moment, distant shouting interrupted the scene. People came running toward the fire, their faces filled with relief and joy. They had found other survivors. They crowded around the white-haired man and praised him, calling him a remarkable superhuman who had led them to safety. Shang Yushan and the rest of his group turned to the newcomers, their expressions weary and unwelcoming. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, taking in the man at the center of the commotion. He wore the tattered uniform of a mental hospital patient. Skepticism spread quickly among those watching, but Shang Suo kept his thoughts reserved. Despite the man's appearance, there was something strange, something real, about him. After all, he had managed to guide an entire group to safety. Perhaps he truly was a superhuman. Suddenly, the man's eyes landed on Zhang Su. His expression changed instantly. His eyes lit up as if he were looking at the most precious treasure in the world. He shouted loudly, demanding the crowd make way, and charged toward Zhang Nan with uncontainable excitement. Lu Yan, confused, leaned over and asked if Shang Su knew this man. The protagonist replied with a simple, "No." The unknown young man reached him with a forced smile, pushing into Shang Su's space. Before anyone could react, he clasped his hands together and called Shang Su his master, bowing respectfully. Zhang Yuanshan's horror was stunned. He froze, unable to find words. It was all too strange, too sudden. With the confidence of a prophet, the mental patient told the surrounding people to take care of themselves. Then he declared that he would lead his master Zhang Su westward to attain the Holy Scripture. The survivors stared at him, bewildered by both the statement and the man himself. No one could quite make sense of what was happening. Wang Fugi, watching the scene unfold, burst into laughter. But the man turned toward him, tone shifting instantly. "What are you laughing at?" he asked sharply. Then, with a grand gesture, he embraced both Wang Fugi and his child, and proclaimed that they too would go west in pursuit of the Holy Scripture. Needless to say, Zhang Yushan's group was not thrilled to have such a man as a potential companion. Zhang Su grabbed the young man by the shoulder, voice firm, and told him to stop calling him master. He made it clear he was not going west. The young man pulled away calmly and asked where Shang Su was headed. The answer came quickly: the 109th fortress, located southwest. The strange man brightened immediately. "That sips the west," he said triumphantly. "You Shang are already on the path to the Holy Scripture. You just don't know it yet." Zhang Yuan Zhangrong's raised his hand in protest, firmly asserting that he would stick to his direction. A heated argument broke out between them as others turned away, clearly uncomfortable with the absurd confrontation. But just then, before the chaos could settle, danger crept closer. The same robbers who had been tormenting desperate survivors earlier now approached a new target, a group of students from the fortress. Suddenly, the man dressed as a mental hospital patient picked up a wooden staff and pressed it threateningly against the chest of someone he called Zhang Fang. The tension skyrocketed. In a defensive reflex, Zhang Yuan Fang reached for the pistol hidden in his belt, but before he could properly aim, the young man struck first, slamming the shaft into his head. Still, Zhang Yuan Fang managed to fire his weapon in panic. Seeing the gun go off, Zhang Yuanzhans instinctively moved in front of his squad, trying to shield them with his body. Meanwhile, the young man waved his staff dramatically, proclaiming that no bullet could pierce it. But Lei Yuan, observing from the side, dryly pointed out the obvious, that the bullet hadn't struck the staff, but flesh. A moment later, the young man seemed to grasp the same fact. He muttered a short curse as he looked down at his chest. Blood was flowing from the wound, yet he remained standing. Roaring with defiance, he declared that a pathetic bullet could never harm him. Miraculously, the bullet dislodged itself from his body and clinked to the ground. The onlookers gasped. Even Xiang Yuan Feng, the shooter, stared in disbelief and muttered, "A superhuman." Without hesitation, the young man leapt into the air, wielding his staff like a divine weapon. A second later, the staff came crashing down on Zhang Yanfeng, striking him hard enough to draw blood. The gunman collapsed to the dirt with a heavy thud, his pistol slipping from his hand as he fell unconscious. Proudly, the young man looked around and announced that he had slain a demon. Once again, he turned to Shang Ongsu and called him master, continuing to heap praise on himself while attributing all his strength to Shang Ong's guidance. The crowd began to gather around the boy, thanking him for his bravery, but he stopped them and insisted they thank his master instead. All eyes turned to Shang Su. Without hesitation, the people bowed in unison and expressed their gratitude to him. Instantly, Zhang Yuanzhans received 10 gratitude coins, an unusually high amount to gain so quickly. For the first time, Zhang Yuanzhan Crikey addressed the boy as a true disciple. He offered him medicine for his wound, and the young man joined Zhang Yuanzhan's squad, sharing food with the group around the fire. As they ate, the disciple gratefully thanked Zhang Su for the meal. Another man, introducing himself as Chang Yuendi, echoed the sentiment. After finishing his portion, he commented on how delicious it was, but added that he wouldn't mind another serving. While observing Chang Wudi, Zhang Su quietly reflected on a curious pattern. Increasingly, it seemed that all superhumans had some connection to spiritual power. In Xu Shanu's case, this link was evident. And now, Chang Wudi, who imagined himself a legendary sage, also appeared to exhibit a strong spiritual connection. Yet Zhang Su couldn't determine whether he possessed such a power himself. Just then, the teacher from the student group approached him, politely asking if she could take some fire for her group. In exchange, she offered dry firewood they had managed to gather. Zhang Yuanzhans agreed to the trade, and in return he received 3 gratitude coins. The girls left happily, satisfied that they had been able to reach an agreement. Sitting silently by the fire, Zhang Su contemplated the situation. For people without survival experience, life in the wilderness was brutal and unforgiving. Meanwhile, Chang Wudi returned, bringing a small bundle of supplies. Zhang Su declined, telling him that he had gathered them himself and should keep them. The young man replied that, in that case, he wouldn't hold back. Zhang Su simply nodded and said that in the wilderness, there was no use in being polite. Out here, they were completely on their own. Carried away by the moment, Chang Wudi tossed a pistol toward Wang Fugi and declared that it was for him. Surprised but grateful, Wang Fugi caught the weapon and thanked him. Wang Fugi let out a few weak croaks in response to the gesture, too exhausted to form proper words. Not long after, Zhang Wudi fell asleep, curling up near the fire. Zhang Su sat in silence, watching him, a subtle weight pressing on his chest. He hated having to deceive the boy. Li Yuan approached quietly and suggested that Zhang Yisu take a break and get some rest. "I'll take the first watch," he offered. But Zhang Su shook his head. "You go to sleep first," he said firmly. "Yu Shang will take over later." Liu Yuan tried to argue, but Zhang Yisu cut him off. "We'll do it my way." Slightly disappointed, but understanding, Liu Yuan nodded and laid down to rest. Sitting alone beside the flickering firelight, Zhang Su reflected on their journey. They were already halfway to the 109th fortress. The golden medicine he had hidden back in the palace should be enough to keep the squad alive for now. Still, worry gnawed at him. Would the boys be able to cross the wall into the fortress, or would they be forced to settle in the trading town outside? Before long, Zhang Yuanshan Wudi stirred and opened his eyes. He turned to his master and asked softly, "Why aren't Setchu sleeping?" Zhang Yushans raised an eyebrow. "Why are you awake already?" The boy smiled and explained that he only needed 3 or 4 hours of sleep each day. The two of them sat quietly by the fire, the night calm and heavy around them. Chang Wudi began to share more about his past. He said that he was first admitted to a standard psychiatric hospital, but later, he had been moved to a different facility, one where they drew his blood for testing. Curious, Zhang Yusu asked if he knew Zhang Ban, the man who created bubbles. Zhang Wudi nodded. "He was in the room next to mine," he said. "There was another patient before him, but I don't know where that one went." That caught Zhang Su's attention. He began to wonder seriously, where had the third patient disappeared to? He looked at the young man beside him and asked gently, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Without hesitation, Zhang Ruji straightened up and declared, "I will follow master to the west." Xiang Su blinked, taken aback. But what if I don't wanna go west? The boy looked heartbroken. His expression fell instantly. Seeing how much it meant to him, Xiang Yu and Xiang Su finally sighed and relented. All right, we at Skull go west. Relieved and delighted, Xiang Wudi's eyes lit up. Xiang Zi then asked with a smirk, do you even know where the west is? The boy shook his head, clueless. Xiang Yu and Xiang Zi allowed himself a quiet smile. Morning arrived slowly, and with it came a new problem. Around the camp, people began coughing, harsh, frequent, and unsettling. Xiang Yu and Xiang Yu immediately grew concerned. This place looks like a contamination zone, he warned. Wang Fugi, clearly disturbed, agreed with him. We should move quickly. But just as the group prepared to leave, Xiang Wudi stepped forward and blocked their path. We can just leave these people behind. Xiang Yu and Zhan So looked at him, his face unreadable. I second going west to find the scriptures, he said. If you want to stay here, that's up to you. Xiang Wudi paused, torn between compassion and devotion. After a long breath, he turned his gaze back to the coughing, struggling people. His eyes squinted with sadness, but then he exhaled and turned to follow his master. My task now, he said quietly, is to accompany you to the west. Zhang Yuanzhans watched him run to catch up, and nodded. I am glad, he said calmly, that you finally made up your mind. At that moment, one of the girls in the student group turned to the teacher and suggested they remain where they were to help the ordinary people. The woman, however, shook her head gently and told them that before they could help anyone else, they needed to save themselves. She urged her students to follow her. They began trailing behind Zhang Rong's group, with the teacher instructing the students to gather any edible greens they could find along the way. One of the students grimaced at the taste of the plants, complaining that they were awful, but the teacher reminded them calmly that they had no choice. Survival came first. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's group continued moving without pause. The protagonist found it odd that, despite how far they'd come, they hadn't seen a single wolf. Deep down, he understood the importance of staying cautious. It wasn't yet time to reveal his superhuman abilities. As they pressed on, Lu Yuan tugged lightly at his elder brother's sleeve and pointed ahead. A few broken-down cars stood in their path. Judging by the condition of the vehicles, it looked like they had only recently stopped working, meaning people might still be nearby. Just then, another group of civilians came into view. They had discovered a Qing Consortium military squad and rushed toward them, desperate for help. The sight of soldiers sparked hope in their hearts. Being near the army felt safer than wandering the wild alone. But Zhang Yuanshan's hesitated. Something about the scene unsettled him. He told his group to hang back and remain alert. His gaze landed on a particularly slow-moving heavy-set man who seemed to be leading the soldiers. What caught Zhang's attention was how this man hadn't abandoned a wounded soldier. He was still at his side. The fat man finally stood up, and Zhang's noticed something strange. He had been sitting on a seat cover, not just any chair. Then came the order. The leader instructed his troops to confiscate all weapons from the incoming refugees, citing security concerns within the camp. The soldiers obeyed, lifting their rifles and approaching the group. The refugees instinctively stepped back, fear flashing across their faces. Xiang Yu and Xiang Wudi stood unmoving, their faces blank. They didn't resist, but they didn't cooperate either. Night fell soon after, and the fugitives quietly set up camp not far from the soldiers. Xiang Yuan-su decided it was too late to travel any farther and told the group they would spend the night here. Wang Fugi whispered to him, Isn't it dangerous to be this close to the Qing Consortium? Xiang Su tensed, glancing around nervously as if afraid someone might have overheard. After a short pause, he replied, For now it's safer to stay with the main group. If anyone breaks away, the wolves might be waiting. Wang Fugi didn't argue. He nodded in agreement, accepting Xiang Rong's judgment without question. Xiang Yuanshan then announced he would go collect firewood with Qiang Wudi and told the others to rest for the night. As they moved away from the camp, the protagonist kept a watchful eye on his eccentric disciple. He had no concrete reason to distrust him, but caution, Xiang Yuanshan reminded himself, was always wise, especially with many long days still ahead. As they walked, Qiang Wudi broke the silence. Master, why didn't we continue west after a whole day of traveling? Xiang Yuanshanzi hesitated, searching for a vague answer, but before he could respond, Qiang Wudi spoke again, more seriously this time. Please don't treat me like I'm stupid. The boy's sincerity and clarity of thought caught Xiang Su slightly off guard. Xiang Yuanqi stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Xiangwan Yu Yuanensi's shoulder. With a steady voice, he asked, Do you have any other goals besides following me west? Surprisingly, the question made Xiang Wudi pause. After a moment of silence, he admitted that, in fact, he did. This piqued Xiang Wu's curiosity. I'm looking for a girl, Xiang Wudi said with sincerity. Her name is Xia. The name caught Xiang Su off guard. He hadn't expected that answer. Qiang Wudi's expression hardened with resolve. Even if I have to do it from the outside, I intend to find her and accomplish my goal. Despite the young man's seriousness, Zhang Yushan-su couldn't help but think he looked a little foolish, earnest perhaps, but naive. Just then, the teacher and her students returned, carrying bundles of brushwood in their arms. Smiling faintly, Zhang Su noted to himself, the more people feed the fire, the brighter it burns. He thanked them for their help, and the teacher replied warmly, if you hadn't shared your fire with us earlier, my students would sit frozen last night. After a brief exchange, both groups agreed to head back toward camp together, but as they turned, Shangla suddenly stopped and said he'd found something useful. He asked them to gather the students. It turned out the protagonist had discovered a stash of plant-based food supplies. Everyone quickly helped set up camp once more, and the boys sat down to eat, restoring the energy they had lost from their relentless travel. As they ate, Zhang Wudi turned to his master and asked, do you feel like something's missing from our team? Zhang Yuanjing gave a short reply, no. At that moment, he overheard the teacher speaking to her students. She explained that they were close to the 109th fortress now and reminded them to collect sweet potatoes they found on the way to avoid going hungry. One of the students, uncertain, asked her if they would truly make it to the fortress. Her answer was calm and confident, just follow Shang Su. As the group continued talking, that same student nudged the teacher and pointed slightly to the side. She turned and for a brief moment locked eyes with Zhang Su. No words were exchanged, but the look between them carried weight. Meanwhile, not far from the camp, soldiers were engaged in a quiet conversation with Boss Luo. They asked him if Qing Zhen would be coming to rescue him. Boss Luo, wearing an exhausted and grim expression, shook his head. He explained that a member of the Qing family might have perished during the disaster on Mount Jing. The earthquake and volcanic eruption had caused severe destruction. Anything could have happened, and he was worried that a nearby fortress might have been affected as well. One of the soldiers tried to console the heavy-set man, telling him that none of it was his fault, and that he had done all he could. Boss Luo nodded, but he was clearly weighed down. He muttered that Qing Zhen himself could be facing severe consequences from the higher-ups within the Qing consortium. At that same time, in another part of the region, consortium officials were trying to reach Qing Zhen, but the man brushed them off, saying he had no time to talk. One of the wards finally broke the news to him. Fortresses 112 and 113 were gone, completely destroyed. The consortium was demanding that Qing Zhen remain in the 101st fortress and not leave under any circumstances. Annoyed but composed, Qing Zhen replied that he would call the 109th fortress and request that someone be sent to retrieve Boss Luo, but that presented another complication. Fortress 109 was under the control of the Lu consortium. Still, Qing Zhen gave the order. And then, with a shadow crossing his face, he added one final message to be delivered. If the man from that fortress doesn't find my brother. He didn't finish the sentence, but the silence that followed said enough. He will die, Zhang Zhan had said coldly. Back at the refugee camp, Boss Luo remained seated among the soldiers, his eyes occasionally scanning the line of exhausted civilians nearby. A soldier leaned in and asked whether they should simply take some food from the refugees, but Boss Luo immediately cut him off. He instructed the man to buy the potatoes instead. The soldier didn't understand. Why not just take it? They are just refugees. Boss Luo looked at him sharply. And what will we become if we start stealing from people even more desperate than us? With those words, he turned to leave but gave one final command. Take a few men and watch the perimeter. He didn't want the refugees sneaking up on them. The soldier, with a small gleam in his eye, nodded and moved to carry out the order. From his place in the camp, Boss Luo watched as a small squad of soldiers approached the refugees. A bitter smile crept across his face. Never thought I'd be begging refugees for potatoes, he muttered to himself. Some time later, the soldiers returned. Grinning, they proudly held up their spoils, 6 sweet potatoes, and showed them to their commander. Boss Luo examined the tubers, then gave a new order. The potatoes would be rationed. Each soldier would get half, and any wounded would receive a full one. Bake them, he added simply. The soldier nodded eagerly and tossed the potatoes into the campfire. As the flames cooked the food, the soldier remained close, enjoying the warmth. When the food was ready, he brought one to Boss Luo. The large man took it, split it in half with thick fingers, and held one piece out to the soldier. Startled, the soldier hesitated. Boss Luo insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Eat. The soldier took the piece, grateful. Slowly, more members of the military gathered around Boss Luo. The commander sat back, the firelight dancing across his face, and said, when we reach the 109th fortress, I still treat you all. We'll enjoy life again. The soldiers murmured in agreement, chuckling and nodding. Even in a disaster, one said, a blessing can be found. But before the warm atmosphere could settle, a blood-curdling scream tore through the trees. Everyone turned. A man was striking a young woman across the face. She pleaded with him, saying she would pay for the sweet potatoes he had given her, but he ignored her. Instead, he shouted cruelly, dragging her toward the darkness of the forest, threatening her with violence and spewing rage. Most of the people nearby remained silent, lowering their eyes and pretending not to see. But Chang Wudi, who had been sitting close to the fire, stood up, quiet at first, then without hesitation he broke into a run, sprinting toward the attacker. As he moved, a staff began to form in his open palm. In one fluid motion, Chang Wudi struck the man directly in the face with a crushing blow. The assailant was sent flying, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. But before Chang Wudi could speak, the woman he had just defended ran to the fallen man, not in fear, but in concern. She pushed Chang Wudi away, shouting at him to leave them alone. Confused and hurt, Chang Wudi stepped back. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. Slowly, with slumped shoulders and a pale expression, he walked back to the fire and sat down beside Zhang Su. He clutched his head, visibly shaken. Zhang Yushan's glanced over at the boy. A faint smile played on his lips. "You really are something," he said, placing a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. Zhang Wudi stared at the food in his hand. "Master, why did she push me away? I was trying to help." Zhang Yushe didn't respond immediately. He looked into the fire, deep in thought. Human nature, he mused silently. Some people are just not worth saving. From the other side of the fire, Wang Fugi chimed in. "Yusham Der, too curious kid. Dom stat, go sticking your nose in other people's sips business. Be selfish, care about yourself." But Chang Wudi didn't want to hear it. He looked away, refusing to take in the merchant's advice. The fire crackled. The argument slowly faded. People returned to their quiet conversations, warming themselves beneath the faint glow of the flames, while the night once again settled over the forest. At that very moment, Zhang Wei heard the sharp clinking of chains echoing through the trees and turned around abruptly. Liu Yan, startled, asked what that sound was, but before anyone could answer, the protagonist shouted with urgency. They needed to escape immediately. From within the shadows of the forest, an entire armada of monsters burst forth, their chains rattling violently as they screamed in hunger. These creatures crawled forward without pause, their eyes burning with a single desire to feast on human flesh. Realizing the danger, Zhang Yuan yelled to his comrades, commanding them to retreat while he stayed behind to buy time. Chaos erupted. Ordinary refugees and those left behind quickly fell into the clutches of the relentless monsters. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's group, along with disciples from the fortress, scrambled to flee as fast as they could. As fate would have it, their entire squad soon crossed paths with Boss Lu and his military unit, who had been stationed nearby all along. One of the soldiers close to Boss Lu instinctively raised his pistol, ready to fire, but Shang Long screamed for them all to run. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Boss Lu quickly reacted. He forcefully pushed down the soldier's arm, stopping him from pulling the trigger. The protagonist knew that if they had opened fire then, the consequences would have been far worse. More lives would have been lost. The soldiers, now acting with discipline, supported each other, lifting the wounded and the crippled. They retreated together in an organized fashion, covering each other's backs as the monsters drew closer. Suddenly, several of the creatures appeared right in front of the group. Their eyes were filled with rage and burning hatred. Without hesitation, they charged toward the terrified survivors, determined to rip them apart. Wang Fugi called out the protagonist's name. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist tried desperately to come up with a plan. Behind them, the agonized screams of those being caught grew louder. The monsters were catching up from behind. SSU grimly declared that there was no longer any space to retreat and suggested they observe how Qing would react next. In response, Boss Lu made a decision. He ordered one of his soldiers to take a group of people, especially the wounded, and head toward the 109th fortress to seek reinforcements. The soldier hesitated, insisting he would not abandon his commander, but Boss Lu swiftly snatched the man's gun and barked at him to follow orders. He then told the others to go as well, declaring that he would stay behind and fight. One of the soldiers standing behind Boss Lu issued a command to protect the commander. Without hesitation, the group obeyed, demonstrating their loyalty and resolve. They grabbed Boss Lu by the arms and began dragging him away, even as he struggled and shouted insults at them. At that moment, the military opened a large dark container. Inside was a grenade launcher. A soldier retrieved the weapon, raised it, and took aim at the advancing monsters. With determination in his eyes, he fired. The missile burst from the launcher's barrel, soaring through the air. As the first explosion rocked the forest, the rest of the soldiers opened fire with their firearms. A deafening boom echoed through the woods, shaking the very ground and tearing apart everything in its path. In the chaos, soldiers began throwing hand grenades, one after another. Explosions and gunfire engulfed the battlefield, the sounds of war drowning out the screams and roars. But amidst the barrage, one of the monsters flanked a soldier carrying a grenade. The man, already half blinded, having lost sight in one eye, couldn't react in time. He turned his head just in time to see the creature leap toward him. The monster bit into his neck, tearing flesh with brutal force. Yet even in his final moments, the soldier acted with heroism. With his last ounce of strength, he triggered the grenade next to his own body, sacrificing himself to ensure the monster would die with him. Xiang Yu adjusted his ears, still disoriented from the recent explosion, as if fighting off a concussion. Suddenly, a staff materialized in the hands of Cheng Wudi, who stood ready to face the oncoming wave of monsters. Xiang Yuan swiftly issued a command, telling his disciple to move to the right. Without hesitation, the young man followed his master's order. At that moment, the protagonist summoned his sword, a weapon he had received as a symbol of gratitude. With a sharp, fluid motion, he slashed through the air, cutting down the monster in front of him in a single blow. He turned quickly and shouted at his group to keep moving forward, but the others stood frozen in fear and indecision. With growing urgency, Shang Yuanshan rode at them to run. Luan grabbed Sister Zhang Yuan's hand and dashed forward. Wang Fugi and his son followed close behind, racing through the battlefield. Zhang Yuan sat Cheng Wudi, silently inviting him to join the fight. Without exchanging a single word, both young men charged forward, ready to face the monsters head-on. Xiang Yu moved with deadly precision, weaving through the enemy ranks, his sword cutting down every creature in his path. But then something caught his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Cheng Wudi fighting beside him, driving his staff through multiple monsters at once. In the next moment, Cheng soared into the air and brought his staff down with a powerful, crushing blow. The impact was so forceful it shattered not just the monster, but also the ground beneath it. As the dust settled, Cheng Wudi stood triumphantly atop the beast's corpse, gripping his staff with determination. With the immediate threat neutralized, the two warriors rushed after their group. Shang Wudi glanced over and asked if Shang was all right. Shang Wu nodded, confirming he was fine. Just then, they heard someone calling for help nearby. Following the voice, Shang Yuanshan's team ran toward a car parked in the distance. Lying beneath the wrecked vehicle was Boss Lu, pinned down by the massive body of a dead monster. Without hesitation, Shang Yuanshan's sword Wudi rushed forward to assist. Shang Go grabbed Boss Lu's arm, urging him to get up. The man, however, simply sat there, breathing heavily. "I can't move," Boss Lu said, thanking them for trying to save him. But Shang Rong's voice grew firm as he warned of an approaching pack of wolves. There was no time to hesitate. He ordered everyone to move immediately. Meanwhile, the military forces were still locked in a brutal battle against the test subjects. Despite using various weapons, the enemy numbers didn't seem to decrease. The horde felt endless. But then, without warning, the monsters began to retreat. Simultaneously, as if they had received a command, Shang Yu watched them disappear into the woods and concluded that they must be afraid of the wolves. Turning to Cheng Wudi, he instructed him to call Wang Fugi and the others. He told them to deliver a message. They didn't need to come back, just wait where they were. Shang Yu and Cheng would regroup with them soon. Nearby, Boss Lu walked slowly toward a cluster of fallen and wounded soldiers. His face was twisted in anguish. With a voice full of pain, he cursed himself for failing to protect his men. One of the wounded soldiers looked up at him and told him to leave while he still could. Boss Lu approached and sat beside the soldier, quietly listening. The wounded man, speaking calmly, admitted that he wouldn't make it to the 109th fortress, just like many others. But instead of despair, the two began to joke, sharing a quiet moment of camaraderie. Laughter suddenly broke out between them. Eyes closed, they smiled, holding on to that brief moment of peace. Then came their final handshake, firm, respectful, and full of unspoken understanding. The soldier spoke for all of them, declaring with pride that they had no regrets about following Boss Lu. Suddenly, Shang Yu stepped in. He pointed out that not all of the military men had to die. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out a collection of special medicine meant to treat external injuries. However, with a smirk, he added that he wasn't going to treat them for free. Shang Yuan gently placed his hand on his younger brother's head and offered a few comforting words. He assured him that from now on, things would only get better. However, Wang Yukugi remained melancholic. He spoke softly, saying that some things in life were simply unattainable. In their world, even the most difficult matters could be settled with words, if only one had the status or power to speak them. Standing nearby, Boss Lu broke the tension. He declared firmly that he would keep his promise to the boys. He would make them official residents of the fortress. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugi's eyes lit up with cautious joy. Then, curiously, he asked whether it was true that Zhang Wu had saved Boss Lu's life. According to Wang Fugi, Boss Lu's life was far too valuable to be risked by entering the fortress under normal circumstances. If word got out that he was let in without merit, people might begin to suspect the Qing consortium was stingy or showing favoritism. Boss Lu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by Wang Fugi's reasoning, he asked the boy directly, what more did he want? Without hesitation, Wang Yafugi made his pitch. He asked for a store, suggesting that Boss Lu likely owned more than enough real estate to spare. At first Lu resisted, but Wang Yafugi pressed on, reminding him that even Qing Zhan himself admitted he owed Zhang Yu a favor for saving his brother. That sealed the deal. With a sigh and a chuckle, the plump man relented. He agreed to give them the store and announced that the Qing consortium no longer owed them anything. As the group rested nearby, Zhang Yuanzhan's eyes caught something strange once again, a golden hoop gleaming on Cheng Wudi's head. When asked, the young man again claimed it had been gifted to him by some mysterious, likely imaginary creature. The explanation was just as bizarre as before, and yet no one pressed further. Eventually, the entire group resumed their journey. As they moved forward, the grand trading city of the 109th fortress slowly came into view. Upon arrival, a teacher gathered her students and prompted them to thank the main character. The students bowed their heads in gratitude, and Zhang Yu was awarded a handful of gratitude coins as a token of appreciation. Their car rolled gently through the bustling streets of the marketplace, passing merchants and vendors. Xiaoyu chatted with the teacher, casually noting that Zhang was a teacher too, in his own way. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the market town. The group stepped out of the car one by one. As Boss Lu climbed out, he immediately barked an order, demanding that the manager of the shopping town come out to greet him. At first, the people around didn't know who he was referring to. So, with typical flair, Boss Lu raised his voice and shouted again, more to lighten the mood than out of genuine anger. Zhang Yu introduced Boss Lu to those present and instructed them to report everything that had happened to the fortress leader without delay. However, the teacher watched all this with growing concern. Boss Lu had only promised fortress residency to Zhang Yu's group, but not to the students. Their fate, it seemed, would be left to chance. After a short wait, the head of the fortress finally arrived, flanked by a squad of military personnel. A stout, well-dressed man approached with a cigarette in his mouth, nodding toward Boss Lu. He reported that they had sent vehicles to pick up Lu and his team, but contact with them had been lost during the chaos. But Boss Lu didn't wait for him to finish. Without a word, he began walking toward the fortress, ordering Zhang Yu and the others to follow. The fortress leader quickly stepped forward, insisting that everyone in the car must first be inspected and cleared before entry. That was when Boss Lu snapped. He slapped the man sharply across the cheek. "Don't be arrogant," Lu growled, "and don't forget who you sit you're talking to." Gasps spread through the crowd. The slap Boss Lu had delivered left everyone stunned. The man who had just been struck looked back at Lu, eyes narrowing, and coldly asked if he had forgotten his place. Yet instead of retaliating, he simply told Boss Lu and his group to move along. As Zhang Yu and his companions stepped beyond the towering gates of the fortress, they were met with a surprising sight. The streets were spotless, the air fresh, and towering buildings stood on either side, like sentinels of progress. Lush trees and greenery lined the roads. It was a world unlike anything they had seen before. Lu Yan, wide-eyed, pointed toward a massive open space just beyond them. "It's so big," he whispered in awe. The female teacher smiled, explaining that the area ahead was a park, a place where residents came to relax, walk, and even dance. Their eyes then fell upon a cheerful couple dancing together, clearly enjoying the moment. Boss Lu, watching them, smiled. "All right," he said. "Time to take you all to the store I promised." Wang Fugi waved to the others, beckoning them to follow. Together they strolled through the pristine city streets, attracting more than a few curious stares. The nervous Leon leaned toward Wang Fugi and asked quietly, "Why is everyone looking at us like that?" Boss Lu soon brought them to a large store, located in a prime location, bustling with potential customers. In addition to the store itself, there was a spacious courtyard, with several rooms, more than enough for living comfortably. "This place, it's perfect," Wang Fugi said gratefully. He then turned to Zhang Yu and sincerely thanked him for bringing him and his son into the fortress. But Zhang Yu waved it off. "No need to be so polite," he said. "I still do everything I can to help you rebuild your store." In response, Wang Fugi declared with pride, "Then from today onward, I am your employee." Zhang Yu chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll pay you a decent salary," he said to himself, quietly noting how loyal the merchant truly was, especially when money was involved. Suddenly, Zhang Yu sensed something. Someone was watching him. He spun around the corner where he thought the gaze had come from, but found nothing. Shrugging it off, he returned to the others and asked the teacher what her future plans were now that they'd arrived. But she didn't answer right away. Instead, she trembled slightly, unsure of what to say. Just then, a man standing nearby stepped in. He announced that the teacher and her students would be able to enroll in a proper school, receiving full support. Wang Fugi, ever cautious, asked whether the man could truly be trusted to keep that promise. The man nodded. "The Li Consortium is so heartless. They will allow this. When profits are involved, all consortiums get along just fine." Zhang Yuan then asked with a grin, "How much is the student allowance, exactly?" Upon hearing the amount, he turned to Lu Yen and said, "You and I should enroll too. We still are both thirsty for knowledge after all." The man from the consortium then admitted that the Qing consortium owed Zhang Rong nothing directly, which meant he was obligated to return the favor somehow. After thinking it over for a moment, Zhang Rong handed him a strange item and asked that it be delivered to Boss Lu. Finally, the entire team stepped into the grand store Boss Lu had given them. The interior was elegant and luxurious, a far cry from the ruins they had grown used to. Wang Fugi called Zhang Rong over and asked him to look at something. They emerged into the courtyard where they would soon divide their living quarters. Xia Yu was given a private room, and she bowed with sincere gratitude. Wang Fugi and his son followed suit, both of them bowing deeply to Shang Lu in appreciation. Soon, the entire team began tidying up the space. With everyone helping, the surroundings were quickly transformed into a livable area. After finishing their work, they decided to take a well-earned break. For the first time in what felt like forever, they finally had a moment of peace. Wang Fugi remarked that this place might once have been a pharmacy. During the cleaning, several people had arrived asking if a doctor was still available, suggesting the building still carried memories of what it once was. Zhang Yuan felt a deep sense of gratitude. Boss Lu had truly given them an incredible opportunity to live and build a future in a place like this. As the day settled, Zhang Yu sat down with Wang Fugi to discuss the direction of their new business. Their primary focus was clear: antibiotics and medical supplies. According to the merchant, what they truly needed was a powerful long-term product, something in high demand that could ensure a steady stream of customers. Wang Fugi offered to sell the medicine directly to Shang Yu. However, the protagonist was quick to clarify he was interested, but not in buying wholesale. Wang Fugi understood and agreed. Even selling in smaller batches would be enough to avoid overwhelming traffic, keeping the operation manageable. Shang Yuanshan's pleased with the arrangement. He already began thinking about how best to sell the medicine. In addition, he decided that tomorrow, he would investigate whether the gold he had received could be exchanged or sold within the fortress. With their plans for the day complete, Shang Long turned to the others and suggested they all get some rest. Before heading to bed himself, he and his little brother Lu Yen went to check that the front door was properly secured. As they approached the entrance, Lu Yen noticed something strange. "Brother," he called out, picking up a slip of paper from beneath the door. "There sips a note here." Shang Yu took the note and read it. The message was brief, yet unsettling. "This is definitely not a place to linger." What made his blood run cold was the handwriting. It was eerily familiar. He had seen it before, carved on the cave walls during his journey to Mount Jing. "Yang Yu Shanjian," Shang whispered to himself. "Why would she be here, and why is she warning me?" The next day arrived. One by one, the team emerged from their rooms. Wang Fugi stretched his arms and said with a smile that he hadn't slept this peacefully in years. But then he paused. Something was off. "Where's Chung Wudi?" he asked, looking around. Elsewhere in the fortress, Chung Wudi was already awake and exploring the city on his own. Having spent most of his life locked away in a mental institution, the outside world was dazzling to him. He wandered freely, marveling at the tall buildings and vibrant city life. Eventually he arrived at a large public square, where dozens of people were dancing in harmony. Enthralled by the scene, Chang Wudi couldn't resist joining in. Without thinking, he jumped into the rhythm, dancing among the women. However, his sudden appearance and strange behavior quickly drew irritated stares. The girls frowned, their training disrupted by his erratic movements. Though their expressions showed clear displeasure, Chang Wudi kept dancing, completely unbothered by their reaction. After a while, he finally chose to leave. On his way back, he crossed paths with Shangwu and the others. The protagonist immediately noticed something was wrong. "What happened to your face?" he asked, seeing the bruises and cuts across Chung Wudi's cheek. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he looked up with a faint smile, humming a quiet tune as he walked past the group, ignoring the question entirely. Shang Yuanshan settled for a moment. Unsettled, his thoughts went back to the note from Yang Zhangzhen. There must be someone dangerous inside the fortress, he thought to himself. Someone hiding in plain sight. Later that day, Shang Yu and Wang Fugi headed to Li's bank inside the fortress. Wang Fugi tried to exchange his money for Li Consortium notes, but the conversion rate was shockingly high. Though tempted to go through with it, the merchant hesitated when Shang Yu advised him not to exchange everything. "If we have to change fortresses again, Shang Yuan, we still need resources." After a moment of thought, Wang Fugi agreed. He didn't like the idea of leaving, but Shang Rong's words planted a seed of doubt. "Do you really think we'll have to move again?" he asked quietly. Shang Yuanqing didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked toward the horizon and said, "Right now, I can say for sure, but what I do know is, we still need a large supply of money." Shang Yuanshan stood quietly for a moment, uncertain of what direction their future should take. He admitted to himself that, despite the calm they now enjoyed, they might eventually need to relocate again. Nothing was ever truly stable, not in a world like this. Stepping out onto the street with the others, they spotted a large bus pulling up nearby. Painted on its front was a curious number, Route 666. Wang Fugi, eager to lighten the mood, suggested they all take a ride to relax and enjoy themselves. The group agreed, boarding the spacious vehicle together. As the bus rolled through the streets of the fortress, a quiet conversation began among the passengers. People were marveling at how life behind the walls seemed so effortless, almost too easy. Lu Yen remarked that the people living here probably didn't even know what real problems were. But Shang Yu disagreed. There are always problems, he said calmly. Lu Yen frowned. Aren't there people who don't have any? Shang Yuanshan's turned to him and replied, only dead people don't have problems. Lu Yen sighed. You really didn't have to say something like that on a nice day. As the bus continued along its route, something caught Shang Rong's eye. A sign for a jewelry shop flashed past the window. Without a word, he stood up and exited the bus. Take everyone back, he told Wang Fugi as he hopped off. Wang Fugi looked around, confused. Where did your brother go? He asked Lu Yen. I don't know, the boy answered, eyes searching the street. Meanwhile, Shang walked briskly through the city, telling himself it was better not to involve anyone else, especially when it came to the gold. Entering the jewelry shop, he assumed no one was paying attention to him. But then, something on the wall made him freeze. It was a wanted poster with a familiar face. The man in the image was none other than Xu Zanu. Realization struck Shang Rong's instantly. If the Qing Consortium simply tested the gold he had, they might recognize where it came from and who it belonged to. The commander's face wasn't there by coincidence. The Qing Consortium was actively hunting Xu Zhanu. And somewhere far from the fortress, Xu Zhanu himself was on the move. After a long grueling journey, he had finally arrived at a trading village near the 111th fortress. The road had not been kind to him. To survive, he had eaten wild, sometimes even poisoned, plants, anything that could keep him alive. Stopping at a small merchant stall, he approached a counter and offered payment for food. But the merchant behind the stall froze in horror, his eyes locked onto Xu Zhanu's face. Moments later, he shouted, "He Seps wanted." Panic erupted. The 101st Fortress, the central seat of the Qing Consortium, had clearly put out a high-priority bounty on Xu Zhanu, but the commander himself had done nothing to deserve this level of attention. Regardless, he had no time to argue. A shadow emerged beside him, and he vanished into the forest, riding atop his summoned companion. As he flew through the trees, Xu Zhanu navigated with fluid grace, dodging unseen obstacles and kicking up clouds of dust with his speed. Time blurred as he made his way, heading directly toward the 109th Fortress. Elsewhere, Qing Zhen, driving a car en route to Fortress 111, happened to witness something unusual. A familiar silhouette darted across the road, swift, ghost-like. Qing Zhen's eyes narrowed. That was Xu Zhanu, no mistake. Realizing the man was heading straight toward the 109th Fortress, he snapped at his subordinate. Send a message to the 109th Fortress. Tell them Xu Zhanu is coming. With that, the Qing Consortium squad moved out, pushing beyond the safety of the walls, ready to intercept the commander before he could disappear again. Qing Jin didn't see the real threat as the so-called Superman. No, what he saw as the true obstacle were the old men who ruled at the head of the consortium. The power within the Qing family had shifted over time, one shadowy figure replacing another. And yet, despite the constant changes, the true heart of the Qing clan remained the same. Those aged faces pulling the strings behind the curtain. There was an old saying within the Qing family: violence is only a method to maintain order, but it can never become order itself. And now that Qing Jin had stepped into the spotlight by confronting a certain company, he knew that the elders would try to suppress him, to crush his momentum with subtle but suffocating pressure. Inside a moving car, dressed in white, Qing Jin sat with his young ward, discussing their immediate future. The ward, aware of the growing tension, suggested that they gather their loyal soldiers and simply walk their own path. After all, they had weapons and manpower. But Qing Jin refused. These men want to return to their families, he said quietly. The ward responded, done set, we all. With a sigh, Qing Jin told him to step out of the vehicle. Once outside, Qing Jin was met by rows of military personnel lined up in disciplined formation. One of the officers gave a rousing speech, reminding the soldiers to uphold their pride and never bring shame to the name of the Qing forces. The soldiers all responded with a sharp, unified salute. Qing Jin acknowledged them, then turned to his ward. Come, he said, we are going to the residence. Later, as their car approached a grand city building, Qing Jin exited swiftly and entered the residence. There, in the solitude of his private quarters, he finally allowed himself a moment of peace. He stepped into the shower, letting the water wash away the weight of the day. Emerging refreshed, he looked in the mirror and spoke with rare warmth. These men, he said to himself, they are more than soldiers, they are loyal warriors. He understood the truth. Now that there was a fracture in the power structure, everyone would be eager to claim their share, and no one would pass up the opportunity. Shortly after, Zhang Yushan attempted to leave the house, only to be stopped by a soldier posted at the door. The guard stated clearly he wasn't allowed to leave. Qing Zhen smirked. The elders forbade me from leaving Fortress 111, not my own house. I'm just following orders, the soldier replied, stepping forward. With a calm, firm voice, Qing Zhen continued, I'm just going to listen to music. Everyone here knows I enjoy it. Despite their orders, the soldiers couldn't bring themselves to stop him. He left the house. Moments later, Qing Zhen sat comfortably in a dimly lit lounge, sipping his drink while classical music played softly in the background. He poured himself another glass. The performers on stage changed, moving on to a new piece. The world shifted around him, but Qing Zhen remained the one constant in the room, unbending, unbothered. A messenger approached. The bureau requests your presence at the meeting. Qing Zhen didn't even look up. Tell the bureau they have to wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fortress, Shangwu was walking through the streets, silently cursing himself. Selling gold was now clearly too dangerous. The risks were far greater than the reward. He concluded it would be wiser to keep running the store and relying on the school subsidy, even if it meant swallowing his pride. He frowned, frustrated by the idea that someone as capable as him would be reduced to selling medicine like a street vendor. Still, he had little choice. Returning to the store, he was met with a familiar sight, yet another patient walking in, complaining about their health. In a moment of dry humor, Zhang quipped, sounds like you're pregnant. The man, understandably irritated, frowned at the joke. Just then, a new quest appeared from the system, a medical mission to treat the sick. Zhang Yuanzhan's expression changed immediately. Well, if there's a reward, he muttered, rolling up his sleeves. Whether the man had actual gastritis or not didn't matter anymore. Zhang Yuan had work to do, and now it even paid. Zhang Yuanshan scared the man a few pills, not out of genuine concern, but simply to complete the quest. Moments later, the system palace confirmed. Task completed. A random skill point was awarded. The patient, satisfied, smiled and thanked him, saying he'd definitely try the medicine. Then, with a casual goodbye, the man exited the store. Just then, the door burst open. Wang Yufugi hurried inside, calling out to Shangrong multiple times before waving a leaflet in front of him. Intrigued, Shangrong took the paper and examined it closely. His eyes narrowed. It was an official notice from the consortium. The announcement stated that superhumans were now encouraged to come to the company and donate blood for research. What caught everyone's attention, however, was a bold promise: 1 million yuan for 200 milliliters of blood. Wang Fugi, eyes gleaming with excitement, asked if Shang wanted to try it. All the other fortresses see superhumans as a threat, he explained, but the flame source not only pays for their blood, it even protects them. As they discussed it, Liu Yan walked by and overheard the conversation. He frowned. There's something wrong with that company, he said firmly. You shouldn't go. He reminded Zhang O how Zhang Wudi had been arrested simply for revealing his identity as a superhuman. Who knew what Flame Source's true intentions were? Wang Fugi hesitated, then nodded. You're more important than any amount of money, he said, adding that they should warn Zhang Wudi not to use his powers either. But Shangren's stone was sharper now. Zhang Wudi will stay quiet, he said, or will make sure of it. Liu Yan then suggested a cunning idea to trick the company. Instead of donating actual blood, they are rich, he reasoned. Why not take advantage? Shang Yu didn't like the sound of it. He scolded his younger brother gently and told him to go get ready for school. Liu Yan nodded. I get it. His expression darkened a bit, and Shangrong didn't blame him. The boy had grown up in a cruel world, one where survival shaped his every thought. After a brief pause, Shang Yu shifted topics. What do you think the numbers in that note mean? He asked Wang Fugi. The merchant speculated that it might be a phone number. Liu Yan lit up with curiosity as Shanglo explained how telephones could let people communicate over great distances. Excited by the idea, the group gathered around a dusty landline phone, staring at it as if it were a relic from another world. Chung Wudi stepped forward. I think I know how it works. He picked up the receiver and pressed a few buttons. Beeps echoed from the handset. Suddenly, he shouted something into the phone and immediately got yelled at in return. I think I called a psycho, he said, placing the receiver down. Everyone laughed, amused by the strange new experience. Shang Yu decided to try again. He dialed the number on the leaflet and pressed the interaction button. Li Yan, ever curious, spoke to the person on the other end, explaining that they were just learning how to use the phone. The man grumbled and hung up, but the group was already buzzing with energy. Li Yan declared joyfully, "This phone is amazing." Then the unexpected happened. The phone began ringing by itself. Everyone went quiet, staring at the device in shock. Zhang Wen hesitated for a moment, then picked up the receiver. The voice on the other end offered him a loan for his new store. Xianghua kept the conversation going for a while, trying to understand the terms being used. After a few lines, the voice revealed that he was the very same patient who had recently visited the clinic. Shang Yuanzhan slowly lowered the phone, covering his face in embarrassment. He had jokingly introduced himself under a fake name during that appointment, and now it had come back to haunt him. Wang Fugi walked over, still smiling. "This could actually be good for us," he said. "If we build strong ties with the local people, our business will thrive." He went on to report that he'd already managed to distribute a large batch of medicine across town. Encouraged, Xianglong gave him a short list. "Good, then go pick up the items from this list, only the ones marked special." The gears of their new life were beginning to turn. With a nod, the merchant carefully took the paper from Xianglong and promised, "Don't set worry, I'll take care of it." The next morning arrived quickly. The boys were already up and trying on their brand new clothes, looking cleaner and more refreshed than ever. Xianglong reminded them to thank Xiaoyu for preparing everything. After a quick breakfast, they stepped outside, ready for their first day of school. Xiang Yu said goodbye to Wang Yifugi, Chang Wudi and Zhan Yuanxiao, then led the boys through the streets of the fortress toward the school. The path was filled with other students all dressed similarly, matching uniforms that marked their place in this society. As they entered the school grounds, Xianglong's gaze locked onto a familiar figure standing among the crowd, Yangzhan Zhanzhan. She was watching him with a cold, appraising look. He walked up to her, smiling slightly. "Didn't expect to see you here," he said casually. "Maybe we should step aside and talk." But Yang Zhanjing didn't move. A group of her new classmates approached, wondering why she was standing outside so long. Before Shanglo could say anything else, she suddenly raised her hand and said aloud, "This man is trying to rob me." Shanglu blinked in disbelief. "What? We know each other." One of the students turned to her and asked, "Wait, what's your name?" Shang Yu answered confidently, "Her name is Yang Xiangyul." But to his surprise, the students looked puzzled. "Her name is Shanggu." "What?" he stammered. "That's my name." Amused and suspicious, the students told him to follow them to the teacher. From a distance, Liu Yan and Wang Fugi's son watched the scene unfold, unsure whether they should intervene. Liu Yan squinted at the girl. She seemed close to him during the expedition to Mount Jing. Curious, he stepped forward and introduced himself. "I Sepshan Sustit's little brother." Yang Yushanjin smiled brightly. "Oh, An, Stem, a good friend of your brother." That response clearly annoyed Liu Yan. Later, the teacher examined the enrollment documents. "Shang Yushu, yes, you're already entered in the system." She decided to take him to his assigned class. The room they entered was part of the senior section. A number of students were already seated inside. Xianglong quietly walked to the back, relieved that he wouldn't have to share a class with Yang Yushanjin. As he sat down, the girl next to him leaned over. "Are you a transfer student?" "I came from the 5th school," he replied. She looked confused. "What do you mean? The 5th and 6th schools merged ages ago." Her voice rose a little. "Wait, did you come from behind the wall?" The question made the room feel colder. "Do you have some kind of virus or something?" Before things escalated, the teacher entered, smiling. "All right, class. Exams are coming soon, so let's review the 3 trigonometric functions." He placed his books and materials on the desk, then went straight to the blackboard and began the lesson. Formulas, angles, graphs. Shang Yu tried to keep up, but it was like deciphering an alien language. When the lesson finally ended, the teacher smiled. "Time for a break." But Shang Wu didn't move. He slumped forward, face buried in the desk, groaning in silent defeat. What in the world is sine squared theta? Eventually he dragged himself into the hallway, utterly exhausted. He hadn't expected to be so drained by a math class. Liu Yan caught up with him there. "Hey, big brother." He looked a little troubled. "Our classmates, they are looking down on us, just because we came from behind the wall." Shang Wu sighed. The two brothers headed up to the rooftop, away from the stairs and whispers. There in the quiet open sky, they talked about the weight of judgment and the injustice of being labeled for where you were born. Xiang Yu gently ruffled Liu Yan's hair, trying to reassure his younger brother. No matter how many people judged or misunderstood them, the truth was that such treatment would always be unfair. Still, they had to hold their heads high. "You're right to feel the way you do," Xiang Yu said softly. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Yang Yushanjian had stepped onto the rooftop. Seeing her, Shang Yuanshan's expression hardened. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" Liu Yan gave his brother's sleeve a light tug. Understanding the tension in the air, the boy whispered, "I'll leave you two alone," and quietly slipped away, leaving them in silence. Without a word, Yang Zhanjian suddenly tossed something at him. Shang Long caught it reflexively. It was a small knife, the same one that had gone missing during the expedition to Mount Jing. "Now we stir even," she said coldly. But before he could respond, she drew a gun and pointed it at him. "How did you escape the Qing Consortium blockade?" she asked sharply. Shang Yuanjia raised an eyebrow. I ran. I broke through the encirclement. That sips all. What sips the problem? She didn't lower the weapon. What happened after we left Mount Jing? His expression darkened. The monsters, they broke free. It was a slaughter. You can imagine the horror of it. But she replied calmly, I can feel it. After a moment, Yang Yushanjian finally lowered her gun. I was afraid you set turn us over to the Qing Consortium, she admitted. When we returned we saw that wolves always guarded the canyon Sip's end. Without Luo Shinu Sip's portal ability, we never would have made it back. Then, looking at him more intently, she continued, given those circumstances, there's Sips no way you should Sef reach the fortress ahead of us, unless you Sep are a superhuman. Her deduction hit the mark, and it clearly caught Shangwo off guard. But, he tried to deflect, feigning innocence. Before he could speak, she stopped him. Let's just not hurt each other, she said, her voice cool but sincere. Shang Yuan gave a short nod, agreed. He turned to leave, but paused just before the stairwell. Why is the source of flame buying superhuman blood? Yang Yu Jian Yu Jin, Sek's gaze hardened. This fortress, it Sep's too dangerous. Just don't sell your blood. Don't get involved with the source of flame at all. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted as they looked up and saw Luo Shinu standing silently on a nearby dais. His presence didn't surprise Shangward, it only confirmed how tangled things were becoming. Turning his attention back to Yang Yushanjin, Shang Yu asked one more question. Do you know why superhumans exist? She took a moment before answering. As humans evolved, our physical strength weakened, but when true trouble comes, it's the strength of spirit that matters. Her words struck a chord. They echoed the same thoughts Shang Yuan been wrestling with in recent days. Night gradually fell. Shang Yu and the boys finally returned home. Lu Yuan immediately asked, why has the store suddenly become so busy? Wang Fugi, spotting the boys from the shop entrance, greeted them with a wide smile. Everyone came for the medicine, he said proudly. They Sept are here to eat and share what they Sept heard. The atmosphere around the shop was alive with chatter, customers filling the courtyard. Shang Yu looked at the scene, somewhat overwhelmed. Why are there so many people? He asked. Wang Fugi laughed. Word of mouth. The medicine Sip's effectiveness is spreading like wildfire. Despite his exhaustion, Shanglan smiled gratefully and raised a hand. We can sell too much. 1 dose a week, no more. Wang Fugi looked puzzled. Why? The medicine has no side effects. We could become the richest store in the fortress. Just then, Lu Yen chimed in with a new idea. Why don't we change how we present the drugs? Attractive packaging, smart marketing, we can create a buzz. Wang Fugi Sip's eyes widened, genuinely impressed. Brilliant. 1 dose is all it takes if we do it right. The plan was simple, quality over quantity, and with clever thinking, they might just make a name for themselves in this city behind the walls. Shang Yuanshan's raised his hand and looked around the bustling store. Where's Sep's Chong Woody? He asked. Wang Fugi scratched his head and replied, he left right after you boys headed to school. No idea where he went. But just as he said that, Chang Woody appeared at the door, carrying several bags of goods in his arms. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Later that evening, Shang Rong found himself lost in thought. His mind wandered back to Yang Shanjin, to her cryptic words, her warnings, and the possibility that she might be involved in something far more dangerous. Could she really have plans to blow up the entire fortress? He couldn't shake the feeling that there were more forces at play here than just the source of flame. The Li Consortium, for example. Shangwan hadn't seen any signs of them since arriving. Did they even have control over anything anymore? Seeking some clarity, he stepped outside for air. To his surprise, Zhang Yuanchan's holding a brand new bicycle. I got this for you, she said, cheerfully. Caught off guard by the gesture, Zhang Yuanshan felt both embarrassed and grateful. He thanked her warmly. Standing nearby, Li Yuan tilted his head. I don't get how people ride those things. You have to balance on 2 wheels. The next day, the boys all headed back to school inside the fortress. As Shang Wu entered his classroom, he immediately noticed something was off. The students were looking at him strangely, furtive glances and half-hidden whispers. It was clear they were hiding something. But Shang Wu ignored it. I'm just a transfer student, he reminded himself. I came here to learn, not to win popularity contests. He flipped open his geography book and noticed something odd. The entire textbook focused only on the 109th fortress and a handful of surrounding areas. It seemed that knowledge about the world beyond the walls was limited, likely because so few people had ever ventured outside. Just then, a system message appeared from the palace. New quest, help your classmate. Shang Yu looked to his side and noticed the girl sitting next to him was trembling strangely. Concerned, he leaned over. Hey, are you okay? He asked. The girl turned away but didn't reply. Thinking she might be sick, Shang Wu offered her some paper towels. She refused. He then suggested she visit the school infirmary. But what she said next stunned him. My illness, it's incurable. Xiang Yu stood up abruptly and addressed the whole class. Everyone, our classmate is suffering from an incurable disease. We have to help her. There was a pause. Then the room erupted in muffled laughter and sighs. One of the students leaned forward and muttered, "It's just her period, idiot." Xiang Yu froze, feeling utterly humiliated, but thankfully, the palace dinged again. Quest complete. Reward. Perfect skill copy scroll. Despite the embarrassment, the reward was phenomenal. Xiang Yu could hardly contain his excitement. If I can copy Luo Shinu's portal ability with this, I'll become invincible. At that moment, the teacher entered and called Xiang Yu to the front of the class. He stood, still recovering from the earlier fiasco, and walked past his snickering classmates, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Instead of heading to the blackboard, he was led down the hall to a large room where many parents of the students were gathered. Their expressions were cold. One of them spoke sharply. "This boy should be transferred to another school. He accepts a virus carrier from beyond the wall." Xiang Yuanshan kept calm and asked, "If I really have this virus, then what school would accept me?" Another parent replied with venom, "Then drop out. We don't want your kind here." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "And what happens if I refuse?" The air grew tense. The parents began threatening legal action, making it clear they'd push him out if they had to. One of the staff members in the room suggested, "Maybe you should talk to Boss Lu, who SIP's the one that sent this boy here." Just then, the classroom door opened again, and the teacher he had saved entered the room. Without hesitation, she stepped forward. "Enough," she said firmly. "Whether Shangor is from inside or outside the wall doesn't matter. He SEP's a student, and I SEP am willing to take him into my own class." She turned to the parents, looking one of the mothers in the eye. "Has your child gotten sick?" The woman shrugged. "No." "Then stop this nonsense," the teacher snapped. "He SIP's here to learn. That SIP's all that should matter." She turned back to the school official. "I settle file the request now." Xiang Yu looked at her, momentarily stunned by the support. For the first time in a while, he felt like someone in this fortress truly had his back. Just then, a voice rang out from the back of the room. "I'll write an application too," said one of the students, stepping forward to support the teacher. A man nearby, who had been arguing with her, raised an objection. The opinions of her class should matter as well. But to his surprise, every student in her class stood by the teacher. One after another, they expressed their gratitude and support. Each of them had been saved, thanks to Xiang Yu's actions. One of the mothers, clearly unhappy, scoffed. "It's SIP's funny, helping an outcast like that." But one of the disciples turned to her sharply. "We are not helping him," he said coldly. "Xiang Yuanshan doesn't need help from people like you." Then, with a firm voice, he added, "None of us would have survived if not for him." The teacher nodded and declared, "Xiang Yuanshan's was transferring to our class." She turned to the administrator beside her. "Prepare the paperwork, please." Then she looked at another teacher nearby, disappointment clear in her eyes. "You should be ashamed. You didn't say a single word for him." Unable to respond, the man simply lowered his head and walked away. By the time school ended, the students began to leave the building. Xiang Yu walked over to the girl who had been unwell earlier that day. She blinked in surprise, wondering aloud why he had returned so soon. "I just wanted to wish you a quick recovery," Xiang Yu said kindly. The girl looked up at him, slightly stunned by his concern. Just then, the teacher approached Xiang Yu. "Come, I shall take you to your new class," she said warmly. "And if you ever need help with your studies, just ask." Xiang Yu nodded. "Actually, I do have a lot of questions." Before he could finish, Yang Yushani appeared nearby and asked with a teasing smile, "So, did you really buy that bicycle?" They started talking casually. For the first time in a long while, there was no tension between them. "The teacher sat us at the same desk," she said. "Looks like we still are official classmates now." Xiang Yu extended his hand, and the two shook hands, agreeing silently to get along and support each other moving forward. Turning slightly away, Xiang Yu couldn't hide a soft, sincere smile. To his surprise, Yang Yuanshan smiled back, genuinely. Time passed, and the sun began to set over the fortress city. Xiang Yuan the teacher returned home, where Lu Yan and the other kids were waiting. Yushan Yuyan quickly approached the teacher, saying he had heard about what happened at school. "Thank you," he said earnestly, "for standing up for my brother." But the teacher shook her head gently. "No need to thank me. That's just what any teacher should do." Still, Liu Yan looked at her with admiration. "You Shangrong am not like the rest of the people in this fortress." Xiang Yu turned to his brother with a smile. "Bring out the bicycle. Let her show us how to ride it." Excited, Liu Yan fetched the bicycle, and the teacher agreed to help. "The secret is balance," she said, mounting the bike gracefully. "Look ahead. Trust your body. Don't be afraid. The only way to learn is to fall and try again." The children gathered around as she demonstrated how to ride. Xiang Yu watched her, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. But the peaceful moment was shattered. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed in the distance. Everyone froze. Xiang Yuanshang's eyes narrowed. That sounded like an explosion. His heart sank. It started. Yang Yushanjan, she's made her move. Without wasting a second, he turned to the teacher. If something happens, you and the children can hide in our house, he said firmly. I still handle the rest. He called out to Chang Wudi, barricade the place, protect everyone. Where are you going? Lo Yin called out in alarm. Shang Ru looked over his shoulder and forced a smile. Don't sit worry about me. And with that, he ran off into the heart of the fortress, toward whatever danger was unfolding. Even though they were finally inside the safety of the walls, it was clear. The real danger had only just begun. Despite being within the fortress, danger still lurks everywhere, and Jiang Su knows he must stay ahead of it all to protect himself and those he cares about. With his enhanced stats, he moves swiftly through the outskirts of the city, beyond the walls. Eventually, he arrives at a towering building. His goal is clear: reach the top to better observe the ongoing battle. The building's exterior is flat and offers no obvious handholds, but that doesn't stop him. Using his strength and agility, Shangla begins to scale it effortlessly. After a short climb, he finally reaches the top. Gripping the rooftop railing, he begins to pull himself up. But just as his eyes peer over the edge, the barrel of a gun points directly at his face. Xiang Yu freezes until he hears a soft chuckle. Standing at the top of the building is Yang Xiangjane, smiling at him with amusement. Seeing her here immediately shifts Shanglong's thoughts. If she's on this rooftop, then she isn't the one behind the explosion that rocked the city earlier. A moment later, she casually steps away from the edge and puts her weapon down, motioning for him to get up. Shang Yuan climbs the rest of the way and lands beside her. Turning to face her, he asks what's going on. Yang Yushanglong's voice is calm but serious. She reveals that an awakened superhuman had donated blood to the Flame Source Company. When they tried to arrest him, the man somehow escaped. This news unsettles Shanglo. He himself had considered approaching the Flame Source, but now he realizes that even such a powerful organization failed to capture a single escapee. Yang Yushanjan adds that it wasn't just one man's escape. A group of superhumans orchestrated a rescue, defying the company's trap. Despite their size, she warns, Flame Source shouldn't be underestimated. What shocks Xiang Yu even more is what she says next. Boss Lu is now involved in this hidden conflict. He's confused. What does Boss Lu have to do with any of this? She explains that Flame Source had previously tried to detain a soldier from Qing Jing's forces, sparking tension between the company and the Qing consortium. That brings Shang Yu to the next point. He asks, why did Yang Shanjian try to shoot Qing Jing at Mount Jing? Her answer is cold. The enemy remains the enemy. That never changes. Without hesitation, she materializes a sniper rifle and prepares to fire. She tells Shangl that both Qing Jing and the Flame Source are chasing after something they were never meant to control, and if they succeed, the consequences will be catastrophic. Suddenly, an explosion thunders from below. Soldiers begin gathering in formation, and the streets erupt into chaos. Through the scope of her rifle, Yang Zhanjian calmly observes it all. Shang Yu tries to speak again, to intervene somehow, but she silences him with a gesture. She then points to a manhole cover on the road below, which begins to shift. A few seconds later, Boss Lu, exhausted and dirt-covered, emerges from underground, leading several other people with him. Yang Yushanjian tosses Shang Yu a pair of binoculars. Measure the distance to the target, she instructs, and the wind speed. Reluctantly, he provides the information. Then, with a pit in his stomach, he asks, are you going to kill Boss Lu? But Yang Yuanzhan gives no reply. Instead, she calmly pulls the trigger. The sniper rifle erupts with a deafening blast, and Boss Lu's car explodes in a fiery inferno. Yang Yushanjian lowers her sniper rifle proudly, satisfied with her shot. As smoke billows in the distance and debris flies into the air, she gazes upward calmly, while Shang Yu stands nearby, shocked and confused. Meanwhile, an enraged Boss Lu, covered in dirt and ash, tries to make sense of what just happened. Furious, he demands to know who opened fire on him, but his companion urges caution, warning that the explosion would quickly attract unwanted attention. Without wasting another second, the trio flees. They disappear into another manhole, slipping away before anyone can catch them. Back on the rooftop, Shangwan Yang Shangyu briefly continue their conversation, still trying to unravel everything happening around them. With a teasing smirk, Yang wishes him good luck and suddenly vanishes, using a portal to escape right in front of his eyes. Frustrated, Shangwan is left standing there alone once again. But things only get worse. Soldiers from the fortress arrive, having seen the explosion and assuming Shanglo is the sniper. With no choice but to escape, he hides, already tired of always being the one left to take the blame after every encounter with Yang Yushanghua. Taking a brief rest in a crouched position, Shang Yuanzhan marvels at his improved agility, but soon, he's reunited with his group. Lu Yuan hurries to check on his older brother, and Shang Yu, wiping the sweat from his brow, explains that a conflict has broken out between the source of flame and the superhumans. Turning to their teacher, he insists on sending Chung Wudi to escort her to safety, just in case things escalate. Then, a knock echoes at the door. It's Boss Lu. Peeking through the peephole, Shang Yu sees that Boss Lu has brought a companion, and they're dragging an unconscious woman with them. Despite his exhaustion and confusion, Shang Yu opens the door. The moment Boss Lu steps in, the stench hits Shang Long hard. He instinctively covers his mouth and blurts out a question. "Why do you smell so bad?" Ignoring the comment, the plump man goes straight to business. He wants medicine. Shang Long presses him, asking if he had anything to do with the explosion near the wall, but Boss Lu brushes it off, clearly not wanting to talk about it. With a half smile, Shang Yuan decides to ask about the whereabouts of Boss Lu's car. The man lies, claiming it's undergoing a technical inspection. Since Shang Ru has never owned a car, he innocently asks what that means, prompting a brief explanation. Eventually, Boss Lu makes a quiet request. He asks Shang Ru not to tell anyone about what happened that evening. Shang Ru agrees, albeit with a sly, knowing smile. The man then notices Shang Wenjiang's completely drenched. When asked why, the young man fumbles for an excuse, saying he was learning how to ride a bicycle. He even points to the teacher nearby, claiming she was there to help. Although skeptical, Boss Lu decides to believe it. They shift their attention to the injured woman. With concern, Shang Luan's sister Shang Long help her sit on a chair. Boss Lu watches carefully, shouting at them not to hurt her. But deep inside, he's already planning to convince her to join him as a bodyguard. Once she wakes up, Sister Zhang gently wipes the woman's body, noting that she looks to be about 27 years old. Shang Yuanzhans her a bottle of medicine and asks her to treat the wounds carefully. Out of modesty and professionalism, Shang Yuanzhans offering one to turn around. She will need to remove the woman's clothes to apply the treatment properly. Some time passes, and the woman suddenly awakens. She bolts upright, confused and defensive, shouting, "Who are you people?" Boss Lu, trying to win her trust, claims he was the one who saved her from the source of flame, but she immediately replies that she doesn't remember him at all. As she tries to leave, Zhang Yuanzhan stops her, warning that she hasn't fully recovered. Tears well up in the woman's eyes as she turns to the group and says, "My brother." He sips still in their hands. Her voice is full of fear and heartbreak. Boss Lu is stunned. Two superhumans in one family. But not everyone shares his optimism. His accomplice steps forward, casting doubt over the woman sips hope. He bluntly says what everyone is thinking, but no one wants to admit. "Your brother might already be dead." Boss Lu's companion continues, telling the girl that he and his boss were only able to save her. There was no chance of rescuing her brother. He adds bitterly that the source of flame wouldn't have any need to keep her brother alive. As the words sink in, Shang Long quietly thinks to himself that Yang Yushanjin must be a good person if she's opposing such a ruthless organization. The protagonist then sides with Boss Lu, stating that it was indeed him who saved the girl. Boss Lu, clearly pleased with the support, offers to write Shang Wu a check as thanks. He turns his attention back to the girl and invites her to join him, claiming that he and his men have already caused serious damage to the source of flame. But the woman coldly refuses, saying she doesn't see him as a good or trustworthy person. Still, she bows respectfully and sincerely, thanks everyone who helped save her, but makes it clear that she cannot stay here. That's when Boss Lu notices something that annoys him. It's Shanggu, the one she thanks the most genuinely. Before Boss Lu can react, a sound interrupts the tension. Everyone turns to see Sister Shangrong's holding Dong Yuaning, who has fainted. Shang Yuanshan's points to the unconscious girl and tells Boss Lu to take her with him, but the man declines. Instead, he offers to pay Shang Yu to take care of her for the time being. With that, Shang Yu instructs Zhang Yuan to bring the girl into the house and tells Chang Wudi to stand guard until Boss Lu fulfills his promise. The next morning, Yang Yusham Yuanzhan Yuing returns to school. As she scans the area, she spots Shangwan Yuan and casually walks over. She starts up a light conversation with Lu Yuan, and Shangwan's mildly surprised by how close they've already become. Yang Shilin, joining the moment, teases Shangwa about why he didn't come by bicycle. Shangya brushes her off, jokingly saying the bike is in technical inspection, which is clearly a jab at the car explosion from the previous day. Is still smiling mischievously, the girl mocks him back. She explains that, unlike bicycles, cars actually need inspections, then starts listing off various car parts just to toy with him. Finally, Shang Yu admits that he never really learned how to ride a bike. Yang Yu Shang Yuanshan confidently says that she mastered it on her first try, but a second later, the palace system informs Shang Yu that she's lying and has no bike riding skills at all. This revelation annoys him a little, but there's no time to dwell. The math lesson begins, and today's topic is probability theory. Shanglong cringes, not even knowing what the word probability means, but he's somewhat relieved that he brought his old first and second grade textbooks, hoping they'll help him catch up. According to the teacher, if Shanglong studies diligently, he could graduate in just 6 months, but there's a final exam coming soon, and the pressure starts to build. Turning his head slightly, Shang Yuan notices that Yang Shang Yuanjin is asleep at her desk. Smirking, he crumples a piece of paper and tosses it at her. She opens her eyes in disbelief and reads the note. "Are you even planning to study for the final exam?" After a pause, she writes a response and passes it back. Shang Yu opens it and nearly loses it. It's Sep's written in his own handwriting saying, "Go to sleep." She forged his handwriting perfectly, and it leaves him speechless. Unfortunately, the teacher catches them in the act. He glares and demands, "What are your names?" Both of them, without missing a beat, answer, "Shang Yu." The teacher is stunned. His face twists in confusion and frustration. One of the students even pipes up, confirming that both of them are indeed listed in the class records under the same name. The teacher double-checks and is completely bewildered. Not backing down, he orders Yang Zhanjin to answer a question at the board. In response, she slowly takes off her cap, dramatically drawing everyone's attention to herself. Just a second later, Yang Yuanzhanjian places her cap onto the real Shang Su's head, teasing him once again. Surprisingly, the look suits him, and the teacher, unamused but persistent, insists that the protagonist come to the board. Time passes, the class ends, and students start filing out, but Shang Yu is not done yet. As the others leave, Shang Yuanshan silently decides to tail Yang Yuanshanjin. He's convinced that she's behind all the dangerous devices and explosions. Following her from a distance, he eventually spots her communicating with Luo Shinu through a portal. She's just about to leave when an idea strikes him. Now is the perfect time to use his skill copy scrolls. Shang Yuanshan's has 2 scrolls, one basic and one perfect. Hoping for a game-changing ability, he uses them both. Soon after, the palace system informs him that the skill Shadowgate has been selected. Excited, Shang Yu instantly accepts. This was the same portal skill he had seen Luo Shinu use before, and now he has a chance to master it himself. He begins training at once, successfully creating an entrance and exit portal. With a grin, he steps toward the portal and places his hand into it. But that's as far as he can go. He can't pass through. He realizes, disappointed, that Luo Shinu had only extended her hand when she used the skill, and this might have affected the copy he received. Frustrated, Shang Yuan mutters that the palace is not as reliable as he once thought, but quickly composes himself. "At least I got something," he tells himself. Having some superpower is better than none at all. He continues practicing his new portal skill. A little later, Shang Yuanzhan's why he returned alone and where the others are. He just chuckles and says he'll go back for them in time for dinner. But the teacher narrows her eyes and reveals something suspicious. She saw him leaving school with Yang Zhanjian. Nervously scratching his head, Shang laughs it off, saying he was just in a rush. Just then, an armored vehicle pulls up. From inside, Boss Lu emerges, grinning, and asks if the young man likes his brand new car. Shang Yu, not wasting time, cuts straight to business, demanding payment for the upkeep of the superhuman girl. Boss Lu steps out slightly, saying he'll handle the payment by noon today. He's also there to deliver tonic supplements for Dongyuan. Knocking on the door, he asks the girl to open up, but there's no reply. Shang Yu smirks and jokes that Boss Lu must be too much of a big shot to be ignored like this. Trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, Boss Lu asks if he can borrow Chung Wudi for a task, but Shang insists that Boss Lu speak to him directly. When he finally does, Boss Lu confides that multiple forces have been seen approaching the fortress walls. There are whispers of important research being conducted at the university. Naturally, Shang was curious and asks for details, but Boss Lu plays dumb, saying he doesn't know the specifics. Annoyed, Shang Yu turns to leave, but the man calls out that this research could be of colossal importance. Still unconvinced, Shang Yu tells him once again to just talk to Chung Wudi if he wants anything done. At that moment, a military officer walks up behind Boss Lu, whispering something urgently into his ear. While they talk in hushed voices, Shang Yuanxi stands aside, thinking deeply. Something is going on. The Qin Consortium must be behind this. If I could just steal their research using the Shadowgate. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanshan is from a nearby building, drawing attention. Shang Yuanshan's to Boss Lu and bluntly asks why he's so eager to pull superhumans to his side. But, as usual, Boss Lu avoids giving a real answer. Tired of the political scheming and double talk, Shang Long sighs and says they can all do whatever they want. He'll go make dinner. Sometimes it's just easier to focus on something simple. He walks away, deciding for now, he'll just keep an eye on Dong Yunan. The palace issues a new mission. Shang Yuanshan's tasked with rescuing 7 people in distress. As a reward, he'll be granted access to new items from the vending machine. While eating, Shang Wu calmly asks the girl what kind of superpowers she possesses. She responds that she's relatively strong. Curious, the protagonist presses further, asking just how strong she is. Dong Yuanshan Zen, reporting that the girl's strength is equivalent to that of 2 adult men, and it's only continuing to grow. However, Shang Yuanshan points out that her escape had more to do with Boss Lu than her own abilities. He then inquires about her plans for the future. She explains that her injuries will be healed by tomorrow, and after that she intends to take revenge on the source of flame. But Shang Wu immediately shuts down the idea, telling her she won't be able to leave. The girl directly challenges him, asking why he believes that. According to Shangwu, the source of flame has already been driven out of the fortress. Even if some of their people remain behind, it's unlikely she'd be able to find them. More importantly, if she gets caught, she will be tortured, and that could jeopardize the palace's mission entirely. Internally, the girl is already plotting her own retaliation, believing she will find a way to turn the tables on them. As these thoughts run through her mind, Shang Yuanshan suddenly catches a glance from Chang Wudi. The protagonist turns to him and asks if he can look after the guests for the next few days. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Wudi agrees, mostly because he enjoys being seen as both important and capable. Lu Yan then chimes in, complimenting Chang Wudi and calling him a very cool person. But things take a dark turn. Sometime later, Shang Yidi ties Dong Yuan's hands and throws her into a pitch-black room. Shocked and confused, she demands to know why he's holding her and where she even is. With bitter realization, she mutters that she never expected her so-called rescuers to be such deceitful people. Without a word, Shang Yidi takes a small rag and stuffs it into her mouth, silencing her. Meanwhile, Shangwu invites Lu Yan to witness his latest superpower, the Shadow Gate. Asking his younger brother to step back, Shangwu announces that he's about to open the gate. Gathering his strength, he raises his hand and tries to activate the ability, but nothing happens. An awkward silence fills the room, as only a tiny crack appears on the floor, far too small for anyone to pass through. La Zuyan skeptically asks if his elder brother can truly control these mysterious gates. Though confused, Shang refuses to give up and keeps trying to open it. Growing uneasy, La Zuyan pleads with his brother to stop, admitting that he's getting scared. Finally, Shangwu agrees to test the ability on himself first. Reversing the direction of his hand and focusing his strength, he successfully opens the Shadow Gate. However, the gate appears too large and unwieldy. Currently, he can only teleport his hand through it. Determined to refine the skill, he tries to shrink the gate, aiming for a size that would fit only one hand. It feels as though some strange law is pushing against his will, but ultimately, Shang Yu succeeds. A small compact portal appears before him. Surprised, Shang Yu asks the palace what's going on, but the palace simply replies that it is not authorized to disclose such information. He then tells Lu Yuanqin to bring a live chicken during tomorrow's grocery trip with Xiao Yu. When his brother asks what this new power is even good for, Shang Yuanqin replies smugly that it allows him to hit someone without them knowing who did it. Shang Yuanshan then reminds Lu Yan that he's on guard duty today, while he himself will be spending time crafting explosives. The following morning, the store reopens. Wang Fugu hangs a new sign near the entrance. A voice calls out to him, asking if the store sells a certain special medicine. Wang Fugu replies that due to the complex production process, he can only sell 1 dose per week and at a high price. The man isn't happy with this. He claims the cost is far too steep and insists that he's an important individual. But just then, Shang Yuan appears beside him and bluntly states that it doesn't matter who he is. No special treatment will be given. The man pleads, explaining that he urgently needs the medicine and asks Shanggu to reconsider. Suddenly, a few men approach the group. One of them identifies the man as Shanning. Bowing his head respectfully, Shan addresses the man standing before him, Boss Wang. In disbelief, Shang Yuan turns to the palace and asks if the medicine truly cures infertility, but the palace calmly replies, no, it does not have such a function. Surprised, the main character then questions whether the woman is actually pregnant. The man, however, assures him that multiple tests confirmed it. Somehow, Shang Yuanjian says to mutter that a miracle must have occurred. Some time passes. Shang Rong returns to the school and walks quietly down the corridor. He enters the classroom, takes his seat, and waits. Soon after, the teacher enters the room and calls for silence. She announces that they must now select both a class headman and the head of the student council. One student unexpectedly nominates Shangwu for the position of class head. Meanwhile, as the head of the student council, a proposal that triggers laughter among her classmates. Smiling, the teacher declares that the matter is settled. Curious, Shang asks what responsibilities these roles actually involve and whether there are any additional benefits. When he learns that the duties are simply to monitor the academic process, he can't hide his disappointment. Noticing Yang Yushang Yuanshan's ongoing on her desk, he leans toward her and asks if she's anxious about the upcoming final exams. She whispers back, barely audible, that Boss Lu is planning something dangerous and advises him to stay away from the man. Her words leave Shangrong visibly stunned. Leaning closer, he urges her to repeat herself, as if doubting what he just heard. Reluctantly, Yang Yushanjing lifts her head. The closeness of the moment suddenly makes Shangwo flustered. Quietly, she explains that she saw people from the Qing Consortium observing the 4th mental hospital and even attempting to rob it. If her words are true, the hospital houses many captured superhumans, one of whom is particularly dangerous. Yang Yushanjing admits she's relieved the man remains behind those walls. Shang wonders aloud whether Boss Lu isn't afraid to act so openly, given that this is the territory of another consortium. But Yang Yushanjing quickly corrects him. He has completely underestimated the Qing Consortium. They have numerous agents inside the 109th fortress, and all of them, including the weapons of mass destruction, are under Boss Lu's command. She adds that Shanglo doesn't truly understand how terrifying this man really is. Shocked, Shang Uenqi then asks about the especially dangerous superhuman in the hospital. Each second superpowers this man possesses. Slightly lowering her head, she whispers that the man has hypnosis abilities. For now, he remains confined to a special cell. Food is brought to him while he wears noise-canceling headphones, a measure to block out external stimuli and prevent him from influencing anyone. Curious, Shang Guans asks why they don't just kill him, but Yang Yushangyuan says that the man hasn't committed any actual crimes yet. In addition, she warns Shangna to be wary of Dong Yuanan as well, claiming that she too is dangerous. Surprised by how much Yang Xiangyuan's asked revealed, the young man asks directly what exactly is wrong with the girl they're keeping. She replies that investigators confirm there's no connection between Dong Yunan and the deceased superhuman. However, a series of strange murders recently occurred in the 109th fortress. All the victims were drained of blood and transformed into grotesque monsters. Suspicion now hangs heavily over Dong Yunan. Furthermore, Luo Shinu reportedly witnessed an entire battle involving her, and always suspected that Dong Yuanshan's true motive was to rescue another superhuman. Shang Yuanshan then admits that Dong Yuanshan is currently being held at their shop. Alarmed, Yang Yushanjing urges him to return quickly, but he reassures her, saying there's no need to worry. He and Shang Wodi tied her up securely. At that very moment, Zhang Wudi is inside the shop, standing next to Xia Yu, who is busy preparing food. Just a short distance away, Dun Yuan lies bound and seemingly helpless. However, slowly and silently, she begins to struggle against the ropes, trying to free herself without attracting anyone's attention. Shang Yuanshan's called out to Chang, informing him that dinner was nearly ready. The sudden announcement startled the woman standing behind him. Now freed from the ropes, Dong Yuan leaned against the boy and suddenly called him little brother. Her lips curled as she opened her mouth sharply, revealing fangs like those of a vampire. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and bit Chang Wudi, attempting to drink his blood. However, her teeth instantly shattered upon contact with his skin. It turned out he was protected. The young man jumped to his feet and struck her with a powerful blow, sending her stumbling backward. Overcome by the pain, Dong Yuan collapsed to her knees, clutching her stomach. Furious, Chang Wudi clenched his fists and screamed at her, demanding to know how she dared to attack him. He then pulled back his hand, preparing to strike again, and didn't stop at just one blow. He hit her 3 more times, causing her to scream in agony. Later, when Shang Su returned to the shop, Dong Yuanshan was left reflecting on the situation. All she had wanted was to steal the blood collected by the flame source. Now she couldn't even grasp how things had spiraled so far out of control. Chang Wudi, Shang Su, Lu Yin, and Xiao Yu stood surrounding her, looking down at her defeated figure. In that moment, Dong Yuan turned to Xiao Yu, whom she perceived as the kindest among them. Desperately, she begged her to convince the others to let her go. But instead of helping, Xiao Yu silently handed another coil of rope to Chang Wudi. Without a word, the young man moved behind Dong Yuanshan and tied her up even tighter. The protagonist observed the scene from a distance, quietly reflecting on everything that had just unfolded. Once the binding was finished and the girl lay completely restrained, Shang Yuanshan ran Yuanji's shoulder. He instructed him to lock the door and make sure Boss Lu didn't see her in that condition. After some time, the group left the room. Shang Su suddenly remarked aloud that something was missing. Lu Yan responded, noting that what was missing was Boss Lu's voice, the same voice that had been constantly seeking Dong Yuan. The main character then wondered aloud whether Boss Lu and his accomplices had possibly robbed a 4th mental hospital. Turning to his companions, he asked if they knew where the hospital was located. Shang Yu responded by asking why he wanted to know and added that Lu Yan had earlier requested her to purchase a map of the 109th fortress. As Xiang Rong prepared to leave, he instructed the others to keep a close watch on Dong Yuanshan and not let her cause any more trouble. Later, the protagonist found himself on a bustling street filled with music. He studied the map carefully, planning his next move. That's when he noticed a half-open hatch on the ground. It immediately caught his attention. From within the hatch emerged one of Boss Lu's men, the very one who had helped kidnap Dong Yu and Jane. Soon after, more soldiers followed, and then Boss Lu himself began climbing out. As he surfaced, he gave a swift order. The squads were not to engage in combat unless they saw a specific target. If they did, they were to retreat immediately. A commanding soldier relayed the chilling instruction to eliminate everyone except the special target. The reason: those targets had once used their own kind as test subject. Boss Lu's mind wandered back to the time he had been monitoring the 4th mental hospital. He recalled observing a young man who resembled Chang Woody. That boy had been subject to numerous experiments. His mind thoroughly examined, but the boy had remained distant, unwilling to form connections, silently trying to comprehend the horrors around him. During one particular experiment, a doctor suddenly collapsed, feeling violently ill. As the doctor sank to the cold floor, the boy's body began to levitate. A defiant grin spread across his face, a grin that seemed to reveal something far more sinister. Boss Lu had called the young man a legendary demon summoner. He believed the hypnosis process had awakened something inside him. At that time, one of the soldiers had suggested taking the boy for further study, but Boss Lu refused, stating that even the Qing Consortium couldn't control a creature of that magnitude. Now Shang Su couldn't help but wonder who had they come for back then. Meanwhile, a small group of soldiers quietly approached the door. One of the men knocked lightly on the door. As it creaked open, a unit of soldiers burst inside, knocking one of the researchers to the floor in the process. At the same time, several armored vehicles came racing toward the building. Yu Shangru quickly noticed that members of the Li Consortium had already arrived, and they weren't wasting any time. The protagonist instantly realized that Boss Lu's team was in serious trouble. If he wanted to help them, he needed to return to the shop to distribute the medicine. Meanwhile, inside the building, Boss Lu discovered a young girl lying unconscious. She looked no older than 10 or 11. His partner hoisted the girl over his shoulder and urged that they leave immediately. As they rushed out, Boss Lu muttered that shaking off the Li Consortium would be no easy task. Just then, 3 shots rang out loud, sharp and consecutive. The shells whistled through the air, striking the transports ahead of them. In an instant, the vehicles exploded right before Boss Lu's eyes. Enraged, he began cursing wildly, shouting at the unknown assailant. But with no other option, he retreated once again into the sewers. On a nearby rooftop, young Xiao Jane adjusted her clothes with a confident smirk. The night grew deeper, and the moon rose high over the city. Back at the shop, Zhang Yuanxia finally returned. He greeted everyone and casually announced that Boss Lu would be arriving soon, news that clearly unsettled the group. Moments later, a knock echoed through the shop, followed by Boss Lu's voice, calling out for help and treating his injured comrades. Zhang Yu and Yushans opened the door, but immediately questioned the presence of the girl with them. Boss Lu lied, claiming she was his cousin. After a while, the unknown girl slowly stood up and addressed the gathered crowd. Lu Xian asked for her name, and she replied confidently, introducing herself as Xi Lin. When someone asked about her abilities, she answered by effortlessly lifting Wang Fuji's son above her head, clearly displaying her superhuman strength. Suddenly, the unopened door swung open, and a young man stepped inside. He introduced himself as Shentan, adding that he came in peace. Boss Lu, filled with disbelief, immediately drew his gun and pointed it at the stranger. He then turned to Xianglong, warning that this person was an extremely dangerous individual. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Could this be the same dangerous man that Yang Xiaojin had mentioned earlier? The rescued girl approached Shentan. Observing this, the protagonist began to suspect that Boss Lu had been allowed to save her. It felt as if everything was playing out under the control of the man in the hat. Feeling uneasy, Xianglong directly asked Shentan what his intentions were. With a relaxed smile, Shentan said that he and the girl were simply lonely souls wandering this fortress, and he had only come to say hello. Looking Xianglong directly in the eyes, he called him a special person. A few seconds later, Shandan removed his hat and declared that it was time to go, promising they would meet again. He told Boss Lu not to worry. He hadn't hypnotized his subordinate. Before leaving, Shangru had said to him a final question. Why hadn't he escaped the mental hospital earlier, when he clearly had the chance? Without turning around, Shanrong sentently replied that the time hadn't come yet. He had other matters to attend to, likely related to the research being conducted. Watching him disappear, Boss Lu turned to Dong Yuan and muttered that it might be best to have a proper talk with her. Approaching the fat man, the protagonist asked if he knew that Shentan was from the Li family. Drinking the medicine provided by the protagonist in one gulp, Boss Lu confirmed it. Shandong, he explained, was the abandoned son of the Li family, locked away by his own kin. In Boss Lu's words, the consortium was a ruthless world. To rise to the top, one had to walk over their own family. Zhang Yuan looked at him curiously and asked how many of his own relatives from the Qing family he had thrown aside. Boss Lu replied coldly, they had no other choice. Someone like Qing Zhen had to rise to the top. Zhang Yuan surprised at how protective Boss Lu was toward his brother, but Boss Lu simply said that he was a lost man now and intended to live however he pleased. The Yang Consortium had already entered the fortress. The flame source was in hiding, and now the demon summoner was on the loose. To make matters worse, Boss Lo grumbled about unknown enemies who had just blown up his vehicles. Zhang Ong's couldn't help but laugh. Pointing at the main character, Boss Lo advised him not to stick his head out unnecessarily and to stay hidden. Meanwhile, in the 11 Twin Fortress near Mount Gago, the residents of the Qing family bustled with activity. During a high-level meeting within the consortium, someone asked about Qing Hai. A bespectacled man replied that they had already scouted the area around Mount Qing. Based on their calculations, the consortium had issued a clear objective. They were to reach the 113th fortress. The area had already been cleared of test subjects, and after the recovery team arrived, the search resumed near Mount Jing, focusing on the creatures hidden within the crater. One such creature had now entered a deep slumber once again, possibly due to the volcano's intense temperature. One man voiced his concern, doubting whether Qing Hai could handle the situation. However, he was quickly reassured that Qing Hai had brought an entire team with him. The resources near Fortress 113 were vital to the consortium's operations, especially the coal mines. Their restoration needed to be completed as swiftly as possible. A man named Qing Yuan was approached with orders to assist in transporting the remaining resources to the fortress. Then the man with the monocle asked what Qing Zhen was doing. The answer was blunt, nothing. The man seemed pleased that he had managed to suppress Qing Zhen using his own methods. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the room with urgent news. Iake's brigade had been ambushed by test subjects and was now retreating. The casualties were severe, many were wounded, and numerous soldiers had been killed. The news unsettled the Qing family members present. Iake's brigade was known to be the most elite, equipped with overwhelming firepower. One member of the group suggested involving Qing Zhen, as he had significant experience battling test subjects. But the man with the monocle objected. He stated that the 7th Brigade could only be overpowered through a lightning-fast raid. This hinted at the emergence of intelligent test subjects. From that moment forward, he forbade Qing Zhen from leaving his villa, declaring that the will of the consortium must not be jeopardized by a single individual. Qinin then stepped forward and informed the group that he would be taking command of the 1st Brigade. Saluting firmly, he accepted the mission. Some time later, several military vehicles had gathered together. Beneath one of them, hidden under the chassis, was a fugitive officer with shadow summoning abilities. Climbing up into the vehicle, he finally allowed himself to rest, finding a quiet spot where he could eat and sleep. His attention was caught by several locked crates nearby. He broke them open, and inside he discovered a massive stash of weapons and ammunition. But just as he was preparing to move, his vehicle turned away from the rest of the convoy, heading in a different direction. When it came to a stop, the fugitive, Xu Shanro, peeked out to find Boss Lo himself climbing into the back, holding a flashlight. Instinctively, Xu Shanro shielded his face as the beam of light struck him. Upon seeing the fugitive, Boss Lo let out a scream of shock. But before he could act, Xu Shanru vanished into the shadows, determined not to fall into the consortium's hands. Boss Lu immediately ordered his men to give chase, shouting that they must capture the escapee. As he looked around, he realized the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Their arsenal was extensive. This led him to one conclusion: the Qing consortium was preparing to launch an attack on Wan. The pursuit surged through the night, winding through a city drowned in darkness. Back at the shop, Shang Yuan opened the door after hearing a ruckus. Boss Lu barged in, demanding that Chen Qingwudi catch Xu Shanrong for him, offering a fortune as payment. Zhang Yu, however, hesitated. He asked if the man was certain it was truly Zhang Yu. As Lo continued pressing, the protagonist stood still, deep in thought, weighing everything that had just unfolded. After careful reflection, he made his decision. He needed to help Zhang Yu escape. Just then the palace itself gave the young man a divine task: assist someone in distress to flee. To Boss Lo's shock, the protagonist looked him straight in the eyes and declared that he wanted no part in their feud. Without waiting for a reply, he shut the door in Boss Lo's face. Immediately, Zhang Yuanqing sprang into action, moving swiftly through the shop and preparing to leave its walls. Zhang Yuanqing wanted to follow him, but Lu Yan reminded him that their current mission was to guard Dong Yuanen. Reluctantly, the young man admitted she was right. The protagonist's younger brother simply smiled, pleased that he was finally being of use. Eventually, Zhang Yuanji picked up on Xu Shanrong's trail, but the fugitive was moving too slowly, perhaps exhausted or distracted. Zhang Yuan racked his mind for a way to help his old partner without directly provoking Boss Lo. That's when he decided to use his new powers. A small portal suddenly appeared in front of Boss Lu. Without warning, a hand emerged from the portal and struck him hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Liu suspected that the attack had been carried out by Lo Shinu, the one who originally possessed the ability to open portals from the ground. Furious, Boss Lo lashed out at his own soldiers, calling them pathetic compared to the superhumans. In the wake of the failed pursuit, he gave the immediate order to retreat. He knew they had already attracted too much attention. Watching from a distance, Xiangrong remained calm. As long as Xu Xiangrong wasn't captured, everything would eventually turn out fine. Though the protagonist had once slandered his former partner, he felt no regret. When dawn arrived, Xu Xianrong found shelter in the shadow of a stone outbuilding. Suddenly someone called out his name. Instinctively he leapt to his feet and drew his gun, pointing it upward to defend himself from any surprise threat. But to his shock it was Xianglao who appeared, waving at him in greeting. Startled, Xu Xianrong asked what he was doing here. Xianglao replied that he had fled after the fall of the 113th fortress. Xu Xianglao nodded. He had ended up here following the collapse of the 112th fortress. He tried to enter the 111th fortress but was declared a criminal and wound up here by accident. Xiang Yu warned him that Boss Lo now had an ample supply of weapons and his strength could no longer be underestimated. However, Xiang Yu had the strong impression that Xu Xianrong was unaware of the fact that Lo could no longer return to Qi. That left the protagonist puzzled. Why was Lo smuggling weapons, and why were they the same weapons seemingly required to combat the flame source? Xu Xianrong smiled and expressed his gratitude to Lo Shinu, whose sudden intervention during the chase had allowed him to escape. Grabbing Xianrong by the shoulders, Xu Xianrong said he knew it must have been difficult for him as well to break away from the Qing consortium. He then offered Xiangru a piece of his food, a leftover half of a steamed bun. When the young man declined, he softly replied that Xu Xianrong was truly a good man. As Shou Xianyuan quietly began eating, the protagonist sat beside him, the atmosphere still tense but sincere. Unexpectedly, Shenrong pulled out 5,000 yen in a sealed envelope, placing them into Shou Xianyu's hands. He asked him to deliver the letter to Jian Qinglin at the 178th fortress. Xu Xianyu smiled. Coincidentally, that was his next destination anyway. He accepted the task and sincerely thanked Xianyuan for trusting him. Just then, their quiet moment was shattered. Someone had crept up behind them without making a sound. A woman in a flame source military uniform stepped out from the shadows, confronting them. Alarmed, Xiangrong warned Xu Qianxu to stay alert. These soldiers were known for hunting superhumans. In a flash they found themselves surrounded from all directions. Escape was no longer an option. They would have to fight. But there was a problem. Xiang Yuanshan's Hun Xiangrending ability in front of Xu Xianyuo. The woman smirked. She boasted that their squad had never lost a single raid. She advised them to surrender immediately and referenced something called Operation Early Morning, a name unfamiliar to Xu Xianyu. Both men readied their pistols and began their defense, but it quickly became clear their enemies were too fast. The flame source soldiers dodged bullets effortlessly. Pistols wouldn't be enough. As Xiangrong glanced at their smug expressions, he realized that brute force wouldn't work here. Their faces were far too confident, too untouchable. Even if he escaped, Xu Xianrong would likely still be caught. He needed a miracle. Then he saw her. Yang Shijin stood not far away, watching the scene unfold through the scope of her summoned sniper rifle. Xiang Yuanxiang lowered his weapon and turned toward the flame source squad. Calmly, he asked what they planned to do with him and Xu Xianrong. The woman answered without hesitation. After a breakthrough in genome editing, they intended to use the genes of superhumans to ensure the survival of humanity. She insisted that it was a great honor to go down in history even at the cost of personal freedom. But Xiang Yuan wasn't swayed. He stared her down. If that's the price for freedom, he said, slowly raising a white handkerchief above his body, then freedom is worth everything. She laughed bitterly and called him a fool, but just as the wind stopped blowing the cloth, a bullet struck her dead center. Her eyes widened, blood spilled from her lips as her body collapsed backward, lifeless. Through the scope, Zhang Yuan gave a silent salute and whispered, "Thank you." Yang Shixin smirked faintly, her gaze still fixed through the scope. She had broken the enemy's encirclement, but now the remaining flame source soldiers moved far too fast for her to get a clean shot. Below, Xiang Yu and Shengrong scattered in unison, launching themselves into battle against the remaining enemies. With Yang unable to cover them any longer, the outcome would now depend entirely on the main character's strength, and he had no intention of backing down. The soldiers from the Origin of Flame organization who stood in Shengrong's path were prepared to stop him no matter what. Realizing he couldn't outrun them forever, the protagonist finally summoned his shadow. Suddenly, one of the soldiers teleported directly behind him. Reacting instantly, Xiang Yuang recalled his shadow, repositioning it defensively. The man behind prepared to strike, just as another soldier from the front drew his katana and charged. A fierce battle erupted. Both sides demonstrated peak performance, each blow carrying lethal intent. In one smooth motion, Xiang Yuang summoned his special blade and cut down the enemy in front, splitting his body cleanly in two. Meanwhile, his shadow eliminated the attacker behind him. As the enemy fell, one of the dying soldiers gasped out a question, stunned. "Why do you have two abilities?" Zhang Yuan looked him in the eye and answered calmly, I have 3, but you won't get to see the third. Before he could take a breath, another soldier, one who had remained hidden in the shadows, launched an ambush from above. With astonishing speed, the man descended toward the protagonist's head. But Zhang Yuan didn't flinch. He activated his Shadow Gate technique, repositioning the tip of his blade behind the enemy's back and driving it straight through. As he retrieved his weapon from the dying soldier, he muttered with clear irritation, you all looked impressive, but in reality you were weak. With the battle over, he regrouped with Xu Shanyu. Casually, Shangrong suggested they return to his home to shower and eat, but Xu Shanyu shook his head. He couldn't stay here any longer. Now that his location had been exposed, he would be hunted. He didn't want to drag Shangyu into his fight. He thanked him sincerely, adding a gratitude point in his own way, a token of appreciation that surprised the young man. Zhang Yuan was briefly speechless. Smiling, he told his former comrade that perhaps they'd meet again at the 178th fortress. He urged him to take care. Later, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Rong overheard 2 soldiers speaking. They were discussing how the city had grown increasingly dangerous and that they planned to report the flame source's actions to the Li Consortium. As a reward for aiding Zhang Rong's, Zhang Rong gained 1 strength point, becoming even more powerful. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaojin met with Lo Xinu to reflect on the earlier battle. The blue-haired girl asked whether Yang found it strange that Zhang Rong had defeated 3 enemies, especially considering that these weren't even the organization's top operatives. Adjusting her cap, Yang replied that she had underestimated him. While Xu Shangru had only faced 1 opponent, Zhang Yuan gone head-to-head with 3. She had assumed his combat effectiveness wasn't particularly high. In truth, she had hoped to provide him with a means of escape, but instead he had taken control of the entire situation. Lo Xinu, however, noted something else. She admitted that Shangrong struck her as a bloodthirsty person. Subconsciously, he always seemed inclined to eliminate threats entirely. Yang sighed. He grew up in a very hostile environment, she explained. Curious, Lo asked what her partner was thinking. Yang replied thoughtfully, with Chang Wudi, Shangrong's group is only getting stronger. Lu wondered aloud if they were trying to attract the attention of the consortiums, but Yang shook her head. They just want to live peacefully in this city. Then, Lo asked a pointed question. What are the protagonist's true abilities? Yang didn't answer. Instead, she ended the conversation. The 2 of them prepared to leave. As Li's first combat troops were soon to arrive, Lo Xinu activated her portal technique, vanishing from the rooftop in an instant. Xiang Yu, watching from below, hadn't expected the Li Consortium to respond so quickly. Patrols now flooded the streets and even he couldn't understand how Xu Jianrong had managed to escape the fortress at all. A moment later, Yang Yashaljin appeared beside him and asked, did anything else happen? Something strange, besides the fight with the flame source. At that exact moment, news came in. The Qing Consortium had suddenly raised a bounty on Xu Xianrong's head. Xiang Yuan simply stood in silence, pretending not to know a thing. After the battle with the origin of flame, Zhang Yuan turned to Yang Xiaojing and sincerely thanked her for helping him during the conflict. However, her response was dry. Without even looking at him, she opened her notebook and began reading through it intently. Still focused, she asked, why did you save Xu Shangyu? Zhang Yuan calmly replied that he had no personal motives behind his actions. Trying to ease the tension, he added that if something were to happen to her in the future, he would save her too. Her expression softened and a faint smile tugged at her lips as she looked back down at her notes. Zhang Yuanshan somewhat awkwardly looked away. Yang Xiaojin then shifted the conversation. She asked what he planned to do with Deng Yunan and casually suggested handing the girl over to her. According to Yang, Deng Yunan's presence could have a special effect on superhumans, a statement that took Shen Yu by surprise. Pondering her words, he replied that he would give Deng Yuan to her in 4 days as a reward for saving her earlier. Just then, the teacher entered the room, announcing that she had discovered the admission requirements for the University of the 109th Fortress. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanxi's curiosity was piqued. He turned to Yang and asked what life was like at the university. She explained that although classes were free, the exams were extremely strict, and the number of accepted students was very small. Universities, she said, had once been open and free places of learning. Now they had become more like research centers, high-pressure environments focused on productivity, not learning. She added that out of every 100 fortresses, only about 20 universities remained. Teachers were constantly pushing students for maximum efficiency. Bright-eyed, Zhang Yu asked whether there were any student subsidies available, but Yang bluntly told him there weren't any. She warned him not to bother university students unless he was conducting real scientific research. The teacher then elaborated on the admissions process. To get in, one had to pass 4 subjects, with a minimum passing score of 560 points. That meant scoring at least 140 points per subject. Zhang Yu was stunned. Just yesterday his total score across all subjects had only reached 140, not per subject, total. Then how do I even score that much in a single subject? He asked in despair. Yang replied jokingly, just do 2 fewer questions. Trying to get some perspective, Zhang Yu asked the palace what level of mathematics Yang Eugene had. The system responded that her knowledge was average, which gave him a bit of relief, until he remembered she had passed all her high school subjects with flying colors. He realized then how far behind he truly was. He had once assumed, seeing her asleep in class, that she was just like him, but the truth couldn't have been more different. Yang turned to him and asked, "Do you really want to go to university?" Lowering his head to the desk, Zhang Yu answered softly, "I don't deserve to." A silence settled over the room. The next day marked the arrival of the final exam. Zhang Yu entered the examination hall, looking around but not seeing any familiar faces. A few minutes later, the teacher arrived and officially began the exam. Back in Merchant City, teachers would ask questions orally to save paper, but here in the fortress, Zhang Yu was surprised by how many printed materials were available. He glanced to the side, his eyes wandering across the room, and then raised his pen. From the back of the classroom, a girl leaned forward and asked if she could copy from him. At that exact moment, the palace issued him a task to help a classmate during the exam. Confused by such an assignment, Zhang Yuan hesitated but eventually shared his notes. A second later, he was rewarded with a gratitude point, and even better, he gained agility points without having to exert much effort at all. The protagonist leaned back, relaxing a little after the test. His classmate, clearly amazed, asked whether he really knew how to solve all the problems. Zhang Yuan laughed honestly. "With my level of knowledge, there's no way I solved everything." After the graduation exam ended, Zhang Yu walked home with his younger brother and Wang Fuji's son. When they arrived at the shop, Shil met them with a worried expression. She delivered shocking news. Wang Fuji had been taken away. The entire room fell silent. Especially for Fuji's son, the news hit like a thunderclap. Zhang Yun quickly asked for details. Shu explained that men from the law enforcement department had shown up, stating that they didn't have a license to sell medicine. The law enforcement officers hadn't just taken Wang Fuji, they also accused the shop of employing unlicensed doctors. According to them, someone had to be held accountable. After explaining everything, Zhang Yuanyu looked at Shang Yuan and Mix. Yu Shanglong Sidewell looked at Shang Riz expectantly, waiting for his response. He asked if the officers had said anything else before leaving. She replied that they had instructed them to contact the Ministry of Law and Order. Xiang Yuan, however, decided not to rush things. After all, Dong Yuan was still in their custody, and Boss Lu was due to visit the store that evening. The situation called for patience and questions. As the sun dipped beyond the skyline, Boss Lu arrived in his car. Leaning out the window, he asked why Shang Rong was standing outside. Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Wang Fuji was arrested. Lu climbed out of the vehicle and, unfazed, replied that this was a classic trick. In his experience, this was how people operated when they wanted to steal a medicine formula. They'd first cripple the seller, then try to buy the formula dirt cheap. He added that it was common for schemers to act innocent, only to turn around and cheat naive people out of what was rightfully theirs. Curious, Zhang Yue asked if anyone from the Qing Consortium was involved with the Ministry of Law Enforcement. Lu responded with a smirk, claiming that even 2 of his own comrades had been arrested 2 days ago, but then he laughed, revealing it had only been a joke. He assured Zhang Rong that he would try to free Wang Fuji that very night. But before even a minute had passed, the shop door opened, and to everyone's astonishment, Wang Fuji himself stepped inside. "How is this even possible?" Zhang Yu asked in disbelief. "Weren't you arrested by the ministry?" Wang Fuji explained that he had indeed been taken to the ministry, but a message from Lu Yuan prompted his immediate release. That revelation annoyed Shangyi. It irritated him that Boss Lu, with all his influence, hadn't even informed Lu Yuan ahead of time. Still, Lu reminded them to stay alert. While Lu Yuan had helped this time, he wasn't the true power behind Fortress Tenhong. If the Li Consortium had developed an interest in the medicine, getting out of this situation unscathed would not be easy. Zhang Yuan realized then that scammers operated just as freely within the walls of the fortress as they did outside them. Boss Lu handed him a contact number, telling him to call if any trouble arose. "Not all problems can be solved with fists," Zhang Rong remarked. Lu just smiled. He had spent recent days fighting and killing, but dismissed it all as part of a larger strategy. According to him, the Li Consortium valued their research so much that they had dedicated entire forces to guard it. They couldn't afford to sit back and watch chaos unravel. With that, Lu ended the conversation and walked toward Dong Yuanshan's room. Turning to Wang Fuji and Xiao Yu, Shang Lu reminded them to be cautious. They had once believed life beyond the walls was a kind of paradise, but now he knew better. "Paradise," he said bitterly, "doesn't exist in this world." Later, Cheng Widi was resting at the shop entrance when a stranger approached him, asking if Wang Fuji was around. Spreading his arms casually, Cheng replied that the merchant had gone out to buy a bicycle. He asked why the man was looking for him. The man presented an official document and said someone had filed a lawsuit against Wang Fuji for unfair competition. "What kind of competition are we talking about?" Cheng asked. The man, stern and dressed formally, told him that all would be explained at the courthouse. He placed the paper on the nearby table and added that if Ching was Wang's closest relative, he could sign for it. Ching, unfazed, declared himself to be Wang Fugi's senior mentor. The man stared at him in disbelief. Another official, wearing glasses, grew annoyed. Wang Dilong is his closest relative, not you, he snapped. Failing to make progress with Cheng, the officials eventually gave up and said they'd return another day. When Shangro returned home, Wang Fugi explained everything in more detail. Apparently the lawsuit had come from individuals claiming unfair business practices, and the officials had demanded a summons signature. Zhang Yuanxian's face darkened. He was clearly displeased with how events were unfolding. He remembered when they had first entered the fortress, the suspicious glares, the disapproving parents at school, the way they were looked down upon just for being refugees. Now that their store had found success, someone was using the very laws of the fortress to bring them down. To Xiangyu, it was clear, this was not justice, it was sabotage. He spoke with rising anger, noting how the longer they stayed behind walls, the more uneasy he felt, far less comfortable than when he was out in the wild. But Xiangyu was never the type to cower in the face of danger. He knew he would have to rely on his own strength to resolve the crisis. Without hesitation, he instructed Wang Fuji to take the summons and head straight to the legal department to uncover the mastermind behind everything that was happening. Meanwhile, late into the night, several men sat around a table sharing dinner. Their conversation turned grim as they discussed how the entire squad known as the Source of Flame had been completely wiped out. It was a brutal massacre. Still, some among them argued that the people from the Well of Flame had committed numerous atrocities themselves, perhaps deserving such a fate. Nearby, a demon summoner overheard the discussion. He speculated that this could very well be the work of the protagonist. A young girl, upon hearing him refer to Xiangyu as exceptional, asked if it was because Xiangyu could not be hypnotized, but the summoner simply smiled and revealed that he had never even tried. His intuition warned him that if he ever attempted to hypnotize Xiangyu, it might be he who would fall asleep instead. Hearing that, the little girl suggested they should just eliminate Shangro altogether, but the summoner only gave her a quiet smile, saying there was no need for that now. Besides, the white-haired man believed she wouldn't even be capable of defeating Shangro. As night descended completely over the city, a unit of soldiers continued their operation, moving in perfect formation. One soldier leaned against the wall, carefully inspecting his weapon. Once satisfied that all preparations were complete, the commanding officer gave a silent hand gesture, an order for the squad to proceed. A pair of soldiers emerged from a corner and began advancing. Meanwhile, members of the Qing consortium were observing everything through monitors, carefully tracking each soldier's movements. Qing Hai had died at the hands of the test subjects, and now only the name of the 7th Brigade remained. This operation was crucial, for if it succeeded it could greatly strengthen the consortium's forces and elevate the commander to replace Qing Hai in the eyes of the Presidium. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, yet the commander couldn't shake the eerie silence surrounding the city. Turning to Lieutenant Li, he asked if this was the site of the attack. Li confirmed it was. Right here, the test subjects had struck, splitting the battlefield in two. They had shown detailed knowledge of the terrain, and regular bullets had proven ineffective against them. Still, the commander reassured the lieutenant not to worry. The monsters had attacked and vanished. According to the latest intel, this was their territory. The real question was, where were they now? As the soldiers pressed onward, a new terrain unfolded before them. Reports came in of massive cracks on the surface and traces of test subjects near the edges, possibly hiding below. The commander ordered 2 auxiliary squads to investigate, but one soldier voiced his fear, warning that none of them would survive if they encountered the test subjects down there. The commander, however, dismissed hesitation and reminded everyone their job was not to think, but to obey. Cautiously, the soldiers advanced, scanning every inch of the area. Lieutenant Li remained fixed on the monitors, his eyes never leaving the screen. One of the soldiers soon reported a chilling discovery. This dungeon had once been the lair of the experimental subject. They had been forcibly expelled from a massive cave, and now not a single monster remained. The obvious question followed: where had they all gone? Nearby, an abandoned laboratory was discovered, leading to speculation that the subjects had used some kind of equipment before disappearing. The commander then ordered a retreat, instructing the soldiers to collect any syringes found on the ground during their withdrawal. He was determined to uncover what substances had been injected into the subjects to transform them into such monstrosities. Complete darkness had now fallen over Mount Jing, swallowing the surroundings in a heavy shadow. At the same time, the Presidium of the Qing Consortium convened once more in a large solemn office. A messenger entered, reporting that Qing Yuan's team had located both equipment and syringes. One man, distinguished by his monocle, showed no reaction. The messenger lowered his head slightly and continued, revealing that Qing Jin had completely escaped. They believed a convoy had smuggled him out of the fortress. Fury erupted among the council members. Outraged, they demanded a full investigation into how Qing Zhen had managed such a feat. Calmly placing his hands together, the man with the monocle asked where the convoy was headed. It turned out the transport was moving toward the 109th fortress. They suspected that Qing Zhen's true goal was to rescue his brother Lu. Still, the man was surprised that Qing Zhen had slipped away unnoticed. Some speculated that a secret unit was operating under his command. 3 long days passed. Eventually, Shang Rongso found himself back in the classroom, seated among his classmates. He quietly reflected on something odd. He hadn't seen Yang Yaojin at all since their senior year began. The teacher, holding 2 sheets of paper, stood before the class, trying to determine which student each belonged to. Strangely, both papers had been submitted under the same name, John. Naturally, the protagonist reached for the one with the higher score, but the teacher hesitated. She pointed out that the handwriting on that paper was simply too elegant to match his usual script. However, there was an inscription on the paper, clearly identifying it as belonging to the protagonist. The teacher, surprised, acknowledged the authenticity of the work and admitted that she had never expected such results from him. Zhang Yuan picked up the paper and unfolded it, confused as to why Yang Xiaojin had signed it using his name. Later, as the school day came to an end, the protagonist wandered aimlessly through the streets, his mind weighed down by the day's events. It wasn't just Yang Xiaojin. Boss Lu had also vanished, and neither of them had appeared before him in quite some time. Then, without warning, someone bumped into Shangmi, slamming their shoulder against his. In that quick and calculated moment, something passed discreetly from one hand to another. Shang Yu, now in possession of the item, acted as though nothing had happened. Not long after, he returned to his shop, finding the doors already open. Taking a seat at his table, he carefully pulled out the letter he had received. With slow, deliberate movements, he opened the envelope and poured out its contents. Inside were a folded piece of paper and a small flower. The letter revealed unsettling news. A large number of test subjects had disappeared from Fortress 113, and there was a high possibility they were now heading toward Fortress 109. The letter concluded with a warning. The protagonist and his partners needed to leave Fortress 109 within 3 days. As Shang Yongrad, he realized that in those 3 days something major was going to happen. Those who had been seeking the research would finally make their move. Placing the letter in his pocket, Zhang Yuanshan staying in the fortress any longer would be dangerous. Turning to Wang Fugi, he firmly declared that it was time to leave. Wang, visibly saddened, commented that it was a pity to part with such a shop. He noted that although hundreds of fortresses had stood for decades, even centuries, it was only this year that so many disasters began. Clear signs that troubled times were coming. Just then an armored vehicle pulled up in front of the store, and several individuals stepped out. The 2 strangers stated that they were there to pick up the goods, claiming that Yang Xiaojin had made a deal with the protagonist. Zhang Yuan immediately understood they were referring to Dong Yuan, but only he and the girl knew the details of that arrangement. He asked the men if they were comrades of Yang Xiaojin or Lo Shanyu, but they refused to answer. Shang Yuan, growing wary, recognized the organization's structure as overly complex and hierarchical. Still, he asked the men to wait, explaining that he couldn't hand over Dong Yunan just yet. He hadn't even received the promised reward from the palace for keeping the woman captive for 7 days. The men agreed to wait and sat down. After some time, Shang Yuan brought out Dong Yue, who was tied up. Placing her on her knees, he told her she should have realized her mistakes by now. He announced that he was handing her over, hoping she would become a useful superhuman for society. After an exhausting half-hour, the palace finally notified that the mission had been marked as complete. Shang Yuan handed the girl over to the 2 men, who left in a rush. The heavy door slammed shut behind them. Now alone in the shop, Shang Yu was eager to see what reward he had earned. Upon examining it, he discovered it resembled a mysterious deck of cards. Driven by curiosity, he spent his hard-earned coins to draw a few cards from the deck. By the next morning, Shang Yue had already shifted to his next plan. He asked Wang Fuji to rent a courtyard near the west gate, stating that he needed to go buy supplies for their escape. According to Shang Mo's strategy, the test subjects would likely reach a different gate first, not the western one, so they still had time to prepare. As the day passed, Shang Yue, wearing his cap low, made his way to a local pawn shop. Since Su Shu had already arrived at Fortress 109, it made sense to exchange their gold for cash. By splitting the gold and selling it at various locations, they could avoid attracting suspicion. Proud of his cleverness, Zhang Yuanqing counted the yuan she received from the transaction. Just then, the shopkeeper squinted and asked if the man standing before him was Xu Jiangyu. Acting flustered, Zhang Yuanqing feigned panic, covering his face with his cap as though caught red-handed. He quickly exited the building and dashed into the street. While running, he received a notification from the palace. His personal savings had surpassed the threshold required to unlock the vault. The palace offered an upgrade. Upon hearing this, Shang Yuanshan's expanding his storage space was far more valuable than holding on to the money. With more space in the vault, he could now carry extra supplies, clean water and other essentials for survival. When he asked the palace what the money would be needed for, it refused to answer. Accepting this, Zhang Yuan focused instead on unlocking a new level of storage as he adjusted his cap and continued on his path. With a firm and serious expression, the protagonist gave a direct command to the palace. He wanted it to act. The palace responded immediately. In an instant, the space surrounding Sung Su expanded dramatically. He observed the change with a satisfied nod, rightly noting that the available area had grown significantly. However, this came at a steep cost. The palace deducted 280,000 from his balance, leaving him with only 150,000 coins for the upcoming escape. Using what remained, Zhang Yuan began gathering supplies, not just food, but also tools that might prove useful for him and his team. After some time, everything was ready. He had prepared for the worst. As evening slowly approached, Zhang Yuan returned to his newly rented location via public transport, a backpack filled with supplies strapped to his shoulders. On the way, he overheard two schoolgirls chatting about an upcoming music festival. Around him, the city seemed peaceful, silent. Even no one could have imagined that this very fortress might soon become a dangerous battleground. That eerie calm only deepened his sense of foreboding. A dark era, filled with sadness and uncertainty, was fast approaching. Eventually, Shangrong reached the western sector of the 109th fortress. There, something caught his attention. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the teacher standing nearby. Unexpectedly, Liu Yan was beside her. He explained that he had brought the teacher here on purpose because she deserved to be warned. With a faint smile, Zhang Yu acknowledged that Leo had made the right decision. He promised to inform the others tomorrow. Turning to the teacher, he told her bluntly the fortress would become unsafe by the next day. He had rented this yard specifically to make escape easier. What surprised him most was her immediate and calm acceptance of the news. She explained that she trusted him completely. This stunned Shanghua. Ever since arriving in the fortress, he had always been met with suspicion. To be trusted so sincerely now was something he hadn't expected. He informed the teacher that she could take her students with her, but warned that resources were limited. They would have to flee separately. When she asked if they planned to escape by bicycle, Zhang Yuan confirmed it. A single bicycle cost at least 1,000, and steel was an extremely scarce material at the time. According to him, a bicycle shop stood just a few meters from the house, and when the fortress inevitably fell, it would be possible to borrow transportation from there. Len noted that those bicycles would likely be permanently taken by fleeing survivors. Still, she said she would use a special method of borrowing the bikes without actually stealing them. Zhang Yuan shied, realizing it was because she didn't want her students to become thieves. She admitted as much. He struggled to understand whether this was naive hypocrisy or genuine kindness. In the end, he was simply glad that she had always stayed true to her ideal. Even now, she was willing to give everything to protect her student. Suddenly, Lo Shinu appeared nearby, offering to sponsor the bicycles herself. Coincidentally, the courtyard they had rented was right next door to her own residence. With a teasing smile, she asked Shangrong if he was surprised by the coincidence. He admitted that he was. He asked where Yang Xiaojin was, but Lo Shinu only giggled, avoiding the question. When he pressed her further, asking if anyone else lived there, she confessed that Yang Xiaojin's house was directly across the street. Then, she questioned why he hadn't told her about the Dong Yuanshan incident earlier. Zhang Yi simply replied that he had decided to keep it to himself. As night fell, Shanglong sat down to a modest meal, but his thoughts wandered. It had been a long time since he had last seen Yang Yangjian, and now Lo Shinu was also disappearing from his daily life. To his surprise, the blue-haired girl had already arranged for bicycles to be delivered quickly and free of charge. Tossing an apple core to the ground, Zhang Lim contemplated the strange stillness around him. Were they truly about to shatter the peace of the city tonight? He stepped into a small park, immediately recognizing it as a military base. It was clear to him now, the consortium's troops were stationed here. Suddenly an unfamiliar man approached, addressing him rudely and demanding to know what he was doing there. Zhang Yu and Shangrong smiled politely and claimed that this was a university and that he was conducting research. Despite his calm demeanor, the stranger didn't believe him. With a sharp motion of his hand, he signaled to his nearby companions to close in. Then, without warning, a grenade landed at Shangrong's feet and exploded. Chaos erupted instantly. Shangrong tried to identify who would dare pull such a reckless move right there in the heart of the city. Troops quickly mobilized, gathering to restore order. A few trucks alone would never be enough to break through a heavily fortified structure unless they were carrying explosives. Another explosion followed, catching everyone's attention. Zhang Yuan swiftly, dropping to the ground and covering his mouth to avoid the dust and debris. At that moment, one of the soldiers disguised in civilian clothing pointed a gun at Zhang Yu and pulled the trigger. The bullet missed by mere inches, slicing past his ear without drawing blood. The shooter was stunned. He hadn't expected the young man to dodge the bullets so effortlessly. Another man lunged toward the protagonist, swinging his fist with the clear intent to strike. Shang Yuan watched the incoming blow. Just before it landed, he ducked to the side and evaded it, leaping away in a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the attacker, eyes burning with intensity. He struck with precision, his fist landing hard against the man's neck, causing blood to spill from the man's mouth. At that very moment, another soldier raised a gun toward Shang Yu, but before he could pull the trigger, his head was blown apart by a sudden lethal shot. Shang Yu looked up and found himself in the direct line of Yang Yuan's Zhao rifle. She lowered her weapon and gave him a confident wink. She had fired the shot. Meanwhile, on a nearby street, the demon summoner stood beside a car, speaking to a curious crowd. He recounted a bizarre story about an old man catching a falling child from a tall building. The audience, confused, listened as the man continued, delivering meaningless phrases that hinted at madness. Without warning, the summoner demonstrated superhuman strength, lifting an entire car into the air. Standing tall and imposing before the crowd, he seemed to dominate them with his presence and gaze. Then the fortress bell rang, its toll echoing across the city. Shang Yu and Yang Xiaojin both heard the bell's ominous chime. At the same time, the demon summoner activated his power, controlling the minds of many people at once. Like puppets, they began walking around in a trance. A hypnotized crowd advanced toward the scene of the earlier explosions, the same location where Shang Rong had just been engaged in battle. From behind came the demon summoner himself. Grinning, he announced to the crowd that the abandoned son of the consortium had sent them a small gift. Yang Miaozheng's expression hardened. Seeing the mindless crowd, she immediately realized who they were now up against. At that moment, Shang Yu noticed yet another group, people rushing out of a nearby building. Military personnel appeared, one soldier instructing his partner to issue a warning shot, but not to harm any civilians. A warning burst from the soldier's machine gun echoed through the streets, but the entranced citizens didn't even flinch. Realizing they were out of time, the soldier gave the grim order, "Open fire." The air was quickly filled with the thunder of gunshots and the screams of chaos. The soldiers were now firing into the mesmerized crowd, and many people, some of them mere teenagers, fell to the ground, struck by bullets. Peeking around the corner, Shang Rong watched in horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Were these people truly insane, or simply victims? Suddenly he heard a metallic rumble beneath his feet. Glancing down, he realized he had stepped on a manhole cover. From below, voices echoed. Someone said the hatch was sealed, and they'd have to find another exit. But then a familiar voice cut through. Boss Lu ordered it blown open. Before the explosion could happen, Shang Yuan bent down and opened the hatch himself, clearing the way. Boss Lu climbed out of the sewer, not particularly grateful. Shang Yu asked what they were doing down there. Lu explained that he and his men knew the underground tunnel system better than anyone. Shang Yuan then asked if Boss Lu also intended to attack the university grounds. With a sly grin, Lu admitted it. He claimed he was going after a treasure the Li Consortium was hiding within the university. He didn't know the exact nature of the research, but he had a general idea of its location. According to Lu, the university might be working on nanorobotic technology. The Li Consortium had done an excellent job hiding its secrets, so most people were left to speculate. Unlike the Qin Consortium, Li focused heavily on nanotechnology, and their developments had already been used in the medical field. Years ago, they had created the first DNA-based nanorobots that could cleanse the bloodstream of clots. Their knowledge in the area of medicine and disease was extensive. This revelation surprised Shang Yu, who had assumed the research involved superhumans, not medical science. Boss Lu extended a hand to Shang Yu, asking him to stay. He even offered money in exchange for help retrieving the research data. He tried to win him over with one more warning. Test subjects were evolving. It seemed they had begun experimenting on themselves, growing stronger. Despite Lu's offer and threats, Shang Yuan wasn't persuaded. He turned away and walked off. A few dozen meters later, something unexpected happened. He noticed someone chasing after Yang Xiaojin. To his shock, it was none other than Fortress Administrator Lu Yuan himself. Now, many pieces began to fit together. It made sense why Yang Xiaojin had entered the school so easily. It had been her all along who rescued Wang Fugi from the investigation, and with Lu Yuan's help, she had secured permanent resident status within the fortress. Shang Yue had always been curious about how Xiaojin had gained access to the fortress middle school. For a brief moment, he wondered, was her target really him? Did she plan to bring him into her mysterious organization? Looking up to the rooftop, Shang Yuan saw her standing there. Around him, Wang Fugi, Cheng Wudi and a worried sister Xiangrong arrived, rushing to his side. "Are you all right?" they asked. Shang Yuan nodded calmly. "Everything's fine," he replied. Afterward, Xiangrong gave a decisive command. Everyone was to mount their bicycles and leave the fortress together. His entire team quickly gathered the remaining supplies and began their departure from the area, which had now become a war zone. As they moved, a superhuman figure with hypnotic abilities walked slowly down the street. He was speaking to a girl, the very one responsible for the eerie tolling of the bell that had echoed through the city. Their conversation was short, but piercing. The girl asked him directly, "Why are you doing all of this?" The demon summoner paused for a moment, then shared his story. His mother had once married into the Lee consortium for the sake of her sick husband. Even after her sacrifice, the man still died. She then raised her son within the Lee family and eventually fell in love again, this time with a young teacher. She had hoped to marry the man and start anew. But the Lee consortium held rigid beliefs. A woman who marries into their family is bound to them for life. Her desire to remarry was seen as a disgrace, an unforgivable betrayal. The consortium acted swiftly and mercilessly, dragging her from the fortress in front of a large crowd and burying her alive. Now, the demon summoner and the girl walked the very same street his mother had once been paraded down. The memory haunted him. Suddenly, a small portal formed behind him. A voice called out, challenging him. What did the other citizens of this fortress do wrong? The summoner turned, smiling darkly. "Don't hide in there," he said. "Come out and face me." From the portal, Lo Shinu emerged, stepping into the street as if walking through a door in space. She demanded answers. The summoner's expression turned grim. He recalled how, on that day, people had laughed and shouted in the crowd, yet no one, not a single person, had spoken up for his mother. No one had taken action. To him, that silence was guilt. Every one of them was complicit. He then declared that he knew of the terrible force fast approaching the 109th fortress. The Lee consortium had chosen to take shelter within the university. But when devastation arrives, who will protect the innocent? Lo Shinu raised her hand slightly, trying to reason with him. "You've already taken your revenge," she said. "Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent." But the summoner only chuckled, correcting her. "Justice delayed," he replied, "is justice denied." Still, Lo Shinu pushed forward. "Justice delivered through evil only creates shame," she said. Then she asked him directly, "What do you believe the true nature of a superhuman is?" Smiling once more, he answered, "Colossal strength of spirit." He then pointed to himself. "My understanding of mental strength, it means developing your brain." At this, panic flickered across Lo Shinu's face. She took a step back. She tried to argue that the human brain had already reached its peak before the disaster, and anything beyond that was just rumor. But adjusting his hat, the summoner dismissed her claim. "You still don't understand the brain," he said. "We don't even know which part of it governs our emotions." Lo Shinu closed her eyes, repeating the words of a demon spiritualist. "The more powerful a superhuman's ability, the closer they drift to self-destruction. The body cannot endure such strength for long. The will becomes too much, and the body begins to decay." But in the demon summoner's mind, there was one exception. An image of Shangwu appeared, someone who defied that fate. Their dialogue ended. The summoner looked at the girl beside him and told her to go handle her own matters. He would remain there to witness the downfall of the 109th fortress. Without a word, Lo Shinu agreed. Her body began to fade and dissolve, disappearing right in the middle of the street. As darkness crept in, countless test subjects began to gather at the fortress wall. They started climbing. One by one, they reached the top, roaring hysterically as they leapt into the city's heart. Their goal was simple: annihilate anyone in their path. People who had failed to find shelter were now being hunted. A large hole erupted in the wall of the fortress, and like a violent tide, wave after wave of humanoid figures surged into the city. Elsewhere, in a facility designated for chemical storage, a man-made portal opened. Lo Shinu stepped through, gun drawn. Noting that the area was empty, it seemed all personnel were occupied fighting the test subjects. She approached a hard drive sealed in a glass case. "Is the research I need on this?" she wondered aloud. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and fired. The glass shattered and she reached inside. Retrieving the hard drive, clutching it tightly, she hunched down slightly, eyes scanning the room. She had what she came for, but the real battle was only just beginning. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, and just as quickly Lo Shinu's shadow portal began to destabilize and collapse. Her eyes widened with grim realization. The Lee consortium had set a trap for her. Yet in that moment, it wasn't her own safety that weighed on her heart. It was Yang Xiaojin. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, the girl in the caps was already positioned on a rooftop, clutching her sniper rifle, watching the city below with silent focus. At the edge of the 109th fortress, Shang Wen's group finally reached the wall on their bicycles. Lu Yuan turned to his elder brother and asked, "How are we going to open this gate?" With a small, confident smile, the older brother replied that he would take care of it. Before they had even arrived, he had prepared explosives. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yuanshang stepped forward and carefully placed several identical cards, his newly acquired weapon from the palace, against the gate as if sticking them on like talismans. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted. The blast was powerful enough to destroy the gate and even more severe than expected, forcing them all to brace themselves against the shockwave. When the smoke cleared, Xiang Rong stood tall, satisfied that his plan had worked. Though his companions looked on with disbelief and confusion, he simply grabbed his bicycle and gave the command. It was time to leave the fortress and head north. But just then something caught his eye. On a nearby rooftop stood Yang Xiaojing. Why hadn't she left yet? Without hesitation, Xiang Rong ordered Chang Wudi to take charge of the group and protect everyone. Then, after seeing them safely off, he turned and sprinted back into the fortress alone. Watching him disappear into the distance, Wang Fugu couldn't help but remark, "He's truly brave." In that moment he knew with certainty, following Xiang Rong had been the best decision of his life. Even if they made it to the 113th fortress, danger would still await them. But Sister Shu hugged a frightened Lu Yuan and gently asked if he was worried about his older brother. The boy shook his head. "No," he said quietly, "I'm just a little excited." Stepping forward, he turned to the others and said with confidence, "Let's head north. My brother can handle anything." And with that, the group mounted their bicycles and rode deep into the forest, leaving the burning fortress behind. Back in the city, Xiang Yu and Xiang Long found himself facing a desperate scene. Crowds of terrified civilians surged past him, fleeing the relentless test subjects that pursued them. As he watched the chaos unfold, he thought bitterly, none of them ever considered the dangers that lie beyond the fortress walls. Suddenly a shot rang out. One of the test subjects collapsed, falling from a rooftop. Xiang Yuan turned and spotted Yang Xiaojing, quickly reloading her sniper rifle with sharp precision. Shot after shot, she picked off the monsters with deadly aim. Xiang Yuan felt a brief wave of relief. At least she could hold them off for now. But he had no time to waste. He pushed his way through the panicked crowd, ignoring the screams and pleas for help. The sheer horror in their voices reminded him once again just how cruel these monsters truly were. Then, a group of test subjects appeared, blocking his path. Without hesitation, Xiang Rong summoned his weapon, a sharp blade he had received in gratitude from many he had once saved. Gripping it tightly, he charged. He moved like lightning, striking with swift, decisive blows. The monsters fell around him, sliced apart by the fury of his sword. His eyes blazed with anger and purpose as he cut a path through them. When the final creature fell, Xiang Wenyu stood in the midst of fallen enemies, breathing heavily. One girl, trying to flee, suddenly recognized him. In shock, she called out to her mother, exclaiming that it was that boy, the one they had once forced to transfer classes. As if past wrongs no longer mattered, others began to chase after Xiang Yi, desperate for safety, but he didn't stop for them. He knew better than to be weighed down by false guilt or insincere redemption. Just then the palace sent him a new directive: help the citizens of the fortress escape. In front of him, he spotted a man on his knees. A test subject loomed over the helpless figure and injected something into him with a medical syringe. Xiang Rong's eyes widened in horror as the man's body began to convulse, mutating rapidly. He was turning into one of them. They're intelligent, Xiang Yuan realized. They're making more of themselves. The capture of the 113th fortress had given them numbers and strength. Now they were powerful enough to take down any stronghold. But Xiang Yuan had no time to dwell on that revelation. He had one goal. He gritted his teeth and began running again toward Yang Xiaojing. He had to reach her before it was too late. Realizing that the gunfire had ceased, Xiang Yuanxingli understood. Yang Yuanshan must now be fighting in close combat. Without hesitation he summoned his red shadow, materializing it right before him. Gritting his teeth, he began climbing the wall of the building, rising higher and higher with urgency. As he ascended, several test subjects emerged from cracks in the walls and shattered windows, blocking his path. To his surprise, only two monsters stood in his way, even though his hands were stained with the blood of dozens of their kind. But these creatures didn't retreat. On the contrary, they advanced toward him with growing ferocity. Xiang Yuan swung his sword with deadly precision, commanding his shadow to strike as well. The monsters, undeterred by his attacks, pressed in closer. One lunged forward, but with a swift, brutal slash to the neck, Xiang Yuan brought it down. Grabbing his shadow's outstretched hand, which gripped a building's edge, he climbed onto the summoned creature's back. Without missing a beat, he ordered it to ascend toward the rooftop. With nimble movements, they rode the creature upward, bounding over ledges and running along the vertical walls with incredible speed. At last, they reached the roof. The moment his feet hit the cold rooftop, Xiang Yuan, his eyes locked onto a devastating scene. Yang Xiaojing, bloodied and surrounded, collapsed onto the rooftop's surface, her strength fading. "Rest," he said gently, stepping between her and the horde. "I'll get you out of here." And then, the fight truly began. Xiang Yuan exploded into motion, displaying tremendous power and agility. The monsters couldn't even track his movements. His blade danced with lethal grace, carving through the test subjects like a whirlwind. The red shadow joined in the battle, turning the rooftop into a brutal battlefield lit only by blood and moonlight. Meanwhile, deep inside the university, Lo Shinu was still locked in one of the chemical research rooms. She knew the test subjects had already breached the fortress walls, and if she didn't escape soon, Yang Yaozhen would be in greater danger. Just outside her door, she heard a familiar voice. "Boss Lu." He was inside the building. Moments later, Boss Lu's men cornered one of the researchers. A heavy-set soldier barked a threat, demanding the access code. With no other choice, the terrified man entered the sequence, and the heavy door slid open. "Get lost," Boss Lu ordered. At first, the researcher didn't believe it, but once he realized he was being spared, he hurried past him. That's when Boss Lu noticed her, Lu Xinu, standing in the room with the shattered data vault. To his shock, she was already opening her shadow portal to flee. Acting quickly, he flashed a powerful light at her, pinning her silhouette and interrupting the portal's formation. With an annoyed sigh, Lu Xinu shut her eyes as the incomplete portal crumbled beneath her. Smirking, Boss Lu stepped forward. "You still owe me for that punch," he sneered. Lu Xinu frowned. She didn't even know what he was talking about. But Boss Lu didn't press the issue. Instead, he demanded the hard drive containing the research data and warned her if she wanted to save Yang Xiaojin, she needed to act fast. Reluctantly, Lu Xinu made a decision. She tossed the drive toward him. He caught it and, true to his word, dropped the flashlight. Without waiting another second, Lu Xinu summoned a new portal, leapt through it, and vanished from the university. When she reappeared on the rooftop moments later, her eyes scanned the aftermath test subjects' corpses scattered across the ground. Someone had already been here. Someone had saved Yang Xiaojin. But even with her life spared, Yang Xiaojin's escape from the fortress would still be far from easy. Somewhere deep underground, in the maze of sewers beneath the city, Zhang Yuan's red shadow was carrying both him and Yang Xiaojin on its shoulders. The fight had taken a severe toll on him. He had expected 6 or 7 enemies, but 5 more had joined the fray. It had been more than a fight, it had been a trial. Though Zhang Yuan managed to dodge many attacks, one of the monsters eventually caught him, slicing into his side and drawing blood, but he refused to give in. Summoning every ounce of strength, he surged forward through the mass of enemies, slashing with his blade and tearing through the ranks with blinding speed. His determination never wavered. No matter how wounded he was, he had made a promise to get Yang Xiaojin out of this alive. And nothing was going to stop him. After an intense and perilous battle, Yang Xiaojin finally found herself safely beside the protagonist, still seated on the shoulders of the shadow. She turned to him as if she had a question in mind. Once she caught her breath, the girl asked Zhang Su where they currently were. Scratching his head with a finger, the protagonist admitted that he had no idea. Yang Xiaojin assumed that Zhang Su had escaped the encounter with only minor injuries. Meanwhile, the shadow was carefully placing the bodies of the fallen near the wall, choosing not to argue with her, especially since she was already wounded. The protagonist lit a candle nearby and then inquired why Lu Xinu hadn't been taken away by Yang Xiaojin. In response, the girl, now resting against the wall, suggested that something must have happened to her partner, otherwise she would have surely come. The main character listened closely, carefully concentrating on everything she said. He then turned to his shadow named Shu and sincerely thanked her for her immense help during the rescue. Yang Xiaojin laughed at his gratitude and told him not to make her laugh. Her wound still ached. With a wry smile, she confessed that she had secretly installed a tracker on Shu's body to monitor him. That meant the shadow standing in front of them wasn't the real Shu. Curious, the girl pondered aloud why the Qing consortium kept raising the bounty on Xia's head. Even though he was nowhere near the crime scenes, the protagonist told her not to blame him. After thinking it over, Yang Xiaojin leaned in and speculated that the protagonist's true ability might be the power to copy others' abilities. Sitting down beside her, the protagonist asked what she thought she was implying, but Yang Xiaojin confidently declared that she already knew he had copied her weapon handling ability, and because of that, the bounty on Xu had increased. Wanting to steer the conversation elsewhere, Zhang Yuanshan's Dai Xing Yusha Rao Su suggested they talk about it later. After escaping the fortress, slightly dejected, Yang Yuanshan asked why he had come back for her, but Zhang Yuanshan asked if saving her hadn't been his intention at all. Accepting his answer without complaint, Yang Xiaojin promised not to reveal his secret to anyone. She reflected on how superhumans had started to appear all over, yet none had managed to break through the threshold of true power. For instance, she brought up the demon spiritualist, Lai Shantan, who was far from reaching his potential. Identifying herself as a member of the rebel group, she said they referred to this era as the dawn of the gods, firmly believing in the rise of extremely powerful superhumans. Reflecting on the protagonist's capabilities, Yang Xiaojin suggested that perhaps he was the hope they had been waiting for. She closed her eyes as Zhang Su handed her a small piece of food. Accepting it, she joked that this all felt like a candlelit dinner. As he quickly tossed some food into his own mouth, Yang Xiaojin mentioned that sending Shanyu to the 178th fortress might have been a good idea. According to her, everyone in the consortium said that the edge of the fortress was where dangerous beasts and insect swarms gathered. The 178th and 169th fortress served as barriers, not only against these creatures but also against the invading forces of humans. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan's eye gazed at the test subjects they had encountered earlier might be connected, but Yang Yuanjing clarified that she was referring to people like themselves. The fact that human conflict continued even after the disaster was to her a bitter irony. The protagonist's former teacher had once been the original commander of the 178th Unit and the de facto leader of the fortress. He mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago, but the people had waited for his return, and when he finally came back, the fortress began to prosper once again. Listening to her, the protagonist realized his mission to save the people of the fortress was far from over. He asked Yang Xiaojin if she had a resident ID for this fortress. She replied that she had never had one. She was surprised that despite the crowded streets, the test subjects had chosen her specifically as their target. Zhang Su proposed a theory. Perhaps it was because she wasn't a registered resident. The idea intrigued her. On his way to rescue her, he had witnessed the test subjects injecting drugs into ordinary people, effectively infecting them. Yang Xiaojin surmised that if all the fortress residents were injected, there would be over 100,000 infected. However, Zhang Su explained that the monsters were selective. Curious, she asked what criteria they used. To understand that, they would first need to figure out where these test subjects came from. She then revealed information from the source of flame, stating that the laboratory on Mount Jing had belonged to them even before the disaster. All that was known was that they had conducted experiments on terminal cancer patients, believing these individuals had nothing to lose. A quiet stillness fell between them. The two sat silently beside the flickering candle for some time. Finally, Yang Xiaojin asked if it was time to move on. Zhang Yuanxi asked if it was time to move on. Zhang Yuanxi dosted, treating her wound first, then deciding their next move. However, she took the medicine from his hands and insisted she could take care of it herself. Pulling down her sleeve slightly, she revealed a deep wound on her shoulder and began treating it. Looking at it, she admitted she had heard rumors of the protagonist's black medicine, though she hadn't expected it to work this well. Out of the corner of her eye, Yang Xiaojin noticed that Zhang Su was injured too. After fighting the monsters, he quietly lowered his shirt to reveal his own wound, casually stating that he was already used to pain like this. Despite Zhang Ong's insistence that the pain didn't bother him, Yang Yaojiang offered to treat his wounds. Gently, she began applying the black medicine to his cuts, asking him to speak up if it became too painful. Sitting with his back to her, the protagonist remained silent, enduring it without complaint. As the two discussed their next move, the protagonist suggested that they wait until daylight to escape the fortress. He believed the test subjects would retreat once the sun rose. Yang Xiaojin agreed with his theory, admitting that she doubted anyone close to her would risk their lives to rescue her. Handing the medicine jar back to Zhang Su, she murmured that she didn't need to say it out loud, but Zhang Su urged her to finish what she started. After a brief pause, she thanked him, and in that moment, the protagonist received 10 gratitude coins. However, their moment of peace was short-lived. They suddenly realized that the test subjects might take shelter in the sewers to avoid sunlight. Right then, the lifeless body of a monster crashed to the ground near them. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanshan rushed to Yang Yuanjin and quickly lifted her onto his back to shield her from danger. Embarrassed, the girl didn't resist. To buy time for their escape, the protagonist summoned his shadow to confront the threat. But before the shadow could act, Yang Xiaojin suddenly took Zhang Su onto her back, insisting on carrying him instead. She pointed out that he was far more seriously injured and needed the help more than she did. Carrying him through the sewers, Yang Xiaojin moved swiftly. From above, several test subjects dropped into the tunnel, blocking their path. Acting fast, Zhang Yuan materialized a sword in his hand and expertly cut the monsters down, slashing them into pieces. Yet, more kept coming, crawling along the sewer walls and ceiling in pursuit. The chase intensified. The monsters leapt at them from the ceiling, but Zhang Yuan countered with powerful sword swings, halting their advance. Still being carried, he told Yang Xiaojin to let him go, but she stubbornly refused, declaring that she would get him out of there no matter what. Elsewhere in the sewers, Boss Lo was wandering the tunnels, pleased that he'd managed to hide from the test subjects. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed ahead. To his shock, Yang Xiaojin came charging toward him, still carrying Zhang Xu on her back. The group froze, staring at one another in disbelief at such an absurd encounter. Boss Lo's eyes immediately locked onto the protagonist's shadow and mistook it for Xu Shanwu, assuming he had somehow arrived here as well. Without wasting time, Zhang Su urged Boss Lo to escape quickly. Boss Lo, huffing and puffing from exertion, complained that every time he met the protagonist, something disastrous happened, but since he knew the sewer system well, he agreed to guide them to safety. As the trio pressed forward, Boss Lo's guards opened fire on the approaching test subject. Their bullets hit some enemies straight in the head, while others passed right through Shangru's shadow. Still convinced it was Xu Shangru's doing, Boss Lo assumed the man must be somewhere nearby. Eventually, they reached one of the sewer hatches. Boss Lo barked in order for everyone to climb out. With the protagonist's help, Lo managed to scramble to the surface, where dawn was finally breaking. For a brief moment, they were safe. Catching his breath, Boss Lo admitted he never imagined meeting Shu Shanrong like this and thanked the shadow for saving him. But the relief was short-lived. Several test subjects emerged from the sewer hatch and began climbing to the surface. The sudden appearance of new threats caught everyone off guard. Acting quickly, Yang Yuanzhan's reached into one of her pouches, pulling out several grenades. Without hesitation, she hurled them toward the approaching monsters. The explosions lit up the area, engulfing the enemies in fire. Surprised, the protagonist asked when she had gotten her hands on bombs. She casually replied that she only had 3. Even so, Boss Lo warned that there were far too many enemies and explosives alone wouldn't be enough to stop them. Just then, help arrived. Military personnel and several armored vehicles stormed the area, pushing past the trio to engage the test subjects. The soldiers surrounded the group in a semicircle, using their armored formations to protect them. Suddenly, Qin Jin emerged from one of the military vehicles. Without delay, he ordered the troops to open fire. The soldiers obeyed, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets from heavy machine guns. The powerful rounds tore through the test subjects, piercing their bodies and turning the battle into a massacre. As the monsters fell, Qin Jin received a radio transmission. The test subjects were retreating. A voice asked if they should pursue. Qin Jin thought it over. He knew that a drawn-out positional battle would put them at a disadvantage, especially if it spilled onto the streets. Pursuit, he realized, might be too risky. Qin Jin raised his hand, commanding his troops not to pursue the retreating enemies. He stated plainly that it was now the Le Consortium's problem. As calm settled over the battlefield, Boss Lo approached Qin Jin, remarking that the enemies had finally left them in peace. The plump man noted that the Le Consortium had made remarkable strides in nanotechnology. In contrast, Qin Jin admitted that the Qin Consortium had no practical use for such advancements, as they had yet to make any significant progress in that field. Seeing an opportunity, Boss Lo offered to sell the nanotech to others, perhaps to the young consortium, who might need it more urgently. At that moment, Qin Jin stepped closer to the protagonist and expressed his gratitude for saving Boss Lo. However, the plump man interjected, clarifying that it wasn't Shang Su who had saved him, but rather Shu Shangyu, still mistaking the protagonist's shadow for the fugitive. Curious, Qin Jin asked where Shu Shanrong had gone, but both Shangsu and Boss Lo claimed he had already escaped. The man in white then turned to his protege and declared that Shu was no longer needed. The Qin Consortium, he said, had lost interest in him entirely. Turning to Yang Xiaojin, Qin Jin questioned why the rebels had chosen to follow him. She replied that it was because of the nuclear testing base he had constructed. But, to Qin Jin's surprise, even the presidium of the consortium hadn't known of the base's existence, meaning he didn't believe he deserved to die for it. Yang Xiaojin countered, saying that humanity had no right to tamper with powers beyond its nature. Qin Jin, however, continued to argue that such technology could be the key to harnessing energy more effectively. Eventually, both realized that neither could change the other's mind. For today, at least, they stood as comrades in arms, united in the face of a common enemy. At this point, Zhang Yuanshan asked Boss Lo about the state of nanotechnology. The man responded that it had become more accessible in recent times. As the group prepared to part ways, Qin Jin offered Yang Xiaojin a hard drive, claiming he had no further use for it. She questioned his motive and asked whether the military had managed to capture any of the test subjects or gather research data. Qin Jin revealed that each test subject's body contained massive quantities of cancer cells. However, these cells were not chaotic. Instead, they had achieved a strange balance, appearing almost indistinguishable from normal cells. He openly shared his suspicion this might be an attempt by the origin of flame to achieve immortality. Zhang Yuanxi found the idea deeply intriguing, though everyone present understood that, for now, it was nothing more than speculation. One particular theory stood out. When the test subjects infected civilians, they deliberately selected people already carrying cancer cells. It was too targeted to be random. Qin Jin, still technically under house arrest, suggested that they all disperse. Zhang Yuanxi asked whether he was worried about the test subjects returning, but Qin Jin, turning toward his car, dismissed them as nothing more than a child's horror story. As the group parted, Zhang Yuanshan asked Yang Xiaojin about her future plans. She answered that she would return to the 88th fortress. The protagonist assumed it was far away, but she clarified it was only 2 fortresses from their current location. It had previously been known as Fortress 101, but had been renamed by the consortium leadership. Zhang Yuanjin asked whether the name change was driven by superstition, but Yang Yuanjin ignored the question and instead asked about his plans. Stretching his arms, Zhang Yuanxi said he intended to find Lo Yuan and the others and then head north with them. Meanwhile, far from the group, Shanlong stood alone in a desert region, cautiously watching his surroundings. Aware of a dangerous band he'd been warned about, he summoned a black shadow for protection. After a moment, he turned and calmed the shadow with a glance, noticing that it had grown stronger. Back in the car, Qing Jing reflected solemnly. Humanity, he thought, was once again under threat, this time from an inhuman race. The appearance of experimental subjects was a warning, a sign that people needed to rethink the world they lived in. Oslo then asked if it was possible for them to return to the fortress without resistance. After all, the consortium had started discarding those they considered unnecessary. But Qing Jing responded firmly, telling Lo not to refer to himself as a useless person. No matter what the consortium believed, this was their home, and they had nowhere else to go. Turning to his brother, Qing Jing stated that he would remain with him. He criticized Lo for recklessly entering another consortium's territory, but Boss Lo defended himself. He hadn't acted without reason. In fact, he had managed to secure valuable research data. Lo then questioned why his brother had given that research to Yang Xiaojin. Qing Jing explained that now the two rival consortiums would fight each other over ownership of the findings, while he and Lo could sit back and relax. Qing Jing, who claimed to hate conflict, believed it was the perfect solution. But Boss Lo saw through him. He pointed out that his brother had always been neck-deep in fighting and killing and had been considered the best at it. Elsewhere, walking through a quiet forest, Xiang Yu asked Yang Xiaojin, who accompanied him, whether they had truly found the Qing nuclear testing base. With a faint smirk, she confessed that she had lied to Qing Jin. Several scientists who had ties to his people had gone missing, and it was easy to pin suspicion on him. Puzzled, Xiang Yu asked why Qing Jin would do something so drastic behind the consortium's back. Yang Xiaojing explained that everything Qing Jin had done was essentially in self-defense. She then suggested it would be better to tell the public that it was Xu Xiangyu who had saved them, admitting in the same breath that she had lied about the tracker on his body. Xiang Su, thinking back to their previous encounters, asked her whether Lo Yuan was one of the rebels. He had seen her covering for him. The girl confirmed it, adding that the man from the Yang Consortium had long been involved in the development of nanotechnology. He had believed it was the future. When the protagonist asked her about the relationship between the Yang Consortium and the rebel group, Yang Xiaojing replied that things had grown complicated. The two factions no longer shared common goals. The rebels had begun to diverge from the consortium's ideology, though it was once the consortium's very first superhuman, Yang, who had founded them. Just then, Yang Xiaojing noticed something unusual on the path ahead, a stone marked with a subtle sign. She rushed toward it, leaving Xiang Su behind. With deft precision, she retrieved a small tube from her pouch. In a swift motion, she broke it apart into several pieces. Holding one of the segments high, she activated it, sending out both audio and visual signals. Almost immediately, an armored vehicle appeared from the tree line, stopping just a few meters ahead of them. Lo Shinu leaned out from the window, her eyes filling with tears at the sight of Yang Xiaojin. The fortress manager beside her solemnly stated that the mission had failed, and it was time to return. Yang Yaojing remarked that Qing Jin had attempted to drive a wedge between the Li and Yang consortiums, but tensions between them were already dangerously high. When Lo Xinyu asked who had saved her partner, Xiao Jing replied that it was a joint effort between Xu Shanyu and Xiang Su. The blue-haired girl turned to the protagonist and asked if he would come with them to the 66th fortress. Xiang Yuanshan Zhao, Xiang Yuanshan's requested that he visit the 88th fortress once he found Liu Shan and see the her. With a quiet nod, Xiang Yuan agreed. He stood and watched as the women returned to the vehicle. The transport made a small arc, then rolled away, taking them back toward the 88th fortress. Snow began to fall. Xiang Su looked up and muttered that winter had come too early this year. Elsewhere, a demon summoner issued a silent order to his puppets: find the protagonist's team. Without thoughts or emotion, the creatures left their hiding place, moving through the snow-laden forest like a wave of shadows. Far ahead, Lu Yuan stretched out his palm, catching snowflakes. As they drifted down, Wang Fugi suddenly appeared behind him, holding up a deck of cards, cheerfully claiming he had found something useful. He called them a pack of bombs. Lu Yuan, recognizing their resemblance to Xiang Yuanshan's explosive cards, suggested they save them for his brother. Fugi agreed with a grin. Just then, an irritated Cheng Wudi stormed toward them, thinking they were about to play cards in the middle of a crisis. But before anything else could happen, a commotion broke out nearby. A man was attempting to snatch a scarf from a woman. Without hesitation, Cheng Wudi summoned his staff and struck the attacker with such force that the man was sent flying. The grateful woman approached Wudi and thanked him earnestly. Boosting his confidence, she added that it must have been fate that brought them together. At that moment, Lu Yuan spotted his older brother and waved excitedly. Xiang Yuanshan sat quietly by a fire, and the younger boy asked if he had managed to save Yang Xiaojin. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a woman and a child. The woman demanded that Xiang Hongsu share his food with them. When the protagonist silently turned away, she accused him of cruelty and heartlessness. The child, spotting the tiara on Wudi's head, pointed at it and demanded it. Lu Xian scolded the child, saying he couldn't take what didn't belong to him. But the boy began throwing a tantrum. The elderly woman with them supported the child, berating Wudi for not indulging him. At that point, Zhang Su stepped forward and in a firm voice, ordered them all to leave while he still had patience left. The woman snapped back, warning him that she was a member of the Li Consortium and he wouldn't get away with treating them like this. But Zhang Longsul glared at her, voice sharp and commanding, telling her to leave immediately. After they were gone, a frustrated Zhang Wudi asked Zhang Su why such people even existed. Zhang Su replied softly, "Not everyone carries kindness and love in their hearts." Liu Yuan, looking determined, turned to his older brother and asked where they were going next. The protagonist answered that they would head to the 88th fortress. He had an acquaintance there. Liu Yuan questioned how they would get there, since they obviously couldn't ride their bikes all that way. Zhang Zu gave a dry smile and said that they would probably have to borrow someone else's car along the way. Suddenly, a long haunting howl echoed through the forest. One of the men pointed toward the nearby slope, drawing everyone's attention. There, standing proudly and ominously, was a whole pack of wolves, their eyes locked on the group below. Zhang Yuanshan's Chu narrowed his eyes at the sight, suspecting that the wolves were still tailing him specifically, yet their motive remained unclear. Turning to his younger brother, he calmly instructed him and the others to keep moving with the running crowd. They didn't need to run fast. The goal was simply to stay with the group. Though he could have taken a different route, Zhang Yuanqi didn't distance himself from his companions. He stayed close, saying with a hint of dry humor that he had lost his bike and had no choice but to continue on foot. Suddenly, a group of men stopped several schoolchildren on bicycles and demanded their vehicles. Without hesitation, Zhang Wudi reacted. With a burst of energy, he leapt into the air and slammed his staff down onto the heads of the bandits, knocking them out instantly. Approaching the schoolchildren, he dramatically declared that if anyone dared to trouble them again, he would deal with them personally. However, when the children thanked him, Zhang Wudi, displaying rare humility, told them to thank Zhang Ru instead. As he mounted his bike again, Wudi turned to the protagonist with a puzzled question. Why do people always hurt others when chasing their goals? Zhang Longzi replied coolly, "It's just human nature, vile, selfish, and desperate." The group continued their journey, the discussion drifting toward the idea of how truly rotten people could be. Zhang Su warned Wudi that if he spent too much energy worrying about small matters, he would wear himself out. Wudi grinned and said he'd shift his focus to bigger, global issues. But the protagonist quickly told him to stop and listen. The wolves, he said, weren't chasing them anymore, otherwise they would never have made it this far. Meanwhile, the group of schoolchildren on bicycles, now joined by Lu Yuan, pressed forward, but something soon caught Lu Yuan's eye. On a rocky ridge, another wolf appeared. Both brothers noticed it and immediately found its behavior strange. Lu Xianyuan admitted that whenever the wolf leader looked at him from afar, he could feel its gaze. It was as if the creature was watching him with more than just instinct. Later, the group set up a small camp. Zhang Yuanshan asked his younger brother and Zhang Wudi to keep watch while he scouted the surrounding forest. The two enthusiastically accepted, with Wudi even saluting him playfully. As Zhang Yuanshan walked deeper into the woods, he passed by several people who gave him odd looks. Nearby, a man approached a woman named Fan Yujing, revealing that he was a fan of hers and had hoped to attend the music festival with her. She smiled gently and said she was simply glad he had survived. Venturing farther into the forest, Zhang Yuanshan spotted a group of wolves, but they remained at a distance. They didn't act aggressively or approach the camp. He began to wonder, did the wolves truly see the humans as prey, or was there something else? Suddenly, from behind a thicket, a massive wolf stepped forward. Its fur shimmered blue, and its glowing eyes locked onto him. In its mouth, the wolf held a rabbit. It dropped the prey gently onto the ground in front of Zhang Su, then nodded several times as if offering the animal to him willingly. Without another sound, the creature turned and vanished into the woods. Staring in disbelief, Zhang Yuanshan's arms struggled to accept what had just happened. Could wolves truly be capable of sharing? Later, he returned to camp with the rabbit slung over his shoulder. Lu Yuan was astonished. He asked whether his brother had caught it himself. Zhang Yuan exhibited that the wolves had given it to him, and that their leader bore no ill will toward them. Though Lu Yuan found it hard to believe, his brother assured him they were safe, for now. Still, Zhang Yuanshan's knew that the real danger wasn't from wolves, but from the people around them. Starving humans were capable of the darkest acts. Lu Junmuan, concerned, proposed setting an example to discourage any would-be attackers. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Su agreed, stating that if chaos broke out, they might have no choice but to kill. Just then, a teacher hesitantly approached Zhang Yu and asked for a weapon. Her request caught him off guard. He hadn't expected this from a teacher. She explained that she feared the hungry refugees might attack her students, who still had food. Her duty, she said, was to protect them. Showing her a small firearm, Zhang Su asked if she even knew how to use it. She admitted she didn't. The protagonist then suggested giving the weapon to one of the students instead, but the woman refused, saying she didn't want to teach children cruelty. At that moment, several men approached from the side. Zhang Su immediately instructed Zhang Wudi to protect everyone gathered nearby. The approaching men shouted angrily, accusing Xiang Su of eating food in front of starving people without sharing. Xiang Su noted silently that they were armed. One of them sneered, pointing out that Xiang Su was just a kid and not worth talking to. Without warning, the man lunged at him with a knife. But the attack failed. With one swift motion, Zhang Yuanshang's sword caught the man's wrist and snapped it sideways, disarming him and sending him crashing to the ground. Turning to the rest of the group with a calm but deadly gaze, he asked coldly, "Who's next?" As tensions rose among the hungry refugees, a grim decision was made. They decided to attack the students, believing them to be defenseless. Just as the desperate men began to approach, the teacher raised a trembling gun and shouted for them to stop. Standing firmly beside her was Chung Wudi, who materialized his staff, ready to fight. A chaotic battle broke out between the starving attackers and Zhang Yuanxi's allies. In a moment of panic and terror, the teacher opened fire, striking one of the men multiple times in the chest. Her hands shook, her eyes were wide with fear and disbelief, yet she continued to protect her students. Xiang Su watched the scene unfold with sorrow. Even someone as kind as his teacher had been forced by this cruel world to kill. Xiang quietly approached the teacher from behind, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. She held the shaking woman tightly and whispered, "It's okay now." But the woman's hands were still clenched around the gun. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she whispered, "I'll go to hell for this." Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. Red veins began to form across her skin. The veins bloomed into delicate flower petals, which were then carried away by the wind. Just then a man rushed toward her with a stick, attempting to strike, but the swirling petals enveloped his hands and weapon, stopping him mid-attack. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes widened. It was now clear, a new superhuman had awakened before their eyes. The students and others nearby stared in awe, witnessing her transformation with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Wang Fugi glanced at his own weapon, bending his arm in silent reflection. He looked at his gun and then at the woman. Perhaps there was another way. Zhang Su spoke softly to him, "Becoming a superhuman isn't about killing with a gun." Then he smiled, adding, "Even if you never awaken, you're still a good man." In this wild world, only the strongest had the means to survive, but few around them realized that if they simply united, catching a pheasant, a duck, or even a goat would be easy. Most still clung to the selfish mindset that everything had to be fought over, rather than earned together. A heavy sigh escaped from Chung Wudi, drawing in Soa's attention. Wudi confessed that for a brief moment it felt like the shadows of their enemies wanted to devour him whole. Just then Shang Longsu received a message from the palace. A new task had been assigned to stabilize Chung Wudi's condition. Sitting beside him, Xiang Yongsu placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "Everyone is forced to face this ugly world, but even in this dark kingdom, there's always a small ray of light to seek out, and if you feel like the darkness is swallowing you, maybe that's because you are the light." Wudi's expression softened, his mind cleared, his strength began to return, and with that, Shang Yuanshan's armed Suz was rewarded one strength point from the palace. Still, he had hoped for something more, perhaps some skill copy scrolls, but he accepted it. Smiling gently, the protagonist handed a piece of meat to Wudi. "Eat up," he said. "Rest well. Tomorrow will be a long day." By the next morning, a faint fog had rolled in, softening the landscape and slightly limiting visibility. As the team packed their belongings, one of the men shouted that people from the Li Consortium were approaching. A man in armor appeared before the refugees, asking where they had come from. One of them answered, they were all former residents of Fortress. The soldier bluntly explained that they weren't here to protect the refugees. Their orders were simple: return everyone to the fortress and kill the invaders. When one of the refugees nervously admitted they had no home left to return to, the soldier, with a tinge of sympathy, said they could be conscripted into the army or sent to work in factories. Later, the military began discussing plans to deliver the civilians back to Fortress Tun Fort Ring 19. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan grew concerned. He wondered aloud if the military draft might affect their group as well. Liu Yuan turned to his brother, asking what they should do. Zhang Wenshu sighed, knowing there was little they could change now. "We'll go back to the fortress," he said, "then figure out how to leave." Turning to the teacher, Zhang Yuanshan's arm reminded her that it would now be her turn to protect the girls, since they would be separated from the men. As preparations for transportation continued, the teacher helped Sister Xiao and the others board the vehicles. One by one, the passengers climbed in, and finally, the convoy began its journey back to the fortress. According to Wang Fugi, who spoke with the soldiers, Li's consortium had declared a military alert. War was imminent. Hearing that word, Yu Xianglong's mind drifted. He began to wonder, did the consortium possess enough strength to wage war using nano-robots? Eventually, the transport vehicles reached the outer gates of Fortress Tenfuton. One soldier admitted that they didn't want to draft everyone into the army, but the order had come from above. They had no choice. Meanwhile, the refugees whispered among themselves. Some claimed they had illnesses that would make them unfit for combat. Others said they had no real skills, not even the ability to sew. But the soldiers surprisingly didn't speak harshly. With weary understanding, one of them Don't worry, everyone will find a way to contribute. At that moment, Wang Fugi stepped forward and approached one of the soldiers, trying to strike a deal. He pleaded with the man, asking him to protect 20 people from being drafted into the army. Wang tried to justify his request, saying that ordinary school students couldn't do much, but they were still the future of the human race. The soldier, however, remained firm. He said the girls might be released, but certainly not the boys. In a moment of desperation, Wang hugged Jiang Su slightly, pretending to be his uncle, saying he couldn't possibly allow his nephew to join the army. But the soldier only chuckled, making it clear a bribe could buy safety for the girls, but the boys had no choice. When the time came, they would all be drafted. The soldier then casually introduced himself as Li Qingjiang, welcoming all new recruits into the army. He explained that every recruit would be sent to the military registration and enlistment office for a medical evaluation. Some of them might be allowed to return to the fortress afterward. This confused Shang Su. What kind of examination could determine whether a person returned to the fortress or didn't? The recruits were still discussing everything nervously when Li Qingjiang returned, stating that he would now escort them all for medical testing. Suddenly one of the men in the group celebrated, saying he had a chance to enter the fortress. Hearing this, Jiang Su quietly wondered if the Li consortium was using nanorobot technology to assess people. Soon Jiang Su found himself inside a large tent. There were several doctors present, and in the center sat a man hooked up to a strange machine. Watching closely, Jiang Su noted that the device looked highly advanced. One of the doctors checked the machine and called out 81% synchronization. Passed, he added. Curious, Zhang Yuanzhans asked what the synchronization rating meant. Standing beside him, Li Qingjiang explained that if someone scored high, they would be sent to the barrier detachment, a frontline defense unit. The man being tested asked excitedly if he could now enter the fortress. The doctor smirked and asked for his name. Lei Yi, the man replied. But the doctor, unfazed, simply wrote down the name and called for the next person. Now it was Jiang Su's turn. He sat in the chair, and at once he felt a strange sensation. Threads of something intangible reached for his mind, trying to connect. But the moment they brushed against his palace, they snapped and dissolved. One of the scientists monitoring the equipment let out a gasp. Synchronization, 0. That was unheard of. It had never happened before. Perplexed, the doctor approached and scribbled down the results, confirming that Jiang Su's neural connections were completely severed. With a confident smile, Jiang Su asked for the test to be repeated, thinking the device might be faulty. But the doctor refused. Don't waste our resources, he said coldly. Next. Still determined, Jiang Su continued to push for a second test. He stepped forward and took the seat for his own turn, but this time, the machine didn't respond at all. The doctors began to think the device had malfunctioned. Then after recalibration, they detected a synchronization level of just 1% for Cheng Wudi. Again the scientists were baffled. Looking over the group, Li Qingjiang declared that all low synchronization individuals would now be under his command. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Yuan handed over a wad of money and asked the officer to take care of him. Grinning, the man pocketed the cash and clapped a hand on Zhang Yuanshan's soldier. "We're brothers now," he said. Still, something didn't sit right with Jiangsu. The entire process seemed rushed. The recruits weren't even given proper uniforms. When asked about their actual duties, the officer said they would be tasked with protecting workers from surprise attacks. He reassured them not to worry, boasting that he knew multiple styles of martial arts in defense. Because Jiangsu had bribed him, Li Qingjiang leaned in and promised he'd keep an eye on him. Soon after, the recruits were ordered to board the transport vehicle. As Jiangsu prepared to climb aboard, several crumpled sheets of paper fell at his feet. Bending down, he picked them up and unfolded them. It was a message from his younger brother Lu Yuan. In it, Lu wrote that he and the others had successfully settled in a trading town and were doing well. As the vehicle rumbled down the road, Zhang Yu and the others sat in the back, exchanging glances. He realized they would have to wait, bide their time and figure out how to reunite with Lu Yuan and the rest when the moment was right. Meanwhile, in a different location, a woman in a lab coat stood by the front desk. Her face tense, she asked to see Mr. Lei, claiming there had been a serious accident involving the nanorobots. The man behind the counter told her that Mr. Li was very busy. But the woman insisted nanorobots in multiple fortresses had been destroyed due to an operator error. She was worried. The nanorobots were only 4 nanometers in size. The total count in each test tube was unmeasurable. If only 1 or 2 were faulty, the results wouldn't change. But if an entire tube failed, the consequences could be catastrophic. And now, that failure was no longer a possibility. It was already happening. Back at the research facility, a woman handed over a damaged test tube to a puzzled scientist. The man, visibly surprised, asked if this was due to operational error, but the woman firmly stated that there had been no operator mistake, and the damage to the nanorobots seemed suspicious. Taking the test tube, the man assured her he would submit an application for expedited investigation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanxin continued his journey toward his target. Riding swiftly atop his summoned shadow, he encountered the 3rd Brigade of the 17th Fortress, their weapons aimed squarely at him. Calmly and with a smile, Xu Shanlong stepped forward, asking if this meant he had managed to get close to the fortress. He presented a letter of recommendation from Zhang Jinglan. One of the soldiers carefully inspected it, confirming that the handwriting and the embedded code word were both authentic. Immediately they lowered their weapons, greeting Xu warmly and welcoming him to follow. Curiously, one of the soldiers asked if all the fortresses Xu had passed through were truly destroyed. Xu quickly clarified it wasn't his doing. Some distance away, Zhang Su, now in a military vehicle, estimated that they were about 10 kilometers from the fortress. The headlights revealed a small building surrounded by fencing. It was deserted, which explained why Lei Qingjiang had said this outpost belonged to them. The officer explained that 5 people would take turns standing guard at the observation post each day. Zhang Yanshu quickly understood what this meant. They were being used as cannon fodder, especially since there weren't even enough weapons to go around. He asked what they were expected to do after returning from reconnaissance missions. The question seemed to confuse the officer. Trying to sound reassuring, Li Qianjiang told them not to worry. Li Consortium's personal army would handle any real threats. Still uneasy, Zhang Yuanshan's pressed further. What if a real war breaks out? The officer scoffed. Real wars won't happen in our century. I've never seen one, and you probably won't either. Jiang Su muttered that war might seem distant now, but the Li Consortium was already preparing for it. To change the mood, Li Qingjiang decided to take the recruits to the top of the nearby mountain. From there, he explained, they could see their assigned outpost and get a clear view of the Li Consortium's oil refinery. If anything seemed unusual, their task was to call the fortress using a satellite phone and report it. Calling it an easy job, the officer turned to Shang Su. Suddenly, Zhang Yuansuk asked about the location of the 88th fortress, but the officer admitted he had never heard of it. Regret passed over Shang Su's face. He realized he should have asked Yang Xiaojin about it when he last had the chance. Sensing the young man's thoughts, Li Qingjiang approached him gently. I understand, he said. You want to leave, but even if you make it back to the trading town, you won't be able to take everyone with you. The barracks are gone, and there are just too many people. He paused, then offered an alternative. Stay here. Later, I'll help transfer you to the city. You can reunite with your family and friends. Jiang Su nodded, thanking him sincerely. Then he turned and asked, why did you become a soldier? If I had money, the man admitted, I'd never have joined. Then he added almost bitterly, sending students into the army, it's too cruel. As night settled over the mountains, a chilling howl echoed across the ridge. From a high slope, a blue-furred wolf stood silently, staring down at the humans. Startled, Li Qingjiang ordered everyone to retreat back to the outpost. The massive blue wolf began descending toward them, a freshly killed animal in its jaws. Slowly and calmly, it padded forward and stopped right in front of Xiangnu. Just like before, the beast gently placed its prey on the ground, then turned and walked away. Li Qingjiang stood frozen. He couldn't believe it. When he came to the mountain, he never expected even wolves to bring him food. It was such a surreal moment. It made him feel strangely proud. Puffing out his chest, he turned to the others. From now on, he declared, call me Wolf King. Chuckling at the officer's antics, the group accepted the wolf's offering and set up a fire. As they cooked their meal, Li Qingjiang confessed something with a sheepish grin. When he first got this post, he felt uneasy, alone, stuck in the middle of nowhere, abandoned by the system. Now, he joked, they would probably just end up as cannon fodder anyway, but at least they had dinner.
Now, the man had learned to live a simpler life. He had even begun to find joy in moments like these. As he spoke with a hint of envy, he mentioned the stories he'd heard, tales of the important people inside the fortress, who had the luxury of eating meat every day. But suddenly, as the group gathered for dinner, an armored vehicle approached them. The timing was strange. Why would anyone come into the wilderness at such an odd hour? Even Les Kenjin appeared surprised. The vehicle halted, and several stern-faced men stepped out. Upon recognizing them, one of the stationed officers stood at attention, saluted, and respectfully welcomed the colonel. He even smiled while requesting to inspect their post. The colonel responded with an unsettling calm, explaining that he had visited dozens of posts, most of them miserable, and claimed to prefer the current state of affairs here. However, Shanggu remained wary. He couldn't understand why such an inspection was necessary in the middle of the night. 2 chairs were hastily prepared, and the soldiers invited the guests to join them for dinner. But then, the colonel's expression hardened. He turned toward one of the men, Linen, and a commanding voice, asked if he had given permission for someone to sit. Trembling, the officer immediately stood and apologized for his behavior. Ignoring the tension, the colonel and his companion drew blades and began to cut the meat, calmly eating. Watching them, Chung Woody muttered, calling them demons. Yet Shanggu quickly warned the younger man not to jump to conclusions. After the meal, the colonel gave a chilling order. the post was to be monitored closely, and if any trouble occurred, he would not hesitate to shoot. With that, the two men climbed back into their armored vehicle and drove away, leaving behind a wave of confusion. One of the students turned to Li Qingjin, questioning how he could allow such men to walk away unchallenged. With visible despair, Li replied that he was powerless against people like them. He then instructed the others to extinguish the fire and go to bed, bitterly remarking that human life in this world was even worse than that of the dogs owned by the Li consortium. Before retiring, the officer ordered the lamb that the colonel had spat on to be cut out, and instructed that the rest would be eaten the next day. Shanggu, with a weary smile, urged the others to rest. He would take care of the cleanup. Turning to Chen Woody, the protagonist asked him to take care of everyone. Then, without further word, he left. Meanwhile, the colonel's vehicle wound its way down the crooked road. Inside, the two men mocked the soldiers they had just met. The man with gray hair was on his way to undergo the second stage of synchronization, which would allow even more nanorobots to be injected into his body. They spoke in hushed tones about rumors, one of which claimed a child of the Li consortium was in the 107th fortress and had already passed the second stage. Suddenly, as if dropping from the sky, Shanggu landed directly onto the moving vehicle. Panic erupted inside. Realizing they were under attack by a superhuman, both men leapt from the car, shielding their faces and sliding away. As they turned, they spotted Shanggu standing calmly before them. The colonel immediately realized the impossible truth. Someone from the outpost was a superhuman. Smiling darkly, he muttered that Shanggu would be the first superhuman to face nanorobots. And then the battle began. In an instant, the protagonist landed a powerful blow to the colonel's body. His hand shot upward, gripping the man's neck and squeezing until a sickening crunch rang out. The colonel collapsed, lifeless. His companion, now terrified, tried to flee, but Shanggu, still smiling, caught up in an instant. With one swift strike, he drove his fist into the man's back, twisting his body grotesquely. A loud crack followed, and the second man fell motionless to the ground. Breathing calmly, Shanggu admitted to himself that he never expected to defeat them so easily. With a sly grin, he stripped the colonel's uniform. It might prove useful later. He knew there was a lake on the mountainside. Without hesitation, he dragged both corpses toward it, intent on erasing all evidence. At the slope's edge, he tossed the bodies into the dark water. They sank silently, vanishing into the depths. But then something unexpected happened. From beneath the surface, countless white clots began to gather nanorobots. They surrounded the lifeless bodies and then drifted towards Shanggu. At that moment, deep within the palace, a long dormant typewriter stirred. A sheet of paper slowly emerged, displaying a message: "Reboot program. Restore factory settings." Shanggu felt the message resonate inside him. Was it a signal that he could now control the nanorobots? He now understood why his enemies had been so weak. There had been too few nanorobots inside them. A small metallic glove began to materialize on his hand. It was a defense system. With a triumphant smirk, he raised his arm as if to celebrate. He recalled once laughing at Boss L's words about nanorobots. Now he finally understood their true power. Of course, someone would investigate the disappearance, and Shanggu hoped they too would be infused with nanorobots. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the rocky terrain. A wolf. It was the same leader he had encountered before. Surprised by the coincidence, Shanggu lifted his hand in greeting, inviting the creature to talk. For a long moment, neither moved. Man and beast simply stared into each other's eyes. Finally, Shanggu broke the silence. He offered to give the wolf something in exchange for the carcasses the creature had once left him. What happened next would depend on the answer of the wild. The main character extended a small jar of black medicine toward the wolf. The strange substance immediately intrigued the creature. Without hesitation, the wolf grabbed the jar and dashed off into the distance, leaving Shanggu standing alone. After some time, Shanggu quietly returned to the outpost. He walked in slowly, lay down on his bed, placed his hands behind his head, and prepared to rest. The next morning, the soldiers, along with Lu Jingjing, made a startling discovery. Numerous animal corpses lay at the entrance to the outpost. Lu Jingjing stared at the scene in disbelief. For a moment, he seriously considered the idea that he had somehow become a true wolf king. Shanggu, however, glanced at him with a disapproving look, and remarked that his life had turned out happier than the one he had back in the trading city. Taking command, the officer ordered part of the food to be sent to the kitchen and the rest to be distributed among their companions stationed throughout the city. While the others went about their duties, Shanggu looked down in quiet contemplation, wondering how his younger brother Lu Yuan was doing at that moment. Just then, as Li Qingjing was leaving the outpost, a lone military truck rolled into view. Curious, he approached the vehicle and greeted the driver with a smile, casually asking what brought him there. The driver, however, asked a more serious question: whether any guards had been there recently. The officer admitted that two very young men had visited the area for just 10 minutes a few days ago. Shangu was surprised that the investigation into the missing personnel had begun so quickly. Without delay, several armed soldiers jumped out of the truck, gripping their weapons tightly and heading off to search for the missing men. Observing their behavior, Shangu suspected they might also be enhanced with nanorobots. Not long after, one of the soldiers reported something unusual to the truck's driver. Without elaboration, the driver ordered the group to move on to the next post. The truck rumbled back into motion, and Li Qingjung stood by silently, simply waving them off. Suddenly, a blue-furred wolf sprinted past, seemingly in pursuit of the truck. Shangu watched it carefully, unsure whether the wolves intended to hunt down the Li Consortium's men. Li Qingjung turned to the others and stated bluntly that it was no longer the recruits' concern and that they should stay out of it. Moments later, he locked himself inside a nearby building. He understood something deeply unsettling. If the wolves truly wanted to, they could easily destroy every human there. Soon after, Shangu returned to the building with Chung Woody at his side. Gently placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, he asked him to look after the place until he returned, and then, without warning, Shangu launched himself out the window, disappearing into the night. He had no intention of staying idle. For his own safety and curiosity, he needed to understand what the wolves were really up to. At the same time, he saw an opportunity to harvest more nanorobots. Meanwhile, the military truck made its way through a narrow gorge. The soldiers inside chatted casually, discussing their plans and joking around. One of them chuckled, until he noticed blood slowly trickling down from his partner's body. He turned in horror. A vicious wolf had sunk its fangs deep into the man beside him. Panic erupted. Several wolves leapt into the back of the truck, surrounding the soldiers. With no other option, the soldiers opened fire. But the savage creatures showed no hesitation. Their goal was simple: eliminate every last man. From a distance, Shangu watched the chaos unfold, the gunfire, the screams, but he chose not to interfere. After a brief but brutal fight, one of the wolves dragged a human body out of the truck and darted into the forest. Clenching its prize in its jaws, the beast moved swiftly, until a shadow suddenly blocked its path. It stopped. Shangu stood there, calm and unyielding. The wolf raised its body in warning, preparing to strike. But before it could move, Shangu appeared behind it, addressing the creature directly. He offered to trade medicine in exchange for the human body. The wolf eyed him suspiciously, as if judging his motives. After a few seconds of hesitation, it finally accepted the deal. With a sharp turn, the beast leapt into the air and disappeared into the forest, leaving Shangu alone with the injured man. Lying on the ground, the wounded soldier looked up at him, fear and anger in his eyes. Leaning slightly closer, Shangu calmly asked how the soldiers replenished the nanorobots inside their bodies. The man shut his eyes tight, refusing to answer. Shangu smiled coldly and assured him that his injuries were not fatal. If the soldier cooperated, he might even live to return. Shocked, the man asked if Shangu truly intended to let him go. In response, Shangu gently urged him to reveal everything he knew about the nanorobots. But the soldier hesitated once more. That was enough. Without another word, Shangu delivered a swift, decisive strike, ending the soldier's life instantly. As the body grew cold, Shangu extended his hand and began the process of absorbing the nanorobots from the corpse. A voice echoed from the palace, reporting that the absorption and rewriting were successful. Yet Shangu felt little change in his body. He would need more, many more, to reach the next level. Later he found a body of water nearby. Without ceremony, he tossed the lifeless soldier into it, watching as the body vanished beneath the surface. Another trace erased. After moving away from the scene of the crime, Shangu found himself reflecting on the wolves. It had only been 2 days since they brought him food and helped capture the officer. Deep inside, he felt a growing urge to repay their kindness. As he wandered through the depths of the forest, a sudden sound caught his attention. Turning toward the noise, he cautiously approached the area. Out of nowhere, a massive wolf leapt forward and landed directly in front of him. Startled, but not threatened, Shangu asked calmly if the wolf had come seeking help for another injured member of its pack. The wolf let out a soft whine, confirming his assumption. Without another word, the wolf turned and began walking, leading the way through the forest. Understanding the animal's intentions, Shangu followed closely behind. As time passed and the sun began its climb above the mountain peaks, they arrived at the wolf's den. There Shangu spotted the wounded member of the pack. It was clear that the bullet hadn't been fatal, but the injury could become infected and dangerous if left untreated. He would need to remove the bullet first. The procedure would be painful, but it was the only way. To his side, Shangu summoned a small shadow portal. Slipping his hand inside, from the palace system, he retrieved a surgical tool designed specifically for such delicate work. As he began the extraction, the wolf writhed in discomfort, but endured it. With steady hands, Shangu carefully pulled the bullet from the animal's body. Then he took out the jar of black medicine and applied it to the wound. The wolf stared at him with gratitude, its breathing calm once more. Evening fell swiftly, casting long shadows across the mountainous terrain. By the time Shangu finished treating the last of the injured wolves, the sun had dipped behind the horizon. Exhausted, he sat down and murmured that the wounds would heal in just a couple of days. Suddenly one of the wolves beside him lifted its head and let out a loud howl. One by one, the rest of the pack followed, creating a chorus that echoed through the valley. Smiling, Shangu admitted that he never expected to leave the wolves' den unharmed. As he stood, he waved goodbye and whispered that it was time to return to his companions. That night, Shangu returned to the outpost. As he crossed the boundary of the camp, he was greeted by an unfamiliar voice. A man, face lined with age and gray hair streaking his beard, examined him from head to toe. Shangu turned to Chang'e and asked who the stranger was. Chang'e explained that the man was from the Li family, sent to investigate the disappearance of the two missing officers. Shangu was caught off guard. He had expected the Li consortium to send someone younger, more aggressive, not an old man with calm eyes and a polite smile. Later, they sat around a fire. The man offered Shangu some food, suggesting he eat properly for his own health. With a smirk, Shangu asked if he'd found any clues about the two missing officers. The old man admitted he was here to investigate, but didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about the task. Curious, Shangu asked his age. The man replied that he would turn 73 next year, and introduced himself as Huo. The protagonist found it strange. The man bore no trace of the powerful Li surname. After finishing his meal, Huo stood and thanked Shangu. The young man asked how many posts he had visited that day. With a smile, the old man confessed that this was the only one, making Shangu instantly suspicious. Was it possible he had already found some sort of clue? Hands folded behind his back, Huo casually asked which room he could stay in. Lai Qingzheng quickly offered to clean one for him. As the man disappeared inside, Shangu watched him carefully, uneasy about his intentions. Suddenly, Huo announced that he intended to stay for more than one night. This made Shangu even more cautious. The following morning, Shangu and Chen Woody discovered a strange sight, a pile of dead chickens at the outpost. As they stared at the carcasses, Huo silently approached from behind. For a moment, he examined the pile with what seemed like concern, but then he simply walked past it and went about his business, ignoring it completely. This stunned both Shangu and Chen Woody. Unable to hold back, Shangu directly asked why the investigator hadn't asked about the origin of the meat. Huo shrugged it off, admitting that he didn't care. Another morning arrived. The sun climbed higher over the land as Huo stood near one of the outpost's walls. With a light knock, he tapped on the window of Shangu's room, waking him up. Wearing his usual faint smile, Huo asked the young man to get up and prepare breakfast. Shangu was far from pleased. This old investigator had clearly decided to stay for the long haul. Later that day, Shangu overheard a conversation between Huo and his subordinates. They reported an attack by wolves on a nearby outpost. Yet Huo remained indifferent. He said no military response was needed, since the incident had nothing to do with his current case. At that moment, Li Qingzheng leaned out of a window, grinning. He mentioned that the person who had delivered Huo's belongings was a colonel. Shangu asked if that was really true. The officer confirmed it again, saying he had no reason to lie. As the new year approached, the mysterious old man continued to stay at the outpost. Despite his age, there were no signs of weakness in his body, no slowness in his movements. He was observant, calculating, and very clearly not someone to be underestimated. With a gentle smile, the protagonist casually asks the old man if he plans to return home. But the man shakes his head and replies that he's fine staying here. He explains that he once had a daughter, but entrusted her to another family for her upbringing. Now he's left with only a small grandson who refuses to live with him. As a light-hearted gesture, Shangu invites the man to stay and celebrate the spring festival with them. To his surprise, the old man takes the invitation seriously and gladly agrees. However, he offers something in return. He proposes to act as a teacher for the students who have gathered in the area. Soon after, everyone gathers inside the outpost, which now resembles a makeshift auditorium. Shangu hadn't expected much, but he is quickly amazed. These guest lectures are far superior to anything he experienced from his former teachers. One particular lecture stands out. HHA, filled with enthusiasm, passionately teaches the students one of the core disciplines. When the lecture ends, the old man announces that anyone who has doubts can approach him with questions. He even shares some snacks with the students to reward them after a long day, earning smiles and gratitude all around. Later, Shangu approaches the old man and admits that he didn't understand the topic at all. Instead of being annoyed, the old man praises Shangu's dedication to learning. When they sit at the table, Hu asks him to point out the parts he couldn't comprehend. Shangu opens his notebook and points to nearly every section, declaring them all as confusing. Hu is momentarily irritated by this, but regains his composure and patiently tells him that he'll have to study the material on his own. Frustrated, Shanggu slaps the table and exclaims that he simply can't do it. Taken aback, Hu gently asks why he's trying so hard. Shanggu replies honestly, he just wants to understand the truth about this world. Hu reflects that modern people often treat knowledge as purely utilitarian, and it's rare to find someone so young who genuinely seeks understanding. Their conversation continues, delving into studies and personal reflections. Soon after, Li Qingzhang invites Shanggu to join him on a trip to the trading city to buy food, and Shanggu agrees. On the way, inside the car, he finds himself thinking about Li Jian and Wang Fugi, feeling a mix of concern and anticipation. As their vehicle rushes through the bustling city streets, it suddenly stops near Shanggu's younger brother. He looks out the window and calls out to Lu Yuan, drawing the boy's attention. Surprised and happy, Lu Yuan immediately gets up from the ground. Shanggu asks what he's doing here. With joy in his voice, Lu Yuan says he sensed his brother would return today. He saw a magpie in their yard and took it as a sign. Shanggu asks where he and the others have been staying, and Lu Yuan reports that the group managed to purchase a house near the fortress gates. Everyone now lives there. Wang Fugi even opened his own shop and started doing business with the fortress administration. Shanggu is impressed, and notes how exceptional Wang Fugi is as a merchant. A nearby woman, noticing the parked military vehicle, approaches Lu Yuan and greets him as if they've known each other for a long time. She hands him some eggs, suggesting he enjoy them with his brother. Shanggu observes that the group has become quite popular in the area, and Lu Yuan agrees. He explains that Wang Fugi started helping neighbors repair furniture to build strong local connections. He even gave out candy to children in the streets. While they did face a few ungrateful people, most of the community has welcomed them warmly. Lu Yuan then shares that he recently asked around for any news. Curious, Shanggu asks if he discovered anything important. Lu Yuan reveals that the Li Consortium army, which had been dispatched to Fortress 1008, suffered devastating losses. Initially, their attack on the test subjects went well, but they were soon drawn into chaotic street battles. Their forward base was destroyed, and now the Consortium is preparing to send reinforcements, even if it means destroying the fortress entirely. Startled, Shanggu asks where he heard this. Lu Yuan explains that 2 days ago, a soldier stationed near Market Town visited a neighboring house. The boys overheard his conversation. He also adds that their teacher's identity had been uncovered, and she was offered a substitute teacher position, but she declined, choosing to stay and care for her family instead. As they continue driving through the city, Shanggu asks if there's any more news. Lu Yuan solemnly reveals that Flame Origin staff are now in the city. This revelation shocks Shanggu. He realizes the danger and immediately resolves to warn the teacher not to expose her powers. Eventually, the car approaches a familiar building. Shanggu directs the driver to stop right in front. Smiling with excitement, Lu Yuan jumps out and rushes inside, calling for his teacher and sister, Xiao Yu, joyfully shouting that his elder brother has returned. The group of men leaves the building, visibly relieved and sincerely joyful about Shangsu's return. Watching this unfold, Li Qingzhang feels a pang of envy rising within him. Meanwhile, Shangsu tells his companions that he has brought back a large supply of meat, inviting them to eat to their heart's content. Shangsu Yu expresses gratitude to Wang Fugi, acknowledging his hard work and contributions to their small family. Li Qingzhang is quietly taken aback. Seeing a shrewd businessman like Wang Fugi listening so respectfully to Shangsu, he begins to realize just how formidable this young man has become. Inside the house, Shangsu checks in with the boys, asking if everything is all right. Shu explains that the city is in a state of chaos. For their safety, all of them, except Wang Fugi, have decided to remain indoors. The protagonist agrees, noting that caution is the only way forward. Vigilance, after all, is never a waste. He instructs that while the girls continue studying with Xiao Yu, they should also be given knives for self-defense in case of danger. Just then, an unexpected figure arrives, the demon summoner himself. Standing at the entrance, he declares that he is here to find Shangsu. The main character freezes at the sound of that voice. It feels like hearing the echo of a dead man behind him. Slowly he turns around and finds Li Shentan standing before him, a strange excitement on his face. With a strained smile, Li Shentan asks why Shangsu hasn't properly welcomed his guest. Immediately, Shangsu turns to Xia Yu, instructing her to gather everyone inside for safety. She nods, understanding the urgency, and quietly leads the women into the house. Left alone with the demon summoner, Shangsu asks him to state his business. Li Shentan, smiling comfortably, takes a seat nearby, and says the place feels like home. Shangsu, suspicious, asks how he discovered this location. Calmly, Li Shentan admits he hypnotized the people around them to gather information. Shangsu finds this deeply inappropriate, but the summoner insists that he didn't interfere much in their lives. Tired of arguing, the protagonist brushes his hair back and asks directly what the guest wants. Standing Li Shentan claims that he and Shang Su are friends, then asks about his duties and how he's been managing lately. Leaning slightly toward him, the summoner makes an unsettling observation. He immediately suspected Shang Su's involvement in the disappearance of 2 fighters with nanorobots. He even suggests that the wolf-related incidents were likely Shang Su's doing as well. Irritated, Shang Su tells him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point, but Li Shentan simply smiles and says he only came to chat with a friend. This repeated claim of friendship clearly bothers Shang Su, who finally asks why Li Shentan considers him a friend at all. Ignoring the question, Li Shentan changes the subject. He points to his military uniform and introduces himself as an active soldier of the consortium. He reveals that tomorrow, the 4th Brigade will be dispatched to the front lines to confront the test subjects. That news hits hard. Shang Su realizes the consortium army must be in serious trouble if someone like Li Shentan is being sent to the front. Turning away, Li Shentan notes that they likely won't see each other again for a while. He advises Shang Su to take care of himself. With a chilling smile, the summoner casually mentions that he has hypnotized those who threaten Shang Su's friends, and that those people will commit suicide tomorrow. He then reports that the people of the flame source left the city earlier that afternoon, though he does not know where they went. However, it's likely they still don't know about Shang Su's existence. The weight of this revelation leaves Shang Su stunned. Though skeptical, he admits to himself that there might be some truth in the demon summoner's words. Back inside, Shang Su sees Li Qingjiang sitting on the floor, chatting with the girls. As the protagonist approaches, Shang Yu quietly tells him that she had previously seen Li Qingjiang at the store inside the 109th fortress. Turning to the captain sitting on the floor, Shang Su announces that it's time to move out. Li Qingjiang doesn't agree immediately, prompting the protagonist to insist, "This is urgent." Seeing the seriousness on his face, Luan asks his older brother why he's leaving so suddenly. With a warm smile, Shang Su leans in and explains that the new year is approaching. He promises to return soon, so they can celebrate the holiday together. Comforting his younger brother, he assures him that as long as Shang Su is around, their life will only get better. With those parting words, Shang Su and Li Qingjiang leave the house. Taking the wheel, they drive toward the outpost at high speed. Along the way, the captain tries to understand the urgency. As night falls, he shares a memory. A fortune teller once predicted a bleak future for him as a child, but also said he had a chance to change everything if he met a lucky man at the age of 29. And that, he says, is how he sees Shang Su. Shang Su, however, dismisses it all as superstition. As the vehicle nears the outpost, the protagonist suddenly senses something is wrong. Urgently, he orders the captain to speed up. He fears that the flame source may have already reached the outpost, checking whether any superhumans are stationed there. According to the young man's thoughts, Chung Woody was not someone who would reveal himself so easily, and the source of flame should not have treated its disciples so cruelly. As soon as they arrived, both he and the captain leapt out of the military transport vehicle. Shang Su quickly surveyed the scene around him. Together with the captain, he confirmed that the Source of Flame members were indeed present. However, they weren't attacking. They were standing on the ground, bound and tied up. It appeared that the Source of Flame had taken a gamble in coming here. They suspected that the disappearance of the 2 officers, who had been equipped with nanorobots, was caused by a superhuman. But what surprised Shang Su the most was that these supposedly dangerous people had been so easily captured. Huo, who was calmly sitting on the ground and chewing on a piece of meat, casually asked why the captain and the young man had returned so soon. With a smile, Shang Su replied that he had simply missed her and decided to return early. At the same time, he asked what exactly was going on here. The old man raised his hand and waved them over to join him. According to him, he had been searching for the source of flame for quite some time but had failed to locate them. They had hidden themselves well. Ironically, now that he had come to this outpost for the new year, the very people he had been looking for had shown up on their own. After saying that, he continued munching on his meat enthusiastically. Shang Su observed how at ease the old man seemed, almost as if he had made himself at home. Curious, the protagonist asked why the Source of Flame members had come here. Huo simply stated that they came to surrender, and they were most likely responsible for the deaths of the 2 officers. The prisoners tried to protest and explain themselves, but Huo turned sharply toward them and silenced them with an angry command. Leaning closer to Chung Woody, Shang Su asked him to explain what had happened between the old man and the members of the Source of Flame. In an instant, vivid memories flashed through the young man's mind. He remembered Huo moving with incredible speed and strength, swiftly striking his enemies. One of them was knocked to the ground in an instant, while the others hesitated to intervene. With an unexpectedly deep reservoir of strength, Huo continued battling the raiders on his own. During all this chaos, Chung Woody had remained completely silent. Chung Su mistakenly believed that he was being ignored. When asked about the fight, Chung Woody, unfiltered as ever, only responded with curses. That was the only way he could describe what had happened in the protagonist's absence. Hearing such an intense response, Yang Su asked whether Hua was stronger than Chung Woody. The latter, full of pride, replied, "Not yet," which amused the protagonist with its self-confidence. Still not fully convinced, Shang Su asked Huo again whether he was certain that the Source of Flame members were responsible for the murders. The old man affirmed it without hesitation, but Shang Su remained skeptical. It seemed to him that Huo hadn't investigated at all. He had simply relaxed here instead. When Shang Su suggested interrogating the prisoners, Huo responded coldly. There would be no interrogation, they would be executed. That statement alone sent a chill through the prisoners behind him. As if acting on instinct, all 5 of them suddenly rose to their feet and bolted, desperately trying to flee the outpost. Watching them escape, Shang Su asked the old detective whether he would pursue them, but Huo, claiming he was too old for such things, simply offered for Shang Su to chase them instead. The young man refused, pretending to be just an ordinary person incapable of running fast. The fleeing members of the Source of Flame ran with joy and relief, believing they had escaped punishment. But then, gunshots rang out sharply from the distance. One by one, the 5 figures collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, Huo casually diverted his attention as if nothing had happened. Minutes later, a military unit arrived at the outpost, carrying stretchers. One soldier, pistol still in hand, reported that all 5 fugitives had been eliminated. Hua then instructed his subordinates to return to the fortress and alert everyone about the danger posed by the flame wellspring. He added that there was still one enemy who didn't kill ordinary people, a cryptic but alarming warning. The soldiers saluted and immediately followed his orders. Shang Su, who had been silently watching everything unfold, still couldn't understand what kind of combat unit the old man actually led. Hu, however, was simply pleased to be done with the task. He grumbled that the errands had been burdensome. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly. Later, the protagonist approached a group of fellow students and asked if he could borrow their notes to catch up on missed studies. One of the guys promised to bring them later. Meanwhile, Hu Ho stood up slowly, stretched his arms toward the sky and said that he was sleepy. Without another word, he turned around and walked away, leaving the protagonist mildly confused. The young man then turned to Chung Woody, instructing him to retrieve the belongings that Sholu had packed for him from the military vehicle. Noticing the clothes he now wore, Shang Su complimented how well they fit. At that moment, Li Qingzhang, who was sitting on the floor, sighed and commented how nice it must be to have a family. The cold weather was setting in quickly, and the boys were fortunate that Sister Xiao had prepared clothes for them. As he warmed his hands against the biting cold, Shang Su looked toward the forest and reminded himself to warn the wolves about the dangers of nanobot soldiers. Later, he visited a small mountain and spotted a lone wolf slowly approaching. Observing its injuries, the young man thought to himself, those wounds should have healed by now. After receiving treatment, as Zhanggu passed by, he noticed a small pack of wolves quietly surrounding him from all directions. Crouching slightly in front of one of them, he tried to reason with the creature. He explained that the Li Consortium would soon send elite fighters equipped with nanorobots to this area. But the wolf's gaze remained unchanged, its expression unreadable despite the young man's words. Curious, Zhanggu asked if the wolf was afraid of such an outcome. In response, he received only a strange, disapproving nod. Taking that as a sign, Zhanggu warned the creature not to eat the nanobot soldiers and requested that their corpses be hidden afterward. Still concerned, he suggested the wolves relocate their den to a safer place, emphasizing the potential danger to the pups if conflict were to break out. Just then, the palace issued a new task. If the hero could ensure the survival of the wolves for 7 days, he would be rewarded with a new item, some mysterious seeds. Given how special the previous rewards had been, both the black medicine and the palace cards, Jinju was genuinely intrigued by the possibilities this new item might hold. The next morning, several armored military vehicles were parked in front of the outpost entrance. Officer leading Zhang, turning to those behind him, gave the command to clear the area. Zhangguo and the others quickly got to work, following orders and staying alert. The protagonist soon realized that the Li Consortium army now inspected the outpost daily. If they noticed excessive meat consumption, they would likely accuse him of neglecting his duty. Peeking through the gate with his companions, Chang Woody and Li Jiangshang spotted 7 Consortium soldiers approaching. One of the soldiers, slightly ahead of the others, stepped forward and eyed the officer with curiosity. He claimed the officer's face looked familiar. The gray-haired man then asked if the soldier knew Li Qingzhang. The soldier confirmed, saying he was behind him when they entered the fortress, and expressed surprise that Qingzhang had been assigned to such a remote location. The soldier introduced himself as Lin Su and affectionately called Qingzhang his younger brother, claiming he would have brought an entire kilogram of pork had he known he was stationed here. It was a friendly gesture, as if none of them had eaten meat in ages. Ignoring the meat comment, Officer Qingjiang asked about the purpose of their visit. Lin Su responded that they had come to cooperate in fighting the wolves in the nearby mountains. The main battlefield, he explained, would be at the next outpost. Zhang Yu was relieved to hear that only 40 soldiers had arrived. In his mind, they would be easier to handle if needed. As a show of hospitality, Qingjiang offered the soldiers some snacks, since the main battlefield was still far away. However, Lun Su declined, citing a heavy workload. Lun Su had heard rumors that the rice delivered to this outpost was mixed with sand, making life here quite unpleasant. At that moment, Chang Wudi blurted out that they ate a lot of meat, an accidental slip that drew unwanted attention. Shang Yu quickly tried to defuse the situation with a joke, but the senior soldier didn't buy it. Suspicious, he ordered his men to search the outpost. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Yu muttered to himself that they'd been exposed. Chang Wudi immediately picked up on this, growing nervous. In his thoughts, Zhang Yu speculated that if Huo Shu had truly built his own private army, then he must be on good terms with the Li Consortium. To Zhang Yu's dismay, the senior officer announced he would be staying at the outpost for the new year, which made the young man even more uneasy. Accompanying the military inside, Zhang Yu led them to Huo Shu. Internally, Huo Shu questioned why the young man was dragging him into this problem. When they entered, both the senior soldier and his companion were visibly surprised to see Huo Shu sitting there. The old man calmly stated that he was conducting an investigation, and that the outpost personnel were simply helping him. The soldier bowed slightly, respectfully addressing Huo Shu. He explained that he was a member of the 7th Brigade, and had been transferred to the fortress's garrison. After listening, Huo Shu firmly advised them to mind their own business, and avoid interfering in other people's affairs. Zhang Yu could tell immediately that this old man held real influence. The proud soldier had bowed his head without hesitation. Outside, the officer's companion whispered, asking who Huo Shu was, but the officer simply replied, "Don't ask unnecessary questions," and announced they would head up the mountain. With a sheepish smile, Shigo muttered that the soldiers probably shouldn't have known about the meat in the first place. Huo Shu then warned him not to misuse his official status. Still curious, Zhang Yu asked why Lin Su had been sent on such a mission despite having no military experience. As they stepped outside, the young man pointed out that soldiers normally undergo extensive training before being deployed. Without rushing, Huo Shu calmly replied that it was necessary to gather real-time combat data, especially regarding the deployment and effectiveness of nanorobots during actual battle. Following a groundbreaking advancement in neural technology, the Li Consortium had developed elite warriors enhanced by nanowar technology. However, these so-called nanowar warriors had never faced real combat. Driven by a need to test their effectiveness, the Consortium dispatched them into the field, not as soldiers, but as tools for experimentation. These operatives had no real battlefield experience. They were mere pawns, sent to gather data at the cost of their lives. This reality unsettled the protagonist deeply. The Consortium clearly had better options. People with superior capabilities yet chose to sacrifice these greenhorns instead. According to Huo, the synchronization and coordination between user and nanorobots determine how effectively the technology functions. A higher synchronization rate results in faster response and better control. However, a peculiar anomaly exists. The more self-aware a superhuman is, the more their mind resists nanorobots. In such cases, low synchronization implies strong self-consciousness. Zhang Su found this explanation difficult to accept. He and Chang Wudi shared strange synchronization patterns that should have drawn attention if the theory were accurate, yet nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Leno once again tried to extract information about Huo from his superior officer, only to be coldly denied. Frustrated, he asked what they were supposed to do next. Just then, the officer halted the group. He called out to a tracker in their midst. The man furrowed his brows in focus. Slightly parting his lips, from his body, several small white snakes suddenly fell to the ground. One by one they slithered toward the forest, swift, silent, and deliberate. The officer questioned the effective range of the snake's influence. The tracker replied confidently, 400 meters. The officer was satisfied. At that very moment, a shadow creature, summoned and controlled by the protagonist, was already moving through the forest. The shadow swiftly captured one of the snakes lying exposed on the ground. Feeling the disturbance, the tracker pointed toward the forest. "Was it wolves?" the officer asked. "No," the tracker replied. "Some shadow flickered and took one of my silver snakes." Soon the shadow emerged from the forest and handed the captured snake to the protagonist. He examined it carefully, reset its configuration, and cleared its online programming, completely subduing the nanorobot. With a victorious grin, Zhang Su clenched his fist and resolved to continue the mission. In a remote valley deep within the forest, multiple silver snakes converged. One soldier trailing the officer noticed the activity. Suddenly the protagonist's shadow reappeared, this time in full view of the soldiers leaning casually against a tree. The officer barked an order, "Do not lose sight of that shadow." Capture it. We need to know what it is. Gunfire erupted as the shadow began to retreat into the woods. Song Su, watching from within the forest, was pleased. His bait had worked. The enemy had taken notice, but he couldn't afford to move too fast and decided to wait for the snake. As the shadow darted through the trees, it caught the attention of more creatures. One soldier turned to Captain Joe and remarked that the shadow was moving slowly, yet it had gathered all the snakes in its arms. Seeing this, the protagonist's shadow attempted to flee with its collection. Captain Joe, weighing the risk, called off the pursuit. "Stop," he commanded. "Do not engage recklessly with an unknown threat." Semu stepped forward and retrieved some of the snakes from the shadow's grasp, praising it for its performance. She too reset the snake's programming, bringing them under her control. Meanwhile, the protagonist reshaped the nanorobots to form armor around his wrists. Still, he was annoyed. His pursuers had backed off too easily, depriving him of further data, but Jiang Su wasn't ready to let go. Greedy for more nanotech, he planned to claim every last one. Elsewhere, the soldiers tried to flee the forest. That's when it happened. A piercing howl echoed through the trees. Captain Joe froze. "Wolves," he muttered. "Our actions must have drawn them here." The soldiers reached a small clearing and stopped to listen. Their commander, his face pale with panic, issued a command: "Retreat immediately. Head for the road to the outpost. If we stay, we die." One by one, the soldiers activated their nanorobots, which began to glow on their arms. But one man, having expended his bots on the silver snakes, couldn't keep up. He was left behind, alone, terrified. "Wait, don't leave me," he shouted desperately into the woods. Sinister sounds closed in from every direction. Then, without warning, a pack of wolves stepped into his path. Their predatory eyes locked onto him. The man froze, paralyzed by fear. He could not move. Realizing his dire situation, he began to turn his body ever so slightly, just enough to brace himself. Then, unexpectedly, Zhang Su stepped out of the shadows, calmly petting one of the wolves. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the same man who had been ridiculed by Lin Su back at the outpost. Yet here he was, standing boldly among wolves, fearlessly stroking one of their snouts. Little Shangu calmly states that he has calculated the movement speed of people infected with nanorobots. According to his estimate, they won't be able to run far. The soldier finds it unsettling that the protagonist knows so much about nanotechnology. Almost as if on cue, 3 wolves rise from their positions and begin moving directly toward the captured man. One of the creatures turns its gaze to the protagonist, silently expecting a fresh vial of black medicine as payment for its efforts. Though reluctant, Shangu agrees to the deal, even though he was the one who captured the man in the first place. The protagonist then announces that he will move on ahead and instructs the wolf to catch up with him once it has dealt with the soldier. Hearing this, the man in glasses pleads with Shangu not to abandon him, reminding him that they are both human. But the protagonist coldly walks away, leaving the man to be devoured by the wolves. He mutters that being with that man is far worse than staying with animals. Meanwhile, the remaining group of soldiers continues pushing through the forest in search of a safe haven. Eventually, Captain Zhou realizes that the wolves have stopped chasing them. The soldiers are too exhausted to believe it, and Zhou begins to suspect something is off. He wonders if the wolves know exactly how long the nanorobots will remain functional in the soldiers' bodies, and are simply waiting for them to collapse. The idea sounds absurd to him. After all, how could wolves possibly understand something so technical? One soldier approaches Captain Zhou, asking if he has any remaining chargers. The captain sternly tells him to keep quiet. This response surprises the soldier, who assumed a commander would surely carry spare power sources. But before the moment could settle, a loud rustling erupts at the forest's edge. A wolf suddenly bursts out, snarling as it lands in front of the group. The soldiers scream and scramble to escape. Chaos breaks out. Some are caught mid-run and instantly torn apart. The wolves show no mercy, using both teeth and claws to rip through flesh. Bodies fall one after another as the pack tears through the panicked men. From behind a tree, Shangu watches the massacre unfold. He confirms to himself that the Li Consortium had knowingly sent these men to their deaths. Desperate, one soldier draws a long sword from his back. The blade, also crafted from nanorobots, is his only hope of survival. With one powerful swing, he strikes down a wolf, sending its body flying into the air. The remaining wolves pause, startled by the sudden death of one of their own. They begin to retreat slightly, hesitant. Captain Zhou quickly turns to his men and demands grenades. One soldier questions the order, asking if the captain intends to blow up the wolves and possibly their own squad in the process. Zhou snaps. He declares that these men are not comrades, and that they are acceptable sacrifices if it means defeating the enemy. Reluctantly, the soldiers extend their trembling hands, passing grenades to their commanding officer. Hidden in the trees, Shangu tenses. If the wolves are killed, his mission will fail. Then, As the soldiers prepare to throw the grenades, panic flashes across Shanggu's face. There must be no dead wolves, he says to himself. Instantly, his shadow materializes. With lightning speed, it snatches one of the wolves and leaps into the air, taking the creature far from the blast zone. A moment later, the grenades explode, killing several soldiers in a thunderous eruption. The sound echoes across the mountain range, startling the birds overhead. Shanggu's shadow lands softly, placing the rescued wolf back on the ground. The wolf lets out a low howl, almost as if thanking the protagonist for saving its life. Turning to the pack, Shanggu warns them not to pursue humans again. He tells them it's too risky. Many of them now carry hidden explosives. Still, they manage to collect nanorobots from 9 different bodies. A decent reward. As promised, he gives the wolves 9 vials of black medicine. One by one, the animals walk past him, acknowledging the deal. Shanggu sits on the ground silently, watching them. After a moment, he slowly rises and extends his hand. Several glowing threads composed of nanorobots begin to converge toward him. He clenches his fist, absorbing the nano devices into his body. A new glove forms around his hand, and Shanggu examines it with interest. With a calm voice, he suggests heading to the mountains. He's certain more soldiers will return, and in even greater numbers. In response, one of the wolves lets out a long howl, as if agreeing with his plan. After some time, Shanggu finally made his way back to the outpost. The young man sat down beside the outpost wall, quietly reflecting on the events that had unfolded. He realized that the Lee Consortium would likely begin investigating Captain Zhou and the others after such a confrontation. Just then, Hua stepped outside and was surprised to find Shanggu sitting there in the middle of the night. Slowly approaching him from behind, Hua cautiously asked, "Have you really come back?" Shanggu turned around and acknowledged the old man behind him, asking about his status. Sitting down beside him, the old man calmly replied that he was the director of military special investigations, holding the rank of lieutenant general. But then he added, almost cryptically, that this was just a facade, one hiding a deeper, more concealed truth. Shanggu didn't fully grasp the meaning of his words until the moon rose high above the outpost, bathing everything in a cold, silvery light. Meanwhile, Captain Zhou appeared before the assembled members of the Lee Consortium, who had gathered following the clash in the forest. A small photograph was placed in front of him, clearly showing the shadow of the protagonist. Captain Zhou confirmed that the figure in the image was the same entity responsible for stealing the soldiers' nanorobots. According to one of the consortium members, only Shu was capable of creating such black shadows. He added that the wolves had accidentally attacked a group of people, mistakenly believing they were striking the outpost. The man seated beside him agreed. It made sense. However, another consortium member expressed confusion. Why would Shu Xinggu, a known superhuman, begin capturing nanorobots? Based on current intelligence, the Qing Consortium was actively seeking superhumans like Xu Shanggu, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Shengyu. Of these, Yang Xiaojin had already been identified as being affiliated with multiple groups, including the rebels and the Yang Consortium. Notably, the only rebels who had publicly revealed their identities so far were women. Therefore, Xu Shanggu was now being classified as a field officer of the Yang Consortium. The man stood and sighed heavily. After this meeting, Xu Shenggu would be officially declared wanted. The Lee Consortium had planned to strike first, but they were caught off guard by the Yang Consortium's swift actions. He instructed his subordinates to prepare for anything. Suddenly, a soldier in full military uniform burst into the room. He reported that the brigade which had left the day before had just arrived at the military base, and then lost all contact. The man speaking was visibly shaken. Losing communication with a force of over 4,500 soldiers was no small matter. Back at the outpost, as the holiday approached, snow began to fall gently. People gathered outside while Hu Shu meticulously signed congratulatory scrolls in his own handwriting. Xianggu, watching curiously, remarked that the man's elegant script didn't match his otherwise stern temperament. As he read the scrolls, the protagonist noted the messages seemed strange, focused more on the city's development and wealth than anything personal. Still, Xianggu took one of the scrolls and hung it on the wall, stating his wish to bring Liu Yuan and the others to celebrate the new year together. Hole, however, reminded him that the situation outside the trading city had changed. Retrieving loved ones would not be so simple. According to Hu Shu, the Lee Consortium had lost an entire brigade of over 1,000 soldiers, a massive loss. The entire 108th Fortress was now on high alert and preparing for potential attacks. Because of this, Hu explained, Xianggu would not be allowed to leave the city once he entered. The protagonist felt conflicted, unsure what to do next. Hu reassured him that he would handle everything personally. 2 days passed. The new year was just around the corner, but Hud had still not acted. Growing anxious, Shanggu approached the man, who remained seated on the ground. "Used to have been sitting here for days," Shanggu said. "You miss your family, don't you? In that we are the same." Then, With a strained yet hopeful smile, he asked, "Will you help me, or not?" He looked up and smiled softly. "The new year is almost here. Everyone misses someone," he said. "But as for me, I have no one left, except my grandson." Jingyu quickly noticed the sadness that lingered behind Hu's calm demeanor. He offered to perform the New Year ritual together, if Hu didn't mind. Hu smiled again, saying that his grandson probably had more important things to do. At that moment, the protagonist's mind flashed with a possibility. Could the demon spiritualist Li Shentan be Hu's grandson? Trying to uncover the truth, Shangyu asked the old man about his grandson, but Hu wasn't very forthcoming. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed through the outpost. An armored military vehicle rolled into view. Shingyu assumed the visitors were once again looking for Hu Shu. Together, the old man and the protagonist stepped forward to greet the stopped vehicle. Several individuals dressed in neat uniforms emerged, carrying identical sets of clothing. Hu Shu raised a finger and said that one set was for Shangsu and the other for Qingzhang. Jingyu stepped forward and took the clothes, asking what it all meant. Hu explained, if the young man wanted to move in and out of the city without drawing attention, he would have to wear those clothes. It became clear to Zhanggu, these were the uniforms of the Li Consortium. They were now conducting document checks, and only those dressed accordingly would be permitted to pass through the city gates. One of the officers who had delivered the Li Consortium uniforms quietly handed Zhanggu a small document, stating that everything was prepared. Curious, Zhanggu took the paper and examined it, only to realize that it was an officer's identification badge. Hu Shu assured him that the ID was completely genuine. It bore all the necessary seals and credentials of the special unit, making it highly unlikely that anyone would dare verify its authenticity. With New Year's Eve approaching, Hu offered this as an opportunity for Zhanggu and Qingjiang to safely enter the city and reunite with their loved ones. Accepting the ID with a soft smile, Xianggu finally understood the true weight of Hu Shu's position within the consortium. Sometime later, the young man and Qingjing were seated in a military transport vehicle, speeding toward the city. The atmosphere had changed. Now everyone wanted to enter the city, which had transformed into a fortress. As they rode along, Qingjiang remarked that living in a trading town was far more comfortable. Eventually, their vehicle passed through the checkpoint and entered the city. As the car drove through bustling streets, Qingjiang leaned out to greet his younger brother. However, a nearby woman immediately questioned why he was dressed in a Li Consortium uniform. Zhangyu didn't answer her, brushing off the question. The woman narrowed her eyes, suspicious, and wondered aloud why he needed to impersonate a soldier from another division. Closing the door behind her, she turned and began to walk away, clearly unsettled. Lu Yuan, noticing the woman's behavior, turned to Qingjiang and voiced his concern. He feared that she might stir up trouble. Qingjiang, however, calmed his younger brother with a gentle pat on the head and told him to pack his belongings so they could head to the checkpoint. While they prepared, Wang Fugi casually noted that the store continued to bring in steady profits. Many locals depended on it for their daily needs. But then, the atmosphere shifted. The same suspicious woman returned, this time with several military officers. She pointed at Qingjiang and accused him of plotting something illegal. She explained to the arriving soldiers that the men had appeared in Li Consortium uniforms and demanded that their identities be verified. One of the soldiers stepped forward and asked Xinggu to present his ID. Without hesitation, Xinggu handed over the document, stating with quiet confidence that very few would dare to inspect the credentials of someone from the special department. The officer opened the ID in front of Zhanggu's face. To his astonishment, everything appeared legitimate. Shocked, the woman crouched to the ground in shame, trying to apologize and make amends for her accusation. Reluctantly, the soldier closed the ID and held it firmly. Rising to his feet, Zhanggu asked the soldiers if they were hiding anything illegal, subtly hinting at a smuggling investigation. The officers understood the implication, a bribe, and handed him money. Zhanggu accepted it casually and allowed them to leave. Furious, the lead officer commanded his men to take the woman into custody. She stood frozen, too terrified to move. Xiangyu chuckled and called the soldiers good people for handing over their money so obediently. Watching all of this unfold, Qingjiang realized something: Zhanggu was deliberately deceiving those around him. And yet, Qingjiang couldn't deny that life seemed easier and better because of it. He even admitted to himself that Zhanggu had started acting like the leader of their team. Later, Qingjiang mentioned that he had sold the watch Xianggu had previously given him and offered to return the money, but Xianggu simply told him to keep it. Qingjiang nodded slowly, surprised at how naturally he had accepted Xianggu's authority. Elsewhere, Wang Fugi, Xiao Yu and a group of female students traveled in the back of a military truck. Ian turned to his older brother and asked if life at the outpost had been enjoyable. Xianggu responded with a warm smile. But during the ride, Xianggu suddenly realized that his younger brother had no form of protection. Determined to keep him safe, he decided to build a set of nanorobots for him. At that same moment, Hu Shu was on a radio call. firmly declaring that his unit had no involvement in smuggling investigations. Slamming the phone down, he muttered under his breath that Zhang Yu would be the death of him someday. He had once been happy doing boxing drills, but now Zhang Yu's constant disruptions and questions made even his transfer to the regular army feel like a curse. When Zhang Yu and his loved ones returned to the base, Hu Shu stormed over in anger, demanding an explanation for why the young man had involved himself in smuggling affairs. Zhang Yu tried to defend his actions, saying he only wanted to help. But Hu Shu wasn't having it. He shouted that no one had asked for such help. At that moment, Liu Yuan cautiously approached the lieutenant general from the side and bowed his head politely. Surprised, the old man asked how the boy was doing. With a shy smile, Liu Yuan replied that Zhang Yu had told him the old man was wise and intelligent, and that he should try to become someone like him. Hu Shu was caught off guard. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Yu had said something so respectful. Listening to Liu Yuan's gentle plea not to be angry with his older brother, the old man finally relented. He told them to put away their things, as they would begin cooking soon. Meanwhile, Shanggu caught sight of his younger brother making a hand signal, a playful one filled with warmth. Watching him, Shanggu smiled. Turning to Hu Shu, he asked, "Are you still angry?" The old man sighed and replied, "Everything is fine." Suddenly, with a look of anticipation, Shi Yangyu turned to Hu Shu and asked where the 88th fortress was located. Without even glancing his way, Hu Shu immediately shut down the idea. "Don't even think about it," he warned. "All the forces from both the Yang and Li consortiums are stationed there." Zhang Yu blinked, stunned. "Does that mean there's going to be a war?" Hu confirmed his fears. Not only were the Yang and Li consortiums sending their troops, but now even the Qin consortium was deploying forces to the same fortress. Reaching the 88th fortress wouldn't be easy, not with that much military tension surrounding it. Still, Shanggu insisted. He believed nothing would happen to them at the outpost. They could stay hidden here, but Huppy explained the grim reality. The Li consortium was severely understaffed. To fill the gaps, they had begun using privately hired forces as cannon fodder. Hearing this, Shanggu couldn't said understand. Why are people fighting each other like this when they all survived the same catastrophe? Then, with resolve in his voice, he asked, "If I am assigned to the army, will you help me send my family to the fortress?" Hu didn't hesitate. "You can do that yourself. You have the authority as captain of the Special Investigation Department," but he added firmly, "Don't abuse that power." "I once that," Shanggu promised. Watching the old man carefully, Zhangyu said something bold. "From how you think and act, it seems you rather be friends with me than stay loyal to the consortium. Am I wrong?" Then, without blinking, he added, "Li Andan is your grandson, isn't he? You and your grandson, are you trying to destroy the Li consortium together?" Hu Shu didn't deny it. "You figured it out too quickly," he replied flatly. "And you're not afraid I'll report you?" Shanggu asked defiantly. "I could just as easily report that you're hunting nanobots," Hu answered calmly. With that, the unspoken truth became clear. Hu Shu had known all along about Shanggu's actions. Their alliance was mutually beneficial. Hu had long feared his family would be dragged into political warfare. He had hidden the existence of his daughter, but in the end, she was still killed by the Li consortium. The consortium was too powerful, so powerful that even superhumans and grand titles couldn't shake its foundations. It wasn't until Hu's own grandson became a demon spiritualist that the old man began to see a sliver of hope. As the two men talked, Shalu's sister emerged from the house, carrying 2 bowls of food. Smiling warmly, she invited them inside. "I made vegetables, come eat while it's still hot," she said kindly. Jinju thanked her sincerely for the care she always showed them. Turning to the side, he noticed a group of people gathered near a campfire. Chong Wudi was among them, singing songs in the soft glow of the flames. With his hands behind his back, Hu Shu watched the scene and said, "This is the best New Year I had since I turned 29. Zhanggu gave the old man a gentle hug. "All my past holidays were pathetic," he said. But their peace didn't last long. In the distance, the sound of an approaching vehicle cut through the night. Between the trees, an unknown military transport rolled forward, its headlights sweeping across the outpost. Everyone turned toward the light, confused and unsettled. They hadn't expected any visitors. Hu Shu's expression tightened. Something didn't feel right. A soldier in combat uniform stepped out and approached the old man. He leaned in and whispered something into Hustep's ear. As the soldier stepped back, Xingu asked, "Is everything all right?" With a half-smile, Hu turned to him and said, "Get ready to send your family to the fortress after the festival. War has begun. The commander-in-chief of the Li Consortium has ordered a raid. A real battle is about to erupt on Yang Consortium territory." With that, Ho turned and began walking away from the outpost. "You're leaving without even eating?" Xiang Yu called after him. Hu didn't stop. "I'm sorry," he said. "This new year has already been ruined. I once didn't even have time for dinner." Just then, Sister Shio ran up and pressed a small food box into Hu's hands. "I made this for your journey," she said gently. Surprised and touched, Hu smiled and thanked her. He didn't expect such kindness. At that very moment, in the Qing Consortium's 101st fortress, a bell suddenly rang out in the dead of night. The alarm echoed from the bell tower, its sound engulfing the entire city. In the courtyard of a villa stood Qing Zhen, dressed in his usual white attire, his hands tucked into his pockets. He stared into the distance, unmoving, waiting. A crow flew toward him, wings cutting through the dark sky. As fireworks burst in the air above the city, the bird circled slowly, then landed on Qing Zhen's outstretched hand. A small scroll was tied to its leg. He carefully untied the scroll and released the crow. Then, silently, he opened the message and began to read. A faint smile touched his lips. Without a word, Qing Zhen stepped back into his villa, where Boss Lu lay sprawled across a sofa, sighing loudly. The overweight man grumbled, "No water, no proper food. We don't deserve to be treated like this." And with that, the shadow of war crept closer. With a warm smile, Qing Zhen allowed him to eat his portion, gently remarking that it was completely wrong to fast on New Year's Day. In contrast, Qing Zhen, with a slightly gloomy tone, told him not to worry because everything would be over soon. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Boss Lu jumped up and down in delight, thinking food had finally arrived. However, his brother remained skeptical. He knew the man responsible for their arrest would hardly take such a risk. But Boss Lu paid no heed to caution. He rushed toward the door, muttering that while his uncle may be crawling under the Qing Consortium, the so-called Qing uncle was no better. To their surprise, standing at the door was a small, smiling man, holding a box in his hands and bowing politely. With a menacing glare, Boss Lu demanded to know what he wanted. The man requested to be called uncle, but Boss Lu shouted back, asking if the man really believed he deserved such respect. Stepping slightly into the house, the man explained that he had brought some food from the festive table. This only offended Boss Lu further, who snapped that he had no interest in eating leftovers. Left with no other option, the man turned to Qing Zhen and offered him the container of food. But Qing Zhen, dressed in white, calmly asked the guest to step outside and wait for a moment. The unexpected request caught the visitor off guard.